Main male. Considered the Yaksen Day-in of the medical world. But unexpectedly, reincarnated into a young master who reports a life of luxury. Not only that, this young master also has a fiancée, who is running out of sauce. So he is the male lead. Then he used his medical magic. On the road of MLEM girls. The sun shined through the forest. Only saw a young man lying on the ground. At this time he had passed away. Open your eyes and wonder. Is this heaven? Later, Yopi Mu Cheon remembers the cause of his death. Due to experimenting, it also exploded. My life is also a tragedy. But why does heaven have grass? It's strange. In the distance right now, there was a girl holding her pants and running as fast as she could. Thinking why the bathroom was so far away. I lost my pants, huh? Male Yopi Mu Cheon also saw her at this time. Thinking in his head, the girls here dress in simple, nostalgic clothes. It felt like going back many years ago. At this moment the girl turned to look around. Luckily there was no one here. The only thing left to do here is Yopi Mu Cheon at. This just feels like something isn't quite right. What is she going to do with her pants? After that, I only saw the slightly yellow spring water flowing out. That holy water was still about to flow. Yopi Mu Cheon scared him so much. But why did it flow here? I had to get out of the way quickly, but it's not over yet. Yopi Mu Cheon also heard rustling in the bushes. Where the girl unexpectedly appeared, a cobra appeared. The snake immediately rushed straight towards the girl. Dealing with sadness, good-natured Yopi Mu Cheon shouted loudly. Be careful, there are poisonous snakes. The girl was peeing and heard someone opening their mouth. The snake very quickly bit her butt, which was unexpected. She immediately lost her balance and fell backwards. Unexpectedly, Yopi Mu Cheon was grabbed by her. And then she slapped her. What the hell is this? Next are countless punches, mercilessly on Yeop Mukion's face. Yopi Mu Cheon thought, I don't know if it's Peach Blossom Destiny or Peach Blossom Luck. Then immediately explained. All were unexpected incidents. Girl, please listen to my explanation. I'm not a bad person. The girl was still frowning angrily. She said, maybe bad people have to have the word, ugly, written on their foreheads. Or something like that. Yopi Mu Cheon still tries to please. It's not the real you. I saw a poisonous snake crawling towards you, so. She pointed and said, what were you doing before the snake crawled to you? Why are you here? Yopi Mu Cheon also opened his mouth. Damn, how can you say look at her pee? Then she continued, what's even more suspicious is, why is there a poisonous snake crawling past like that? Even after saying a few words, my sister felt a headache. Yopi Mu Cheon said, the poison has started to take effect. She's still trying to tell you not to come over here. Just now he was peeking at me while peeing. Please stay away from me. Yopi Mu Cheon is still very worried about her. This snake's toxicity is very strong. We have to get the poison out quickly. Sister, human life is important. If that's the case, I'll die. She kept saying, I don't need a pervert like you to care about. As soon as the words ended, she tripped again. Then both of them lost their balance and fell down. Then only saw an old man appeared. Adieu, are you here? Let's go home and rest for a while. But I didn't expect it after falling. Yopi Mu Cheon lay on top of her again, as if she was steaming matches. The old man gasped, seeing his niece being crushed by another guy. Mr. Yi shouted loudly, holding a large knife in his hand. Rotten boy. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly put his hand on the knife. Tried to stop Mr. Yi from waiting. But Mr. Yi refused to stop. He brandished the knife. Threatened Yopi Mu Cheon for daring to make fun of my niece. Yopi Mu Cheon used his bare hands to block the knife. Danger. His eyes were filled with determination. He beat his son to death. From time to time, Mr. Yi's chatter filled the air. However, Yopi Mu Cheon did not give up and continued to explain. No, I didn't mean it. Please stop. Otherwise, your niece's life will be over. And Yi Wan-a has regained consciousness. She felt cold and scared. When I saw two people fighting, she panicked and called her grandfather. Grandfather, I'm cold. Mr. Yi answered his grandson's call. Adu and continued to approach Yi Wan-a. Asked Adu how the child was doing. Don't scare Grandpa. Yopi Mu Cheon realized that Yi Wan-a was weak and needed help. He quickly ran back and informed about the situation. It's not good, but I see Yopi Mu Cheon daring to push me. Mr. Yi got angry. Damn boy, what are you doing? However, Yopi Mu Cheon was not moved and spoke calmly. Sir, I didn't blame you for cutting me. But now, first, you have to think of a way to save your niece. This is very urgent. A moment of silence after that. Mr. Yi said, if you want to smoke, you have to let me suck you away. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that and gave a mischievous smile. By the way, reminded that the place where the snake bites must be the thigh. It sounds like the location of the wound is in the thigh. Mr. Yi immediately turned pale. But Yopi Mu Cheon added another provocative sentence. Are you sure you want to smoke the poison? I'm not afraid either. After his niece learned that she no longer had the face to live on. Mr. Yi was embarrassed and didn't know how to refute. Just excited, Yopi Mu Cheon let out another sentence. Why wouldn't you dare? But Mr. Yi did not dare, letting Yopi Mu Cheon continue to be close to his niece. Mr. Yi hugged Yopi Mu Cheon tightly. Stay away, don't touch my niece. I see you're so stubborn. Yopi Mu Cheon has convinced you, so go ahead and do it. Enlightening his niece, what psychological scars did he have in the future? Mr. Yi felt he had no other choice. Can only sigh and speak. Good, or you should do it. Yopi Mu Cheon looked satisfied. Softly said the poison is also quite dangerous. At this point even Yopi Mu Cheon can only jump in and suck. Reluctance can also be won back. But if you don't suck out the poison, if you continue any longer, you will definitely lose your life. Living to this age, Yopi Mu Cheon never sucked snake poison in this location before. Just consider it as your medical practice experience. I have never sucked venom in this position. While Yopi Mu Cheon was thinking, where should I start smoking? Mr. Yi begged you. I only have this one niece. And I don't see the solution if the situation continues forever. Yopi Mu Cheon can only give up to save important people at his own risk. Every time Yopi Mu Cheon sucks up snake poison, he quickly spits it out. Don't let yourself be poisoned. After a series of times like that under Mr. Yi's eyes, Yopi Mu Cheon can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The snake venom is almost gone. Go quickly and pick medicine. After sucking snake poison, medicines must be used to prevent poisoning. Just when Mr. Yi was threatening Yopi Mu Cheon, he texted the name of the medicine to him. Labelli, white coriander root. Hoang lean hoang bok, a scorpion. Incense sticks. Rhubarb live summer herb. There must be these things in the mountains. But this knowledge is so modern. Mr. Yi could only lament. I don't know any of these herbs. After 3 hours of engrossed in picking and applying the medicine, Yopi Mu Cheon can finally rest. While Yi Wan-a hasn't woken up yet, Yopi Mu Cheon was amused. Admire nature's pearls, her lovely beauty as she sleeps. But oh well, while Yopi Mu Cheon closed his eyes, take care of everything around. Mr. Yi suddenly crawled out and asked, Sir, you turned out to be the doctor. Yopi Mu Cheon looked shy and didn't bother to say much. Why do you doubt me if you don't believe me? I can stop helping her. Mr. Yi is afraid that Yopi Mu Cheon will not save his niece. Hastily explained. It's not like I just asked casually. Seeing that, Yopi Mu Cheon could only reassure Mr. Yi. Don't worry, I won't play with people's lives. Mr. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said yes, thank you. Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but remind. What year is it? And Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't even let Mr. Yi pass him by. He and his granddaughter wear very ancient clothes. Were all fashionable years ago. Mr. Yi had no time to defend himself. Can only speak even though he lives in the countryside. But my grandparents are not so backward. It's 2019 now. Yopi Mu Cheon just heard 2019. Immediately stood there dumbfounded. It's like I just fell into a science movie. Fiction. Yopi Mu Cheon was surprised to hear what Mr. Yi said. What did he say? I'm curious. He was skeptical and wanted to know more about the situation. Yopi Mu Cheon was confused and curious about what Mr. Yi was talking about. Continuing to ask what year it is. Mr. Yi happily answered in a confident tone, it was 2019. Is there anything wrong? Even so, don't forget. Seems satisfied with Yeopmukyeon's curiosity. If not, go home and check the schedule. He's even ready to leave right now. To check information. Go home now and see. How could Mr. Yi accept his assertion? Wait, he quickly explained. My niece is still lying naked on the ground. Despite Mr. Yi's frustrated and worried look, Yopi Mu Cheon still dragged him home. I had to check the calendar with my own eyes. But as soon as Yopi Mu Cheon saw the calendar, he couldn't believe it. What I see? Isn't it 2089 right now? Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely confused at this time. Why did it turn into 2019 instead of looking at it? Looking at it makes me even more confused. How could that be possible? Yopi Mu Cheon saw the mirror next to him and was curious. Immediately glanced at it, but when he saw his image in the mirror, he couldn't believe what he saw, and became surprised and confused. When he said, "This is me," he asked a question to himself. And check with your own eyes by touching your face. And the mood became increasingly confused and bewildered, expressed by saying, "Where's Omega's chin?" He felt shocked and could not accept it. Changed when asking where the beauty mole was. And where are the beautiful eyes? Mr. Yi looked worried, and there's a bit of tension. Before Yeopmukyeon's situation, when speaking, how can children today be so selfish? And expressed concern about Yeopmukyeon's mood even though he was full of frustration. Still respect Mr. Yi when calling him. He with a curious appeal. Old man and raised questions about the current situation. Who is Yeon Mangmyeongju now? With an irrepressible curiosity, Mr. Yi did not understand Yeopmukyeon's question clearly, and expressed doubts as to his mind. With Myeongju words, what are you saying? He started to feel a bit confused, and don't understand why. Why does Yopi Mu Cheon ask these questions? So he explained that this was Waha country. There are many other countries around. Yopi Mu Cheon still couldn't believe what he heard, and repeat the question, with confusion and lack of understanding. Waha country. Yopi Mu Cheon looked very suspicious and panicked. Faced with incomprehensible events, he wondered about souls and time travel as he spoke. Before the alliance was established, it was indeed even. Are independent countries. Maybe when I experimented, it exploded. The soul has already crossed over. He doesn't understand and looks confused. Moreover, he traveled back in time decades ago. Yi Wan-a was in a state of confusion, and she called Mr. Yi grandfather, child grandfather, to know the situation of his child. When the niece woke up, Mr. Yi comforted her that everything was okay. Adu, you're awake, it's okay, that's good. It's okay, it's good. Yi Wan-a looked worried. Adu, what's wrong with you? Why are you at home? Aren't we chopping wood in the mountains? Mr. Yi then explained about her being bitten by a poisonous snake and loss of consciousness. My son is about to be scared to death by you. And the child was bitten by a poisonous snake. Luckily this young guy saved me. When Yi Wan-a saw Yopi Mu Cheon, she looked confused and angrily called him, "Damn scoundrel." I see Yi Wan-a misunderstood Yopi Mu Cheon. Mr. Yi quickly stopped. Adu is not allowed to be rude. Grandpa, why are you helping him talk? Yi Wan-a found it difficult to understand. When Mr. Yi defended this man again, he looked at my butt and saw that everything was going wrong. Yopi Mu Cheon could only make a suggestion, or let me explain to her, and asked Mr. Yi to get the medicine. The medicine is almost ready, go get it. Mr. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. When there is no need to waste saliva anymore. That's fine, I went to get it, and saw Mr. Yi gone. Yi Wan-a immediately asked if you helped me apply it, right? Yopi Mu Cheon approached Yi Wan-a and affirmed. More precisely, he also explained about the use of medicine. He said that the medicine on her butt was applied by me and furthermore, I sucked out that poison with my mouth. Are you satisfied? Yi Wan-a felt angry and confused. When Yopi Mu Cheon treat her coldly and without reason, she looked embarrassed and angry when she said, "Why do you treat me like that? How can I marry someone else in the future?" Yeopmukyeon's attitude in response, making her feel even more embarrassed. And she couldn't believe what was happening. Feel dissatisfied with asking, "Are you going to let your grandfather help you smoke?" Yvonne's confusion and embarrassment became obvious, as her face turned red, and she felt awkward in this situation. Meanwhile, Yopi Mu Cheon appeared quite cold, and just viewed the situation coldly. He expressed his dissatisfaction and felt uncomfortable with unclear situations, and he expressed doubts about what was happening. It was so strange that he suddenly went back in time. The laboratory exploded and flew far away, only a few dozen meters. How could it explode 70 years ago before you left? Yopi Mu Cheon quietly expressed concern for Yvonne's condition, and advised her to rest to recover. At this time, Yi Wan-a was still nervous and couldn't remember his name. Asked about his name, and Yopi Mu Cheon introduced himself. Yopi Mu Cheon, Yi Wan-a thought to himself. On the contrary, the name is aggressive and harassing. And then introduced myself, my name is Yi Wan-a. She appeared curious and surprised. Right. Why are you in this remote mountainous place? He didn't look like the people in our village. Yopi Mu Cheon once again surprised her. He replied nonchalantly, I didn't know either, and continued to explain. When I woke up, I saw it there. Yi Wan-a looked unconvinced. No, maybe he saw it all and expressed skepticism. No way, you said you just woke up. Surely it's still vague, right? Stars can be seen. While Yi Wan-a fascinated herself that Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't see anything. Then Yopi Mu Cheon gave her a bucket of cold water. No, I wake up very quickly. Yi Wan-a asked the question in a tense mood. No. Stop joking and doubting. You must be intentionally angry at me, right? She tacitly admitted. Actually, you haven't seen anything, right? But then Yopi Mu Cheon spoke again. Are you talking about when you were injured? So shy. I saw it all and saw it very clearly. Yi Wan-a expressed his scoundrel indignation. I want to kill you. Seeing Yi Wan-a wanting to kill someone, Yopi Mu Cheon quickly reassured and warned. Don't move around. The wound will be more serious. Just like Yopi Mu Cheon said. As soon as Yi Wan-a stood up, she screamed in pain. My butt hurts so much. Even though it's very frustrating. But Yopi Mu Cheon still spoke with concern. Told her not to move around. And Yi Wan-a could only scream, pain. My butt saw her moaning and screaming. Yopi Mu Cheon firmly grabbed her pants and stripped them off. This action made Yi Wan-a even more angry. What do you want to do, scoundrel? But Yopi Mu Cheon just wanted to help her stay quiet. Of course it was to help her with the pain relief massage. She refused the help and scolded angrily. No need for evil scoundrels. Mr. Yi entered the room, holding a cup of medicine in his hand, and said to the young man, the decoction is finished. When entering the room, Mr. Yi saw his niece wearing a soft scarf. I'm afraid my niece won't die from poisoning but from suffocation. Mr. Yi interestedly asked about Adu. What are you doing hiding under the blanket? The weather is hot, aren't you afraid of drowning? I see Grandpa coming. Yi Wan-a stuck her head out from under the blanket and announced her decision. Starting from now on, you and that scoundrel are not enemies. Not forgetting to threaten her with death. I don't understand why my niece's personality is like that. Mr. Yi asked the young man Yopi Mu Cheon with concern. This is. Yopi Mu Cheon explained extremely delicately. Nothing from the previous pain-relieving massage helped her. But she still made a disappointed face. Maybe he didn't like it and snorted softly. Seeing that Yopi Mu Cheon didn't have any dignity. Yi Wan-a warn you. And accompanied by threats. If you dare to speak outside of me. Yi Wan-a swore to heaven that she would kill him. But Yopi Mu Cheon did not accept. That I was criticized like that. He said I'm not interested in girls like you. FIFA quickly urged Mr. Yi. The old man gave her medicine. But Yi Wan-a got angry at me for not taking it. Who knows if it's toxic or not? Her attitude made Yopi Mu Cheon crazy. Mr. Yi saw that the situation was not good and immediately advised him to stop. Hey Adu, you should listen to the doctor. But Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care. I don't care whether she lives or dies. He said coldly. I'm afraid you'll ruin Yeop Mukyeon's reputation as a miracle doctor. I saved you, so you have to live for me. Hearing the words miracle doctor, Yi Wan-a immediately scoffed. Oh. If you are a magician, I am also a fairy doctor. Even so, he proudly raised his chin and confidently. And now Son Ya told him he didn't want to drink. Yeopmukian's patience has reached its limit. You're smiling, aren't you? If I don't drink it, I want to apply medicine again, right? Besides that, he still teased. To see if Son Ya showed her butt like she felt before. Addicted enough to want me to check the wound again. Saw Yeopmukian's 2 pig hooves about to touch me. Yi Wan-a shouted worriedly. Don't come over here because you're afraid Yopi Mu Cheon will do it for real. Yi Wan-a immediately grabbed the medicine cup and hurriedly shouted. Don't come over here. I can't even drink. While drinking and thinking about what happened, Yi Wan-a looked embarrassed. It's really addicting to take off my pants. The bad guy, Mr. Yi asked completely innocently. Young man, there's nothing wrong with my niece's wound. I see you're so worried about her. Yopi Mu Cheon also comforted him and said it was okay. Just need to treat later. While talking, Yopi Mu Cheon also had to ask Mr. Yi for help. Because now he has nowhere to go. Now I have no place to stay at your house for a few days. Didn't you notice? Saw that he had no place to live. Mr. Yi also did not think much. Mr. Yi comforted him and said it was okay. Just need to treat Adu well. At any time. At night Yi Wan-a dreams about having her pants taken off by Yopi Mu Cheon. In the dream, didn't forget to scold Yopi Mu Cheon. The bad guy can't take off my pants. And over here Yopi Mu Cheon is thinking and can't sleep. If I really cross time, then who is the owner of this body? Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely disturbed because, as described by Yi Wan-a and her grandfather, I'm not from the village. So why did I wake up in this desolate mountain area? Moreover, the body becomes weak. Is the weak type like drinking too much? Thinking of something, Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly jumped. My mother drank too much. And I don't blame myself. Seeing Yi Wan-a always makes me feel excited. Turns out there's a problem with this body. I wasn't close to women before. But not as excited as that. Which made Yopi Mu Cheon imagine. Perhaps I was reincarnated into the body of an extremely lustful guy. The more Yopi Mu Cheon thought, the more worried he became. Original owner of this body. Afraid of being killed. Then threw the body into this desolate forest and mountain. And found that the more I thought, the more confused I became. Yopi Mu Cheon showed determination. Investigate this body's identity. Impossible. This body must be thoroughly investigated. Because early in the morning someone was screaming loudly. Mr. Yi, come out here quickly. If you don't come out here, we will rush in directly. The voice is already shrill and likes to scream. Makes Yopi Mu Cheon. I can't continue to sleep anymore. Damn it. It's early in the morning, can we still let people sleep? Turns out the person who was screaming is called Juno Gui. Juno Gui and a group of juniors are surrounding Mr. Yi's house. He threatened, don't blame us for not reminding you. The 2-day deadline has arrived. Either pay the money or hand your little girl over here. In the face of this difference in strength, Mr. Yi could only powerlessly resist Juno Gui. What do you mean by bringing many people? Do you want to rob someone? Seeing that Juno Gui still doesn't want to give up, Mr. Yi's husband turned towards the old devil and begged. I tell you, people who don't have money don't have anything. I absolutely will not give my niece to you to pay off my debt. Right now Yi Wan-a is hiding in the house. I can't stand this either. She said, scared Mr. Ju. That amount. Can you extend the time a little longer? Yi Wan-a is committed. I guarantee that as soon as I have the money I will immediately pay you. But Juno Gui gave Adu advice. You should answer Hoja. Juno Gui also kept talking about Hoja's feelings. For Yi Wan-a, he has liked her since he was little. He will definitely treat her well. Seeing that, Hoja also showed his determination. That's right, Wana. I will be nice to you. But Yi Wan-a strongly refused. Mr. Hoja, I've said it many times. I don't have that kind of feelings for you. Please don't be like that. Seeing Yi Wan-a dare to refuse Hoja in front of so many people, Juno Gui immediately became agitated and refused. Please rush inside and bring little Wana out to me. Juno Gui decided. Today, let him marry Hoja. Hearing that, all the juniors shouted with joy. And Hoja laughed even more flamboyantly. Ha ha, Wana is finally mine. Everyone, please follow me and rush in. I see a whole group of young people like hungry wolves wanting to rush in. Took away my niece. Mr. Yi then stopped. As long as this old man is still alive. You guys stood there trying to go inside. But Hoja shouted. He is the strongest man in this village. Just need one hand. Enough to lift Mr. Yi's neck high, and said contemptuously. Please wake up, old skeleton like you. While hanging by a thread. A strong voice rang out from behind Hoja. Hey guys, what do you want to do? I don't care what problems there are between you. Yi Wan-a was my patient. Before she recovered, no one can touch it. She saw someone coming out of Yivana's house again. Hoja angrily pointed at Yopi Mu Cheon and asked who he was. What is the relationship with Wana? Yopi Mu Cheon is not afraid of dying. He simply explained, I just need to know Yi Wan-a was injured. She is now my patient. Without my permission, no one can touch her. See Yopi Mu Cheon. The bad guy took off my pants yesterday. Yet today I stood up to defend myself. Yi Wan-a couldn't help but be skeptical. Is that bad guy protecting me? Clearly none of his business. Seeing Yopi Mu Cheon looking so weak and scholarly. Just blow it and it will fly. Hoja is so aggressive and threatening. Threaten me in this fishing village. He is not afraid of anyone. But Yopi Mu Cheon is full of confidence to satirize Hoja. Want to fight? Your liver is not small. And at the same time pulled out a handful of gray powder from his pocket. Have you seen this gray thing? Hoja saw the strange pile of powder and asked curiously what it was. Before he could look closely. Immediately Yopi Mu Cheon blew in my face and teased me. I just want to tell you. His chest just needs the force to blow this gray powder. A gentleman is mortal and inviolable. Being humiliated like that, Hoja immediately became angry. Damn, it's so fake and threatening that it's addicting. He beat people to death. I see Hoja is about to take action. Now with his many years of experience. Juno Gui immediately stopped Hoja from taking action. Seeing Yopi Mu Cheon is not simple. The old ghost immediately continued to question the young man, saying he was not from the village. Why force it? Maybe you like that girl? Or what? But Yopi Mu Cheon just said coldly. I know what he means. Rest assured, I won't like that type of girl. Being called that kind of girl by Yopi Mu Cheon. Not taken seriously at all. Yi Wan-a angrily scolded the hooligans. What do you mean by that kind of girl? But Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't have time to pay attention to her. Yopi Mu Cheon. Right now I just want to know why they came so loudly. Makes him unable to sleep. Yopi Mu Cheon approached and asked Juno Gui. And told him how much money Mr. Yi owed him. Juno Gui then hesitantly admitted, this is 20,000. Heard of this number. The whole person is as calm as Yopi Mu Cheon. I can't calm down either. Mom said 20,000. Yopi Mu Cheon shouted loudly. 20,000 and he immediately wanted that person's niece. Are all from the same village. Bullying two people's grandchildren like that. Don't you guys feel embarrassed? Being scolded like that makes everyone feel very embarrassed. But because she wanted to marry Yi Wan-a and take her home. Hoja had to be bold enough to answer no matter what people said. Wana, I want to make sure. As soon as Hoja finished speaking, he rushed over. I want to give Yopi Mu Cheon a shot. Yi Wan-a doesn't like Yopi Mu Cheon. But whatever you say, he is the one who saved her. So she immediately warned loudly. Careful scoundrel. Yopi Mu Cheon also. I didn't expect that she would care about me. At this point, Yopi Mu Cheon is still arguing. Yi Wan-a again urged who cares about him. Quickly escape your body. I can't block a single punch from them. But I waited and still didn't see Hoja coming. But only heard Hoja's painful scream. Yi Wan-a didn't dare open his eyes. Because even Hoja himself was panicking. At the scene only Yopi Mu Cheon was calm. Hoja and everyone are skeptical. What's going on? Hoja's body suddenly couldn't move. Like Yopi Mu Cheon. Just looked at Hoja contemptuously and said, I told you your chest. Only needs the force to blow the gray powder. It turns out that gray powder is a toxin. Makes people unable to move. Saw his nephew unable to move. Junogui's voice was deep and hoarse, worried about Hoja. Hoja, you're okay. Get up quickly. Hoja doesn't have any strength left. Can only weakly lament. My grandfather couldn't stand up. No strength at all. This makes everyone around started wondering, why did he fall down when he was healthy? Surely that guy was playing a trick. That guy is too evil. I find this too strange. Juno Gui immediately rushed to criticize Yopi Mu Cheon. What did you do to me? I need to quickly make it recover normally. Otherwise, you and I won't be done. Mr. Yi also feels that things are not okay. So on behalf of Juno Gui, I spoke well of Hoja. Mr. Yopi, after all, is from the same village. Don't be too cruel about this kind of thing. He looked, but Yopi Mu Cheon just accidentally pushed Mr. Yi's hand away and said, "There is no loss in respect for love. This time, he didn't calculate with you guys." After speaking, he immediately dropped another strange powder on Hoja's body. When the pure white powder fell on him, Hoja immediately cheered excitedly. I can move now. I see everything coming here. It seems like I taught these thugs a lesson. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and went into the house and disdainfully said, "Come and collect the money in 3 days, now go away." Seeing Yeop Mukion's overbearing appearance, Hoja just gritted his teeth. "Grandpa, what are you going to do now? Is it just like that? I don't mind. Wana belongs to me. But Juno Gui sees it. This young man is not ordinary. This person is too wicked. Definitely don't bother him in the future." But everything has a reason. So he asked everyone to come back 3 days later to collect the money. Let's see if he can collect 20,000. Even if he can't collect the money, you can't threaten him. Juno Gui could only call for everyone to return. We went. Saw the Hoja people gone away. Yi Wan-a breathed a sigh of relief. Finally left. And Yopi Mu Cheon looked proud. Hee Adu, were you worried about me just now? I like it, but I'm still shy. Yi Wan-a refused to admit it. She shook her head in denial. Not available. I hope Hoja will beat you to the ground. Listen to what Yi Wan-a said. Hoja can knock me prone. Causing Yopi Mu Cheon to burst out laughing. Even if there were 10 people like him, they would only be abused. Hearing that, Yi Wan-a became curious. That's right, what happened just now? Why did he suddenly fall paralyzed? Is it because you moved your hands and feet? To see Yi Wan-a so curious? Yopi Mu Cheon was also kind enough to explain it to her clearly. Good or bad, I'm a genius doctor. Don't talk about this kind of small talk. I can cure all incurable diseases. On the outside, Yopi Mu Cheon is proud. But on the inside, Yopi Mu Cheon is secretly lucky. Fortunately, when picking herbs yesterday, I picked a few more types. Last night and worked all night. If not, I'm done today. I'll have to make more of this later. To see Yopi Mu Cheon boasting shamelessly, Yi Wan-a immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha, bragging, I won't believe you're that good. The feeling of being doubted like this is really unpleasant. Yopi Mu Cheon lamented. Oh. Earlier this year, telling the truth was considered bragging. The sadness of the strong. Both lamented and did not forget to mock Yi Wan-a. Moreover, if I could cure anything, even a crazy mind can be cured. Talking. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately thought of a fun trick to tease her. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately pointed his finger at 2 dumplings, her flatness, and asked if he wanted it bigger. Before he finished speaking, Yi Wan-a had tears in her eyes, which made Yopi Mu Cheon confused. What's wrong? I didn't say anything bad, but Yi Wan-a doesn't pay attention to you right now. She is drowning in her pain. In school, they all bullied me. Say I'm Tae Pyong Gong Ju. Now even you bully me, hoo hoo. Even though doctor is your profession. But Yopi Mu Cheon ever. The biggest fear is women's tears. Seeing her crying non-stop, Yopi Mu Cheon quickly explained. It's not that I'm telling the truth and I'm not laughing at you. This is my forte. Don't cry, your pants have already been taken off. And your butt has also been seen. Ha ha ha, there's nothing left to be ashamed of at this moment. Yi Wan-a mustered all her courage. Looking towards Yopi Mu Cheon, he firmly spread his shirt with both hands and shouted loudly. Can you help me see if mine can still grow? In front of Yeop Mukion's eyes is the image of a strip of land. So flat that it couldn't get any flatter. Even someone like Yopi Mu Cheon was scared. Speechless. Early morning of the second day. Yi Wan-a nervously walked back and forth in the room. In my heart, I was thinking. He said yesterday that he could help me get bigger breasts. But in the end, nothing was done. Can he really do it? And most. He just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of himself. While suspecting that Yopi Mu Cheon was deceiving her, Yi Wan-a remembered the scene. Being ridiculed by his classmates. Tae Pyong Gongju viewers are stunned. Whoa, this terrain is okay, the plane takes off. She really can't accept it anymore and muster up all her courage. Yi Wan-a immediately pushed the door open and shouted loudly. I don't want to do Tae Pyong Gongju. Yopi Mu Cheon helped me get bigger breasts. Who would have thought that Yopi Mu Cheon was nowhere to be found? Only saw her grandfather cleaning the room. Help Yopi Mu Cheon. But grandpa, why are you in his room? Seeing that your niece needs to find Yopi Mu Cheon. He immediately explained. That kid said he was going to pick medicine. He took advantage of the fact that he was not here. Clean up the room a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered. Just now my beloved niece said something. Adu, what did you just say with big breasts? It was very difficult for Yi Wan-a to have the courage. Came to see Yopi Mu Cheon for breast augmentation. Who would have thought that her grandfather would hear her and even ask her? It was really embarrassing and had no place to hide. Yi Wan-a rushed out. No, you haven't said anything yet. Mr. Yi could only shout quickly. Adu still has Yi Wan-a. Due to running hastily, she wasn't paying attention to where she was going, so she tripped right away. Rock and fall. Falling is also a technical subject. Yi Wan-a is pro max in this subject. She once again fell on Yopi Mu Cheon. Because she fell again, the wound on her butt reappeared. Yi Wan-a could only scream so loud it hurt my butt. Seeing Yi Wan-a who was injured. Run east, run west. Yopi Mu Cheon could only complain. Who said try less vigorous exercise? Is a conscientious physician. He couldn't bear to see people injured. So Yi Opmukion's two pig claws were itchy again. About to start massaging to relieve pain. Saw Yopi Mu Cheon approaching. Yi Wan-a was now afraid and screamed. What a scoundrel. No, I don't want to. Despite Yvonne's opposition, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately took off his pants and massaged her again. After the deed was done, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately brushed his butt off and went back to the medicine room, leaving Yi Wan-a lying on the side crying pitifully. That hateful, lustful scoundrel. Yopi Mu Cheon also felt helpless. With her level of scolding people, she scolds back and forth all these words. I'm tired of listening to. Ignore Yvonne's dissatisfaction. Yopi Mu Cheon asked unintentionally. That's right, Adu, what kind of fish is the most valuable? Yi Wan-a. I don't even bother to compare with Yopi Mu Cheon anymore. She was annoyed and answered Yopi Mu Cheon. Of course, lobster costs several hundred dong per kilo. I heard that lobster is the most expensive dish in Yopi Mu Cheon. If you decide, then choose lobster. While thinking hard, Mr. Yi went in and brought a jar to Yopi Mu Cheon. Soga, the thing I brought you is definitely just this. Seeing what I asked for, were all brought fully by Mr. Yi. He immediately checked and confirmed that having this item was enough. After everything was fully prepared, Yopi Mu Cheon applied a strange black liquid onto the jar, to the surprise and bewilderment of his grandfather and Yi Wan-a. After applying the liquid, just look and you'll know it's not the good stuff that's on the roller. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately signaled for the two of them to go. Let's go fishing. Now, after Yopi Mu Cheon put the jar into the sea, he and Yi Wan-a sat on the beach and looking at that jar. It's rare to see Yi Wan-a quiet. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly unconsciously thought, a girl like this is really nice, pure beauty. Not like the girls in the other world. Tattoo pushers like violence. On the contrary, Yi Wan-a is simply like a little angel. Maybe this is heaven's compensation for me. While he was immersed in his fantasy, Mr. Yi's screams rang out. Oh my god, I'm rich, I'm rich. Definitely a miracle. Seeing Mr. Yi rush over, Yi Wan-a worriedly asked how Grandpa was. But Mr. Yi's next words were, makes even me skeptical. Adu's life. Soga, you guys should quickly go take a look. Lobsters are running to the beach. This is Dongsheng, the place with the second most high-rise buildings in the country. Right now is at Wutian building. A blonde girl, with a beautiful soul that is extremely worried. Could it be that she's already dead after 3 days? Knock knock knock. While she was thinking, then a person knocked on the door of the general manager's office and just entered the room. Soman hurriedly ran to report the situation. General manager, the bank sent a notification to hear the bank coming again. The general director immediately thought, do I have to warn you again? Despite knowing the company's situation. But things have come to this. Soman can only reply. To receive Soman's confirmation, the general director immediately decided. Soman replaced me with an appointment with President Ju to dinner. I heard the beautiful general manager intending to meet with Chairman Ju. Soman immediately rushed to stop the general manager. Chairman Ju is also not a good person. Eating with him is like putting a goat into the tiger's mouth. But the general manager can only answer helplessly. I know him better than you. If it weren't for him playing tricks, then the company would not be what it is now. But what if I know? Is there any other way? Soman doesn't know how to answer this. I see Soman is still hesitating. The general manager urged again. She went to arrange to move to Yinadu's house. After a bumper lobster season, all three of them happily held a lobster party. This was the first time in his life that Grandpa had eaten so much shrimp. He couldn't help but admire Yopi Soga. Thank you so much. Selling lobsters has money to pay Wana's tuition. And also has money to pay Juno Gui. Thank you so much. Seeing that my grandfather was a bit agitated, the more he spoke, the more he cried. Yi Wan-a immediately changed the subject. How could you scoundrel, do this? The other lobsters ran to the beach again, waiting for us to come catch you. So magical. But Yopi Mu Chian just nonchalantly replied. I said I'm a superhero, do you believe it? Yi Upmukian's answer was really unbearable, making Yi Wan-a upset. She angrily said it's okay if she doesn't want to say it. Then she shyly said thank you. Seeing her so shy, Yopi Mu Chian couldn't help but tease her. No need to thank me. As long as it's later when I massage you. Just don't hit me. When I heard about Yi Wan-a massage, I immediately got angry. If you don't take off my pants anymore, I won't hit you. Yi Wan-a looked like she was about to hit someone. Yopi Mu Chian quickly changed the subject again. Why do you have to talk about this trouble? Can't you let me be touched a little longer? While you two are teasing me. I tease him. Then suddenly a series of footsteps rang out. Who is it? Is the adult in the house? Grandpa immediately took the initiative to invite guests into the house. But he didn't expect that the person coming would be Juno Gui. Saw Juno Gui coming. Grandpa and Yi Wan-a were like a mouse seeing a cat. As the debtor sees the creditor. Juno Gui originally came here out of curiosity. Seeing everyone having such a luxurious meal, he immediately asked, what's so exciting about a large table of food? But Grandpa didn't bother to answer him, but pointed directly at Juno Gui and loudly scolded him. Juno Gui paid him the money. Why are you still here? Juno Gui doesn't want to wait too long. The old man immediately said, actually, I came here to make amends. It's convenient to talk a little about Hoja. Wana viewers here. I feel it with Hoja. Hearing that Juno Gui wanted to combine him and Hoja, Yi Wan-a immediately felt confused and wanted to find a place to avoid. Seeing her in an awkward position, Yopi Mu Chian had no choice but to act heroically to save the beauty. He also wanted to combine Wana with his nephew. Right? Said then he grabbed Yi Wan-a and declared his sovereignty. Today I can explain it clearly to you. She is my woman, who hugged the beauty in her arms and did not forget to threaten her. Let his grandson give up the idea of going. Seeing Yopi Mu Chian dare to hug him, even calling herself his woman, Yi Wan-a blushed and scolded you for being a scoundrel. Before he could finish his sentence, Yopi Mu Chian quickly squeezed her butt, leaving her unable to say anything. And having her butt squeezed in front of so many people like this, making Yi Wan-a embarrassed and speechless. He saw she still wanted to say more. Yopi Mu Chian immediately whispered. Perhaps she wanted to marry Yuho Ya. Here I help you. Avoid them from bothering you as said in the future. Yi Wan Aa is no longer comfortable refuting Yopi Mu Cheon. The only way is to follow his antics. In Junogui's eyes right now, Yi Wan Aa and Yopi Mu Cheon are having sex again. Hug each other in front of so many people. Junogui thought so without protesting. Looks like little Adu has a thing for him. You can only give up as a young person's matter or decide for yourself. Seeing that nothing could be resolved, Junogui had no choice but to leave. I suddenly remembered that I had something to do first. Junogui just walked out the door. Yvonne's anger couldn't be contained anymore, and she didn't even bother to pretend. Immediately rushed towards Yopi Mu Cheon and shouted loudly, "You scoundrel dared to squeeze this young lady and bite you to death." But there was no sound of fighting anywhere. Only heard Yvonne's screams of joy. This makes Junogui even more certain about Yi Wan A being Yeop Mukion's person. At night Yi Wan A quickly questioned Yopi Mu Cheon. "You scoundrel can really help my breasts grow bigger. Do thugs need to go under the knife? I'm afraid Yopi Mu Cheon is a charlatan." She asked a series of questions. "You won't put silicone in my chest? Like some beauty salons. Are you in pain? I'm so afraid of pain. Seeing you doubt your abilities." Yopi Mu Cheon can only give examples. Success for her. Little ado. "I used to do chest work for President Cheon Jeom. It's so simple to handle this. That President Cheon Jeom is just bragging." Yi Wan A didn't believe it at all. Yopi Mu Cheon can meet the president's Cheon Jeom. Now, Yopi Mu Cheon had already prepared a bowl of black medicine. Yi Wan A was curious again. "When I smelled it, I was surprised. Because this medicine smells really good." Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her stupid appearance. "I was immediately afraid that she would eat nonsense again. This is not for eating. Now start the massage, are you ready? Actually, I feel like you can think a little more unnecessarily and try to suppress your shame." Yi Wan A immediately refused to think again. She lifted her shirt and advised herself. "I felt like I was touched by a dog. Starting to be a dog." Heard Yi Wan A dare to compare herself to a dog. Yopi Mu Cheon did not bother to be polite. He dipped his hands into that black liquid and started reaching out towards that piece of flat land. As soon as Yeop Mukion's hand touched his chest, cool feeling, making Yi Wan A couldn't help but moan softly. This, and Yopi Mu Cheon when touching that piece of flat land. There is only an indescribable feeling of softness and hardness. This reminds me of Yopi Mu Cheon. Maybe the legend is right. Wang Jaso Mandu. After 1 hour of massage, Yi Wan A was exhausted and lying on the bed, breathing heavily. And Yopi Mu Cheon pretended to speak calmly. "Tomorrow I will give you some medicine, remember to take it on time." After finishing, he quickly left her room to a dark corner. He immediately checked his body and couldn't stop hating it. This body is also too weak. I just had a little massage but I'm so tired I can't breathe. Looking at this pose I have to make some tonic. Strong body. The owner of this body died of unknown causes. Have a strong body. If anything happens in the future, it will be easier to deal with. The more I think about it, the deeper I feel about the night sky. But then again it was a surprise. Living under pressure is also a type of technical job. Right now at Dongsheng, in a luxury villa, an old man and a young man are having a conversation. According to the person below, that bastard is dead. That middle-aged man can't believe what he's saying. Just heard him question, "What happened?" The attendant quickly explained, "I don't know the specific situation. I heard that he was murdered by some thugs." The more he talked, the uglier his face became. This is indirectly helping us clean up to see that the danger has been resolved. Middle-aged people also advised. You two probably don't even know the situation. Don't talk about this, just pretend you don't know. The boy immediately replied, and his expression became even more cunning. I know what to do. It's like you two don't even know when you see him. We can wait to see a good drama. And the worry is gone. Middle-aged man immediately asked about the boy's love life. That's right, how are you and Hangwall progressing? Self-proclaimed saint, can't you solve that woman? Ha ha, even though she claims to be a saint? But facing Hangwall, the black-haired guy could only mumble. Hang Wall is not like other women, who see their child as having no future. The middle-aged man immediately scolded. If she were like other women, then it is not Ouyang Hang Wall. This step is very important. Must hold her in hand. Our family's position can only be strengthened by cooperation with the Ouyang family. I'm afraid my father will be angry with me. He can only promise that I will do my best to stay here. Yopi Mu Qian was leisurely sitting and making medicine, when suddenly Yi Wan-a ran in like crazy. The scoundrel is not done. Go quickly, you're startled by her. The cup of medicine falls down and breaks. I see my medicine spent all day making. Now it can only be used as fertilizer. Yopi Mu Qian was heartbroken and scolded Yi Wan-a. Our medicine takes a long time to process. Who is there any medicine at this time? Yi Wan-a quickly urged. An epidemic broke out in the village. Grandpa told us to leave immediately. Yopi Mu Qian was surprised to hear the words pestilence. But Yi Wan-a doesn't have time to talk too much. She grabbed Yeop Mukian's hand and pulled him away. In short, run first. Yopi Mu Qian felt extremely confused. The epidemic is calm and healing. Why is there a pestilence? But now? A group of people who look like the epidemic prevention doctor. COVID stopped them again. To prevent the spread of the epidemic, you were immediately isolated and sent to the quarantine area, and found it impossible to leave the epicenter of the epidemic. Yopi Mu Qian angrily scolded him for nothing, which is said to be isolated. We are not infected. Get out of the way. But this doctor is not simple either. Don't say 2 words. Immediately pointed the gun straight at Yeop Mukian's face. The protester carried out a forced tranquilizer injection. Saw the opponent even use a tranquilizer gun. Then the anesthesia gun was also used. Why play so big? While thinking about how to leave this place, Yi Wan-a held his hand and advised him. Looks like I have to go with them. In the quarantine area, everyone is wearing protective gear. Wear mask carefully, because the epidemic situation is extremely complicated. Yi Wan-a and Yopi Mu Qian. Just like that, he was thrown into the quarantine area. Focus. The nurse has just guided them to the isolation room. Immediately shouted loudly at the 2 people. You guys wait here. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Qian frowned. His eyes looked thoughtfully at the surroundings. Saying he was isolated, but it's like being detained and waiting to die. So everyone here looks bored. Tired, everyone is visibly haggard. At this time a familiar adieu sound rings out. Yi Wan-a immediately recognized it. It was her grandfather that. Yi No-du saw both of them. We're all taken to quarantine camps. I immediately felt a bit of blame for my adieu. It's not what you said. Did you run away with the male lead? After all, why did it come back like that? Heard that. Yi Wan-a was also confused and replied to her grandfather. It was still because those people came too quickly. While one of the people was quarantined, immediately called out to old man Yi. Advised the old man not to torment himself. It's been a few hours since the outbreak was discovered until now. The entire village was also blockaded. No matter who he was, he couldn't run away. Hearing these words, old man Yi immediately fell into thought. Turned to ask Yi Wan-a what to do now. He is old. It doesn't matter if something goes wrong. After all, he won't live many years. Death is worth it as your adieu is still young. If anything happens. Mentioned here. Old man Yi immediately fell silent. Yi Wan-a also pondered. Seeing grandpa like that, there was also impatience in her heart. So she immediately called out to her grandfather. Reassure him there is no need to worry. Nothing will happen. The doctor has also arrived. Everything will pass very quickly. Old man Yi looked like he lost faith. Is there a bit of blame and complaint about doctor? If they can solve it. Also did not bring all the people in the village. Locked here. Meanwhile, the male protagonist was a bit thinking. What kind of disease had happened in the village? It is said that infected people will have symptoms. Body temperature heats up. Headache, muscle pain. His body is tense and uncomfortable, showing signs of confusion. Even though he is a pharmacist, he is not a doctor. With knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, you cannot master a disease like this. In such a situation, you still need to come out and observe a bit. He loudly reminded everyone, I'll go take a look myself. Yi Wan-a just heard that. saw Yopi Mu Cheon wanting to go out. Immediately panicked, quickly turned around and ran to stop him. She quickly said, "Yopi, scoundrel, he couldn't go." Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her and was quite surprised. Yi Wan-a reminded very urgently. What if he also gets infected? Old man Yi also continued to advise Yopi Mu Cheon. Even if you go out, I also don't know how. If only I could stay here. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that and smiled lightly. Advised them to rest assured. I'll be fine. Just like that, Yopi Mu Cheon walked out to see the situation. But as soon as he went out, he was stopped. Wei Gun-ji is the doctor in charge of this area. Just saw Yopi Mu Cheon running out. He loudly stopped. Angrily asked Yopi Mu Cheon what he was doing. Not said. This is not a place that many people can go. The male lead heard that and immediately explained. He went outside to get some fresh air. What is the situation now? I also want to know. The doctors are here. Have you figured out any solution yet? If possible, he can lend a hand. Wei Gun-ji heard Yopi Mu Cheon say that. Even more angry. They are all professors themselves. Cannot be resolved yet, let alone an anonymous person. Suddenly jumped out into the middle of the street like Yopi Mu Cheon. Can he help? He was upset and asked Yopi Mu Cheon to come back quickly. Don't mess up Deep Fu Thien's aesthetic here. In this era, the doctor also has such a bad temper. He immediately awkwardly said, "It's okay, he just keeps working and doesn't need to pay attention to me. Right now he's really. I don't have any patience with the male lead anymore." Directly shouted at me saying, "Are you deaf? You go back, do you hear?" Yopi Mu Cheon can't stand him anymore. But say it silently. This place is still your turn to move your arms and legs. To hear Yopi Mu Cheon say that, he immediately trembled with anger. And his face became distorted and ugly. Good, have courage. He immediately called security. And falsely accused Yopi Mu Cheon of wanting to spread the plague. Gotta give him a shot. No human being likes to be slandered. The male protagonist was already patient with him. But in the end it reached its limit. Get angry and rebut him and leave. I clearly said I wanted to help. But it ended up spreading the plague. He pointed straight at him. Questioned if he still has face. At this moment, a voice came from far away. Break up the argument between two people. What is the noise here? What happened? The person coming is Dr. O. Wei Gun-ji saw someone coming. Immediately pointed at Yopi Mu Cheon and said, "Oh no, you came at the right time." He said he had a way to solve the difficult problem. Hearing that, Nu seriously reminded him. Wei Gun-ji cannot speak nonsense. Young people like Yopi Mu Cheon. There is nothing similar to Dr. Yopi Mu Cheon does not give up. Immediately mocked Wei Gun-ji for being a pseudo-gentleman. This name suits him very well. Even more sarcastic about parents. He really knows how to see far ahead. When he gave that name to him. As soon as he heard that, he immediately became upset. I really want to fight Yopi Mu Cheon. Said, waving the male lead's hand. What's his name? Unrelated to Yeop Mukion's story. Asked him if he had anything to prove he was a doctor. And sarcastically said if he didn't have anything then get the hell away. What do you want to help? Harshly asked if Yopi Mu Cheon was worthy. The male lead was of course the author's favorite. He was extremely calm. Pointing at him, he asked, "What are the effects of Chinese medicine and honey mong flower?" Wei Gun-ji heard it and asked in surprise what. Didn't wait for him to answer. The male lead immediately smirked and smiled faintly. The effect is to clear heat and relieve fire. Specializes in treating people with foul mouths like him. At this moment, Wei Gun-ji got angry and grabbed Yeop Mukion's collar. Questioned the male lead. Who are you talking about? Tell me clearly. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't even care. He continued to sarcastically say that he was half compatible with Chu Sa. Tran Chow Mao, vision of God, can keep him from being dehydrated. Then let him do whatever crazy thing he does. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately waved his hand. Threw his hand aside. Said with cold and serious eyes. Compared to me, no one can understand medicinal herbs better. If even I am not worthy, then you're even less worth mentioning. Ono looked at this scene and was extremely surprised. Quickly asked if the male lead was a traditional doctor or not. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately buttoned his shirt. Calmly said, not daring to admit that I was not a doctor. It's just that I have a basic understanding of medicinal herbs. Ono gently pushed up his glasses. Very appreciative of a talented man like the male lead. I'm not a doctor, but I can give a prescription at your convenience. This little brother is so humble. He immediately took the role of the male lead. Leave that guy alone. I took you to see the patient. Just like that, Yopi Mu Cheon was taken to the hospital room to observe for a while. True symptoms are the same as described previously. The patient has poor facial expression. Body weakened. Ono immediately turned to ask the male lead. How was it discovered? The male lead immediately asked back. Let's see what he thinks about Wee Gun-ji just now. Humiliated in front of so many people. So he stayed inside the grave to hide his enemies. He just smiled and added fuel to the fire. I really think I have bravery. Turned out to be swordfish. I don't understand why you brought him here. What use does he have after all? Of course, the male lead can't let people talk about him arbitrarily. Say the wind like that. His cold eyes glanced at him. The male lead disdainfully said that he was a bit noisy. Just for that small action. Also sent chills down Wigunji's spine. Anger mixed with fear, making him unable to do anything. The male protagonist had to hold back in anger. And at the same time, there was frustration in Ono's heart. That guy spoke without thinking at all. Even so, he was scared by people's eyes. Working doesn't do any good. Choosing him was indeed a mistake at first. But the issue is important. Still have to be resolved first. Nu pushed up his glasses. Narrate what is written in the medical record. Let Yopi Mu Cheon know. Warming symptoms. Headache. Muscle pain appears in most cases. So he made a guess. This is because bacteria are contagious. Lead to infectious diseases. We have to wait for the test results to be able to conclude. Thought for a while before the male protagonist spoke up. Told Ono. I have a prescription that I can try once. Just give me a pen and paper to borrow. Just like that, the male lead started waving his pen. List the herbs needed in the prescription. Ephedra 20 grams, ginseng 20 grams, ephedra 15 grams. Cinnamon heart 10 grams, white dahlias 25 grams, almonds 10 grams. Room 20 grams. Of 3 tablespoons of water, boiled into a cup 3 times a day. Also named this remedy as Tuk Men Thang. Ono took a look and immediately admired Tuk Man Thang. This name he had seen in documents, but never seen it. Unexpected. A young person like Yopi Mu Cheon. And has such great medical skills. Ono immediately gave it to the nurse. Asked her to take it based on the prescription and try it out. Just like that, the nurse followed Ono's instructions and carried out. Wee Gun-ji over there is so excited. His mouth was full of discontent. Why bother complaining? As soon as the male protagonist heard this, he turned around and smiled at him. Made him shiver in fear. Of course, Yopi Mu Cheon also did not forget to tease him. Truly a puppet gentleman. There is not much bravery. But the opposite. He spoke insinuatingly but actually said it very smoothly. So he asked him if he had a wife. If so, take advantage of the opportunity to divorce early. Avoid bringing harm to others. Wee Gun-ji got angry when he heard that. I couldn't help but curse loudly and curse loudly. What do you mean? This matter must be explained clearly. Otherwise it won't be done. The male lead smirked. Asked him if his waist felt heavy and his legs were swollen. Unfavorable urination. Moreover, half of his body will often feel cold. He was scared when he heard that. Confused and asked why the male lead knew. Of course Yopi Mu Cheon had to tease him. Laughed enough to continue telling the symptoms he was experiencing. Not only that, he also had frequent headaches and dizziness. And poor sleep quality. I always dream about urinating many times at night. Wigunji's face was white and weak. And Wigunji's heart immediately panicked. How can the male lead say everything right? Just close your eyes. Yopi Mu Cheon also knew his condition. He has kidney failure, not to mention his current condition. There is absolutely no way to satisfy his wife. That's why the male lead told him to divorce early. After hearing that, he was both angry and embarrassed. Even stubbornly said that the male lead was talking nonsense. Even so, he spoke loudly. Every night he breaks bricks and screams for forgiveness. Don't you dare talk nonsense. The crowd was talking loudly at this time. Laughed sarcastically. Look at Wigunji's face like this. It's really like being told that. Looks healthy on the outside but is like that. As a matter of fact, I know people by their faces but they don't know their kidneys. So pitiful. Wigunji is unbearable right now. He trembled angrily at the same time. The nurse followed Yeopmukyeon's prescription. Already finished cooking and put it up. Ono didn't hesitate, but urged the patient to drink. Just like that, the nurse gives medicine to the patient to take. Under Ono's supervision. About 1 hour later, under everyone's observation, the patient indeed made good changes. Face crimson, regular breathing, currently sleeping. Wigunji looked at this scene and was frightened. In doubt, could it be that Yeopmukyeon is truly a genius doctor? If so, then his illness can be cured. This time he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. I'm very shy. Respect the miracle Dr. Yopi to the male lead. He immediately confessed everything to him. I honestly don't dare to hide my bad temper today. It's also because my wife looked down on me last night. Kick off the bed. I hope you can forgive. But Yeopmukyeon did not hesitate at all. Let go of a guy who doesn't treat him. Hearing that, his heart immediately became more panicked. I begged the male lead because he's only 30 years old. There are many positions that you have never done or tried before. Just like that, he was not willing to weaken. Begged the male lead to help him treat him. As long as the male lead helps, he will definitely pay a high price. Yeopmukyeon immediately turned around and said to himself, weak face. His subordinates were powerless because he was so drunk that he harmed his body. It has nothing to do with you, you're not the doctor. If you don't have medical ethics, you won't necessarily be saved. What the person wants to do is completely his hobby. After saying that, he turned around and left him. Of course. Before leaving, the male main commander said goodbye to them. Now that the plague has been resolved, other patients can rely on prescriptions. Goodbye, everyone. Just look at Yeopmukyeon's leaving back. There are thoughts in my heart that are difficult to describe. And at this moment, Wigunji regrets endlessly. He is so blind. Whoever doesn't tease will tease the right doctor. After all, how should he cure this disease? Ono followed the habit of pushing his glasses. I felt a sigh in my heart once again. This young man is profound and unpredictable. Not a simple person at all. 7 days later, through using Yeopmukyeon's remedy, in the village, more than 10 people are infected with infectious diseases. Has also been treated, and the epidemic has been controlled. There are also no new people infected with the disease. The epidemic crisis was also eliminated. For all people, everyone admired Yeopmukyeon's ability. Everyone cheered and praised him as a genius doctor. Yopi, I thank you on behalf of the village. With this appreciation of the people, the male lead very modestly denied it. I'm not a doctor. After all, Yeopmukyeon returned to daily life again. Re-nurturing his body, he applied a bunch of herbs on his body and then he shouted, "Ah! Use your absorption power little by little." In just a few moments, the male lead absorbed everything. He thought to himself, spending a few days recuperating. The originally weak body finally became stronger. Of course, Yeopmukyeon's concern, not just the upper half of his body. He let out a low growl. Rise up. Just like that, it really raised its head. The male lead couldn't help but laugh happily. This little brother sometimes shows up and sometimes doesn't show up. As normal as powerless. But it's very fierce. Men whose bodies are capital are delayed. We can't delay anything, little brother. Yi Wan-a was happy when he heard about it. Stepped forward to announce the good news. Told Yeopmukyeon about the upcoming interview. But just walked to the door. Was immediately caught in the eye by this little girl like Yi Wan-a. How can one withstand such intense power? Is it okay from the male lead's little brother? She immediately blushed and shouted loudly. You scoundrel, what did you let me see? Moreover, she did not forget to wave her hands and feet. Even with my eyes closed. He conveniently threw away the bottle he was holding. Just heard the bottle was thrown away. Unfortunately, it hit the male lead's little brother. Yeopmukyeon was in pain and helpless. No one can understand this pain. He trembled and leaned helplessly against the wall. Damn, my little brother had a hard time getting better. Don't beat him up either. In another development, a girl calls herself Wang Bomsa. The TV reporter came to find the male lead. She didn't come alone, but dragging a group of people behind, blocking the main south road. She was very familiar with interview lines. Confidently began to speak. Hello, my name is Wang Bomsa, a television reporter. Rude today. I came here to interview you a bit. I wonder if you could give me a little time. Or not. Yopi Mu Cheon was lazy. Pointing at his handsome, flawless face, said leisurely, You want to come find me? First of all, I'm not a genius doctor. Not even the doctor. Monday, I don't have free time, please leave. The male lead thought to himself. The owner of this body was most likely murdered by an enemy. If I show my face on TV now, current location may be revealed. At that time, the enemy chased and killed him. Thinking about this, the male lead really doesn't want to die. He then skillfully pushed this interview over to Dr. O's people. I'm just a normal person. Dr. O's people are the key players. But Wang Bomsa still didn't want to let him go. She immediately continued. Everyone in the village said he was a genius doctor. You definitely cannot ignore him. And she punched and rubbed him at the same time. Seduce him with other sweet words. Receiving interviews can also enhance reputation. You don't want to be spoiled. When the villagers heard that, they cheered even more. That's right, Yopi, magician, please accept the interview. If you just say your name, are you afraid you won't have any money? This is a good opportunity. Yi Wan A is just like them. Naive and doesn't understand. Finally think about the good future they have drawn. Two cannot immediately exclaim. If the Muchin occasion is okay. If you go on TV, you will definitely gain fame. This is really good to hear. The male lead immediately joked with this stupid girl. Little ado, go play somewhere else, don't interfere. Yi Wan A naturally doesn't like being considered a child. He immediately pouted and snorted, making Wang Bomsa even more like a little power. Keep beating and not die. She used the crowd to seduce the male lead. Receive interviews. I see everyone says I'm the doctor. Don't hide anything. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and smiled lightly. Then he immediately pointed his finger at Wang Bomsa. A bit of a rogue and joking around. Everyone in the village says she is my wife. So may I ask, are you my wife? Everyone was scared and cried out. Soja is truly domineering. During the day, he dares to tease Wang Bomsa. Times have really changed. Wang Bomsa laughed lightly hearing that. Want me to be your wife? First, you have to accept me for an interview. Even though you said that. But in her heart she was resentful. The male lead dares to take advantage of her. Tell yourself that you have to be patient and you must be patient. I absolutely won't let this bastard escape. Yopi Mu Cheon saw this scene and smiled lightly. Being teased by strangers like that and still being able to endure it. Truly a person with a great mind. This type of person doesn't need to be married. Yi Wan-A also very much agreed in her heart. That's right, that's how it should be. You don't need to marry Wang Bomsa as your wife. But she also admired how ugly this scoundrel was. Everyone dared to tease. During that time, in the distance, loud laughter was heard. Ha ha, what's so noisy? The person who came turned out to be Ono Dr. O. Yopi Mu Cheon also partly guessed it. Frowned and questioned. Was he the one who said everything about eliminating her pestilence? Ono smiled lightly. All credit belongs to Yopi Mu Cheon. How dare he take credit for your exquisite medical skills? Made him have hope in traditional medicine. Such a talented person must definitely save many diseases from the hands of death. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and was immediately upset. Saving people is the doctor's job. What does it have to do with you? The male lead pointed at the cameraman. Ask him to stop immediately. At the same time, we have to hand over the video. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. If that video is leaked, even you will have a hard time protecting yourself, let alone to save people. I need you to help me investigate. Someone to investigate my identity. At this moment the male lead has reached the limit of his patience. He got frustrated and started a verbal argument with her. I also have the right not to accept interviews. Asked her to hand over the video and leave. But she was very impressed. He looked annoyed and spoke very reasonable words. My hand became like that because you did harm. Wang Bomsa heard that and immediately pretended to be angry and said, "It's not like she meant it that way." Only blamed Yopi Mu Cheon for unreasonably stopping her. After teasing her, she still endured it. Let alone, it's just a little interview, not asking for your life. As it sounds to outsiders. They all advised the male lead to accept the interview. Anyway, it's also helpful for your future development. It's really not advisable to make such a fuss. Yopi Mu Cheon frowned slightly. Originally, he planned to stay in the fishing village for a few days. I didn't think the news would spread so quickly. Looks like I have to leave here and do whatever I think. The male lead pointed at Wang Bomsa's face, asked her to come into the room to talk to him, and only allowed her in. Hearing that, she immediately panicked. Immediately hugged his body with his hands, looking angry. Shouted loudly, "What do you want to do? I'm weak, so you want to humiliate me?" Moreover, she even scolded the fool for going with him. The male lead smiled when he saw this scene. Right? Wang Bomsa invited her to look at her hands. Only then did she realize the problem. Looked down at her blackened hands. Immediately frightened. She was both angry and scared. Tears welled up in the corner of my eyes. Scolded Yopi Mu Cheon for being a bastard. "What have you done to me?" The male lead immediately turned around, glanced at her and said contemptuously, "If you don't want both hands to be like that for the rest of your life, only you can cure her madness." Pointing at his back, he scolded him. "Damn, you threaten me. Don't think. In this world, he is the only one who knows how to diagnose illness." She angrily turned to Ono for help. "I want to ask him to help me. How should this be cured?" Ono habitually pushes his glasses. As always, proceed to observe. But even he himself was surprised. "This," he exclaimed and admitted that he was already old, and could only see it. "This is due to many mixed drugs. Don't say cure. What kind of medicine is this?" He also didn't know. As expected of this one sentence of his. It was like lightning striking Wang Bomsa's ears. "Looks like she's done," then she panics. Eyes filled with tears of dismay. How difficult is it to avoid confusing thoughts? Even Go Ba Ba had no clue at this moment. Looked surprised. Ups and downs of thoughts. Tangled like silk. The man slowly chose his advice. "Please go inside with Yopi Soga. Although he is a bit reckless, he is not inherently bad. Otherwise he would not have planned to solve the epidemic." In return, his eyes were indomitable and full of stubbornness. Stubbornly wanted to see what he could do. At first glance, in his round eyes, his figure was hidden. When facing him, she frowned slightly. Focus all eyes on the other person. He finally spoke. In a gentle voice. Gently set up agreed upon conditions for both of you. Causing the journalist Wang girl to quietly swallow. Take a sip of saliva. Listen to every word so you can get treatment. Journalist Wang, I want to ask you to help me with something. As a condition, I helped her heal her hand. But she was very impressed. He looked annoyed and spoke very reasonable words. My hand became like that because you did harm. Do you think I will respond so quickly after that? He arrogantly responded harshly, leaving her with no way back. She must respond. If treatment is not performed within 1 hour, her hands will forever become like that. Followed by a specific exchange. About investigating his true identity. I need you to help me investigate. Someone to investigate my identity. As soon as this sentence was uttered, his sound is always up and down. Calm eyes. The series of operations, like flowing water and smooth sailing, made her even more confused. Feels weird. I thought I heard wrong. His mouth couldn't help but open his mouth. Your mind isn't broken, is it? Who are you that you need me to investigate? Further, based on what do you think I can find out? Her bossiness was quickly extinguished by him. Instead, it's a sarcastic attitude. With a very detailed explanation. Don't pretend that your status is absolutely abnormal. Otherwise, she's a really bad journalist. Not. She was fired early, maybe 10 times, maybe 8 times. And I also asked other people. Oh no, the other end is truly the northern mountain. In the medical world, she can call him oh uncle so intimately. Even cooed with him. This is also not a normal person. She has that attitude, which makes her quieter. Unsightly face. It's hard to avoid having worries in your head. Because he guessed part of the mystery and his identity. This person absolutely cannot just look at the outside. It's not simple. To tell you the truth, I lost my memory. After saying that, are narrations that he added himself. The reason why I woke up near this fishing village. It was most likely caused by someone throwing it into the sea. My plan was to hide it in the village. Silently investigate clues. You guys showed up and disrupted the plan. For me, I've died once and don't want to die again. The second time, successfully silenced her, stunned by the truths he revealed. After listening, she hesitantly touched his lips. What you said is true. You really have lost your memory. Look at that upright yet indifferent appearance. She hides her judgments and choices within herself. Different from before, if he was really thrown into the sea by the enemy. So, the others affirmed that they would kill him again. I just want to interview. I didn't think it would harm anyone. Suddenly a basin of water was dropped. The splashing drops of water brought her back to her senses. I don't need to deceive her. Let alone if she wasn't so noisy. My situation is so dangerous. So you had to help me. Put the white powder into the pot. Quickly became one with the water. She hesitated whether this was the antidote. Put her hands down and soaked for 3 minutes. Although she didn't know if it could cure her. But she still listened to what he said. In the end, with the effectiveness of the medicine, she got rid of the toxins. Her eyes were filled with joy and her voice was full of surprise. Praise is really beneficial. Such effectiveness is obvious. It was just like a martial arts novel. He saw this scene. Back against the wall. Slowly repeat the agreement I've finished saying. The rest is given to her. Outside everyone is waiting for the results. As soon as they see their white hands. No damage to her. Immediately gathered into a group. Opened his eyes and exclaimed full of admiration. Quickly looked at the fake Wang's hand. Truly, the restoration of heaven and earth to their original form is so miraculous. As expected, Yopi is a genius doctor. She paid no attention. Eyes looked up to the silhouette of the young man. Help me with something he asked me to do. I will do it carefully. When she finished, she led the way and told everyone to go back. So Yopi, what did you and Bomsa do say? What are you asking for? Suddenly a monotone voice from behind rang out. Making him frown. What's wrong with you no do? He's mysterious and full of glasses. I'm just afraid you guys are too stressed. Not good ending. Do you know what her identity is? So Yopi doesn't know what you intend to approach. Our hospital is in the traditional medicine department. The chair position is vacant. I don't know if you're interested. No-do rubbed his hands and smiled with friendly eyes. But in return was his decisive refusal. Not interested. Now the interview is over. It's okay, go back. No-do hasn't said enough yet. Continue the column to attract employees. This time it deals an attractive economic blow. Don't rush to refuse. Head of the Department of Chinese Medicine. I can also push you to a higher position. The garage and money are all small things. But he still refuses. No-do thanked him for his kindness and accepted his kindness. I'm not the doctor. So even though he has more conditions to lure people, I also have no way to respond. Finished speaking and sent the person out the door, leaving him with a shocked face. At nightfall, he looked through the window and looked at the sky. The bright moon. Behind is the sound of a familiar girl. She looked at him with lingering eyes and spoke in a hooligan voice. I really have to go. How can I not go? He heard it and had to take a deep breath. The words in my heart are already woven. Just waiting for an opportunity to speak. Many things like that happen. I can't stay here anymore. Originally planning to wait a few more days. She shook her head in protest. Sincerely say that you want to go through difficulties with him. I'm not afraid. Is there anything we can face together? I'm not afraid of him looking at her with his eyes open. Rubbing his head and laughing. Made her feel even more regretful. Both of them promised each other. Ha ha ad stupid me. Even though I'm moving out, maybe I'll go to school to see you. You naive, stupid girl. I'm afraid the other person is cheating, so I want to hook up with him. Really, I had to turn my hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately joined her in doing childish tricks. Twisting his arms, then twisting his arms. At that time his endless thoughts kept him awake. Why do I always feel sad inside? This is the good taste of having someone care. Old man familiar in the house. looked at him and kindly said, "Yopi Soga. I'm old and can't do anything. Now is the world of young people. Take action. No matter what you decide, I will support you." "Thank you," he replied with a smile. The atmosphere changed. As soon as Yuho Ya opened the door, he suddenly bowed sincerely. "Yopi, the miracle doctor, begged you to accept me as your disciple." She was bewildered and verified once on behalf of everyone. "Are you here to worship a monk?" Few words, many ideas. He directly hit his knee, making him satisfied, and did not hesitate to praise Soja that your eyes are quite good. "If you know how to work with me, you can definitely succeed. Unfortunately, I have no intention of accepting students. You should go back." He was sweating and wanted to prove himself. "Master, do I have any place?" "Still can't make you satisfied. Don't be afraid to tell me, I'll change it. I will definitely change it until you are satisfied. But I cannot change his decision. You go back, I really don't accept students." He thought to himself, "Did you finally hear me talk? Is this called master?" Directly opened his mouth and called out master. Makes people startled. "My master really wants to study with you. Master, please make it happen. Don't wait long." He continued to express his sincerity by repeatedly banging your head. It makes the elderly people next to them really unable to watch. Broken. Marrying someone with an intelligence quotient can't be messy. It was definitely Ju no Gui who instigated it, no Ho-ri. Even she had a hard time stopping it. "Hoja, stand up," Big Brother Yopi said one-on-one. "It's useless for you to kneel like that." Hoja raised his face and happily agreed. Saying said the right thing, "I'm standing up now." Just saying that changed the subject, causing the person being called. Saying suddenly blushed and saw his face turned red. Saying, "What do you say?" Saying, "Who is saying? You shouldn't say nonsense. Leave the sentence behind." Later, this disciple donated beautiful stacks of pink money, making the entire family of 3 look dumbfounded as they cheerfully waved their hands goodbye. Master saying, 20,000 is what I give to everyone. If not enough, come find me." I retreated first. Then no one knew the girl next to him. Didn't pay attention to the other guy's recent series of actions, but only paid attention to the 2 words saying, full of happiness. Saying is so happy to be called like that. After all the transaction waiting for the desired response, the day has finally come. Journalist Wong returned, along with the news he brought with him. Journalist Wong came to find me so quickly. "Is there any news yet?" Capital said that. "You will quickly know your own identity when you see your face." Not only that, there was still a gloomy sound around. So he calmly asked directly, "What does she mean by that look on her face? Why are you looking at me like I'm trash?" It's really the person holding the file above. The hands and eyes want so much contempt. It's scary. She handed over the papers. The voice seemed to carry an unpleasant tone. "See for yourself and receive the file in your hand." Their fingers often touch each other. Right away, her reaction became extremely fluctuating. The hair on my arms and legs jumped up and down. Quickly took the piece of paper. Thoroughly cleaned the traces you caused. Obnoxious, nauseous, quickly wiped away. Endured the strange situation up until now. Seeing this exaggerated appearance made him confused. Can't hold back. Scold and curse. "What the hell is that? I'm neither. What reason did you do that? Hurts the world," he said as he opened the pile of papers. Muttering mouth. When I saw her still diligently cleaning. "Are you working so hard?" But then this sentence has popped into his awareness in the present. Made his eyes stunned, flipping through the pile of papers in a hurried search. In the end, he could only throw them away in anger. With a clear mind, he finished saying that. "Great journalist Wong, are you sure these documents are all mine?" Without hesitation, when he asked the question, he immediately received her extremely venomous answer. "Absolutely correct. Breathe the same air as you. I just feel nauseous." Her eyebrows furrowed her fingers without any humility. Just a straight voice that clearly shows distaste, but also adds certainty about the profile information she brought. This made him feel even more shocked. "Can't believe it, but had to roll my eyes and read the words written on the paper over and over again." Cursing mouth. It turned out that it was due to the status being investigated. Is a playful person. Besides being extremely scummy, I only know how to ask my family for money. Every night out of habit. hanging out at major nightclubs in the city, experiencing an information flood. A little bit left him shocked to death. In the end, I had to give in to my thoughts. Endlessly. Which was in the world before him. Even female beauty is not that close. But reincarnated his client. I didn't expect to be such a broken person. Has now been proven. Why when near Yi Wan-a? He wanted to take advantage of her. It turned out that this body was playing a trick. Watching the man's constantly changing appearance. The girl behind him, who was still disgusted, suddenly timidly opened her mouth. Looking at his expression, maybe he really lost his memory? I really don't remember anything. Hearing this confusion, he immediately asserted his integrity. Of course Yopi Mo, the upright person. How can it be like Saek Lang? Day and night, he always thinks about taking advantage of women. He thought to himself, don't know if it's a coincidence. The original owner's body is also called Yopi Mu Cheon. So the opposite is good. The future can reduce many troubles. Looking at such certainty, she immediately did not continue the previous topic. Immediately talking about things on paper. Also found some other news. Even though this document has dozens of pages on paper, it's all about how many women he's harmed. But on the contrary, there's a bit of other news. He also has a company and a fiancé. He nodded in agreement. Yes, I see this too. Because as soon as I took a look, he already memorized all the notable information. Still celebrating the fact that he was single in his previous life. Up to now, even his fiancé has. But the great journalist Wang puts on a serious look. Additional information regarding company and fiancé issues. As far as I know, the other company seems to be in trouble. And your fiancé is also in danger. What danger? He immediately asked with an expression that seemed to contain concern. And she didn't waste time. Frankly replied that people had harmed him. Mentioning the two words harm immediately evokes suspicious points, causing him to silently thread the chain. Everything harmful. The original owner of this body was thrown to Wang San. Maybe these two things have any connection with each other. Just speculated. He immediately wanted to know the exact answer. So I immediately asked her, do you know who did it? But in return, is the opponent's extremely indifferent indifference. Why should I tell you? Looks like I don't need to tell you. Her eyes were calm, direct, and straightforward. This is your story. This look made him frown and judge. He guessed in just a split second. The other person wants to exchange information with me. He asked her what she wanted to know. About this part which made her extremely interested. So it's very generous to give him a little appreciation. Smart. I just like to socialize with smart people. Immediately went to the center. Ask a question with the intention of wanting to know why. Before, I didn't know medical techniques. But now that I know. He heard it and laughed softly. The voice had power as if it was stating the obvious. Journalist Wang, what if I say I don't know? Following closely behind is a sentence that still has no meaning as a joke. But there was a thread in the words. Right now there's only the two of us in the room. Wana and No Do are all out shopping. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to you? She answered confidently. Why should I be afraid? You're very reasonable. The situation is now dangerous. The one being chased and killed is you, not me. Suddenly, he rushed to hug her and hold her down, causing both of them to fall on the cold ground. This was successful. Is an arrogant girl, suddenly panicked and angry. Damn cursing, what are you doing? If you don't explain, I will take action. Tell me that this lady is a 5th Dan Judo. You can't take advantage of it. Don't let her talk too much. He immediately used the silent sign to remind her. There were bullet marks on the wall, making her sit up and blink in shock. The shooter was still outside the house. He confirmed that the incident was happening. Dangerous situations. Everyone was on guard. She was scared and asked him what to do now. He didn't know what to do. She asked me, how do I know? Heard her confused and scared. It's also annoying to get into a messy mess. Especially the scale of life and death. So I want you to think of a faster way. Damn it, on the contrary, he thought of a way to hurry up. These people are definitely coming to kill him. Silently scolding him, but very quickly he was speechless. It's not certain that Nadu's family is a high-ranking person. Who knows if he offended anyone? Quickly call the police. Is now the time to talk about love? She pulled out her phone and said angrily. Who will talk about love with me? truly shameless in anger. She wanted to use her phone to save herself, but unfortunately, a heavy cold object fell from above, causing her to stiffen. Hand over the phone. At this moment the pistol quietly landed on her head. Through the window frame, looked up to see the great journalist Wang being threatened. He couldn't help but feel restless in his heart. Finally, under strong oppression from the enemy, she had to hand over the phone. The door was immediately opened. A group of bad guys with weapons in their hands, with a neat uniform, successfully broke into the house. Threatened to escape quickly. If not, the window won't close. Who are you? Big journalist Wang was scared, but still forcefully questioned. And the other guy quickly answered, "This is not important. The important thing is that you all have to die today." He saw that the situation was not good. Immediately wanted to extend the time. I had to ask them to settle accounts with her. Are you here to find her? It's okay to have revenge, resentment, revenge. It's okay for you to consider me non-existent. I won't say this today. Hearing this made her cry. Angrily, he threw his high heels over his head. Choked voice filled with resentment against Yopi Mu Qian. He is still a man. How can men do this? It's truly a disgrace to men in the world. We will remember today's story. The guy holding the gun outside the door climbed in and said all sorts of sarcastic things. Handily pointed the gun at his head. No nice guy. Outside the station you are a useless one-eyed child. Looks like it's true and not fake. Killing that kind of person dirty my hands. Up to this moment, he had to play a role that didn't need dignity, just life. So don't kill me either. Let me go and you won't dirty your hands. Making them laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, you absolutely can't survive today. She saw that he was that kind of person. Immediately extremely disappointed. Hateful look. I knew early on that this person was that kind of person. Didn't help him. He waved his hand and threw everything away. The burden fell directly on her head. I'm afraid I want to disappoint you today. I definitely can't die. Because do you know who No Do is? The change in events made her blood boil. Damn it, shut your mouth for me. But he's still the same. And knows how to make fun jokes. Tell you the truth, No Do is her house. Is the head of Dongsheng City. If you kill her, do you think you can run away? However, the counterattack threatens those holding these weapons. Makes them feel bored. Because they have already investigated everything. We already knew this. Is there anything else? He was startled by the calmness of the crowd. They lost their voices in difficulty. Understandably sweaty face. What do you all know? So do you dare to kill her? The answer in return is a message just for you. Don't dare like we dared to kill you. Furthermore, our target today is you. Not joking. They both looked at him with the gun in his hand. This situation made her laugh out loud. Uttering two interesting words, she patted his shoulder continuously. Mixed with crisp laughter. Is a promise to visit you this day next year. Burn some incense sticks. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's too comfortable and retribution. And let you, this bastard, betray the young lady. Rest assured that this day next year I will come to your grave. Burning some incense. He suddenly held her hand with a serious look. His voice also became a little colder. Okay, no joking around with you guys. After speaking, he immediately stuffed a strip of medicine into her mouth, making her mistakenly think he was planning to harm her. Damn it, what did you put in my mouth? He looked at her and explained. This is a tonic used to neutralize medicinal properties. She can understand it as an antidote. After listening to the explanation, she looked at him in confusion. Suddenly a spell like a sentence appeared. One word fell and successfully defeated 3 opponents. Come uninvited. This is what happened. This bastard just waved his hand. The guys holding the gun immediately fell down. She was surprised by the sudden change in the situation. The bad guys were lucid and confused. Don't know what's going on. Why can't their bodies move? I feel like I'm being sucked out of all my energy. A guy nervously asked, being obnoxious. What have you done to us? Same question. She also didn't know when he had laid hands on her. How could he do that? But that face only smiled happily. Explain the operations to defeat the enemy. In silence. Very simple. This small prize of powdered medicine was easy to hide. From the moment they entered. I did that. And argued with them just now. No do at her house. It's just wasting time. Let the medicine rule. His explanation surprised her. I didn't see that he still had such a plan. And now the chessboard has changed to him. The initiative belongs to him. Looking at the people lying on the ground, he slowly interrogated the mastermind behind them. The three of you, please tell me who sent you to kill me. And reveal the mastermind behind it. Let me give you a little comfort. Of course you can choose not to answer. Scary face. But they didn't immediately declare it because of that. Useless brat. Don't you dare stay where they are. Let's ask for a little clue. Put this notion aside. He was calm in the face of that opposition. Slowly remove the shirt buttons. Most of you interrogate using guns. But I may be a little different from you. You have many ways to make your life worse. More dead. He took off his shirt and inside were different drugs. With a smug look on his face, he told everyone to choose one. Let's see how your luck is. The male lead opened his shirt and it was full of colorful medicine bags. Wang Bomsa asked what this was. The male lead spoke confidently to the girl. Wang Bomsa treasure. One of them can also cure her constipation. The girl blushed shyly and quickly denied it. Yopi Mu Cheon, who is constipated, what eyes do you see? I smell Yopi Mu Cheon and you feel constipated. His whole family is constipated. The guy held out his hands. Let's go to the three Yopi Mu Cheon men. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Yopi Mu Cheon. Let's continue to correct. Yopi Mu Cheon took a bag of medicine and held it in his hand. Said to that scar-faced guy. Yopi Mu Cheon, quickly tell me which one you want to choose. Do you want me to give you a hand or not? Yopi Mu Cheon. I recommend this. The scar-faced guy replied tremblingly. It's useless to pretend to be a ghost and pretend to be a god here. Sir, I'm not afraid of you. The male protagonist began to unwrap the medicine. Looking at someone like that is courageous. I'll let someone try it a bit first. And then spread the powders in that medicine packet. In the faces of the blue shirt guys. I haven't had a chance to try this powder since I made it. Can be tested on humans. You guys are blessed. He even said he was happy to be able to try this medicine. The scarred guy said that nothing happened. The guy with dark glasses even threatened Yopi Mu Cheon. There wasn't even a bean on the face. Soja people are here pretending to be gods and ghosts. Waiting for the big guys to move. I will definitely beat you to death. The male protagonist held his shirt and asked confidently. You better look a little more. What kind of person is he now? At this moment, the scar-faced guy looked at the guy wearing it. Respectfully, it seems the medicine is starting to work. I'm leaving. What's wrong with you? I don't know what happened. Maybe single for a long time. Suddenly felt like you looked very beautiful. Then the scarred guy came forward and tried to kiss the guy wearing glasses. We can't stand it anymore. The guy wearing glasses was starting to get scared and started saying he would confess. Don't come here, you shouldn't come here. I said I would finish. Bomsa couldn't help but see this scene. Pull out your phone and dial mom. This is so fascinating. Wang Bomsa took the opportunity to turn back. And continued talking. Now the medicinal herbs have not penetrated enough. The best people summarize and get to the point. If I don't wait for your ass to bloom, it will be too late. The guy with the scarred eyes is hugging and kissing the guy with glasses. The guy wearing glasses said, Is you Bak UC Real Estate Group? He told us to come. The male lead asked him why he sent you guys to kill me. The scar-faced guy started taking off his pants. What was he going to do to the guy with glasses? The guy wearing glasses said, Didn't know we were assassins who only cared about killing people. I beg you to let me go. I have felt it. There's something hard on the back. The other girl said, You Bak, this person I know. Yopi Mu Cheon said, handing over the medicine bag. You guys bring the medicine and share it among yourselves. The body will be free to function. This time, spare your lives. That guy wearing glasses cried a river. Seeing the medicine package was like seeing God thanking him for sparing his life. We don't dare to come back in the future. The other girl asked. Letting them go is as simple as that. But they are coming to kill you. The male lead smiled sinisterly and replied. Of course he wouldn't let them go that simply. We'll also give them a happy next half of their lives. All those assassins drank that medicine package and it was even more exciting. After that they quarreled a lot and didn't know why. After eating the antidote, everyone felt a bit strange. So hot. Suddenly the male lead stared at the girl. The girl said, "Why are you staring at me?" Coveting the lady's beauty. But one sentence destroyed the above statement. Yopi Mu Cheon said she had the beauty of a fart. Quickly take out your phone. The girl still refused, with the intention of taking her phone. Based on what? But what the male lead said surprised her. Didn't you think that I would help you cure your constipation? Why did you feel shy and angry at the same time? Who wants you? Who is constipated? He immediately turned and walked out the door. As I walked, I said, "Wong Bomsa, okay. If that's the case, then it's as if I didn't say anything. Let me save the video for you to watch at the bathroom." Also advised her about constipation. Don't be too focused at that time. It's not good for her to sit down and make her legs numb. That girl pulled the male lead Yeop Mukion's sleeve. "Wait a minute." She blushed and said, "You really can help me." The male protagonist continued to speak. "Wong Bomsa, you and that pseudo-gentleman are both equally bad-tempered. Clearly has an illness but wants to pretend to be Wong Bomsa. If I weren't in a good mood, I'd be too lazy to pay attention to you. Pull up your shirt so I can touch your belly." The girl suddenly asked why she had to touch her belly. The male lead asked again. I asked again if she wanted to be treated. But she refused. But it seems like my hands and feet still don't listen. She blushed and pulled up her shirt, revealing Wong Bomsa's naughty waist. "Even if you touch it, it's just your stomach." He even threatened the male lead if he dared to touch other places. "I guarantee I will remove your hand. Just to touch it lightly." Which the girl cried out. The male lead said to her and then thought about Yopi Mu Cheon. "Don't move. Ha ha, even this sour lemon lady can't cure it. What do we have left that is the holy medicine? Actually, clothes can do the same." I just see Yopi Mu Cheon staring at her belly. Her hand was still there and she screamed. "Haven't you touched enough? This position is very embarrassing." The male lead said his stomach was bloated and felt a hard mass. "Dry mouth, dry tongue, dry limbs are sweating." He turned to write it down and said rhubarb 15 grams. Only 15 grams of real fruit and 12 grams. What kind of situation is this? He's there beating people again, what should we do? Co Wanhwa calmly said this. In short, let's watch a little more. Yopi Mu Cheon continued and gave her the handout. Only real form first. 2,000 milliliters of water makes up to 1,000 milliliters. The medicine must not run out. Continue adding rhubarb to the broth for 1 hour. Take the residue and put it back into the pepper. Use low heat until it boils. The girl asks if this really works. The male protagonist immediately quotes the price whether he likes it or not. Conveniently mentioning this prescription is not given for free. She has a total of 20 words. Selling price 20,000. She said loudly, "Damn you, why don't you go rob it?" She said 20 words out loud and he charged me 20,000. One word costs 1,000 and you still charge money according to the word. Wanna along with him come in. Oh. Bomsa is coming to visit. He greeted the girl and said journalist Wong was coming. It was just right. I buy a lot of delicious food. Wait a while here and eat. The girl said thank you to the Yi family, the male main character told. A dude took this to burn. Wanna asked. This is. The girl said wait. I'll give you money you bastard. The girl said to Wanna. So Wan she later distanced herself from someone a bit. This person eats human flesh without spitting out the headbone. The girl continued. Write a 20-word prescription for me for 20,000. Dark mind. The old man and Wanna suddenly said Yi Wan A and Mr. Yi. 20 words 20,000. 1 word 1,000. Yi Wan A and Mr. Yi this. This is too exaggerated. The male lead said this is already a friendship price. I really want to talk about prescription prices. It's not even a word of thousands of dong. As simple as that. Conveniently mention that I will leave tomorrow. The second day, the male lead was preparing to leave and gave instructions. When it comes to catching lobsters, 2 people need to be a little humble. Absolutely do not let outsiders know. If that prescription gets out, it will cause disaster. The old man said yes. I already knew this in my heart Soga. You definitely won't stay for a few more days. Wanna said Yopi is a scoundrel. Do you really have to go? Didn't he say he wouldn't go that fast? The male lead replied that he had been missing for such a long time. I also have to go home to see what he thinks. The assassins have all come to the door. No matter what, you have to go as fast as you can. Wana seemed angry and said let's go. Best go now huh? Before leaving Muchin even teased Wana. It's not like Yi Wan-a won't be able to meet you in the future. Don't be like that. If you're bored, I will often come to school to ask about your health. Conveniently help you check your wound. She blushed and said Yopi Mu Cheon. Mention of injuries is not allowed. The male lead said Yi Wan-a. Ha ha ha, see you again. Bobsa told him. Where will you go next? Return to your fiancé. Muchin replied. The fiancé's whereabouts were unknown. A miserable woman supporting the company for so long, even being harmed by people. Said inside. I owe her so much. Looked up at the sky and said to Bamsa. Immediate work. Must think of a way to find out who is behind. Dongsheng City. The girl said. This place is busy enough. The amnesiac then woke up in a small village. You're not scared, are you? The male lead replied that it was okay, he thought. The car runs on the ground. 80 years from now, what kind of low-level vehicle does this world have? She said it out loud, and if you don't pretend at all, you could die, really. Wait a moment and see how you are. Yopi Mu Cheon said in the girl's mind as if she had just shown off. This is my room, she thought proudly. But didn't know that the miracle Dr. Yeop's eyes could be higher than his head. Or look down, ha ha. This place as you like. An item used in the house is not cheap. Can't even scare him. The male lead pointed at the room. Reluctantly consider it a place to live. The girl thought angrily. This bastard has such a mean mouth. Can you die if you say something nice? Sits leisurely in the chair and speaks. I'll humble myself a bit here later. You don't need to pay attention to me either. Actually, I'm not picky. The girl asked if you want to stay in my room. The male lead answered very naturally, of course. Otherwise, why would I follow you? I don't have a place to stay. The girl said you want to live with me. You calmly said of course. You can rest assured that I will protect my virginity well. Won't give her a chance to take advantage. She said again. Who cares about your virginity? What I'm worried about is my safety. You can continue. I'm not a petty person either. In my room, you still have to pay rent anyway. 10,000 a month. Deposit 20,000. Don't sell on credit, don't dare. The male protagonist replied. Settle for a place to stay. Immediately took all my prescription money. Her heart is so cruel. She answered the same way, all following him. High-own wall club. The girl hugged the fat guy and said blonde. You missing you is really bad. Always taking advantage of people to take advantage of me. This fat guy is Yu Bok. This guy also looks like he's a young master. Gu Hong Jung. Lady. Being able to be touched by Miss Yu is your blessing. How many beauties want to be touched? There's still no chance. This name is Gu Hong Jung. Another flatterer said Ju Yu-un. Right. Ju Yu-un. Maybe Yu's lack of attention is that her ancestors accumulated virtue. You all know me personally. This name is Ju Yu-un. That fat guy despises these two flatterers. Said Gu Hong Jung. Ju Yu-un. The two of you have no talent in speaking. Are you guys flattering Yu Bok who is not educated? This brown-haired guy is also right. I'm afraid of this fat guy, no matter what he says, he's right. But in my heart, I must speak ill of this name. Yu's lack of sequence is very correct. We will definitely study more when we return. Damn Ju Yu-un, who relied on his father to bribe him to go to college. People talk to me about culture. What a shame, the fat guy said aggressively. Who doesn't know? Now is the time for lack of entertainment. Something was said quickly. Suddenly a phone call came through. Yopi Mu Cheon is still alive. Someone saw him, but the fat guy answered. Being alive and being alive has nothing to do with me. But later I realized what Yu Bok said. He's still alive. Ju Yu-un immediately ordered everyone to go out. The fat guy continued asking where he saw him. The person on the phone continued. The phone must find him. Make him disappear. If you don't die, it will be you. Then hung up after giving all the advice on the phone. The fat guy with dark face Sam and the other two guys asked. Young Master Yu, what happened? The fat guy asked. Are you sure that Yopi is dead? The other guy replied that of course we would do it ourselves. Absolutely not wrong. That fat guy said it loudly, but he is still alive now. What did that guy say that he's still alive? How is this possible? We clearly killed him, how can he still be alive? The fat guy continued, in fact he is still alive. I don't know how you guys use it. Must make him disappear. The fat man aggressively threatened. Otherwise you won't have a good life. The other two only know how to obey orders. Yes, yes. What should you undo if he asks where Jung Hasin is? That waste Yopi Mu Cheon. We'll definitely go find his fiancé. We did those things to Jung Hasin. The fat guy said find him first and then talk later. This mother said to her daughter Sina. Did you finally hear what mom said? I don't need the company anymore. I've been doing so much these days because of that bastard. Enough is enough. The girl replied. Mom, now is not the time. Wait until you find him and then talk later. The father said aggressively to Jung Hasin. Listen to your mother, you don't have to look for me. I'll come tomorrow. Yopi Ga refused to kiss his name. That bastard deserved to die. The mother said to the father. He still has the face to speak. Turns out it was the father's fault. If it weren't for the divorce between him and Yopi Ga, girls don't have to suffer such crimes. But they have them today. It's also thanks to the male lead's family. What I am today is because of Yopiga's support. But I don't want my daughter to suffer like that. I deserve to die. The daughter said. Mom and Dad, we should talk about this later. As if he has nothing to do with me. In fact, the company is a one-man business. Now I just want to work. Let's leave other things later. Right now at Wang Bomsa's house. Wang Bomsa approaches the male lead. He threw the file down on the table and said to the male lead, yes. This is the document you want next. What are you going to do? The male protagonist picked up the document and looked at it and said. Of course I will go see him. That's right, you still have to help me with something. Without leaving her wondering, the male lead immediately said. I borrowed some money. And after hearing that, she screamed in panic. Come on, you eat what's mine and stay mine. Still want me to lend money? Since when do I take care of you? The male lead said, scratching his head. If not, she would make a big deal out of it. Right now I'm still in the village comfortably catching fish. Then he continued. Chased and killed by people. She must take responsibility for this. She felt embarrassed after hearing this. Thrust a bank card into his chest. Then said, Okay, I know I'm really sorry. There's 8,000 inside, so use it sparingly. He picked up the card and said with a smile. This money really has a place to be used. After a while at Yubok's office floor. He was sitting thoughtfully on his desk. His face looked tired. So much so that dark circles under my eyes appear. Yopi Mu Cheon does not die one day no ya. Isn't it a peaceful day? I don't know how the other two guys handled it. At that moment, the secretary walked in and said. Sorry to the general manager. Please sign these documents. He can't control himself, but glanced at her sensitive places. Then he turned to the side and said. Okay, I know. She immediately approached and showed it off. Round white chest in front of him. We sway back and forth. Said a petulant voice. General manager, why are you so cold today? You don't even look at people at all. It's been a long time since I've made up for it. He's not in the mood to pay attention. Immediately told him to go out. Then he focused on signing the books in front of him. The angry secretary thought to herself. I didn't hear wrong. That pig has taken advantage of me many times. Why are you letting me out now? He suddenly raised his voice. Startled the secretary. I told her to get out. Didn't you hear me? She could only walk out with an annoyed look. If you want to chase away, you chase away that bastard 3 minutes later. After the secretary went out, another person walked in. He tiredly raised his eyes and said angrily. Didn't I tell you to go away? Why stay? No, Ya is not free today to chat with her. Just a few seconds later. He was stunned. When in front of you is the male lead and 2 industry girls. The male lead saw his expression and smiled sarcastically. Ha, who made you lack such great firepower? He was startled and stammered. Yopi Mu Cheon, what are you doing here? The male lead was holding the shoulders of the 2 girls next to him. Smiled faintly and said nothing. It's seeing you's lack of hard work. Looking for 2 sisters to comfort you, he was a little short. And asked, sweating, is this your sister? After looking closely at the appearance of the other 2 girls. Then he began to scream in fear. No. I played until dawn last night. Now the whole person has no strength left. This type is excellent. Or maybe Yopi just enjoys it himself. He waved his hands in refusal. In his mind, this soja destiny. Why did the taste suddenly become so salty? The male protagonist said, smiling happily. Ha ha, I believe you lacks the strength to fight overnight. Don't consider it anything. After spreading some kind of powder, he continued. We'll definitely recover soon. He stood there fearfully thinking about what he meant. Wait a minute, what happens to my body? Suddenly started to heat up. He began to notice the changes in his body and then took advantage of his confusion. The male lead quickly went out and locked the door. When he saw it, he panicked and said, Yopi missing. What do you want to do? Why are you locking the door? The male protagonist said to him with a sinister look on his face. You lax. Don't want to broadcast it live in front of the staff. Rest assured the door is locked. For a moment, no one could get in. The male lead waved his hand and ordered the two people to come forward. Ignoring the shocked Yu, the two girls followed orders and rushed towards him. Show seductive poses on his body. He blushed and flustered and shouted to stop. Stop it, do you know who No Ya is? The male lead smirked. Take off your glasses and hold the camera up. Said excitedly. Because inviting them to my door cost me a lot of money. Pointed the camera at him. Not paying attention to him, gritting his teeth in anger. The male protagonist continued to speak more about you. You won't be able to stand it now. There's no need to restrain himself. He now feels his whole body heating up. Breathing also begins to get heavier and the person gradually loses consciousness. He was breathing heavily, wondering what happened. The body gets hotter and hotter. I'm about to be unbearable. In the end, his eyes were covered with lust. His two hands violently tore off his shirt and screamed, damn it. Those two girls saw his appearance. Immediately looked fascinated. Then he and the two girls grabbed each other. In front of the male lead's camera. The male protagonist witnessed the entire incident taking place. Grinned. Right. That's it. Just 1 hour later outside. At the door of the room, many people gathered. And they glanced inside, then saw an unbelievable scene. Young Yu lay on the floor. The two girls from before were sitting. Cross your legs on the chair. Leisurely smoke. And he was lying at the feet of the two girls, unable to get up. After searching inside, people just started talking about it. The atmosphere became bustling in front of the room. Oh my gosh, this is so salty that I can swallow it. Another person also praised. Mr. Yu is worthy of being Mr. Yu. When this beat is absolutely not something we can compare. The other person listened and replied, don't talk anymore. I'm about to vomit. The crowd still found it hard to believe. Many other people also had to raise their voices and ask, is it true? When did the male lead sneak behind the crowd? His face was very satisfied after reviewing the recorded footage. Ha ha, after a long time. At the hospital. In a certain hospital room. A very loud curse was heard, making the whole room noisy. If you kill him, you must kill him. The person who said this was Mr. Yu. He was just brought to the hospital by someone from the company. After waking up, he couldn't calmly speak out. Curses. Next to his hospital bed, there are two other men sitting. One of them said, You young first, don't get excited. The doctor told him to rest well. Pay attention to nutrition. And told him to eat less salty food. The other person continued, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. Your body is the most important thing. Speaking of Yopi Mu Cheon, we will definitely collect him. The other two finished speaking, turned away and giggled. Can't hide the sarcasm. Then he told him to please rest assured. He angrily bit the tip of his finger, guessing incorrectly. Before, Yopi Mu Cheon was an uneducated guy. Only knows 3 corrupt things about women. How did he suddenly have this mentality and courage? Then he pointed at the other two people. Ordered to find him no matter what. Retrieve the video. If not, No Ya will be invincible. After a long time, the other two men also left the hospital room. The hospital room became quieter than before. He continued to ponder on his hand holding his fontanelle. Yopi Mu Cheon absolutely will not let this go. What should I do next? Right after that, the knock sound rang out. He said, come in. The person outside opened the door slowly and walked in. Unexpectedly, That person was the male lead. Just entered the room. The male lead showed a happy expression and smiled gently to ask him, "Are you okay? We meet again." He was startled by your appearance. He shouted, "Damn, you don't dare come back. Why do you have to hurt me like that?" The male lead doesn't care if he's angry. The male lead clasped his hands in a pleading manner and said, "Watch what you say. I helped you withdraw but somehow ended up harming you. That's right, my brother recently lacked money. I don't know if brother you is free to lend me some. I won't borrow much, but I'll just say it here." Then the male lead held up 3 fingers and continued, "Not much more than 3 oh. He was startled when he heard it and said to the male lead, 30 million, do you think no ya will open a bank?" Then he shouted, "No, go away. Look at his grumpy attitude." The male lead sighed sadly and said, "That was good. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Young master you, please take good care of your body." And then the male lead added a few words. Conveniently mention respect for brotherly love for each other. "I helped you call the security department." He was shocked when he heard that. He had fever on his face and was sweating and asked the security department, "What is the security department?" He was really panicked. "I won't give you shit either. You want to kill me?" The male lead quickly walked forward and faced him face to face. "Gloat and say that no matter what, I hurt you like that. Go to the police. We will give the video to the police as evidence. They will definitely bring it to justice. We'll even deliver the video to the media. Wouldn't it be very pleasant to denounce my sins?" He thought confusedly in his head. After all, the video will fall into the hands of the police. The media brought it to light that I would go to a haunted house. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed his head and sighed. "I'll give you 30 million and give me the video." After a few more minutes, he finally gave the male lead the check. 30 million. The male protagonist took the check with his hand and looked excited. Ha ha ha, the check arrives. Right after that statement, the hospital room door was opened once again, startled both him and the male lead, and turned their heads to look over. A group of police officers, 2 men and 1 woman, entered. That girl just walked in, held up his police card, then introduced, "I'm police officer Sang-so Mi, this is the certificate." Then she asked who was calling just now. The male lead just glanced over. Then his eyes landed on the girl's chest. He marveled. "Oh my god, it's so big." Young Yu immediately sat up. Quickly explained the misunderstanding. "This is a misunderstanding, comrade police. We don't call the police." "Sorry," he said in his head angrily. "This bastard is clearly the murderer, and actually dared to report it to the police." Sang-so Mi said uncomfortably to the 2 people in front of her. "Do you guys know what you're doing? Reporting to the police so arbitrarily?" The male lead doesn't care what happened just now. Still thinking hard. "Don't know either. Has Wana been taking medicine lately? It must be much older, right?" The girl suddenly noticed that look in the male lead's eyes. She shivered, then pointed her hand at the male lead and shouted, "Where are the dog's eyes looking? Arbitrarily report to the police to disturb people on duty. Let's go back to the police station." The male lead became upset and said to her, "How about we go take a look? So big. Isn't it used to make people look at?" The male lead's voice? "I'll go with you to the police station. This must be made clear. Look at her. She's really angry." Immediately, young Yu jumped in, "Mom. No. Comrade police, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't call the police." He shouted at her thousands of times not to take my brothers away. "Consider that I pray to you. Her even though it's annoying. But after Yu's request." Then he pondered for a while, and then happily left, with a check for 30 million. The male protagonist walks on the road. As he walked, he happily said, "Yes, 30 million. Believe that. Jung Hasin can also solve urgent dangers. Anyone who doesn't meet my wife because of this will be heartbroken." Then he raised his head to the sky, said softly, "In short, go to the bank before a trip." After a while, finally, the male lead entered the bank, and there were customers in front of the counter. So the male lead has to wait for. The male lead's turn to pay attention to the conversation between the boy in front and the girl. "Staff, that guy asked if So-Sol was free in the evening." The girl seriously told him. She was sorry. "Mr. Ju, please don't disturb my work. After hearing this, the male lead thought for a moment. Does this Soja want to flirt with her? That guy doesn't care. He put his chin on the table and continued, I'll send money. So-Sol helped me deposit this money. Conveniently, are you free in the evening? I invited her to dinner. The girl deliberately ignored his joking attitude. Gently took the money he put down. Please wait a moment. After a while, the girl held out a notice to the other guy. Mr. Ju, the money has been deposited into the account. Just got the check-in card. He listened and said one more sentence to the girl. I suddenly remembered that today I needed money. Please help me take out 100,000. The girl felt uncomfortable and awkward. She said Mr. Ju. He continuously took money and deposited it many times. That's not very good. Seeing that guy's expression getting more and more despicable, the disgruntled male lead came up and patted his shoulder and said, Brother, you can't flirt with girls like that. Change your method. He was startled when he heard someone behind him. Tell me again, how do you have an opinion? No, Ya has money and wants to flirt with girls, that's fine with me. How do you manage? The male protagonist was mocked and said with a black face, Hold tens of thousands of dong here. Don't you feel embarrassed? He heard. Self-love pulled out the savings book, smashed the girl's desk, and then pointed his finger at the male lead and scolded him. This savings number has 1 million inside and can also be withdrawn. Let Soja take a look to see what the money is. The male lead sighed and said to him in boredom, I also see some of your money. It's not like forcing me to kick you. After saying that, the male lead took out a check and put it on the table, and said with a smirk to the other guy, Your 4 eyes see clearly. How much is this check? He was startled. It seemed like electricity flowed through his body. He was shocked and said 33000. Felt like everything was a bit noisy. The girl stood up and said softly, You too, this place is a bank, so don't raise your voice. Then the girl continued her work. After a while the girl handed out a few stacks of brand new money. Said towards the other person, Mr. Ju, this is 300,000. Please accept. He turned to the main male side, smiling and pointing at the pile of money. Who knows if that check is fake or not? Look at this is real money. He was scared. Continued to mock. Soja, do you look like you have a lot of money? Then suddenly a gunshot rang out, causing everyone's attention to go towards the door. It turned out that a gang of robbers walked in with guns. The gun leader said loudly. Everyone stood still and robbed. The atmosphere became heavy, and in more crisis than ever. His accomplices were holding guns. Quickly take over everyone in the bank. Don't dare to call the No-Ya police and shoot your head. The remaining guys shouted, Sit down, sit down. Ha 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 ha. The male lead was panicked. Going to rob a bank during the day. The ringleader quickly noticed the piles of money next to him. The guy's last name is Ju. He approached with a boastful look on his face. Talked to the other guy named Ju. Your brother is so full of kindness. No, we're coming. Especially take 300,000 for our convenience. The guy trembled in fear and said don't move. This is my money. After that guy finishes his sentence, the oligarch put the gun in the middle of his forehead and said brazenly, Now it's Noja's money. He raised his hand to cover his face, extremely scared. It's your money again. The male lead immediately approached and gave a like sign. Praise that oligarch. Luckily you did very well. The ringleader suddenly asked, Aren't you afraid? The male lead seemed calm and spoke to the ringleader. You are also looking for wealth. It's not about killing people either. The bank is not open at our house, so we have nothing to fear. After hearing this, the oligarch felt extremely excited. He even laughed loudly and said to the male lead, It means that Soja, you agree with my mouth. Outside the bank, knowing the serious situation, the police quickly arrived. A policeman turned on the loudspeaker outside and said, People inside, listen carefully. You are surrounded, quickly surrender. The ringleader glanced out the door. Seeing the scene outside, he gritted his teeth in frustration. I didn't expect the police to come so quickly. After speaking, he smiled sinisterly and said to the male lead, Soja, I'm afraid you had to be my hostage once. Ignore the gun of the talking head on your face. The male lead still spoke calmly. I say, is the brother stupid? Chooses you as his heart. What does choosing me with this big liver mean in my opinion? After that, the male lead pondered for a moment, and then pointed to the surname Ju. Sounds like this kind of weakness is the right choice. The last name is Ju. After hearing the male lead speak, he was startled. Trembling Seven said, "Damn, what do you mean? Why are you pointing at me? Who are you talking about?" The ringleader immediately pointed his gun at Ju. The guy named Ju stood still, not daring to say another word. The ringleader said to the male protagonist, "You can go out. This place is none of your business." Thinking at the same time, "This soja doesn't feel right. It looks very dangerous." A few seconds later, outside the bank, the police arrived in large numbers. Car horns blared loudly throughout the street. A police officer quickly discovered it. Pointing in the direction of the bank door, he said, "Look quickly, look over there." All the police, including the police officer Sangso Mi from earlier. The policeman from earlier continued. Someone walks out in front of the girl's gun barrel. It's the male protagonist walking out. Raise your hands up high and say, "Don't shoot, it's my heart, don't shoot." The police officer asked, "What were you?" Then, she loudly ordered the police around her. So, when I didn't see him for a while, he dared to rob a bank. Recapture. Two policemen quickly rushed to hold the male protagonist. The male lead panicked and said, Who? What are you doing?" The male lead struggled and said, "Let me go. You guys are wrong. I'm the heart, why did you make me?" She walked closer to the male lead sarcastically. Some people in the morning are honest citizens. At noon, he became a robber. Soja I talked about. If I have a prisoner in my hands, you will have delicious fruit to eat. The male lead was handcuffed by the police with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Who is the commander? Go out and see this person using public affairs to take private revenge. Is there still a law? See her gloating face." The male lead thought angrily in his heart, "This woman is truly vindictive. I won't take you into my hands." The letter Yopi will be written in reverse. Immediately after, a middle-aged policeman stepped forward. Gently said to the male lead, "I'm her superior Seo Wanhwa." He gently asked again, "Why did the robbers inside let you go?" The male protagonist grimaced and replied, "I don't have any money. Besides, I'm not afraid of what they said here." It seems the male protagonist realized something. "Wait, money," he immediately panicked. "Where are the 30 million checks at the counter? How could I forget this?" The male lead awkwardly rubbed his head, turned around and spoke to the police. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered something I forgot. Let's continue to return as a hostage." The girl approached and held his shoulder and said worriedly, "Return to face the robbers. You are not sick." The other people were all holding guns. And the male lead smiled encouragingly at her. "My check fell inside. If only you could let me in. Not only can I collect checks, I can also help you deal with the robbers," she said with a suspicious look on her face. "What do I rely on to trust you?" The male lead coldly replied that there are currently many hostages. "The people here are also very difficult to do. You guys have no other choice." Seo Wanhwa stepped forward to hold the girl's hand. Said to the male lead, "You can believe it, but you have to tell me. You have some certainty." The male lead smiled confidently and said 10 parts. The other girl said uncomfortably to her superior, "Why let him come back in? And most importantly, he is a robber." Seo Wanhwa said calmly, "He is not a robber. As for his identity, you can guess by looking at the documents." He held out a file to her. The girl wondered doubtfully, what identity could that Sake Lang have? For a long time after watching, she spoke in a low voice for a few hours. The corrupt and shameless devil returns to the scene inside the bank. The male lead walks in, surprising all the robbers. The ringleader asks the male lead, "Why are you back?" His accomplice standing behind said, "He must have been sent by the police. Not what he wants." The male protagonist said, smiling brightly as soon as he arrived, "Don't be my friend, just come back and get the check." He looked up at the table, which was now empty. He was startled and asked where my check was. The male lead pointed at the table. His head turned to the leader's direction. "Brother, is my check yours to hold or not?" The ringleader calmly replied, "You don't know what I do. There's no use holding a check." The male protagonist quickly turned to ask the employee from before, "Miss Sosol, where's my check?" The girl hesitantly replied that this is him. She then pointed at the name Ju next to The male protagonist could not control his anger. Approached and grabbed the shirt collar of the surnamed Jew. Angrily shouted at him, "It's fate that you hold my check. It is used to protect my wife." Quickly deliver after that sentence. The male lead feels that the leader is pointing a gun at his head. From behind, the oligarch spoke up seriously. "If you don't want to die, you better say it clearly. Why do the police have to let you in?" The male protagonist turned around and said with a smirk, "It's very simple because I know how to deal with you." The ringleader immediately laughed loudly after hearing this. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, you really know how to joke." The male lead didn't care and continued pulling the collar of Jew's name. "Soja, best hand over the check immediately. Otherwise, the Jew name will tremble and say you. Whatever you want, I won't take it anyway. Even if you beat me to death, I won't hold." The male lead's anger. Use your foot to kick the other guy in the stomach and say quickly, "Where's the check?" The other guy held his sore stomach and stammered, "I really don't hold." While that guy trembles, the male lead felt sorry for him. A small piece of paper fell out. There's something in his pocket. The male lead steps forward and puts his hand into the other guy's pocket. In the end, a lot of scraps of paper fell out. He was shocked and said, "No, that's not possible." The male lead picked up the small pieces of paper and looked at them. Unexpectedly, it was a piece of paper from a check. The male lead got angry and waved his fist at the other guy. "Fate would have you rip up Noja's check." Right at that moment, Seo Wanhwa and Sang So Mi reached the bank's supervision room. Two people watching the camera saw the fight. Sang So Mi exclaimed, "What kind of situation is this? He's there beating people again, what should we do?" Seo Wanhwa calmly said this. "In short, let's watch a little more." Back to the fight between the male lead and the surnamed Jew. In fact, the person who was beaten up was only named Jew. The male lead lifted his legs up. Use your foot to forcefully step down. The other guy's lower body was merciless. "Damn, you give me a check. This is 30000. Why did you have to tear up my check?" That guy lay there screaming in fright. The leader witnessed it and exclaimed his mother. "This trick is also too cruel," the junior next to me continued. "Definitely want to eliminate the breed." The male lead got frustrated and spread his legs. Continuing the series of violent actions from before, he screamed, "This is the money used to help my wife overcome difficult barriers. I want to take your dog's life forever." The other guy could only lie down and suffer. Next to the surveillance screen, Sang So Mi couldn't stand it anymore. Annoyed, he said to let someone rush in. "This person is also too much. If he fights the robbers, he can go." Is he beating hearts again? Seo Wanhwa was still paying attention to the screen. Calmly say, "Wait a moment. Even though he's like that, it's even more clear that the robbers didn't do anything out of the ordinary. This Soja is not simple. He could probably succeed. Right now inside the bank. The fight hasn't ended yet." The junior turned to talk to the leader. "No day. What should we do next? If this keeps up in Soja, there will likely be a murder. We're not here to kill people." The junior turned his hand and pointed at his accomplices. Speaking further, "Everyone is ready. Take the hostages with us and let's retreat." The leader said, seeming to agree. "Then find some people to make hearts with." Then he glanced at employee Sosol. "Here you come." The employee was now scared and in tears. The impatient leader immediately opened fire, causing the employee to tremble. The oligarch shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. If she doesn't want a gun to blow her head off, Sosol can't do anything, so I had to walk towards him." He immediately raised his hand to look at the person. She said sinisterly, "The lady's appearance is not too bad. If not for being busy. The boss really wants to have some fun with you." Right away, a hand quickly pulled his hand away from him. Sosol. The leader was surprised because he was the male lead. The male lead uses his other hand. Bravely pulled her into his arms. Hegemon said to the oligarch, "Sorry, this girl is the one I wanted." After being held by the male lead's hand, the ringleader said with a confused expression, "What do you mean, brother?" The male protagonist said calmly, "I want this girl to be just like that." The oligarch raised his gun threateningly. "Do you want a hero to save a beauty?" The male protagonist raised his voice. "Flirting with girls is just a convenience.
I said that when I first entered the door. I have a way to deal with you. After hearing this, a junior in the group held his stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The other guy asked Mock, "Do what's wrong with you?" That guy seemed hypnotized and threw a few bullets in. Another guy standing next to me said with a dreamy expression, "Grandma, why do you have to kill prosperity? Also because it doesn't taste good. Haha, why didn't there be a lot of salt sprinkled?" And a guest in the gang knelt down, embracing the bank's potted plant display, cried and begged, "Why do you have to leave me except I don't look good? People who don't have money still like to gamble. I'm not as good as that bastard." Plus another guy, now he has tears streaming down his face. Cry and say this. What's going on? The leader was surprised. Then he suddenly stiffened a bit. Unexpectedly right after that, he picked up a potted plant and turned it upside down. His bald head, jumping up and down. Ha 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 ha. My hair. Does anyone have natural hair like me? Ha 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 ha. Sosol stood there looking, pondered for a moment, then turned to the male lead and asked, "What's wrong with them? What are you doing?" What did the male lead say with a gloating expression? "Do you think I'm handsome? After defeating all the bandits?" Everything returns to its orbit. However, the male lead was also taken to the station with the bandits. At this time in the interrogation room, police officer Sang-so Mi. When he entered, he lamented the appearance of the male lead. At this time, the male lead was leisurely folding his arms, stubbornly cross-legged on the table. Very comfortable shape. She angrily pointed at the male lead and shouted, "Damn, is anyone interrogated like you?" The male lead looked at her and sighed and said, "I risked my life to save the hostages. But you marked my check for me. But forced me again, oh woman." She was impatient and slammed the documents on the table. The hand pointed straight at his face. The crime of intentionally causing injury is not right. Furthermore, what happened to those robbers? Crying and laughing at the same time, if this continues, he will die. The male lead still calmly replied after listening, "Has nothing to do with me. I just said to help you solve it a little, but no. Tell the girls. Between those people is normal. It's really me who solves the problem." She rushed over and grabbed the male lead's collar and shouted, "Damn, if they die, you will be the murderer. Quickly help them get rid of." The male protagonist said, smirking, "What is the reason why I'm only good at taking off women's clothes? Want to try it?" She's angry and blushing right now, not knowing what to do. Then the male protagonist stood up and said, "Considered. I also don't want to bear the burden of murder." He held out his hand. "The illness can be cured. But she must agree to take the person's name. Made friends with me." She was so nervous about making friends. Why did it only come to this? Then came the evening. She appeared on the street wearing a two-strap dress. It hugs the body and looks very attractive. She tilted her head and asked the male lead, "Didn't you tell me to be friends with you? Why did you lead me here?" The male protagonist standing next to her gently said, "My friendship ritual is to dance together." She really agreed. Her face turned red. I kept cursing in my head. Hooligans. Two people went to a discotheque. While she was engrossed in thought, the male lead leisurely walked in first. She called out, "If you dance, dance for me and you won't dare do anything to me." In the dance hall, the atmosphere is vibrant and romantic. The two hugged and danced very affectionately. And the male lead deliberately put his hand on her butt. She immediately warned that it was best not to mess around. "If not, I will cut off your hand." Male lead sinisterly smiled and said, "Is it true?" Male lead just enjoyed her seductive body. Just thought complacently, "How can I be Yak Seong?" Even the younger sister couldn't handle it. A few seconds later, she blushed and was startled. She hit the male lead's hand really hard, then backed away. After being beaten by her, the male lead shouted, "Green beans. Act so cruelly. Are you still making friends?" She looked at her hand and said dangerously, "Of course we will make friends. I Sang-so Mi said I could do it. This dance. No matter what, she would dance with him." But next she gently warned the male lead, "If you still dare to touch me randomly. So don't blame me for being rude." Her hand then showed red veins. The clear blue veins are both seductive and full of murderous intent. The male lead chuckled and then made a challenging face. Standing opposite her said, "Right? The atmosphere was now filled with a sense of danger. Around. In the discotheque, the atmosphere unexpectedly heated up. Because she was so seductive that many men among them drooled. They exclaimed, "Ah, this girl's body is too hot. Didn't expect to see this kind of top quality." Then they turned their eyes to the male lead. That guy danced with her and it was a blessing. But only a moment later, the popping sounds rang out continuously. They stopped and waited a moment. The other two people seemed to be a bit strange. The current situation is that the male lead keeps touching them. Any part of her body was hit hard by her hand. They watched this fight helplessly. These two people aren't fighting, I'm afraid. Everything continued like that for half an hour later, while the male lead walked out onto the street with a dissatisfied look on his face. With two red, swollen hands. Looks like she's still very energetic. Don't forget what I do. You underestimated my fighting strength. Right then the phone in her pocket rang. Ren, she picked up the phone. After hearing the voice from inside the phone, she hurriedly leave, I'll be right there. Once you're seated in your car. Then she realized that the male lead got into the car at the same time as her. She was annoyed and asked him, why did I get in the car and get out? He looked at her and said, putting on his seatbelt. Lately it's not easy to pick up a car. Can't you just give me a ride home? He smiled and held out his hand to ask her so urgently. What happened? She was annoyed and just revved the car. I don't have time to argue with you anymore. If you want to wait, then wait. And then she stepped on the accelerator and quickly left the parking lot. And finally the car arrived at the hospital. She quickly ran in front of the room where a doctor stood there. Seems familiar to her. She hurriedly ran to ask Dr. M.I. How is my mother? Dr. M.I. was startled. Her eyes involuntarily glanced down at her plump backside. Her blushing face told her to calm down first. The situation is not too optimistic. She sobbed when she heard it. Embarrassed, he covered his face and asked the doctor, Can I ride mom for a bit? The doctor also gently responded, It's possible, but it shouldn't take too long. The aunt needed to rest. And at that moment, the male lead also arrived. The male protagonist looked at the doctor and felt very familiar. Why does this guy feel like I've met him somewhere? Then the male lead realized his interest and said green beans out loud. This world is truly a small, pseudo-gentleman. We meet again. Doctor was also surprised to see him. Panicked and called out the name Yopi Mu Cheon. Then he awkwardly turned to her and said quickly, I'm in hospital room 318. Go see for yourself, I'm one step ahead. He scratched his head confused. It's best to stay away from this onsen guy for a bit. I can't tease. The girl and I don't care too much. Quickly go to room 318 and push the door in. She choked up as she approached her mother's hospital bed. Mother and child came to visit her mother. Her mother was now sitting on the bed. Open face. A little happy to say that my mother is not a child. No need to worry. Compared to this, I'm more worried about when you will get married. Mom also knows that you have a bad temper. Then she looked over. Immediately saw the male lead standing behind her. Who is this Mia? I heard talking about me. Immediately happily went up to say hello. Hello, my aunt's name is Yopi Mu Cheon. She doesn't hesitate. Immediately went straight to the point and asked the male lead. How long have you and Mia known each other? How does it feel? I heard my mother ask. The girl blushed and turned away awkwardly. Mom, what are you saying? The male lead extended his arm. Gently pulled her into his arms and said, I feel she is very kind, gentle and beautiful. She also feels that I am very good. Often say that I am the first marshal of the two of you. Making the atmosphere awkward. The girl's already red face became even redder. After listening, my aunt happily said, Not bad, not bad. Mia so Yopi is really not bad. You really are 1,000 times impossible to ignore. After hearing this, the girl smiled shyly. Quickly pulled the male lead's hand out. Don't forget to tell your aunt. Mother and son went out to talk for a while with him. As soon as the two left the room, the girl immediately exploded. Pushing the male lead against the wall, he said angrily, I think you're handsome, and what's the number one handsome guy? She said decisively, pointing at the emergency exit. Lately, every time a taxi goes to that place. Sees her hand pressing against the wall. So strong that it sank in for a while. Still cracked. The male lead said, sweating profusely. My aunt really liked it and wanted me to make her come. I do this to make you have a little fun. Because. At this point, the male lead's face suddenly became serious. Her illness is very serious. If it lasts any longer, she won't be able to live past 2 months. After hearing this, the female lead was very shocked. His face also became confused. It seems like my body is about to be unable to support it anymore. After a while of being in a daze, the female lead turned to the male lead and shouted, "Damn, she's my mother. If you don't talk nonsense, you'll die." The male protagonist turned away, laughed and said, "I was just telling the truth. But there is a way to temporarily save her life." The female lead listened with a skeptical expression. "Can you really do that?" She suddenly remembered the file that her superior gave her this morning. Mentioned in the document, this person used to live in a small fishing village and was called a genius doctor. Even solved the epidemic. The male protagonist raised his hand and said with a confident expression, "Out of respect, I touched her butt. I will be responsible. To tell you, as long as I take action, it won't be a problem." After listening, she calmly asked, "What conditions do you want?" The male lead quickly put his hand down and bowed. "Tell her after it's successful. She danced with me again." Then the two of us returned to hospital room 318. After taking a look, the male lead came to a conclusion. Diabetes causes diarrhea. Kidney failure manifests as cold limbs. His face was pale and he was mentally tired. Cough does not change much perspiration. Weak pulse. After listening, the aunt and the girl were both surprised. This person only took one look. Symptoms are all correct. After thinking about it, the male protagonist began to hold the pen and write very attentively. The essential task now is to end cholera. Other things will be discussed later. White food 20 grams. Dong Ki 20 grams. White magic 10 grams. Kha 2 Ta 5 grams. He wrote in his head while thinking. This disease in the other world is also very difficult to treat. For now, he can only help her live for 2 more years. He continued to write and at the same time turned to tell her. Use 500 milliliters elixir. Decoction to make 300 milliliters. Take it once in the morning and evening for 7 consecutive days. As long as you can delay it for 2 years. Use medicine to improve your speed. Enough for a complete cure. After a while everything was arranged. The lady kindly said to the male protagonist. So Yopi, are you a doctor? The male lead just gave me the fully written paper. I just answered no, but please believe me. Because I'm dancing with someone, I'll give it my all. When she heard it, her face turned red. Embarrassed, he held up the paper to cover it. Pervert, she whispered to him in her head. After a long while, 2 people were standing in front of the hospital gate. She walked behind the male lead and said, "Where he learned medicine from?" Waiting for the male lead to turn around. She then continued to tell me to look through the documents. He is a guy who only knows how to eat and drink. Destructive fun. How can he have this kind of bravery? He turned to complain to her. This is the problem again, men. Why are you so curious? She said to him, slightly annoyed. Those who are curious about me are just afraid that you will harm my mother. Moreover, you can also ask my problem. It's not like I'm the only one who can ask. He quickly bowed low. She pointed sarcastically at her chest, so I asked her. How did her breasts get so big? In my opinion, 10 years ago it was still an airport. Why did it suddenly become so big? She was so angry that she told him to go away. Next to the 2 people, there was a figure slowly getting out of the car. It's Dr. M.I. Isn't this Yopi the miracle doctor? Why is it such a coincidence? The male lead said with a bored expression. Haven't you just been avoiding me? Why are you suddenly here now? Dr. M.I. smiled shyly and said. I just happened to have a real story. Yopi the magician has something to do with my business. Dr. M.I. began to clasp his hands and beg. Thinking in mind. This time, no matter what, it must succeed. What's the point of losing face? The male lead waved his hand and refused, turned around and left. Having said that, I'm not a doctor. What does your illness have to do with me? I'll just go get some fresh air. Dr. V was confused after hearing this. Ran to kneel at his feet, hugged his feet and begged the male lead. I beg the miracle Dr. Yopi, I beg you to give me a hand. I also know This disease may be related to the second half of life where the male protagonist turns around. Looking at the pathetic guy hugging his leg once again confirmed. Tell you one more time. I'm not a doctor. There is no medical ethics and there is no obligation to help the male protagonist quickly escaped from his hug. Took her arm and led her away. Lazy to pay attention to you. We walked. For a while then she leaned over the male lead. Wonder to you. Why don't you help him? The male lead again made a mysterious face and said. Why don't you let me touch you? She shouted angrily. Of course, because he didn't want to be disgusting and perverted. The male lead caught the rhythm and immediately spoke. So that's right. I just don't want to help him. If anyone comes to me for support, I won't be tired to death. Looking at the silhouettes of two people walking away, Dr. Mi angrily gritted his teeth. Yopi Mu Cheon, just wait and see. The next morning at the hospital, a cheerful voice rang out. What do you say? Is it true that checks cannot be exchanged? The person who said that was young Master Yu. In front of him were the two juniors from before. A very accurate name, he happily announced. The check was also torn to shreds. Soja couldn't even get a single penny. After listening, young Master Yu felt comfortable and gloated. Ha 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 ha. Instantly saved 3000. It's comfortable, mother, it's comfortable. Use that 3000. No, y'all also doesn't know how many women he can play with. Based on what he can give him. The brown-haired junior asked. That's right, Yu is missing. How is Miss Jung Hasin doing over there? What did he do? He replied. Of course, continue to pursue. It's just that the progress is a bit slow. That junior heard it, took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket. Excitedly said, ha ha. I have a solution to help you quickly increase your efficiency. Rely on this bottle. Just one drop is needed. He seemed to know what that drug was. He angrily pointed at his brown-haired junior and shouted. You trash, what do you know? Pursuing a woman is a feeling of enjoying the results. No ya has the ability to use drugs. Why don't you directly use the money to find it? Stupid. The brown-haired junior was shouted at so much that he fell to the floor. Silently cursing fate in my heart. You used a lot of drugs before. Are you still pretending to be a gentleman now? Young Yu said, holding the bottle of medicine in his hand. What is a bottle of charm that I keep first? Wait until I can't be patient anymore then use. Then he turned to question the blue-haired guy. How is Jung Hasin doing lately? The blue-haired guy said respectfully. She lacks money from the bank. Urged by the bank very urgently. If you would lend her some money, he would be very grateful. Ignoring the doubts, maybe. After listening, he rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, you can save 3000. Maybe consider lending her some. But as said before, where is that useless little Yopi Mu Cheon now? He is very evil, we must destroy him. The two juniors quickly obeyed Yu. We will definitely find him soon. Outside the room door. I don't know how long the male lead has been standing there. After the two juniors finished speaking, the male lead walked in. I heard someone wants to find me. The male lead's words suddenly spoke up, startling everyone in the room. The male lead continued speaking, so I proactively went to the door. Young Yu cried out in sweat and shouted to Deep Yopi. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Yopi, you dare come to me. The male lead immediately calmed him down. You lack brother, we have nothing to say slowly. First let your two dogs go out. The other two guys heard it and jumped up Yopi Mu Cheon. Who are you calling a dog? The male protagonist turned his head closer and hummed. The blue-haired guy quickly stopped the brown-haired guy from speaking. No matter how you say it, it's that, young master. We can't tease Yopi Ga. After those two guys leave, the male lead started to speak. Yu believes that you also know about the check. Could you please give me another photo? Young Master Yu listened and replied angrily. No way. So it was you who ruined the check I gave you. Why are you looking for me to get it? Then he pointed straight at the male lead and asked. Do you still have face? The male lead walked closer to where he was lying. Said with a sinister expression. Haven't you heard about this backup video? If that video is sent to the media, Yu's own humanity is lacking. Isn't 30 million worth it? After listening, young Master Yu gritted his teeth and said, I will not clear the check for you. You should put this thought aside. After hearing this, the male lead leisurely turned around and left. Very good, hope you won't regret it. He was startled and stammered, wait a minute. The male lead heard it, it sounded like he thought. He trembled and said, bring the original copy of the video delivered. A while later, the male lead left the room with a check. He walked and thought you bok was you bok. You sent someone to kill me. Does this mean the price of 30 million can be even? First, keep your dog alive. Whenever he lacks money, he will come and get it. Then the male lead leaves. In the anger of the two juniors guarding outside the door, the other two quickly entered the room. Young Yu was in the room angrily clutching the blanket. That bastard sees no yaw as whatever he wants. If you want to go, go. This time he really couldn't keep his patience anymore. He got angry and said to kill him. Whoever it is, just kill him. I give 1,000,000. When I hear of such a high price. The two juniors' eyes lit up with excitement and obeyed the order. We'll definitely not let you down. Later at Dongsheng Yopi Si Sanjiang, where there is exceptional luxury and grandeur. In a room that looks like a reading room, there were two men talking to each other. The older man spoke up. Are you sure the news is not wrong? Young man, your answer is not wrong. That bastard didn't die. If not, I'll send someone to kill him. The third person sat down on the chair. I'm angry and can't say anything. We cannot act without thinking at this time. You can manage your own affairs well. He continued to ask his son. How is Ouyang Hang Wall progressing? The man said, looking dissatisfied. Hang Wall is different from normal women. She doesn't pay any attention to me at all. Even clearly rejected me. You also need face. The middle-aged man said seriously. A man's face is sometimes very important. Sometimes it's cheaper than white paper. You probably know that. The boy hesitated to say otherwise. If not, can I smoke the rice and cook it into rice? The man tilted his head, his tone a bit heavy. Do you really want to die? On the other side of Yopi Ga Sanjiang's study room, there is an old man standing at the display table. Research something. Behind the old man is a middle-aged man. The man spoke loudly. Why don't you agree to let me take him back? It's your son. The old man wrote calligraphy and replied seriously. Because he doesn't deserve to be a Yopi Ga. This old man is the Yopi Ga homeowner named Yopi Hu Diang. And the middle-aged man is standing behind. Is from Yopi Ga. Yopi Hang Dong. Yopi Hang Dong continued. It is not Ok Yang born though. But he is also my father's only son. I hope you can accept. Let me take him home. The old man's face turned black. And the pen in his hand was also held down by him. The ink spread out into a large area on the paper. He raised his voice to welcome back a scoundrel. Welcome back an uneducated and useless person. Yopi Ga I can't throw that face. The old man once again affirmed. This matter does not need to be said anymore. As long as he has me for one day, he won't think of coming back. Yopi Hangdong is unreasonable. He returned to his room a moment later. Full of beer bottles on the table. He couldn't stop drinking. His wife saw that he was still drinking. Immediately moved forward to block his hand. Asking gently and drinking alcohol won't solve the problem. Why did the old man refuse? Yopi Hangdong because he drank too much. So my face turned completely red. He was silent and turned away to avoid his wife. His wife came up behind him and said I was not good. I can't give birth to a few children for him. He heard it and turned around and said, I don't blame her either. It's just a little feeling. I'm sorry for that kid. I made a mistake with his mother. His wife said gently, those things have already passed. Then she turned to face the door and spoke solemnly. There's something I have to tell you. It seems like his company is in trouble. Please take some time to look at it. He thought for a while and then spoke. Our subsidiary also dares to destroy it. I'm tired of living and it's them again. His wife suddenly turned to talk to him. There is no evidence, so don't talk nonsense. He angrily banged the table and huffed. At night in a certain building. Blonde woman. Hassan said boredly to the young secretary next to him. Has the location been decided yet? The secretary quickly replied. I've decided. Do you want to find a boyfriend to go with you? She thought for a while. Then pensive. Asked my boyfriend. Well, it's not like I don't have a fiancé. What's the point of looking for a boyfriend? The secretary said awkwardly, but he didn't know whether he lived or died. Furthermore, you know what kind of bank president Jew is. It was the eager pig, who suddenly stood up. Turning around, the secretary spoke seriously. I don't want to repeat this. If I had the status of fiancé with that bastard, she doesn't need another man to protect her. She held the file and walked towards the door. After listening, the secretary became more and more confused. Where did that bastard Yopi Mu Cheon die? The general manager is also real. Nor is it my company. Because that scum is really not worth it. After a while, a girl named Haseen also appeared. In a luxurious dining room. In Jung Ho Hotel. Right now there were two men waiting for her at the table. President Ju. She immediately replied, sorry I was late. The red-haired man said cheerfully and friendly. Ha ha, Miss Jung is busy with work. We can understand that Miss Jung invited her to sit. When she was about to sit down when the man wore it. The remaining glasses quickly approached and pulled out a chair for her. She wondered who this person was. The red-haired man answered. This person is Bank President Wong Ro Jaeon. The day before, the man wearing glasses had just come to take over. And sat next to her. Even poured water for her. Making her feel both scared and awkward. The guy with glasses reached over to greet her and said, Miss Jung is indeed an incomparable woman. Men. Compared to Miss Jung, we also complain to ourselves. After listening, she politely shook his hand and said, Nowhere. I was able to come today, but luckily there were two people who took care of me. As soon as she shook hands, she was struck by lightning. Because I can't withdraw my hand. Because he held it too tight. Can't escape his hand. She awkwardly said, Chairman Wong, my hand. He was startled when he heard it and let it go and said, I'm really sorry. The old fox reacted a bit slowly. He showed a perverted look. And took the hand that had just held her hand, brought it to his mouth and licked it. I didn't expect Miss Jung's hands to be so soft. For a moment, she was a little lost. Please don't be upset. She stopped the feeling of disgust from exploding to the outside. Said confused. First, let the waiter bring the food. Let's eat and talk, said the red-haired man, looking towards the secretary. Miss Jung let her secretary go out. Some things are not appropriate for others to know. The secretary stood behind her, silently thinking. Thousands of times, don't listen to them. Even I was kicked out, it was too dangerous. She also seemed to sense the danger. So answer quickly. My secretary and I look like two sisters. Letting her help us pour the wine is also good. The secretary behind her agreed and nodded repeatedly. And the red-haired man suddenly glared at her. He said with a serious look on his face. What's wrong, Miss Jung, can't you believe us? He started to mock, even without sincerity. I don't think it's necessary for us to discuss it again. After hearing her voice with a dark face close to her voice as she spoke to the secretary. Went out. The secretary was surprised then confused and said to the general manager I felt helpless, so the secretary had to sneak out. After the secretary went out, the two men showed perverted, thoughtful expressions. Ha ha ha. Finally, the obstacle is successfully removed. After a period of time, the food table was also served. The red-haired man raised his glass of wine and said, Miss Jung, I'll give you a drink. You just drank a few glasses and your face turned red. That guy with the hair said again. Miss Jung, I originally thought she was a realistic person. I didn't think she didn't have such thoughts. She asked back with a puzzled face. Am I not sincere enough? The guy wearing glasses immediately approached her, hand holding a glass of wine and pouring it down. Look. After clinking the glass, there was still wine left in the glass. She asked if she didn't understand the rules. She still didn't understand and asked again if this was drinking alcohol. Nor is it licking wine. How can one drop not be left over? The guy wearing glasses showed an unpleasant expression and said, What you mean is I don't understand the rules. If that's the case, then we'll cooperate in the future. And not let him finish his sentence. She quickly poured the wine and said I had said something wrong. Please forgive me. I'll punish myself with a drink as penance. Two people laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, very good. Miss Jung is very generous. The guy with glasses also poured another glass of wine. Miss Jung, I'll give you a glass of wine again. You also confusedly accepted President Ju's invitation. Money borrowed from my company. I don't know if we can extend it for a while. The red-haired man thought with a perverted face. Continuously drinking so many glasses. This woman was starting to get drunk. Ha ha ha, but the drunken look is also full of temptation. It's really making people can't help it. The red-haired guy put his eyes on her chest and thighs. Sinisterly approached her and said, "Just Miss Jung, you can make us drink well today. It's all so easy." To hear about the loan being extended for a longer period of time. Then she decided to drink another glass. "So, I'm sorry to bother President Ju." 1 hour later, the table was full of bottles of wine. And the guy with glasses also blushed because he was drunk. "Miss Jung, come, let's have another glass of wine." She feels a little dizzy. "My alcohol tolerance has reached its limit. Can't drink anymore. If I drink any more, I'll be really drunk." She stood up, put the glass of wine on the table and said, "Sorry. I go to the toilet." After going to the toilet, then she washes her face. Behind her back, she worriedly advised the general manager not to drink anymore. "If we don't continue like that, that will happen." She washed her face and said it was okay. "I can handle." The secretary, after hearing this, walked out in frustration. "This lady is really mad at me. I'm going outside to wait for you." To wait for the secretary to come out. She raised her head to look at herself in the mirror. Thinking about whether it's worth it. Just because an uneducated guy broke the family. For a fiancé who didn't care at all. Is suffering these inconveniences worth it? She used her hand to wipe away the remaining water on her face. Continue to think incorrectly. Even though the company belongs to him. But I single-handedly built it strong. No matter what, we have to talk things out. Even though tonight she drank until her stomach bled. After a while she calmly returned to the dining table. She said with a friendly smile, "Sorry to make you wait so long." The guy with glasses opened his mouth to speak. "President Ju and I negotiated a bit. Take turns pouring for a woman like her. That's not very good." Then he gave her the glass of wine like that. "We have the same last drink. If I finish this glass, I won't drink it again. Are you really happy?" She took the glass of wine and drank it all. "And thanked the two of you for letting this young lady pour her heart out like that. I finished it respectfully." She gulped down and wanted to drink all the wine in the glass. While the other two looked at each other and smiled in a perverted way. She finished drinking and happily said, "If you drink to the point, stop. So everyone eat a little more. No matter what you say, you have to eat your fill." Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled and her face turned red. She held her head. Incorrectly. There was a problem in that glass of wine. She looked at the other two guys with lewd eyes and said, "These two lustful guys really dared to take drugs." Everything around seemed to be spinning. She waved her hand and broke a bowl. She was startled and stood up to leave. "I'm sorry, I'm going to the bathroom again." She had difficulty walking along the wall trying to get out. She couldn't stay and get as far away as possible. She felt like she was about to fall down. Then there was a man who supported her. That man was the male lead. He caught her and smiled gently. "I didn't think we would meet each other like this. Right now at the banquet table. I only see the guy wearing glasses saying why was she gone for so long. Did you run away?" The red-haired old man said. "If that's the case, she'll react quickly." Surely they knew the medicine was working. And then both of them sat and waited. The old man wearing glasses lost patience and ran out to see what was going on. He also said he couldn't let her escape. On this side, after Yopi Mu Cheon helped his fiancé soaking himself in the water bath, Jung Hasin then slowly woke up. With a very cool look, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately patted her head to comfort her. She must have suffered a lot of humiliation. But Yopi Mu Cheon was also a bit helpless. Because he had no medicine in his hand. Resolve this symptom. Medicine is needed. But the delivery man hasn't even arrived yet. In his previous life he didn't even have a girlfriend. Now I have a wife. It feels really strange. Right now all of a sudden. Hasin hugged Yopi Mu Cheon tightly into the water bath. Yopi Mu Cheon saw Hasin's two huge grapefruits. And immediately felt pressured. Who can stand green beans like this? Hasin could no longer keep calm and said, I want. Yopi Mu Cheon shouted loudly to stop. I'm not the type to fish in muddy water. Yopi Mu Cheon silently said to himself. This bastard Yeop Mukion's body started again. But it's hard for me to resist. Yopi Mu Cheon had to close his eyes and calm down. Not hard, not hard. You're so promiscuous. But Yeop Mukion's disciple is strong. Roared. Yopi Mu Cheon was helpless and had to take 3 worms. Mistakenly took some medicine and put it in his brother's mouth from the aggressive wolf. Immediately became a little puppy. Yopi Mu Cheon also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Fortunately, my will is strong enough. But Haseen in front of me still pretended to say greedily. Please satisfy me. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't know those bastards either. How much medicine was put on her body? That made her like that. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly stood up and jumped up. It's finally here. Turns out the delivery person has already arrived. He immediately prepared medicine. For now, he can only use this temporarily. Although the effectiveness is not high, it still helps. After decocting the medicine, then he immediately brought it to Haseen in the tub. But this medicine needs to be applied to the acupuncture points. You have to take off your clothes to offend her. After half an hour, Haseen said, she. Lie still. Yopi Mu Cheon also thought. If not Wong Bomsa tell him. I'm afraid something happened to Haseen. This Yopi Mu Cheon is such a bastard. But I penetrated into him. After she slept well, Yopi Mu Cheon left. And he didn't forget to tell her to rest well. Just let me take care of the rest. Scene changes to the dining room. The other 2 directors are still sitting and drinking their food. Let's just let her eat. If your stomach is worried, then find somewhere to relieve yourself. The red-haired old man told Mr. Wong he didn't need to worry. She will come back. Otherwise her company will go bankrupt. The guy wearing glasses also smiled and said, if so, let me play first because I'm no day. I want to taste fresh goods. The red-haired old man said that's not possible. We have to take a turn. Causing her to beg and cry because she was tired. After speaking, both of them laughed perversely. Ha ha, we have 2 swords that match each other. I don't know how loud she will moan. At this time Yopi Mu Cheon also joined in the fun. Hello darlings. Then he even smiled like a flower. What's so fun? Can I join you? The 2 of them were a bit surprised when they saw Yopi Mu Cheon. Who are you? Yopi Mu Cheon didn't say anything. Just walking over and picking up the bottle of wine on the table. Once made the red-haired old man's head hit the bottle. He said coldly, you guys. Don't touch this guy's woman. The guy wearing glasses saw that and scolded you. Who are you? This guy didn't mess with your woman. The red-haired old man also said bitterly that he dared to attack me. I don't know who your father is. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't say anything. Just held another plate in hand. Then made a thump sound. The head of the guy wearing glasses suddenly hit the plate, causing the plate to break. The red-haired man did not give up. Went to headbutt the mechanical disc. And just a second later both guys had to hold their heads in pain. Damn, he dares to attack both of us. The glass-haired old man boldly rushed forward. You are really tired of living. Eat my punch. Who would have thought that he hasn't had time to show off his cat martial arts yet? Then he stood still. How could my body be so stiff? And then he immediately collapsed on the spot. The red-haired man lies next to him. I also felt like my body no longer had any strength. Yopi Mu Cheon just picked up the hot pot and said softly. This pot of boiling water must have just been brought out. It's still hot while blowing and eating. He also made a scary face. I don't know how to water you. So what will it be like? The 2 of them heard that. Like lightning striking a clear sky. Hot water immediately flowed downwards. With a shrill cry, the other 2 immediately ate hot pot soup. While blowing and calling, you motherfucker, I will definitely not forgive you. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who your father is? Yopi Mu Cheon continued to throw the disc for him to hit his head. I don't really care. He asked again. Do you know who your father is? No, don't know. Yopi Mu Cheon continued to let him head with the disc. Tell him this is Yak Seong but you don't know. After a while Yopi Mu Cheon also felt tired. As expected, Yak Seong is like me. Not suitable for these strong games. Is it tiring even to beat these bastards? Then he turned around and asked the guy wearing glasses again. So do you know who I am? He was scared and said it was Lord Yak Seong Yak Seong. I beg you, please forgive me. If so, Lord Yak Seong will ask you again. Do you like this? He immediately shook his head. No, don't like. Yopi Mu Cheon took the smart answer as expected. Then he got a plate. Tell him you like it. He then looked very pitiful and said I like it. I like. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately took out 3 worms. I mistakenly threw the powder packet. And then threw it on his body. He also said that you guys will be together very soon. Wishing you all happiness. In the room. After that, there were some very loud sounds. Even the staff could not believe their ears. Such a strange sound. As soon as he opened the door, his jaw dropped. Even the food he was holding in his hand fell unconsciously. With a scream. Then spread throughout the hotel hallway. To several staff members nearby. Immediately ran over to see what was going on. But then they all had to open their mouths all at once. It turned out what the other 2 guys were talking about. The employee and grandchild then had to exclaim. That it was true that the older the ginger, the spicier it became. I have such a bad head but still do that. This has to be recorded. Definitely hotter than the TikTok idols. In the surveillance room right now. Only saw 2 people watching the camera. The hotel director pointed and said to the police officer's sister. Look, I didn't expect Yopi Mu Cheon to accidentally get caught in the camera lens. Without realizing it, the police officer's sister clenched her fists in anger. This name is Yopi Mu Cheon. Can't it be a little normal? The next day at Dongsheng Bank, Yopi Mu Cheon went back and told the staff. So, sister, how's it going lately? Can you call me in English? She blushed and thanked Yopi Mu Cheon for what happened the other day. But Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and said thank you. How can that be enough? Maybe you should go have dinner with me tonight. She seems to have ovulated. I'll report back to you after shift ends. Then she also said, if there's nothing else, I have to work. Yopi Mu Cheon still smiled and flirted with girls. Without knowing there was an ant behind her waiting. She said angrily, if you don't have money, go somewhere else. Do you let people withdraw money anymore? Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care. But gave the check to the employee's sister. I use this paper to see how much money I can withdraw. Then let's go out tonight. She held the check a little nervously. Check for 30 million yuan. Is it really that much money? Over here? Haseen then woke up. And was in a daze, not knowing where she was. It wasn't like she was at home. But she immediately remembered the past. And then looked down at her clothes. Haseen shed tears of despair. Maybe I was really humiliated by those 2 bastards. Or something. But then she remembered it didn't seem right. She looked again and there was no bloodstains. Could it be that someone saves me? But Haseen couldn't remember who saved her. The image in her head was very blurry. Very similar to Yopi Mu Cheon. Maybe he came here to save me or something. But she immediately dismissed this thought. How could he come to save me? He doesn't know where he is now. Haseen picked up his phone and listened to yesterday's recording. She silently recorded. Then only heard Yeop Mukion's voice. Calling someone to buy medicines. She also felt this voice. Very similar to her fiancé. But it also feels a bit different. Followed by the MLEM voice emitted by Haseen. I want to satisfy myself in all kinds of ways. Yopi Mu Cheon tried to struggle. But he also said something that made Haseen blush. It's so annoying. Should I touch one? Oh, my nose is bleeding. Is it really that bastard? But that guy is a lecher. A girl with a mouthful of food can't help but slurp it up. Regardless, knowing who he is of no use. Now other than the bank. There is no place with such a large amount of money. Suddenly the secretary rushed inside. General manager. Hugged Haseen and cried. Did those 2 bastards do anything to you? I called the police hoo-hoo. Haseen smiled and said I was fine. Someone came to save me. The secretary also thought, or did someone really save you? Then she held up the phone and the other 2 were in the newspaper. Haseen was very surprised. Maybe last night. That man did them like that. The secretary also said. Suddenly the company had a surplus of money. Estimated about 29 million yuan. Haseen was curious if it was the customer who sent it. No way. No customer owes us that much money. Hearing that, Haseen immediately pondered. In the end, who transferred the money? At the same time, the police also appeared, asking her to help investigate the case. The other two will be thin while injured. On Yeop Mukyeon's side, this early morning there was a knock on the door. Who was it that knocked on the door so early in the morning? When she opened the door, surprisingly it was the police girl. She was disgusting and said she was a pervert. You can't wear a lot of clothes. Or something. Yopi Mu Cheon even said proudly. Are you addicted to my body? Why is your face so red? The police officer was also speechless. In short, you should quickly return to the police station. I thought he was involved in the assault on. Yopi Mu Cheon said she kept wanting me to go to the police station day and night. Our relationship is so irresistible. Hurry up and change your clothes. Okay, I'll just go and put on pants now, okay? That's grandpa and nephew. Immediately took the pants. While wearing it, she stuck her butt out in front of the police officer's sister. And she bitterly yelled at this perverted bastard. If you don't turn away, I'll kick you. A few minutes later, Somi approached my car and said get in the car. He turned around and walked away. Who wants to sit in this kind of car? You go first, I have a car. He left, leaving Somi, angry at him, behind. Haven't seen this bastard for a few days. Even her car looked down on her. Then she was shocked when she saw his appearance. I took my bike too. Is this my bike? I happily introduced it to her. Handsome but also me. While accidentally discovering it. It uses a high price to buy it. Even if she gave me 5 million, it wouldn't change. She could only widen her eyes in surprise. So handsome, why does this toy cost so much? Wouldn't the price of 5 million change? He rode his bike and looked at her thinking. Little Adu knows what's next. These are cultural antiques that are so expensive you'll die. Let's go far. She shouted, "Ah, wait a minute." People walking on the road. Seeing the looks of the two people, they laughed at. This bike was styled 10 years ago. Why are there still people going? It's not like they're kicking donkeys. Don't be afraid to drive this broken car. There is also a car following behind. If you look at the appearance or the car owner, you should know. Somi just blushed and was embarrassed. It was so embarrassing. Later at the police station, when she saw him locking the car, she spoke up and left it at the door of the police station. Are you still afraid of being robbed? So you said you heard it and immediately complained. She simply doesn't understand its value. Lazy to share knowledge with her. She shouted, I don't even want to share knowledge with you. The two of you went to the interrogation room. Somi pointed at the room, let's go in. Inside there was also a person and you being interrogated together. He walked in leisurely. Haseen sitting inside saw him and was shocked. Yopi Mu Cheon. He also exclaimed Jung Haseen. Yopi Mu Cheon curiously asked her if she was okay. Jung Haseen replied he hoped I was not well. He stammered and said I didn't mean this. She burst into tears and shouted in anger. So what do you mean? A word disappears and I wonder what I am. A star toy. Yopi Mu Cheon Haseen, I am in your eyes. What is the outcome considered? He hesitantly said he was sorry. The police officer walked in and said with a sigh. Two discordant families returned home to discuss. Let's tell the truth first. Sometime after the interrogation, the two of them arranged to meet at Anise Coffee. After a period of silence, Yopi Mu Cheon opened his mouth. Is your engagement happy with me? Haseen replied. Before answering your question, can you answer me first? Is it you who saved me? Answer me, I want to hear the truth. He answered that I accidentally saved her at that time. She continued, how did he know I was there? More under that situation. Why don't you take advantage of me? You answered her question. Discovering her was just a coincidence. If I take advantage of your comfort, will you hate me even more? He said in an apologetic tone. I'm really sorry to make you suffer so much. Haseen said, a little embarrassed. Regardless, thank you. At the same time, she thought he was saying sorry. Is this my ex-fiancé? You continued, right. He gave me medicine to use. That's what happened. I really don't remember. I know medical skills. Yopi Mu Cheon replied, while accidentally getting a folk medicine. Just or maybe he could cure the aphrodisiac. And then he looked straight into her eyes. You still haven't answered my question. Are you happy to be engaged to me? Tears were about to fall from her eyes. You say happy? Even day and night, teasing the flowers and teasing the moon. Even abandoned his missing fiancé. You talk to me about happiness? How can I be happy? He calmly said, "Hey Haseen. Let's break up the engagement." She asked him with a confused expression, "What did he say? Did he tell me? People like that are together. She will not have the happiness of breaking off the engagement later. The company belongs to you. That's what she should have." When she was about to stand up and talk to him, then he stood up. "Don't forget to tell Haseen when you leave. After 2 days, I will take the time to go to your house once. Officially discussed this matter." When Haseen's mother got home, she worriedly asked her what happened. "From when I got home until now, I also look like I've lost my soul. Is your body uncomfortable?" But only received silence from you. Her father asked more worriedly. Did something happen to Sosin? She just said he said it, so she broke up the kiss. The couple was shocked to hear the answer. They said he was just Yopi Mu Cheon. Did he really say that? What about the company? She continued, "The company gave it to you." Her father was happy and said, "That's great, ha ha ha. Looks like Soja has some conscience. It doesn't matter if the company has it or not. It's good for a daughter to break off the engagement." Her mother added, "My sister Sina also returned tonight. Let's celebrate together a little." She said tiredly, "I don't feel very comfortable. Let's talk first." Her mother said worriedly to Nojong's husband, "Do you feel our daughter? It really doesn't look like much fun." "That's right, logically it should be fun. Why do you look a bit lost?" she said with sadness. He changed and became different from before. It was so hard to escape that bastard. Manhwa. I'm the one who's not happy. On the second day, the couple was shocked. When they saw Yopi Mu Cheon riding a bicycle. They thought Yopi Mu Cheon was riding a bicycle. Previously, the car cost 1 million to bring down. He was too lazy to look. Now cycling again. Afterwards, it was a junk bike like that. Haseen also suddenly thought that he had really changed. To the point he mentioned, "The buzzing words don't say much. I'm here today to dissolve the engagement." He continued saying, "I'm not worthy of Haseen. From the time of engagement until now, she endured too much hardship. Today is the day to end this ridiculous marriage." The couple thought for a long time. Haseen's father said, "Let's say you know yourself. How will you return to Yopi Ga in the future?" He replied tiredly, "What is Yopi Ga? In order for you to return, you have to come back later." "Why are they standing?" Her father continued, "Yopi Ga won't accept you back? Was like that. Why do you have to give the company to Haseen?" He replied that it should be her. "Until now, she has been the owner of the company. I do not take part." Haseen signed this document. The company will be transferred to nominal status. Haseen said to go down first, "I'll see if I have time." Her father shouted worriedly, "Sosin is a free gift to the company. You and Yopi Mu Cheon are just engaged. He also hasn't touched the company at all. It's obvious that you're benefiting. I said you know what you're doing, Yopi Mu Cheon. The company records the other amount. Did you send it over?" Yopi Mu Cheon answered yes. She continued, "If they had to dissolve the engagement, why do you have to do that?" He replied, "Consider it as compensation. It can also be considered as atonement." She angrily shouted atonement after 2,900,000. His eyes didn't even blink at me. Is this considered atonement? Her father was scared when he heard her conversation. 2,900,000 stars. After hearing that, her father had a heart attack from shock. Her mother rushed over to help him and screamed, "Quickly take the medicine." Her mother asked her husband No Jung worriedly, "What are you so excited about? Isn't the doctor the type of bee that shouldn't be agitated? How could he have forgotten?" He replied, sweating profusely, "So this is 2,900,000, but just like that." She worriedly told her dad to go to the hospital. He calmly said, "Don't be in a hurry and let me try it out." Flowers and gems in the middle of the womb. Haseen was surprised by Yeop Mukion's ability. She thought to herself that she even knows how to massage this person. "Where did you learn these things?" He wrote down the symptoms on paper and calmly spoke. Chest, back, waist, and cold limbs. If you want to sleep, being tired is bad. Need nursing. White ginseng kanjong licorice each 10 grams. 1,500 ml water decoct into 500 milliliters water. 3 times a day in a row for a week is fine. I'm tired of saying how cough look at the prescription. Don't look at me. Your mother was surprised with his abilities. She said, "So Yopi, are you a doctor? When did I learn such good medical skills?" He happily replied shyly. Originally, I picked up a medicine book and studied it myself. I have something urgent to do. Let's go one step ahead. No, Jung suddenly thought. Maybe this Soja is playing pretend to be a pig. Why do you eat a tiger? She picked up the file and looked at it and thought. It means I also want to take a look. See if you have any tricks. That you want me to sign. I even insisted not to sign. Wang Bomsa's house. Looked at Yeop Mukion's file saying Yopi Ga is in Dongsheng City. Considered the head family of this body's original owner. Although on the outside they look extremely flashy and destructive. In reality the family takes it easy when it comes to bullying. Until now, I still refuse to acknowledge. No matter how much I use this brother's body. Anyway, we have to help people regain justice. He continued, if we don't do that. I'm just afraid that if the opportunity arises, someone will deal with me. Anyway, it has to do with the inheritance of the current great family. The company gave her niece-in-law a gift and she also lost no money. Wanting to deal with Yopi Ga is basically useless. The urgent thing is still to make money. Jung has seen company. Company employees were surprised to see Yopi Mu Cheon. Turned around they said, Wah Yopi is back. Long time no see Mr. Yopi. This person doesn't go to nightclubs and is happy, but he still knows. Returning to the company. He went to Hasin's office, opened the door and said, Signed the document for me to come pick up the things. She held his hand tightly and said, Where's my boss? This also has no documents. There are some important customers I want to meet. Come with me on a trip. He was confused and shouted loudly hoo-hoo. She pulled his hand and said let's go, he thought. In worry about what this woman wants to do. Pretending to be crazy, pretending to be stupid, giving it away, the company doesn't need it. The secretary worriedly thought it was impossible. The general manager is not. Have you always hated this useless guy? Why do you want to take him to meet customers? At a certain pub in the city. Looking behind Hasin, Yopi Mu Cheon replied happily. On the one hand, not paying attention to this fiancé. My figure is so attractive. I want a butt with a butt. I want legs to have legs, ha ha ha. It's so good, but it's a bit regretful to say goodbye to the kiss. She shyly shouted loudly to see if that was enough. I tell you, Customer's alcohol tolerance is very good. Today you have to help me carry the load. Don't say my alcohol tolerance is not good. Before, he was the same as that dog friend. Can drink a lot of alcohol to play with girls. She urged him to go quickly. I replied okay. Chung saw the presence of all three men and said, Is it? He is Chung Gai on Il, General Director of Sui Guk Waha Group. He said, When I saw Miss Hasin Jung, she was still dazzling and captivating. Come and sit quickly. He saw 8 bottles of white wine on the table. He suddenly replied, Damn, 8 bottles of white wine. What does this damn bastard want to do? How did you get drunk and then steal your identity? He continued, Looks like Miss Trong also came prepared. If this is the case, I will say frankly. If you want to do business with me, you must first have a good tolerance for alcohol. Looking at human dignity is not as good as looking at wine.
She whispered into Yeop Mukion's ear. Use your talents to drink with him. Otherwise our business will not be very good. He stammered and thought, this is really okay with my alcohol tolerance. Chung continued, do this to avoid other people saying the next day. We make things difficult for women. Today we will break the rule of 1 by 3 people sharing one place. Just can drink. If you win against me then you will be considered a winner. She happily asked again if it was true. He was worried and said, hey, wait a minute, I'll continue. How big is this business? But it's worth risking your life like that. She replied that 10 million karma are also paying attention. There is no such business. The company will most likely go bankrupt. Must definitely get. Chung Ga. Cunning face. Yopi Mu Cheon said that? Chung, if you want to play, then play big. 10 million is not enough, let's play. One shot costs 50 million. She thought in shock. 50 million? Why is he here to harass me? I knew I wouldn't have brought him here. Mr. Chung smiled proudly and said, haha, it's very interesting. As long as you finish drinking these 2 bottles of white wine. Not even drunk. Then drink 1 more glass at a time. I'm going to add 5. How? She nervously explained General Chung. His words should not be taken as truth. He's just kidding. With that, she thought in fear. Finished. If Yopi Mu Cheon gets drunk. With his temperament, I will definitely lead people here to find women like that. Monopoly business will definitely fail. Chung said with a changed face. Miss Jung, do you doubt my sincerity? She worriedly explained the unwanted misunderstanding. Why is General Chung such a big person? Clear. It's just that his alcohol tolerance is really not good. Don't say 2 bottles, even 1 bottle is unbearable. He thought worriedly. Why can't I stand it like this? I said let me try a little, human. There are times when you have to take a little risk. She hesitantly answered him. Chung asked curiously. Ms. Jung, who is this gentleman? He happily introduced himself. I called Yopi Mu Cheon her fiancé. But very soon it won't be tomorrow. Miss Jung and I will dissolve our engagement. The secretary finished listening to the story. She thought anxiously and curiously. After breaking off the engagement, Yopi Mu Cheon proactively said so. This is what happened. Haseen also thought worriedly and curiously. Can't you stand being so close to me? Why is there such a rush to dissolve the engagement? Or is there a little tam? Outside? He continued. Wong Man, prepare a new contract. I apologize in advance. Please be absent for a while. Go to the bathroom and come back immediately. Wong Man said in agreement. Yopi Mu Cheon said after a period of hesitation. After returning, I've been waiting for a long time. Chung, you can look good, don't blink. Relax, you haven't drank that much in a long time. Haseen was worried. She asked if you were okay. You were shy, replied. She didn't even let go. I'll have a real story. She thought curiously. Since when did this person start pretending to be serious? General Chung happily clapped his hands and said Brother Yopi has a very good tolerance for alcohol. You look like you're not at your best yet. Next, 1 bottle is considered 3 glasses. Let me learn a little about your alcohol tolerance. He smiled happily and said. Chung is generous. We can't be as narrow-minded as you. Haseen is worried about Yeop Mukion's safety. She advised. If you can't be careful with your body, don't force yourself. If you drink like this, you might have to throw away your little life. He happily asked her again. Haseen, are you taking care of me? She thought shyly. I'll take care of you. You better drink yourself to death, huh? She said happily. 15 million went to the company and was saved. Both people said in unison that Yopi is really awesome. Keep coming. Yopi Mu Cheon said proudly. Total 50 million to hand. You shouldn't change your mind either. Chung replied excitedly. Yopi brother, I lost today. Convinced that the contract for 50 million was signed. She happily hugged him and said. How can you be so powerful? Tell me how you did it. Wong Man said with an expression full of admiration. Yopi, you were so handsome just now. He said hesitantly. Tell the truth. Tell you that actually, I'm a reaper who haunts Jung Haseen Company. When she got back to the office, she thought for a while. Is that guy really her fiancé? When you're drunk, you don't take advantage of your comfort. Medical skills suddenly became so powerful. I have such a high tolerance for alcohol. I should be okay with this divorce certificate. Suddenly I got a call and she picked up the phone and said. Hello brother, are you back? Which restaurant? They're inside the city. Meet at a restaurant. Oh Young Ho said. Adu, I heard about your story recently, is it okay? He is Oh Young Ho. With tears in her eyes, she hesitantly answered my senior brother. He continued. If you want to cry, cry, don't make it difficult for yourself. Listening to her brother's words, she burst into tears, hoo. She cried while telling the story of that bastard. He plays the missing game. The company depends entirely on each person to support it. How can it be good? Hoo. Oh Young Ho is worried. Took out a handkerchief to wipe Haseen's tears. He said adieu. She pushed his hand away and told the truth. Thank you brother, I'll do it myself. He instinctively thought about this adieu worriedly. Suddenly rejected me. He continued. Adieu, I returned to my country because you came with me. No need to pay attention to that fiancé's name. Let's go over there and create a new life. Haseen stammered and said this brother. Oh Young Ho shouted my fiancé. We know he's trash. It's not worth letting me confide in him. She tiredly said senior brother, let's change the subject. He got angry and said no. Must speak initially at school. I don't take the opportunity to confess my love. This time I won't let go. Haseen, do you love me or not? She said fearfully. Senior brother, don't force me to do it or not. He continued angrily. I want to drag it out as long as it lasts. My whole life seems to be over. Follow that kind of trash. Tell me, can you be happy? She tiredly said she didn't know. I don't know where I left first. He ran after me trying to hold her and wait a bit ado. She walked all the way home. When she got to the place, her mother asked Sina if she was home yet. That's right, Soho afternoon has arrived. Does he call me? She said I'm going to take a bath. And her mother was worried. Curiosity said, what's wrong with the girl? Unhappy expression. Could it be that Yopi Mu Cheon made him angry? Soho is back. It must have been fun, right? No Jung replied that he did not know. Let her daughter be quiet for a bit. In the bathtub she thought tiredly. Brother is right. I'm clear. Always wanted to end this mythical marriage. But why did I reject my senior brother? What happened in the end? Did I start to like Yopi Mu Cheon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can I like that kind of family-breaking son? On the second day, she thought as she walked. Also because of thinking about that. But a bad night's sleep first. Or just concentrate on working. Seeing Oyangho's appearance with a bouquet of flowers. She suddenly asked, Senior brother, what this was. He happily said, Adu gave it to me. Are you free at noon? Let's eat together. She said hesitantly. My senior brother. Yopi Mu Cheon appeared and said, what are you doing drinking tea in the morning? Ah, I'm not bothering you, am I? Oyangho turned to talk to Yopi Mu Cheon. Mr. Yopi, I want to talk to you a little bit. He asked, smiling with an expression full of anger. Do you know who she is? He thought angrily. Fuck right in front of my face. Pursuing my nominal fiancé. Good or bad, we'll wait until we dissolve the engagement. Oyangho was annoyed and asked what would happen. He shouted loudly. Do you even know that you are her fiancé? What have you thought of her for the past year? Are you suitable to be that fiancé? Yopi Mu Cheon replied angrily. What I do has nothing to do with you. There are so many things that I need you to teach me. Who are you? He replied. I am Oyangho and have no right to ask you to do anything. Maybe I have the right to pursue her. If you're a man, let her go. Let her pursue her own happiness. He told him sarcastically. I put the choice in her hands. I don't even know why. Then he put their faces close together and said, if she doesn't tell you, looks like she doesn't like you either. He heard this and immediately shouted angrily. Yopi Mu Cheon, I warn you to touch a hair on the back of your neck. Don't blame her. I'm not polite to you. He also angrily rolled up his sleeves. What the hell do you think? If you're jealous, then rush in and look for food. I'm afraid of you. Haseen is worried right now. You guys are right, don't make noise. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her and said, do you really think I'm fighting because of myself? And then he decisively turned his back and walked into the company. She thought in confusion behind him. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Why does my heart ache? He stands next to me and doesn't care. Turned to suggest to her to cut. What the hell? Adu, let's have a meal together at noon. I refuse to apologize, I may not be free at noon. I have to do work, please go home first. After a while, she appeared in front of Yeop Mukion's office. He saw her and immediately asked her what was wrong. She nervously asked him why he was angry. He didn't show any expression. Is that what you were talking about just now? I am very angry, extremely angry. But I don't want to say. If you don't want to practice anything, just go out. She found it unreasonable. Isn't that what you want? At this moment, he just replied emotionlessly to her. Either way, it has nothing to do with me. I only care about when you sign the dissolution of marriage agreement. This company will be my last visit, so you can leave. You're so startled and upset that you're about to cry. Yopi Mu Cheon, you finally see what I am. Flood waters and fierce beasts. If you want to avoid me, it's not like this. A few hours later, he comfortably walked out of the company. Work was finally done and I went home. Suddenly Oyangho appeared before his eyes. He immediately lamented the green beans. This person is really not afraid of death, so why did he come to hold the door? At the same time, a red sports car rushed towards him, forcing him to back away. The car stopped. The person sitting in the car called out, Oh well, this isn't Yopga's useless kid. Why haven't we seen each other for a long time? Oh Young-ho took the opportunity to say hello to Yopi. It was just right that young Yopi also responded. I didn't think that young Master Oh Young would be here. Later, he pointed in the direction where Jung Hasin was standing, and asked young Master Oh Young, do you want to flirt with her? Hasin was suddenly startled. He was so frustrated that he called it quits. Right when he was upset and about to leave, Hasin held him back. Do you want to go? He pushed her hand away and said, this place is none of my business. Am I still going to stay and act as a monitor? Yopi appeared and stopped them both and said, wait, you useless child. Sees Yopga's future heir. Don't you want to say anything? Yopi Mu Cheon calmly answered Yopi Ga. What does the heir count as? Do you think Yopi Ga is very good? Do you think I was so sad when I was kicked out of Yopi Ga? Went back and told Yopi Ga those people. Yopi Ga will soon change hands. At that time, Yopi Ga will be me. Yopi Mu Cheon is Yopi Ga. And she was surprised by his words. She thought he used to see people every time. Yopi Ga will also dodge aside. Now he dares to talk to Yopi like that. Oh Young-ho was also surprised. Before Yeopmukion's statement, he thinks wrong. This person is basically not as incompetent as rumored. I have to investigate a fan again. Yopi angrily spoke back to the mongrel dog. Are you stupid? Are you Yopi Ga? Damn, I'm just a useless child. How are you? He calmly replied, well said. Soon you will find out. High and high above, like you will be a useless child. Kicked out of the house. At that moment, your face looked really desperate. Let people expect things that belong to me. I will get Yopi Ga back, and in the future it will be my Yopi Ga. She was surprised by Yeopmukion's story. She said, this is Yopi Mu Cheon. Why is he so handsome? Yopi said without anger that he should leave and pretend. Sooner or later no Ya will drown you. He thought to himself. Created by Oh Young-ho. The relationship first is the most important. The mongrel returned to collect later. Oh Young-ho went to Hasin and said, that guy Adu said the choice is in your hands. What happened? She said she remembered that she still had some unfinished business. Returned to previous company. He shouted Adu. At the same time Yopi came to him. Young Master Oh Young, I know this well. I heard that the practice is very good and took the initiative to speak up. Dissolved the marriage contract. Even wanted to leave the house by myself. Wanted to flirt with Jung Hasin. I can help you. After hearing about his help he said yes. Interested in talking and listening a bit. Back to the office. Hasin nervously said. Yopi Mu Cheon on his body. What happened in the end? She thought to herself, do you really want to break off the engagement? Suddenly Wang Man appeared and yelled at the general manager. Don't bother anymore. She continued saying Yopi Mu Cheon is not suitable for her. Her senior brother is not bad even if he has changed even more. Also cannot be changed. He is a coward who sabotages. Perhaps the things he has done recently. It's just a temporary uprising or not. While he still didn't pay attention. You have to hurry up and make up your mind. She sighed and said, let me think about this a bit. On the way home, Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and said, brother Yopi, you can rest assured to use your body. I will help you work. Yopi Ga quickly met each other as family. But your other fiancé had thoughts that belonged to me. Fear of not being able to keep it. Is the time to return to the holy medicine. Curious passers-by look at the sign on the board. They said, what toy is this? Looks very charismatic. This situation can happen. If you want to become beautiful, I can help you. If you want to be healthy, I can help you. If you want to regain your form, I can help you. If you want to give birth to a boy or girl, I can help you. It can cure all diseases uniquely in the world. And people gather in large numbers. There was a lot of discussion. Oh my God, the fate is so confusing. The real danger is not knowing whether you have the courage or not. Which hospital is he a doctor at? Do you have a doctor's license? Heroically replied, I don't belong to any hospital. My capacity. No hospital can afford the salary. The answer made everyone sarcastic. Isn't the doctor at the hospital? Maybe he ran out of a mental hospital. So young yet he became crazy. I'm so sorry you're like that. No one will trust you. With sarcasm, he said calmly. Gang Tae Gong fishes for those who want to be hooked. Those who trust me will know I am a treasure. People who don't know me treat me like trash. The crowd accidentally attracted Wang Bombs' attention. How come there are so many people surrounded on all four sides? She told the driver to quickly stop the car, so I got out of the car for a bit. She had difficulty squeezing through the crowd of annoying people. Give way a little. When she saw him, she immediately shouted Yopi Mu Cheon. She also laughed at his scoundrel appearance. What are you doing here? It's too pompous. He sighed and was already very humble. Originally, I was planning to add a panacea bag. Great journalist Wang, if you have something to do, go deal with it first. She told him confidently. You do this so there won't be any patients running to the door. This type may require some skill. Cheon Giem Ya gives me some knowledge. See what is called bravery. Then, she immediately broadcast a live interview news report. She asked Mr. Yopi. He did so. I think there will be sick people coming to the back door. He confidently replied. There will always be someone who recognizes my abilities. And she quickly asked him again. I think that's kind of unusual. To such a question he answered in surprise. Others laugh at me for being so crazy. I laughed, others couldn't see through. I didn't expect this news. Made Haseen laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is this person doing? Wang Man stood next to her and laughed. General manager, aren't you angry? But he is the one who is nominally a fiancé. Doing such an embarrassing thing again. Haseen kept his eyes glued to the screen. It's such an interesting story that I'm not angry. On the contrary, I want to see a little. This person made such a big move. What was the final result? Wang Man looked at her with unbelievable eyes. Not only the general manager Yopi Mu Cheon also changed. If it happened before, she would definitely be angry. Right now at Yopi Gasan Jang. The news continues to be broadcast on Yopiga's TV. She asked me why I wear glasses. Of course it's used to look at beautiful women, then. Clearly turns black. But with this, what use can glasses be? Yopi Yom pointed at the TV uncomfortably. I'm not mistaken. Isn't this that useless brat? The man sitting next to him smiled sarcastically. So that this is not you outside. Was that named Soja born? He is the prefect of Yopi Ga Yopi Hang Jae. Hang Dong doubts that this Soja is returning to Dongsheng. After that, it's okay not to contact me. What the hell are you doing? Grandpa right now? Angrily pounded the table. He made Yopi Ga lose all his face. Then he yelled at Hang Dong. Hang Dong, we know. I also have a heart to secretly help him. From now on, you must stop all sponsorship to him. We Yopi Ga can't get rid of this face. Hang Dong still wants to defend his brother, he's my son. Yopi Yom laughed and spoke up. My grandfather went to see him yesterday. Do you know what he said to me? He said that from now on, it will be him who is Yopi Ga. Until then, he will kick everyone out of me. Grandpa heard it and became even more angry. A child from outside society dares to say such a thing. Hang Dong, if you still sponsor him, don't blame me for being rude. Yopi Yom told Hang Dong right. Uncle, my two future daughters-in-law. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep me. I heard that Yopi Mu Cheon took the initiative to speak. Wanted to break up with Jung Haseen. This made him angry, you bastard. Choosing such a good wife for him was very easy. Why did he still refuse to kiss? The lady sitting next to him patted his shoulder to ease his anger. A small girl next to him spoke up. His father might have done it on his own terms. Don't be angry. She is the little daughter of Yopi Hang Dong Yopi Gyo. Yopi Yom refused to submit to her grandfather. I also encountered Oh Yong Ga. Oh Yong Ho. He seems to have an interest in Jung Haseen. If we can borrow this. Creating a relationship with Oh Yong Ga. Grandfather also agreed. Yopi Ga's. Although in Dongsheng it is considered the most advanced. But Oh Yong Ga can only be considered the Soga clan. When needed, So Yom gave young master Oh Yong a hand. Yopi Dong Wan spoke up. 3 children. I heard Jung Haseen there. Eager to handle company matters. Let Yopi Mu Cheon save the situation. Even more tooth trouble. Deal with this businessman. The main thing is to have a method. She is Yeop Mukion's third aunt Yopi Dong Wan. Yopi Hang Dong stood up angrily. Enough, she is my daughter-in-law. What do you guys mean by doing that? Grandpa also got angry and banged on the table and yelled at him. What do you want to do to make him accept his ancestors? I tell you, just have me here for one day. Don't be foolish or have false thoughts. Wang Bomsa sits and waits for sarcasm. It's late afternoon and still no one has come. Do you still have faith? You still laugh and talk happily. Every beginning is difficult. No need to worry that sooner or later someone will come. Dr. O pushed through the crowd and asked to give way. Please give in a little. The surrounding people were immediately excited about Dr. O's arrival. Is Dr. O coming? He laughed heartily. Yopi Soga, you are for me to find. Ha ha ha, I have a disease on my hands. I didn't know if he was interested. He just replied that if he had money, he would be interested. As long as you have the right money, any disease can be cured. No-do said a little about his illness. And everyone stood around in surprise. Dr. O's father seemed very familiar with him. Could have this kind of relationship with Dr. O. Maybe this person is really very powerful. Dr. O opened his mouth and said nothing. The limbs are numb and the language is unclear. Right now, he's been sick for 2 days. He thought for a while and then said he'd been hit by the wind. It's true that after 2 days the situation was not too bad. Then a man aggressively tried to get out of the way. Get out of the way, I want to find the doctor. You from afar look at him up and down. The Mediterranean. Fat head, big ears, big fingers. Large gold necklace. Very expensive wristwatches and precious clothes. His interest is lacking. There are no 3 words written on the forehead. People with money are the type of house. Nouveau riche. He quickly approached and said I was Jungsung. Little brother, help me see what's wrong with me. He pointed at him with a fat physique. Mentally tired and helpless, waist and knees weak, kidneys weak. He grabbed his hands and said happily. Truly speaking, he is indeed a miracle doctor. Little brother, you must help me. Must help me. He calmly replied that the problem was not big. It was the price for the treatment. And he quickly gave me a check. Little brother, please help me. Hundreds of thousands of checks. Consider it my medical bills. Your face changed color for 100,000. Looks like he's not worth that much money. If you couldn't give 1 million points, you asked someone else. And he was stunned and sweated a 1 million points. And then quickly corrected the check. If 1 million is enough, 1 million can cure it all. Totally worth it. He laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, really likes refreshing people. He quickly wrote out the prescription. Sun Tu Du Du Fu Lin is respectful but really funny. 3 times the sky changes will. Scassandra all kinds 30 grams. Put the prescription in front of him. Except for food, use steamed wine soaked in wine. Find a pharmacy to become a member each. 10-gram tablets twice a day, taken continuously for half a month. Make sure his spirit is refreshed. He looked at Dr. O and immediately replied. This prescription is no problem. You take it and use it. He can rest assured, thank you God doctor. Even Dr. O thinks the prescription is effective. This person is afraid that it is really the miracle doctor. Bobsa standing next to him, constantly evaluating him. My heart is so dark. This bastard makes money so easily. Already earned 100,000. I have a hard time being such a journalist. How long does it take to earn 1 million? Yopi Mu Chion turned to say. Great journalist Wang, this time you should trust. At first, the 20,000 fee was very friendly. How is the patient's condition? Is it any better? She shyly turned away and reluctantly walked away. Until the evening at Junhasen's house. She was happily looking at the message board. Oh Gun Sang. Visit the street doctor yourself. Is he really a genius doctor? The street doctor's opening fee for medicine was 1 million. She suddenly laughed. This person is really getting more and more interesting. How could she not find him so interesting before? Her phone rang. Is Oh Yong Ho. However, she didn't pick up the phone. He was so bored that he didn't answer the phone. He got out of the car and looked at her house. You can't escape me, Haseen. Your mother knocked on the door. Sina room. Soho came to look for you. Go see him a bit. She was startled and asked, did he come to the house? After changing, she went downstairs to say hello. Senior brother, you're here. Oh Yong Ho asked her worriedly. How come you don't answer my phone calls? Is your body uncomfortable? Or maybe she's been too tired these past few days. She sat down on the chair and casually replied that it was okay. Don't worry, it's just a little tired. Her mother said, smiling. Soho baby can be such a tiring job. I went out with him for a walk. Go see a movie or whatever. Don't stay at home dumbfounded. He thinks it's a good idea and you're right. Let's go out with you for a bit. How can you respect me? You can only say it. Two people went to the square. He opened his mouth. The square is the most suitable place to relieve sadness. Adu looked at me and was not in a good mood. Is it because of that Yopi Mucheon? She was startled and blushed a bit and replied, no way. How could I possibly pay attention to him? Senior brother, don't joke around. Suddenly the sound of children's laughter rang out. Ha 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 uncle. Please go faster. It was Yopi Mucheon carrying the girl on the bike. Hi good let's play a little faster. I really have no choice but to deal with so adu. Then he walked around a few more times. She was surprised to see Yopi Mucheon. This is Yopi Mucheon. Is this my fiancé? A few minutes later her mother called. Yang, time is running out, let's go home. Remember to say goodbye first. The girl also politely replied yes. At this time Oh Young-ho also met Yopi Mucheon. How come he is here? She quickly told senior brother, let's go. Yopi Mucheon also noticed it. The appearance of the other two people. He approached and asked Jung Hasin what she wanted. Oh Young-ho was upset and said something like that. Can't you see that we're here on a date? I turned away, not forgetting to insult the two Miss Jung. I don't mind you having sex with another man. But don't forget that in front of you is your fiancé. Mine. So please give me some face parts. I hope tomorrow I can see the signing part of the paper. Refused to kiss. She also tried to call him back. It's not what you think. After returning home, she collapsed on the bed crying. It's not like that, it's not. Under my mother's house. She was worried about how her daughter No Jung would go out, will return soon. Moreover, he looked like he was greatly attacked. He didn't care. I don't know if I want to know, go ask Sosin yourself. Why was she so angry that she let me ask her daughter? Don't forget she is also your daughter. She was also constantly annoyed. I don't understand what's wrong with Soho. Compared to Yopi Mucheon, it is also 100 times stronger. Her father said calmly, if you get angry, don't look for me. I already talked about women. Let it choose for itself. No matter what the result is, I will support it. The second day her alarm kept ringing. The lazy pig got out of bed. And she sat up disheveled. After that, it was another sleepless night. She put the phone in her bag and said sleepily, quickly. Wash your face then come up. Company. Are you panicking? You emptied everything in your bag. No marriage certificate. It wasn't clear that something was in her bag yesterday. She kept worrying about how could. A while later at the company. She kept digging things up. What happens in the office? Searched around but couldn't find it. Where did I put the divorce note? Wang Man walked into the general manager's office full of energy. Good news. A customer came to Wang Man's door and gave her a piece of paper. Someone came to her and said he wanted to cooperate with her. This is a business card. She looked at the business card and felt uneasy. Is Yopi Dong-wan? Yopi Dong-wan sat comfortably on the chair. I'm so rude that I hope Miss Jung doesn't mind. Hasin also responded accordingly. How is that possible? Mr. Yopi welcomes you to my company. She presented the contract. Miss Jung, I'm a straightforward person and don't like to beat around the bush. Today the idea is very simple. Want to cooperate with you. But I have one small condition. Her face turned serious and she told her. She and Yopi Mucheon had to break off their engagement. She was startled and slapped the table. What did she say? She just spoke softly. Jung P. First of all, don't be agitated. After reading the contracts, she said. She was panicked after reading them. 300 million for business. Moreover, the contract price is clearly for money. She continued. We know. She and Yopi Mucheon also quickly wanted to dissolve their engagement. But I just wanted to speed up a bit. To see her appearance as she approached more and more. Miss Jung, you are a smart person who should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Hasin said solemnly. She is indeed also a member of Yopi Ga. I want to know the person who did that. What is the purpose after all? If I don't clarify these things, I won't sign. She sneered. I didn't think that Miss Jung would be worried. That fiancé of yours really surprised me. She answered me frankly. How I treat him is my business. No need to tell her. You guys aren't doing this to harm him, are you? She stood up and turned away. Have style but want to be in high society. Wanting to live doesn't mean having style. Please reply me before this afternoon. I don't like waiting. She also quickly took her bag. The contract was missing. Confusing then. Yopi Dong Wan found the door and quickly left. That's not right. You have to hurry home and find the contract. When you get to the door, Wang Man and two tall men stood right there. Hey General Manager, do you want to go out? Wang Man pointed at the other two people. These two are lawyers and they want to find you. Lawyer, give me your business card. Miss Jung, how are you? We were entrusted by Mr. Yopi Mu Cheon. On the day of the transfer to the company name, she was startled and said transfer. What is the transfer? Please clarify a bit. The lawyer behind brought up the contract. Because you and me, the entruster is also Mr. Yopi Mu Cheon, amicably dissolved the marriage contract. So according to the content of the contract, the company must be transferred to her name. She replied that maybe I didn't sign any contract. He gave her a pad of paper. Miss Jung, this is the part of the contract that she signed. She grabbed the paper in his hand. Why is the contract in the hands of a lawyer? Flip through each page to see that I clearly didn't sign my name. Why is there? Above? She shouted in panic. This is impossible. There's no way I didn't sign this part of the contract which is fake. He said to Miss Jung. If in doubt the contract is fake, can ask for an autograph. She quickly ran past the other two people and left. Shameless. It started to rain. Only she ran along the street. While running and calling Yopi Mu Cheon this bastard. Where are you anyway? She ran and screamed in despair. If you have the guts, come out. Tell me what's really going on. She accidentally tripped over a stone on the side of the road. She fell down crying helplessly. How could this happen? What happened in the end? I clearly didn't sign my name. I didn't sign. At that time Oh Young-ho ran to a do with an umbrella. What happened? He stood from afar watching the two of them end. Yopi brother. Starting today, your fiancé will turn into someone else's fiancé. He turned and left. Really sorry. This love story is truly irresistible. Surprisingly, Wang Man stood in the way. He stopped and was not allowed to leave. Why do you do that? Why do you have to treat the general manager like that? He laughed mockingly. This result is not what everyone expected. She also really hoped to see that. Wang Man shouted that I was standing on the general manager's side. The result now is that she looks very pitiful. What happens to the contract? The general manager said she didn't sign it. How did it fall into your hands? You suddenly said you wouldn't sign. She meant it wasn't that she signed incorrectly. In the morning, someone brought me the above contract. Name has been signed. I immediately signed. And he just ignored it and left. Anyway, the result turned out like this. I went. Wang Man now took out his phone. Ha good, I'll open the recording soon. Turns out it was all a misunderstanding. He sweat dropped and asked Dr. O who was walking next to him. Oh no, first he said bring me to make money. Like this match is a bit scary. He wondered, what status does the person with that disease have? Dr. O's face was very serious. I can only tell you. His name is Nyong specifically, I can't tell you too much. He added as he approached the door of the hospital room. Later, pay attention and don't talk nonsense. In the hospital room right now there are two men. A weak old man lying on the hospital bed. The other man asked Ono if he was the master you said he was. He replied that it was him. He approached and observed the old man on the hospital bed for a while. He said his hands and feet were numb. Eyes tilted, helplessly imprisoned. Dark purple tongue, relatively dry tongue. Yes. It's really serious. The man was surprised and seemed to appreciate him very highly. This Ai Soja seems to have real bravery. He asked, putting his hand on his shoulder. The little brothers have a few sure things. Yopi Mu Cheon answered confidently. If you take more medicine. My special technique of massage probably has 7 parts. Sure. The price of the medicine will be a bit expensive. Dr. O stood from afar looking at him helplessly. Open mouth and close mouth. It's all about money, no matter how hard you are. Seeing all the soldiers wearing guns outside. The other boy gave him a piece of paper. This is a check for 500,000. The man continued, and there was a big reward later. He excitedly rushed towards the check. Ha ha ha, I really like to interact with cheerful people. Prepare pen and paper for me. After receiving what you need. He quickly wrote it down. Prescription caper alba lucidum. Snake thien ma dao kai tam. Black father. The brain sacrificed Tan Ui Lin Tien Ma Hoang Bok Job burned the room. And gave it to the man. He also took it with both hands. A convenient decoction gives me a clean towel. 2 hours later. He squeezed out a towel and meticulously wiped the old man's body. This disease requires a special treatment method. Guessing that at that point people would misunderstand. He raised his hand and prepared to do it. Let's wait until then let's talk. When everything ends, it will be late at night. Just come here today. Remember medicine 3 times a day so he can take it on time. Fast is 1 month, slow is 2 months. Your illness will change for the better. He also quickly wrote down a note. That he was going with Dr. O the next morning. He said, your medical skills are really strong, little brother. I complained to myself that it's not right. I heard that you and your fiancé broke off your engagement. And looked at him boredly. I didn't think it would spread so quickly. If you have anything, just say it directly. Dr. O said with a cheerful smile. Ha ha, I have a very beautiful granddaughter. Also a flight attendant. I don't know if you're interested in being my grandson-in-law. He was skeptical. The flight attendant's figure must not be bad, right? Thinking about the girl's seductive appearance. He excitedly put his arm around Mr. Nadyu's shoulder. I didn't expect him to be so talented, he was happy. Next time my niece is on leave. At that time, I invited him to my house for dinner. Until then combined 2 people. But on the other hand, perhaps this is Mr. Soja's plot. As a first-class talent. Absolutely can't let go. At night, while he was dreaming about the beautiful girls surrounding him, the doorbell rang repeatedly. I'm so fucking angry. Who is knocking on the door so hard in the middle of the night? Leave the beauty of your dreams to no ya. He eagerly opened the door. In front of him was a female police officer. She blushed and ordered her to put on some clothes. He angrily raised his middle finger. Who are you? This is my house. Is the housekeeper not wearing clothes? She glared at him. I said again, put on some clothes. He showed off his appearance. Wearing only her underwear. Have you never seen a man like that? She was embarrassed. At the same time, I used my foot to kick him into the house. And continued to humiliate me. Probably wouldn't be so lenient. At Yeop Mukion's house, he was sitting on his knees, clutching his chest on the ground. Spoke loudly, angrily. Who are you? You ran to my house screaming loudly. A strange girl just broke into the house. He frowned angrily. Standing position as if preparing to hit. He said, you're sure you still want to live? He angrily approached and pulled the door hard, scolding her for being too light. The gas hadn't closed the door yet. Suddenly there was a hand blocking the door. Made it impossible for him to close the door anymore. 2 people kept asking to watch like that. He saw her holding the door tightly like that and thought, fate is that this girl is really strong. Suddenly the girl pushed the door open. Kicked him hard in the face. And then she stood still as if she wanted to continue teaching him. He told me that, if you don't want to die, keep your mouth clean. He slowly stood up and wiped his face with his hand and said angrily, if you have the guts, kill me. I denounce you thousands of times, don't let it fall into my hands. Otherwise, this young master will let you taste the 108 moves. I thought to myself, I'm at home taking a nap. Based on what you attacked me. She smirked briefly. Then she rushed forward and stomped her foot hard on the ground. Then kicked him hard in the face. And not only that, she got angry and punched him in the chest. Was beaten so painfully. He immediately fell to the ground screaming. He opened his eyes and looked at her, thinking to himself. Don't think about yourself. Yak Seong Street. To be mistreated like that by a woman. He lay on the ground and cried out. Ms. Johnsang approached him and said, next time, I'll even dare to spit out feces. Just wait for the wheelchair. Hearing that, he tried to slowly push himself up. He angrily stared at her and said, today I will remember this enemy. When she saw that, she responded angrily. He even scolded her for killing you. Then she swung her hand and punched him in the stomach with a loud thud. He still tried to bite his lip and endure, his whole body trembling. Then he frowned and tried to force a smile. Ha ha ha, he said while laughing. Come here, my lord. If he was afraid of her, he would carry her shoes for her. She frowned and said coldly, You think I don't dare kill you? Faced with that question, he answered, If you have the guts, kill me if you fall into my hands. Makes her regret ever being born into this world. He raised his middle finger. She said, and he was angry. He thought, if not on people, there was no place to hide the powder. This woman can still stand with me and talk. Then she seriously asked me, Ask him how my gaga is sick. I have some certainty. You smirked. It turned out that she was the niece of the nearly dead no-do. The more he talked, the closer he got to her. Then pointed his finger straight at her face. He despised saying that. Now I can tell you with certainty. Sir, I don't treat your grandfather. Hearing that, she waved her hand and used her superpower on him. She ordered him and me to go to the bottom of the building. She kicked him into the car. Then he directly took him to his house. And then to her house. He pulled open the door and walked in to tell her father how sorry he was for Nadu's illness. I'm helpless. Hearing that, he said in confusion, Little brother, can you tell me why? Otherwise, his face would still be injured. What happened? Hearing that, he was dissatisfied and turned away. Then he shouted again and said, Do you think I'm easy to bully? To tell you the truth, I am narrow-minded and have revenge. So I don't treat it. Treating this no-do. He looked at him with a dark face and frowned eyebrows. Gritting her teeth, she asked him who hit him. The strange girl immediately walked inside. Walked up to tell him that it was me. And he suddenly walked up and asked Saggy why. She just coldly replied that she misunderstood. Listening to her gentle words, he angrily pulled up his shirt and said there was a misunderstanding. Is this also a misunderstanding? Then he continued talking. Yesterday my treatment was considered free. I returned your check to you. I'm really sorry, please invite other noble people. Then he turned around and left, leaving father and son alone. The father approached and held the little brother. Except for this little thing. This young lady apologizes to you. How do you see? He turned around and replied that was his daughter. He should teach her well. Hearing that, he turned back to her with a black face. Then gave a slap in the air. Hit his daughter on the face. He got angry and said stupidly. She kept her face black and remained silent while being beaten. He turned back to look. When he saw him hitting her like that, he said. He slowly got up. No need to be in front of me all the time. Don't pretend. When you just left. She was confused and asked if he could really cure her grandfather. When he heard that, he responded. At least compared to the larger bald bird Gun sang. Very respectful towards him. Face the answer of 3. She told me to investigate. He is just the stepson of Yopi Ga and Dongsheng. A guy who sabotaged him now knows how to do medicine. He heard her say that and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Talk a lot. You can't just look at the outside and cause trouble. You explain yourself to me no matter what method you use. I have to let him continue to treat his grandfather. Hearing what her father said, she was worried about this story about going to the city. At the office of a certain company. The table and floor were full of miscellaneous items. The secretary entered the room. Seeing such a messy room. Then randomly asked the general manager. This is. Facing the secretary's tolerance. The other general manager calmly replied. I didn't think about the contract because my mother was fiddling with her hands and feet. I rented a house temporarily. I won't go back to that house again. That's right, Soman, do you have any news about him over here? The secretary replied with a sigh. Without him, I wouldn't even have a phone. Really want to find him. It's not an easy thing. The secretary realized at that moment. From the time I was recording for the general manager. After hearing that, she seemed to pay more attention to that guy. The scene changed to the house where Yopi Mu Cheon was staying. It was just dawn. He sat on the bed and stretched. It seemed like the feeling of just waking up was comfortable. The wound on his body has also recovered more than half. It's not that painful. To wake up, his body ached, making him think of the previous day. Angrily said to himself that he was crazy. I don't want to fall into Soga's hands in the future. Otherwise Soga and you won't be finished," said. Then he smiled and pulled the curtain to look outside. Then I saw an apartment complex opposite and saw a beautiful pink-haired girl standing in front of the window. Stretching his shoulders, the words beauty suddenly flashed in his mind, looking at the girl gently and passionately. He thought it was not bad, big and small, well balanced. He didn't expect that there was a great beauty facing him. Then he raised his hand and said to himself, "Unfortunately missing a pair of binoculars. Looks uncomfortable." Suddenly next to that girl, another very cute girl appeared. The two of them laughed and talked happily together. Seeing that, Yeopmukion's face turned red, frowned, turned around and smiled. "Who is destined to be a flower sister? Fit is my favorite." Suddenly, that cute girl discovered that he was peeking at them and frowned in disdain. He blushed and was discovered. From the opposite side, he discovered two girls chatting about something. Very happy together. The two girls smiled happily, then pulled his shirt off as if he wanted to seduce him. He thought to himself, "Wow, she's pretty good too. Know that direct contact with the air is very good for the body." Then the two girls took off their bathing suits. He stood up, frowned angrily and shouted, "Pennywort green beans. Who wears a bikini under a bathrobe?" My innocence was truly deceived. The two girls laughed when they saw him like that. The lovely girl from earlier even stuck out her tongue, then gave him the middle finger. And he was so angry that his face was black. Then let you know what is called a man. He angrily walked with long strides while cursing. "So adu dares to seduce me again. After seducing me, you still despise me. Wait, you guys, let's see some of the advantages." Just went to the ground floor of where he lives and saw Sagi wanted to come see him. Seeing that, he suddenly looked at her, but then walked past as if she didn't see anything. When she saw that, she immediately turned around and followed him. He went into a small restaurant and broke his chopsticks in half. Ate instant noodles. He frowned and looked towards her. "Miss, why are you following me? Don't know the difference between men and women. Why do you want to tease me by using colors to atone for Soga's sins? I despise you." She frowned and asked him, "Accept whatever you want. Continue to help my grandfather treat," he said to her in discomfort. "Ah, I mean I'm not pointing it out to no do. You immediately followed me, right?" Mr. Jongsang looked at her and said, "Soga now wants to pee, so what are you doing?" Seeing him say that, she stood outside with an angry face, waiting for him, and he came inside feeling scared. Sweating profusely. "I want to start." Then conveniently mentioned me. To be exact, the head is relatively poor. You can't blame me if you shoot it all over yourself. She blushed and said, so what? As long as you're willing to help Gaga, I'll treat these things. I can also bear it. Do you need me to help you take it out? He laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes and helped me take out Soga. I'm afraid, she came and tried to hook me up a bit. She gritted her teeth in shame and endured it. Walked over and raised her hand. Pressed it close to him. As long as he could cure my grandfather. Seeing her like that, he blushed. Looked at her in surprise. Then pushed her hard to take advantage of me. Don't dream. Until sunset. He went into a small supermarket to buy binoculars. And smiled happily to himself. Ha 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 ha, beauty waiting for me to have this tool. Definitely look at your whole body up and down 360 degrees at once. Let you people despise me. For just going out. He saw her standing outside, clearly angry. He sighed sadly. Why are you looking at me with that look? Is there any problem if I buy a tube? Tell her I may not be a lustful guy. She heard that and immediately told him. Do I have a high-end function that I need? He looked away and calmly said thank you. No merit, no gain. I can deal with it myself. Then he went back to his house. And she just kept following him. He asked her why she still wanted to follow me up. At home I also don't like to wear clothes. Do you want to go up and take a look? She blushed and looked away and said pervert. He stood by the window looking at the apartment complex opposite. But that side pulled the curtain. He told himself, it looked like the opportunity had passed. I can only wait until next time. I use binoculars to look down. Let me take a look. Is there another beautiful woman who wants to show off her curves? Suddenly he saw someone's shadow. Was watching me from below. That was Sagi. The girl below saw him looking at her and frowned. He saw her below and was afraid and trembled and said to himself, "Perverted woman. Someone brought binoculars to look at me." The scene came to her house. The atmosphere seemed heavy. She asked her dad, "What's wrong, Dad?" She replied Dr. O was helping him check. "How is this side progressing? Can you convince me?" She answered no. Dr. O looked at her grandfather lying on the hospital bed. Say compared to last night. Old Nyang's physical function began to decline again. The reason is that today it is not possible. Soja Masur. Sagi's father asked him, "You mean, Yeok Mukion's massage method is very effective?" Dr. O answered yes. "You must feed them soon. Help the old boss with prolonged treatment. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it is for the old boss." Hearing that Sagi feels bored. Scene changes to Dongsheng school gate. Yopi Mu Cheon is riding a bicycle through the school gate. Calculating the time. "Wana hasn't seen me since school for a long time. Remember a little. I don't know how she is developing now." Then he flew like flying in front of a girl. The beauty asked where Yi Wan-a was. She looked at him and smirked in disdain. Then left. He was bewildered, then ran away to ask someone else. The beauty asked where Yi Wan-a was. The beauty asked Yi, but then they all avoided him. He angrily clenched his fists. At the beginning of the year, the students were also too unfriendly. He turned around and said to the person behind him, "That fat guy, come here. Where is Yi Wan-a?" He was startled and turned around, smiling disdainfully. "The beauty of our school rides a bicycle. But he also dared to come. If I want to do something different, I admire you." Then he raised his middle finger in contempt. Mr. Leo got on his bike and cursed angrily. "I don't believe in pennywort green beans. I couldn't find even one person." An hour later in front of Yi Wan-a. He was sweating and forced himself to smile. Yi Wan-a immediately asked him, "You scoundrel. Why did you come to visit me?" He looked at her angrily and said, "It's been a long time. How can you still call it a hooligan? The hooligan should be called Big Brother Yopi." She stuck out her tongue and teased him to leave. "If you want to take advantage of me, there's no way." He looked down at her body. Everyone said that Concept 18 had big changes. The blonde head and big chest are different from before. He pondered and thought a little more. Mature temperament is difficult. Probably would be called the school beauty. Suddenly she bent down and asked the hooligan to get out. After such a long time, he started riding a bicycle by himself. "With your bravery, whether it's good or bad, you have to take the tram. Please try to answer." "That's right, I've been struggling until now and still have no place to live. This afternoon, go to the dormitory with her and jostle." And she was surprised and thought, "Wow. It turns out you're really rolling around miserably outside." She said, blushing. "Then come sit in my dorm for a bit." Change scene to her dorm. See her push him to sit on the bed and talk loudly. "If you stay quiet for a moment, you might die." He happily plopped down on the bed and answered her. "Okay, so let's continue talking. Politics. Actually, I came here to help you check. That snake poison is no joke either. Snake venom has a long incubation period." She was suddenly embarrassed. "Are you lying to me?" At first he took advantage of me many times. As she spoke, she put her hand behind her to cover the snake bite. And he smiled brightly and patted the bed. "Hurry up a bit. On this occasion, no one is rushing to handle it. If your friends meet you, I'm not responsible either. Furthermore, I haven't seen her entire upper and lower body yet. Is there any other convenience that can be taken?" She blushed and frowned to tell him if it was true. "Like I'm online. Investigating cobra venom basically doesn't take that long. How do you know that you still need to check?" He smiled wryly, thinking that ADU's green beans are very meticulous. She saw him like that, pouting his butt without looking. "It's this place that's changed now. Maybe a little too big. Go on the road. Often feel strange eyes. There are also people who told me to get a breast augmentation." "Are you smirking like that? Relying on pharmaceuticals alone is not enough. Still need a little special massage technique. To face your question," she said, "massaging is not impossible. He is difficult. Pout this one." He was confused and asked what this was. She smiled and picked up the scissors and happily answered him. "This keeps the wolf room clean. It can be easily cut off immediately." His sweat dropped and forced himself to answer that it was it. So let's start walking. Suddenly there was a sound in the room. Yopi Mu Cheon gently said to Yi Wan-a. Unbearable pain. A little will be good. I will squeeze it gently. She cried and pushed him away, but it still hurt. To hear that, suddenly he remembered that pair of scissors. Inside and sweated. Calculated a bit. Suddenly the room door opened. Her roommate looked at him and her mouth opened in surprise. She blushed and quickly punched his chin. Then quickly ran to explain to you. The situation is not what people think. Don't misunderstand, my friend. Seeing that, he blushed and smiled cunningly at her. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, they were about to close the door and go out. She was so nervous that she blushed and ran to pull her friend's hand back. It's really not what people think. Must trust me. You want to know, why did her breasts become so big? When you hear her say that, do you think you're joking? Now female students also. Too open, do you want to let me pick? On the other side? She was still explaining to her roommate. But they kept smiling mischievously. Like teachers are making things up. Her friend said ha ha. Even said it wasn't his girlfriend who finished eating. On the contrary, it's really fast. Hearing that, he happily replied. Everyone is Wana's classmates. Wana and I are also very familiar. Everyone knows each other. I'm Yopi Mu Cheon. Her friend saw him being so open and came to say hello. So I call you Big Brother Yopi. I'm Jang Guangjung. The other two people, Hyung Chuhan and Jin So Won, respectively, they told Big Brother Yopi. How do you make your breasts bigger? You need to take medicine. Why are you so powerful? Why don't we think the business is big? Definitely very good fortune. He heard that and snorted, thinking that it was true. From past to present, women have never been lenient when it comes to investment looks. No matter how much money it costs. But right now it's not suitable to go this route. Or maybe the boss opens a company and then does these things. And the girl in the back thinks she really wants me. Not only that, she even imagined your scenario. I'm being treated by you. Dr. Boss checks everyone's health. Let's start now. She thought, then stood up. He slammed his hands on the table to prevent this from happening. Wana held her chin in her hands and her face turned red. Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms and glanced at the other three people. I was speechless. Wana quickly changed the subject and hesitated. That's it. Everyone is still a student whose career is their main focus. It's not very appropriate to talk about business right now. Hyung Chuhan is making a shy face and smiling jealously. So-won's eyes are sparkling, confirmed that he was jealous. Guang Jung shouted loudly. Her cheeks also turned red, obviously jealous. Yopi Mu Cheon relieved her and thanked her for her good intentions. Haven't thought about this for a while. Chuhan hugged Muchin. The whole person stuck tightly to him. His hand also pointed at his chest and spoke softly, Big Brother Yopi. Won't you really think about it? As long as you agree, the business will be handed over to me. If not, then I'll invite you to dinner. Let's discuss a little. Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't do anything and was stunned. He shyly scratched his face. How can I let my sister invite guests? I invite you to go. He had an idea in his mind. Looking at the appearance of this female student, she still hasn't given up her idea. Talked casually with the girls. Then they changed clothes and went out. Yopi Mu Cheon walked next to Wana on his bike. Where do Wana's three friends who left later want to go? It's expensive to go to a restaurant and eat for free. The three girls laughed and happily discussed. Can't see that he's the one with money. On the other side, Yopi Mu Cheon and Wana are laughing at all their actions. Was observed by the woman in the car. Nearby, a new white car drove opposite. Why is he here? They went to a private room in a luxury restaurant. Four girls looked at the pile of food on the table. Immediately his eyes and mouth said, oh, in surprise. Wana felt embarrassed seeing Yopi Mu Cheon calling so much. Did you eat it all? Yopi Mu Cheon still calmly sat and cut the beefsteak. Eat extremely deliciously. Chuhan agrees. That's right, Big Brother Yopi ordered so much food. Waste. Yopi Mu Cheon replied with a pile of food in his mouth. It's okay, I still have some change. The girls listened to each other and just secretly calculated that this meal would be small. At most it must be several thousand. still saying, change is enough to buy a few bicycles. Muchin asked Wana Adu while eating. How is Grandpa? Wana is serious, Grandpa is very good. But I don't want to let you go out to sea to catch fish again. Even when he's old, it's very difficult to drag and slide. He stops eating, so don't let him go to sea for a while longer. I went back to the beach with her to find food. It is not necessary to fish. Raising is also a good way. Wana stupidly asked why she raised fish. How to raise? Yopi Mu Cheon laughed. Don't interfere with my methods in this matter. Definitely not a problem. Hyang Chuhan pretended to whisper mysteriously. Yopi big brother, what's going on between us? Can you consider it for a moment? Absolutely can make a lot of money. Yopi Mu Cheon was so cornered that he wanted to sweat. My other set of methods requires special massage. Relying entirely on medication is not helpful. This massage method also focuses on acupuncture points. Not handled well. Only knowing how to harm people is difficult to mass produce. While eating, someone pushed the door open. Yopi Bai Gyo walked in. While Wana and Yopi Mu Cheon were chatting, he closed one eye and looked at his younger sister. Yopi Bai Gyo with big round eyes gently called him. The three girls immediately stood up in shock. This is what happened. Yopi Bai Gyo calls Yopi Mu Cheon brother. Yopi Bai Gyo is like a Yopi Ga. Yopi Mu Cheon coldly took the glass of wine she came for. Yopi Bai Gyo walked closer. He put his hands on the chair shyly just now, while accidentally seeing that people are upset. If we eat together. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't even glance at him as he pursed his lips. Close your eyes tightly. Extremely annoying. It will affect my eating mood. Wana quickly stood up. Don't bother, don't bother. The dining table still had one chair left. Yopi Mu Cheon still didn't care about Bai Gyo. Wana got angry and scolded him. How can you be so cruel to your sister? Yopi Mu Cheon still closed his eyes coldly. Asked me what was going on. Let's be honest, I don't like beating around the bush. Yopi Bai Gyo immediately explained, please go back. My parents really want to meet Yopi Ga. Not all are bad people. Her eyes sparkled no matter what he thought. We are also related by blood. Muchin sipped his glass of wine and grimaced. Me forever. Will also not have any relationship with Yopi Ga. Don't bother us eating now. Bai Gyo felt embarrassed. Then she put the paper on the table and said softly, this is my number. If you have anything, you can call me and I'll go first. And then you can leave. Wana looked confused and walked away. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately put his face down on his hands tiredly. He glanced at the paper with Bigyo's phone number. Then closed his eyes again. Yopi Bai Gyo, just when I opened the door, I met a group of people. The red-haired leader. On the contrary, I want to see which guy has no eyes. Dare to ask my lady to dinner. Bai Gyo was bewildered, and the whole group of people rushed in with dirty faces and rude attitudes. Where is our Wana? Wana's face darkened and her voice was annoyed at Jaeon Suhung. What are you talking nonsense? Who is your Wana? The fat red-haired guy smiled and looked at Bai Gyo. Was he also here? What a good time. He glanced at it and thought to himself. Can simultaneously step in front of two great beauty queens. What a rare opportunity to see. Yopi Mu Cheon still eating. As if he didn't exist. Yopi Bai Gyo was clearly annoyed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and didn't bother to answer. He didn't know how to be shy. Said loudly Wana again. I heard that you were invited to dinner. Hurriedly put on 40,000 leather shoes 6. Took a luxury car worth 630,000 and drove over. He pointed at Yopi Mu Cheon. Who is he? What is your relationship? Wana squinted her eyes slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Do I need to tell you? Yopi Mu Cheon finally spoke up. He picked up the glass of wine and spoke loudly. The waiter bothered to kick this dog out. This place is no matter what a high-end restaurant. Why do you let the dog in? He frowned and argued. But I'm still hesitant to say I'm a dog. You are so bold. Yopi Bai Gyo shouted and went out. He shut his mouth and was startled. He pouted. I didn't think Yopi Bai Gyo would protect him. It's not like Yopi Ga can tease him. He had to leave on his own. Yan Nu Pikachu. They finished eating and went home. Yopi Mu Cheon was still upset. What happened just now was really unlucky. Being made to eat by that idiot like a pig was not delicious. He immediately changed his tone and became happy again. "I'll take everyone home," he said, pointing to his horse. Extremely excited, Hyung Choo-han immediately waved his hand and refused Big Brother Yopi. "This place is very close to school. We can go back on our own." But in her heart she thought differently. "I want you to take it home. But the car must have enough seats to be able to." Echo from the side of the road. "I thought there was something arrogant." The fat red-haired guy sat in the car with his hands on the door shelf. Turned out to be nothing more than a poor devil. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly grabbed Wana's hand. He pulled her away. "Let's take you back." Wana shyly smiled and said yes, she hadn't been on the bike for a long time. The car sped away and blocked right in front of the two people. The fat guy got off the bike. "Wana, if you want to find someone more powerful than me, that's fine. Why are you looking for a trash?" Wana is angry. "That's also my problem. What do you have to do with anything?" she said as she hugged Yeop Mukyeon's hand tightly. "I just like that Jaeon Suhong. Please put that idea aside." Wana's three close friends are worried. Jaeon Suhong is famous in school for being evil. Normal people don't dare to tease him. So what should I do now? With all these struggling scenes? Was recorded by Bai Gyo on camera. She observed it very attentively. "I don't know how he will handle it. Has it changed like the outside station?" Jaeon Suhong boastfully criticizes Muchin. "Take a look at the bike. Put your rags in my car. Is to humiliate you, no ya. Humiliate you. Do you still want to go?" Wana can't let him insult Muchin anymore. "Jaeon Suhong, shut your mouth for me. I give you one advice. If this person becomes angry, the consequences are unimaginable. Jaeon Suhong hates this useless country girl. You must let a woman protect you. It's better to die." Yopi Mu Cheon smirked. "Right. Quickly go next to that guy." He leaned forward and pointed at how much this car cost. "It seems like 630,000, right?" Jaeon Suhong clenched his hands. "He thought you wanted to buy it. Nor look at your virtue. Even if you try for 10 years, you won't be able to buy it." Second Yopi Mu Cheon didn't say anything. He took the glass tube in his hand, popped it out. Then held it up and drank it all. Immediately his muscles stood out. Yeop Mukyeon's entire body seemed to have expanded and filled Yeop Mukyeon's shirt. He was still trying to brace himself, his whole body trembling. His hands were full of blue veins. He grabbed the stick and smashed it straight into the car window, breaking it. Jaeon Suhong was scared out of his wits. The glass pieces fell all over his feet. Yopi Mu Cheon placed the stick on his shoulder. Approached Jaeon Suhong. "The face also has veins." "Well, it's not much of a difference, right?" Jaeon Suhong stepped back confused. Another piece of glass appeared. Yopi Mu Cheon jumped up, smashed hard on the car's windshield. Mercilessly. Jaeon Suhong witnessed this scene in extreme horror. "Hug your face, what are you doing? Stop, stop, stop." Chuhan and Sowon stood outside and felt sad. After all, Yopi Mu Cheon has caused a big disaster. This is a 630,000 sports car. How can there be compensation? Wana immediately pulled Muchin back. "Don't let him continue anymore." "What are you doing?" "I'm crazy. How can I clean it up later?" Muchin whispered to her hand. "No need to worry, I know what I'm doing." Wana sounds unlucky. He took out his bank card. "Give Wana this card for her. You go. Get the card." Wana happily walked away without asking any more questions. After finishing, he put his hands in his pockets and threw the stick in his hand behind him. "Oh, I almost forgot. This car is still solid. Just relying on the dam won't work," Muchin said, then calmly opened the car door and went inside. He put it in gear. Pressed hard on the gas pedal. The car moved at lightning speed. Disappeared. Control crashed into an electric pole. The whole column and car suffered great damage. Jaeon Suhong could only stare wide-eyed and scream, my car, damn it. No, ya will definitely not let you have the car." After a strong impact, Yopi Mu Cheon opened the door. With a careless and arrogant attitude, smiled softly and buttoned his shirt. Muchin approached. The fat guy glanced at him. "How about a joke like if I hit your car?" You leaned close to his face and clenched your teeth. Jaeon Suhong was speechless, not daring to say a word. This incident attracted the attention of passers-by. People gathered in a crowd nearby and talked. Take a photo of the green beans. Who was there when a luxury car was smashed? The young people enjoyed filming the scene. This is one of a kind. Someone else said, I just saw someone calling the police department. Come quickly. Just as the police car arrived and stopped right in front of the crowd, a beautiful girl stepped out of the driver's seat. Slamming the door, she put her hands on her hips and frowned. Yopi Mu Cheon, why did you start causing trouble? Do you think this world is yours? Just play how you want to play. No one cares about you, right? Jaeon Suhong saw the police coming and immediately told him the crime and arrested him. It is your responsibility. Protect people's property. Bring him back to me, I want him to compensate me. Compensate me money. As he spoke, he pointed at Muchin. The police officer turned around the number 8 handcuffs in her hand. Sigh and pull Yopi Mu Cheon away. Come with me back to the police station. He is not in a hurry to leave. Wait, he just said it clearly. Wanting me to compensate him. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand towards him. One hand still cupped her chin like a cat. In other words, I pay him back. He won't prosecute anymore, right? Jaeon Suhong. Why are you pretending to be so loud? As poor as you can still compensate. Why does my car float? As long as you can compensate, we will not pursue further. If not, you'll go to jail. Yopi Mu Cheon pulled the police officer's hand to his cheek and stroked it gently. Very enjoy. Are you listening, Captain Sang? He said he only needed me to compensate the car. He immediately stopped pursuing him. The police officer shyly snatched her hand back. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her affectionately and heard it clearly. She thought to herself, blushing with embarrassment. Stupid is also too stupid. How can this damn guy be short of money? Everyone was still watching. Jaeon Suhong raised 2 fists threateningly. Compensate me for my car. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it. From behind the crowd someone shouted to get away. Wana arrived with a group of bank employees, carrying a few bags of money. Get out of the way. They threw the heavy bags of money on the ground. Wana rushed over and gasped, seemingly speechless. I brought it. Yopi Bai Gyo is still holding the camera, surprised at his guess. The other 4 people are bank employees. Could it be that there's money inside? Captain Sang helplessly stroked his face. This bastard is starting to get crazy again. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled meaningfully and picked up the bag of money. Jaeon Suhong's desire is messy. The damn poor devil found someone to carry the bags. Pretend, right? Hurry up and make up for it. Yopi Mu Cheon opened his mouth, opened his bag and let out the pile of money. He held the pile of money in his hand. Shrug your shoulders and open your dog eyes. Stick the money in Jaeon Suhong's face. This is the young master's compensation to you. He was sweating profusely. Yopi Mu Cheon. He even took the money and punched him in the face a few times. His eyes never left the money in Muqian's hand. Yopi Mu Cheon held up 3 piles of money. Everyone gasped, with arrogant expressions holding a pile of extra money. With a provocative tone, open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Jaeon Suhong's face changed a bit scared. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately threw the money at him. Cut a few more sentences. This place is 650,000. The remaining 200,000 is considered to be given to you. Those standing outside are craving it. Salivate when they see their money. I wish one stack was 10,000. What does it feel like to be beaten by so much money? It's definitely so high that I also want to be beaten. Hyung Chuhan exclaimed, wow, this person inherently has money. Jin So One thought. After all, they are Yopi Ga people. How can you be short of money? Jang Guangjung looked at him riding a bicycle, definitely pretending to be poor. Yi Wan A. Seeing Yopi Mu Cheon keep spending so much money, she stood outside looking regretful. What a waste. Jaeon Suhong immediately shouted and told the police officer. She also saw him destroy it, and I won't say anything. To humiliate me, I had to arrest him. Captain Sang immediately spoke up. You listen no matter what you do. In the end, I had to go back to the station with me. Yopi Mu Cheon really came back. He clearly said no prosecution. There were many people who also saw. So he immediately raised his hand to speak. Everyone heard clearly just now, right? The people around them immediately fell silent and didn't say anything. Seeing everyone's attitude change, he immediately leaned on the car. Then asked someone to calculate well. The scrap metal I bought will belong to that person. Selling scrap metal can also get a lot of money. That group of people immediately changed 180 degrees and protested. This young man is too much. Talking without keeping faith. The other person also followed suit. Young people nowadays really do bad things. If it's my son who dares to do so, no ya will definitely strangle. Jeon Soo-hong shouted angrily. You and I are not done with this. The sky is clear. Yopi Mu Cheon leads. Bicycles on the road were walking furiously. Although in the end he was still taken to the police station. Even though he was a bit unwilling. But in return it is fun. But sometimes I joke a little with some scoundrels. It's also interesting that there was a woman's voice behind her. Using money to beat people is a waste of money. I can also think of it. Sagi appeared from behind. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around. Are you following me? Sagi, she stood on the sidewalk with her arms crossed and arrogantly responded. So what? As long as you can help my grandfather heal, I can do anything. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately made a suggestion. If you take it all off so I can tease you, I will be more comfortable. He stared at Sagi. She immediately said, maybe, but I have a fiancé. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed. Just getting married makes me like it even more. Sagi didn't forget to tell him this. My fiancé is a first-class Sandal team special agent. Hearing this, Yopi Mu Cheon hesitated a bit. Then turned around and left. So I'm too lazy to chat with you. I have to go home. Sagi immediately grabbed him. I'll wait. After she finished speaking, she knelt down on the ground. I bowed down and begged him to help my grandfather. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that action and was a little confused. What are you doing? I really hate being pitied by others. To bind. Sagi bowed his head and begged his grandfather. The illness has become very serious. Grandpa did not offend him. But I beg you to help me a little. Yopi Mu Cheon also said unintentionally. I'm not the doctor. Without any intention, she thought there would be no use in begging. Sagi was still determined to beg. She looked down, but her heart still spoke straight. As long as you can respond, I can accept your offer. One condition, no matter what, is that you just need to say it. We can do the job and we will do it. You also know the family's conditions. What do we represent? If it's money, there's no way to compare. Yopi Mu Cheon, after standing, listened to what Sagi said. I feel like it's a good deal for me. Indeed, Soga's rankings are no joke. This condition is truly mesmerizing. Moreover, I wasted 700,000 bank deposits. Only a little left. Hastily added. Only then can we talk about future plans. And think about it for a while. Then he decided to bid 100,000. Plus 3 conditions. Do not accept bidding. This man is holding a glass of water in his hand. Turned to talk. 10,000. 000 is a small thing. Mainly those 3 conditions cost too much. Did he say anything else? Sagi immediately replied no. He immediately told his daughter. I will talk to him more. See if it can loosen up a bit. Indeed it cannot. Then we can only accept his conditions. Sagi obeyed. At a big company, there was a knock on the door from outside. The secretary ran in to announce. General Manager Yu Bok came again. Jung Hasin immediately turned to ask him what he came for. The secretary immediately replied and said she came to see her for cooperation. But she was not interested. Seemed uncomfortable. There is nothing good about working with him up to this point. She told him I wasn't here. And hadn't had time to report back. Then he immediately boldly walked into the room. Smiling. General Jung. Just like that, she rejected a potential customer. Sincerely want to cooperate with you. Star in his hand. A big bouquet of roses, mouth talking loudly. Jung Hasan's attitude was a bit uncomfortable. Said coldly and frankly. President Yu, don't you know that you came uninvited? Makes people hate it very much. There is nothing between us to cooperate. Conveniently bring your flowers home. Having said that, Yu Bok has a thick skin. Coming to Trin Kahan's side, she smiled and joked. Hasin, don't refuse so quickly. I know. Your company is having a little trouble these days. I sincerely want to help you. Haseen bluntly called Soman's secretary to throw away the flowers. Yu Bak got angry and raised his voice. Haseen, are you playing so well? She looked at him with cold eyes. Responded directly. Where did you hear that our company was in trouble? Yu Bak showed his shameless expression. Then he said it loudly. How can I reveal this information about my intelligence? It seems that her company has no difficulties. There's no need to deny customers quality. Should I kick him out? Jung Haseen is not like he just said it bluntly. I don't deny that Mr. Yu is a good customer. But my fiancé will not agree. To hear the word kiss. His husband was a bit surprised and his mouth was wide open. Her star fiancé is just Yopi Mu Cheon. Didn't you break off your engagement with him? Jung Haseen was proud. I didn't expect Mr. Yu to understand so clearly. Isn't it tiring to waste your thoughts? If it's okay, we have to work. Yu Bak, after hearing this, shut her mouth. Then he spoke boldly. Haseen, don't you know my heart? I can't hear Yu Bak's words anymore. Haseen immediately called Secretary Soman to see off the guest. Yu Bak was furious and crazy. Said a guy threatening Jung Haseen. If you don't know right from wrong, don't blame me for not being polite. From today I want your company to go bankrupt. I want to give you nothing. Jung Haseen also listened to him like the wind blowing in his ears. Waved goodbye to him. So you may be overestimating yourself. Walked leisurely without seeing him off. Yu Bak walked away angrily. He closed the door violently. Seeing Yu Bak angry, the other man immediately ran to comfort him. You, don't be angry. That woman was like that. If not, we will immediately change another way. And we won't be able to suppress his anger. Cursing and cursing, keep your mouth shut. Show no yaw your best way to flirt with girls. Behold no yaw. Buy such a big bouquet of roses. Even a little bit won't help. It's better to use medicine to make you feel good. He blushed and could only flatter. Yu Xiao was right. His mouth said that but his heart thought differently. If you don't do too many things yourself, loss of virtue and reputation are so rotten. Was it so broken that it became like that? Yu Bak asked him. Have you found out where that bastard is? Respond immediately and check. Yopi Mu Cheon is in Cheon Sim subdistrict. Is young Master Yu planning to attack? His face is so clearly full of conspiracy. Looks like we have to change the way. The video is recorded. Morning of Yopi Mu Cheon. With Jaeon Suhong was recorded. Yopi Mu Cheon chased him and threw money at him. The silver-haired man immediately asked So Gyo. What do you want to say? She immediately pointed to the screen. Grandpa. I just want to tell him. He became different from before. The other guy held his chin and lamented that he was different. Compared to before, he destroyed hundreds of thousands of things and lost hundreds of thousands. The silver-haired man wondered for a moment. Look at him, he's not the same as before. Bai Gyo shook his head. I can't answer. The other man laughed loudly and affirmed that it's not like you. Now he is even more fearless than before. Ha ha ha. Bai Gyo puffed her mouth out to look annoyed. She turned to hold her mother's hand and said, My mother really thinks he's not the same as before. Everyone has to believe me. She listened to her daughter and could only advise her. Bigyo's current condition is no matter what. It's all useless. Grandpa can't accept it. Bai Gyo turned to look at Dad, grabbed his shirt and called out Dad. See, all methods are useless. Bai Gyo pondered with a heavy heart. No matter what, I also have to make my family accept him. At an apartment complex, the sound of banging on the door outside was very intense. Yopi Mu Cheon looked annoyed. Ran to open the door. He asked who was it. Sagi came to find him. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her for a long time. Then sighed. Quickly closed the door and went inside. Sagi immediately angry. She took out her military gun and brutally shot down the door. Yopi Mu Cheon heard the gunshot and trembled in fear. The door had been broken down. Sagi boldly entered the house. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that the door was broken. He turned angrily to the door. Do you and I have such animosity that we have to use a gun? But he immediately asked gently. Have you thought it through? That's it. Sagi also immediately took off his jacket. Ask him. I just need you to be the assassin to treat my grandfather. I can. Hear her say that. Yopi Mu Cheon blushed and shouted. Are you stupid? Didn't I say before that 3 conditions were needed? Perhaps. Her body is not even close to those 3 conditions. Besides, don't you have a fiancé? Sagi also immediately said it was his problem. If he comes to find you and bothers you, please bless yourself. Yopi Mu Cheon can't force her anymore. So you keep taking it off. Anyway, I just said let her take it off. Without saying anything, we must respond. Sagi felt like he was caught in his trap. And she couldn't do anything. His face lowered and he said one word. Wang Bomsa immediately appeared. She saw the scene in Yeop Mukyeon's room. Then shouted, "Don't you dare play in this lady's room? It's so disgusting, it's so outrageous." He didn't react at all. He crossed his arms and stood looking at her agitatedly. How to play what? Did someone say you can't stay in the room to play? What are you to me? What right do you have to control me? The 2 of them immediately argued. Wang Bomsa argued with me. This is obviously my room. Yopi Mu Cheon kept talking non-stop. She's not even ashamed that she rents out such expensive rooms. Why did the manager trick me like that? Do you have a conscience? Sagi outside received a phone call. Later came back to receive it. Wang Bomsa continued to argue with Yopi Mu Cheon. No life because you were evil. I'm also learning from you. Sagi answered the phone. Then he immediately went back to inform them. One thing is okay. First, you guys stop flirting for a bit. Yopi Mu Cheon, I have bad news to tell you. His other fiancé was kidnapped. When the other 2 heard it, they were surprised. But speak in a loud voice. What kidnapped? Yopi Mu Cheon immediately asked Sagi what happened. Tell me where she is. Sagi also refused to say anything. Make his claim to him. Why do I have to tell you if this counts? Are you begging me? She lowered her voice. Now we are finally on equal terms. Yeop Mukyeon's face turned pale. I don't feel calm inside. You dare to threaten me. Sagi gave him another blow and he fell to the ground. And Bomsa was surprised when I saw her attack so fiercely. What kind of background does this woman have? It's so cruel. Yopi Mu Cheon is getting hot-tempered right now. Plus the fiancé was kidnapped. So he immediately changed his expression and spoke in a heavy voice. The people who hit me the most are women. Sagi laughed loudly. This kind of feeling is so comfortable, Yopi Mu Cheon. I have tolerated you for a long time. If you want to save your fiancé, you have to save my grandfather. Yopi Mu Cheon still kept his mouth shut. Use your hand to clean the wound you just got beaten. You better tell me where she is. If not, I swear you will definitely die, very unsightly. Sagi saw that he was still stiff. Angry and cursing, not knowing whether to live or die. Wang Bomsa ran back and raised his hand to protect Muchin not to hit him. What are you doing? Is taking a stance. Sagi couldn't control himself. She was in danger and couldn't stop. So she gave Wang Bomsa a blow in the stomach. So strong. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't know what to do either. 8-year-olds can handle these things. Wang Bomsa was hit quite hard by Sagi. She frowned and said, "Oh." Yopi Mu Cheon immediately came out to help her. Are you okay? Someone as weak as her. This attack is quite painful. It's still good but it hurts so much. Yopi Mu Cheon is so angry. I'm someone who really doesn't like hitting women. Say sorry. Wang Bomsa then told me where Jung Hasin was. You may not have prosecuted me just now. But Sagi insisted on not doing so. Refused to speak. After half a word, you have no right to discuss conditions with me. Didn't finish speaking. Then Sagi felt something was wrong with himself. Fell to the ground paralyzed. Something happened. Yopi Mu Cheon kicked her directly with his foot. And then announced that, "Congratulations on being the first woman I've ever hit." Sagi shouted, "What have you done to me?" He also put his voice back at her. Sagi remained stubborn unless he responded response. My conditions. If not, don't think about what I can get out of my mouth. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't stop at nothing. Holding something in hand. Really, I'm really curious. If in Saga you a prostitute appears. A person who likes to seduce men all day. She said, let's see how it is. Surely it's very interesting. As he said, he released the paper bag. It spread to Sagi. And she was a little scared. Are you threatening me? Wang Bomsa immediately reminded him not to threaten her. He really can do it. She didn't believe it and screamed. Just equal to him. Halfway through saying something, something went wrong. Her whole body was shaking. Damn, what did you do to me? He threatened. Immediately tell me where she is. If something happened to her, I want all of you Saga to bury. Saggy feel this. This person is definitely not just talking about Yopi Mu Cheon exchanging conditions. The original 3 things changed to 2 plus 1 0. Then immediately took me to see Jung Hasin. But Saggy knelt on the floor. She trembled to be Jung Hasin on the other side, and I was soon. Send rescuers. Today, I'm not done with you. At an old abandoned house. There was not a single person in here. Yu Bak was surrounded by everyone. Take off all your clothes and tie them with rope. Then knelt down on the ground. Jung Hasin sat huddled in a corner. When a hand touched her head, Yopi Mu Cheon gently asked if you were okay. She looked for a while. With tears in her eyes started to flow. Then ran to hug Yopi Mu Cheon hoo. Yu Bak him. He caught me and I was almost humiliated by him. So he gently wiped away my tears and ironed it okay. There's nothing left, rest assured. If I'm here, nothing will happen. Be good, don't cry anymore. Such beautiful eyes. It's too much of a loss to cry so much. Jung Hasin asked him why he was heartbroken. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately started playing the drum. Turned away. But Jung Hasin continued to ask. So why did you come to save me? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled shyly. This is very complicated. She went outside to wait for me for a while. Okay, I'll handle something. She immediately grabbed Yeop Mukion's hand. Don't want me to be afraid. He gently comforted her and finished quickly. The secretary led her outside. Saggy and Yopi Mu Cheon. Stand and watch that fat guy being tied up. He immediately asked Nyang Saggy to give him to me. Replace a condition. Everyone Yopi Mu Cheon and Nyang Saggy. Standing and looking at Yu Bak with his hands tied. Nyang Saggy immediately went up. Calling your subordinates to retreat. She immediately turned to look at Yopi Mu Cheon. This person is truly a monster who struggles to write. We get 3 conditions. He brought 2 for a woman. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately pulled the tape out of his mouth. And threatened him. I originally wanted to forgive you with that money. But you don't know the obvious thing that you want to die that. The fat man trembled and begged Yopi for. It's all a misunderstanding. We can compensate you with any amount of money. Please forgive me. Out of respect for us to get to know each other a little. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly asked him if he would forgive you. Seeing a stick on the ground, he immediately picked it up. Held it out in front of the fat guy this. He was confused and kept begging. Young Yopi begs you to forgive me. I swear I won't dare anymore. You must trust me. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately asked Saggy to untie him. Saggy also immediately asked his accomplices to untie him. Yu Bak felt a bit uneasy in his heart. What exactly did this person want to do? After being untied, he immediately ran up. I thought about running away. Even though I ran past Yopi Mu Cheon. But didn't see him react. He turned to look at. Yopi Mu Cheon glanced at. And then waved the stick from before. Picked up. Threw it towards that fat guy Yu Bak. The stick spun around and around. The other guy was hit in the leg by the stick. He immediately fell to the ground. A look of fear and panic on his face. Yopi Mu Cheon changed his face. He is like a devil. Triumphant smile. Approaching the Yu Bak tormentor. Screams echoing throughout this empty building. Nyang Saggy stood outside covering one eye and not daring to look. She thought this person must be a pervert. And suddenly realized that she had lost her leg and an arm. Even if Yu Bak wakes up, he doesn't want to live anymore. Too cruel. Yopi Mu Cheon came out from inside and threw that bloody stick away. His shirt also had some blood on it. He asked Saggy to help me call his father. Yu Bak had a lot of blood on his stick. And Yeop Mukion's face was also stained with a lot of blood. He still laughed. Don't say she couldn't do it. At the UC group building. The phone rang. The man sitting on the chair leisurely picked up the phone. Hello, may I ask? Who is on this side of the line? Immediately replied to Mr. Yu. Yopi Mu Cheon just beat your son. He was seriously injured. He quickly went on a trip. After hearing this, he immediately panicked. Unbelievable. How dare he make his child so careless? In this abandoned building, both ambulance and police arrived here in full force. Two policemen saw Yu Bok lying motionless. Then his face fell a bit. And then Yu Bok was carried away by the doctors. Yu Bok's father ran to him and shouted, "Son! Who hit my son?" Yopi Mu Cheon gently touched his shoulder. Then replied coldly, "It's me, he kidnapped my fiancée here. And even wanted to humiliate her. He must feel lucky. Luckily I didn't kill him just now." He was mad. With blunt words, Yeop Mukion's shamelessness turned to report to the police chief, "CO. My grandfather is the head of the police department. Shouldn't it be like that? Don't immediately arrest him." Director CO. He calmly used a towel to wipe his face. Orders to his subordinates. Captain Sang took him away in handcuffs. She immediately took handcuff number 8, not forgetting to remind Yopi Mu Cheon what he just said. Let him stop causing trouble. Even more serious than last time. In spite of, personally, I don't hate your approach this time. But whatever you do, you should handle it a little more gracefully. Yopi Mu Cheon was pleased. He voluntarily raised his hands in surrender. Jokingly said, "Okay, don't glare at me. Can't I go back to the prison with you?" The captain saw something strange about him. When did this person become like that? At this time, the doctor's side went to Yu Bok's father's side. Mr. Yu informed the young master. The situation is not too optimistic. The injury was really too serious. The possibility of cure is almost nil. Heard the son's situation. He immediately ran up and grabbed the doctor's shirt. He cursed and threatened, "Whatever you say won't cure it. I want you to bury the voice that rang out to save my third child. Hurry and save your child, you don't want to die." Yopi Mu Cheon chuckled. Their faces felt scary. The three of them suddenly turned around. Looking behind, a cry for help rang out to save the third child. "Save my child, I don't want to die." Yu Tong Mu and the doctor turned around worriedly to look at Yu Bok's body covered in blood. He jumped down. The lover was not wearing anything and kept calling for help. "Save me." He ran back towards everyone standing there, waving blood everywhere. Captain Sang was scared and jumped on Yeop Mukion's head. She screamed, "Ah!" Yu Tong Mu didn't know what the situation was. "Turn around and ask my son. What is this?" Doctor also doesn't know the reason. Why hesitate to answer? "I don't know either. His leg was clearly broken. How can I stand up?" He immediately ordered them to come quickly. "Quickly save my son. Hurry and save my son." Yopi Mu Cheon raises his voice and can save him. Captain Sang sat on his head and held his hair, while his hands were handcuffed. But the atmosphere was still fiery and he spoke calmly. "But I heard that President Yu's family has a lot of money." Moved to Cheon Sim subdivision. Yopi Mu Cheon gave medicine to Jung Hasin. Lying on the bed, he gently comforted her. "If you obediently drink it, your fear will go away. Get a good night's sleep and everything will be better." When Jung Hasin heard the comforting words, her face immediately turned red. After speaking, she also fell asleep. Yopi Mu Cheon sat next to her and watched her sleep, holding a bowl of medicine in his hand, thinking about something. Seeing that Jung Hasin was sleeping soundly, he also calmly stood up and left. But suddenly noticed her hand grabbed his shirt tightly, refused to let go. Nyong Sagi outside immediately reminded him. She seems to be very dependent on him. He himself feels that this is not wrong, right? After talking for a while, he coldly said thank you. Nyong Sagi stood there in surprise. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said, "I'll go see your grandfather there. As long as I'm here, he won't die conveniently." Mentioning the price is still the same. Nyong Sagi had a few good words for him. "You didn't just take 10 million from Yu Tong Mu. Still not enough? Moreover, don't think that holding his money is good. He will not let you go." Yopi Mu Cheon also spoke boldly. "I can't let this just go away like that. Retain one life of Yu Bok. Nor is it giving him a chance to live. But even if you want him to die, you can't." Sagi heard Yopi Mu Cheon wondering. Immediately turned to ask, "Is your purpose not to ask for money?" Yopi Mu Cheon explains me very simply. Once the final boundary is reached. So it's not like money can solve the problem. 3 hours later, Jung Hasin opened his eyes and woke up. She glanced at Yopi Mu Cheon, still holding on to his shirt. Somewhat apprehensive attitude. immediately sat up and asked me how long I had been sleeping. Yopi Mu Cheon answered honestly 3 times. He gently asked if he was hungry. Let me make some dishes to eat together. Jung Hasin thought for a long time. About the person sitting across from me. Is this person even cooking? Before, he ate rice. But the beauty who fed me almost forgot how to hold chopsticks. Now he knows how to cook. The food is already on the table. Every dish is very beautiful and delicious. Jung Hasin tried a piece of food. Muchian's cooking. Try a bite. Her feeling changed. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately asked how it was. The taste isn't too bad, right? Jung Hasin judged it edible while eating. It's so delicious, it's surprising. Her review. He didn't know what else to say. Stood still for a moment. When Yopi Mu Cheon was about to pick up chopsticks to eat, she spoke up, there's something I want to tell you. Actually, the marriage annulment certificate was not signed by me. Made my mother sneak behind my back. Makes me from beginning to end not want to. Listen to what Jung Hasin said. He was a little surprised. Then turned around and said it's over and let's eat. The two of them remained silent and didn't say anything else. Jung Hasin's tears rolled down her eyes. She cried while expressing her words. I didn't really sign it. Can't you give me a chance to explain? Yopi Mu Cheon can only say helplessly. Regardless of who signs, the contract is valid. Why do you still pay so much attention? To hear such an explanation, Jung Hasin was a little heartbroken. Immediately stood up and left. I'm sorry I disturbed you. She came out. His steps were staggering and he wanted to fall. But in the end he fell to the floor. Then fainted. Yopi Mu Cheon ran back to hug her. Then check how the patient is doing. I suddenly realized how much pain I was in. Wondering because I'm worth it. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately took her to bed. Do a few movements to keep your body clear. I hope the illness can reduce the pain. While curing it, I think about why I have to suffer so much. Because of me. But this is not correct. Doesn't she really hate me? Maybe she doesn't like me, right? Doesn't she like senior brother? Thought for a while and got confused. A woman's heart is truly incomprehensible. Jung Hasin was then awake. I saw someone in pain and cried out. Looking at Yopi Mu Cheon who was massaging her. She frowned and stared at him. Yopi Mu Cheon was confused. But quickly calmly explained. Let her understand. She's physically very weak. Jung Hasin obediently lay down without saying anything else. Seeing her attitude like that, Yopi Mu Cheon didn't say anything more. And immediately picked her up in his arms. Jung Hasin shyly asked him what he was doing. But he didn't get any reaction. On the contrary, her face turned red. Yopi Mu Cheon brought Hasin to the dining table earlier. Gently help her sit down. She is physically very poor. Eat a little more. With a body like that, how can one manage the company well? Jung Hasin sat on the chair and decided not to eat. Just sit and watch for a while. Yopi Mu Cheon asked her. Is the food not to your taste? She still didn't say anything. His face was dull, thinking about something. But then decided to say something incomprehensible to Yopi Mu Cheon. Are you still you? He himself didn't understand what she meant. Turned around and asked what this meant. Jung Hasin confided his thoughts to the outside. I don't know why I always feel like you change. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered and said a bit. See if I have something different. He thought to himself. Could it be that she saw something? Hasin pointed his finger but couldn't speak. It's just that I don't feel like listening to such vague words. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately waved his hand. Constantly advised her not to speculate. Miscellaneous. I have no changes. It's just that you think a little faster. After eating, I'll take you home. Hasin kept asking, do you hate me? Yopi Mu Cheon could only laugh. Of course I don't mean that. She asked angrily. But why do you have to chase me away? He didn't say anything more. Jung Hasin wants to find out the answer to the end. She wanted to ask Yopi Mu Cheon. And I still wanted to know. Why did he agree to take the initiative to speak? Dissolve your engagement with me. Yeop Mukyeon's cold voice, do you hate me? Hasin immediately replied. I hated him before, but now I don't know anymore. So he pointed at her and she definitely hated me. The engagement between you and I was a complete mistake. So I don't miss it. Hasin continued to question him. So why didn't you agree to disband in the past? Muchin put his hand on his chin and answered brusquely. Before? Maybe it's because I couldn't think clearly before. Muchin, what do you plan to do in the future? When you hear the next two words? It seemed to him that the latter was too far. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. Then these two words. I really don't know what to say. Hassin immediately suggested. With Yopi Mu Cheon. He doesn't have a stable job now. Yopi Ga also doesn't need you to set up a booth to see the patient. You still have to be careful not to be carried away by urban order if not, go back to the company. Yopi Mu Cheon was stunned. Pointed at his face and asked if she was concerned about me. Yopi Mu Cheon thought for a while. No way. Does this woman really like me? Jung Hassan's face turned red. She shyly followed whatever he wanted. Yopi Mu Cheon deflected. To Jung Hassan's question. Pretend to cough. Then he told her to hurry up a bit. Eat, your body is so bad. Clearly shows lack of self-care. I'll help you get a prescription later. He blushed when he saw she didn't react any further. Do not refute. So I'm really concerned about what this situation is. Did I tell the owner of this body's woman? She just took the food. As soon as he asked again if it was your family's esoteric medicine. He also nodded yes. I told her my family had some esoteric remedies. Outside there was a knock on the door. The two of them looked towards the door. Jung Hassin dropped his chopsticks and went to open the door. She called out to his senior brother. Oh Young-ho expressed concern. Are you okay? I'm worried to death. Jung Hassin immediately replied I'm okay. He looked towards her and saw that she was fine. Took a deep breath then walked inside the house. Walked over to Yopi Mu Cheon and touched his shoulder. Nice play Yopi Mu Cheon. This time you did it right. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately took his hand and pushed it away. That you will do the same. Jung Hassin went in and asked the two people. What do they do so well? Oh Young-ho said warmly. Adieu sister, rest assured. Yu Bok was beaten to disability by Yopi Mu Cheon. From now on, even the waste people will not come. Annoying again. Let's go, I'll take you home. Yopi Mu Cheon sat next to you. The cold gesture pretended to chase her away quickly. I was also a bit tired. But Jung Hassin refused. Brother, I still have something I want to talk to him about. Go back first. Listen to Jung Hassan's words. If you don't want to go with me, you can't force her. So Oh Young-ho closed his eyes and walked home alone. Turned around and walked to the door. Then he slammed the door very hard. And Jung Hassin returned to his seat. Yopi Mu Cheon asked her to consider it a bit. He's actually not that bad to look at. Very good to her. So that's not bad. Jung Hassin didn't say anything else and immediately thought of an idea. Do you believe in fate? He sounded a bit puzzled. I don't really understand what that means. So Jung Hassin turned around and left. It's okay not to understand. I don't need you to take me. Anyway, it's close. I hear the two words and it's close. Making Yopi Mu Cheon even more confused. She walked out of the room. Then went to the next room. And quickly searched for something in his pocket. Which turned out to be a key. Opened the door to go inside. In a hospital room, Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and wiped his sweat away. He sat on the bed, wiped his hands and said, the recovery situation is not bad. Nyang Sagi behind asked excitedly. Following this progress, when will my grandfather be able to fully recover? Yopi Mu Cheon saw her getting excited like that. Turned to say you were in a hurry. Sagi's father was standing outside. Also wanted to ask about Yopi, the god of medicine, saga. I have high hopes. Can the old man recover quickly? He said something difficult to understand. Speeding is impossible. The two of them stood still. I don't know what Yopi Mu Cheon means. The doctor took out his hand again to see what he was explaining. No later than 1 month. The old man can sit up. The two people looked at each other thoughtfully and breathed a sigh of relief. Faster than imagined, Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and asked no do. On the contrary, he still has some real talent. I just regret not being good at studying art. The speed can actually increase even faster. He smiled triumphantly. Nyang Sagi immediately begged him. Really, can you speed it up a bit? Yopi Mu Cheon didn't forget to mention. Accompanied by the condition of a portion of the money. One monthly rate is 100,000. Want more speed? Do you understand? No Do ran over and covered his mouth. You're crazy. This is the old word that cheated them of money. Are you still alive? The man immediately asked how much he wanted. Yopi Mu Cheon answered honestly, without any hesitation whatsoever. 250. I can get him off the bed. 5 days before the deadline. No fake payments. If you don't have any debt, you won't care about this little change. Nyang Sagi feels like he'll be able to get even better. Yeop Mukion's arrival made her angry. But her father immediately stopped her from agreeing with him. I accept this price. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled triumphantly. Walked towards. Miss Nyang Sagi, please study a little. This is the gentleman with the temperament of not needing money. After he finished speaking, he went out. Sagi fumed in anger. He put his head down and asked his father why he had to respond to him. 25 million just like that for him. He just calmly talked it through. Let's say we give the hospital 100 million. Can they let my grandfather wake up? What is this amount of money compared to? Yopi Mu Cheon was cycling happily, whistling on the street as he walked. He noticed something behind him was coming towards him. A car was coming at him. Yopi Mu Cheon used all his speed to ride his bike and run away from the car. While kicking and cursing, what the hell is this? Car lost control. If you lose control, you shouldn't aim at your face. See, all methods are useless. Bai Gyo pondered with a heavy heart. No matter what, I also have to make my family accept him. At this point, Yopi Mu Cheon turned his head and saw the car. Was it aimed at me? Then he immediately jumped off the bike. Then jumped into the grass along the road. The chasing car was about to come and he tried to jump inside. The driver of the car chuckled and thought the other bike would be crushed. But from afar something shot at the truck. So he lost momentum and crashed straight into the pole next to. Luckily both Yopi Mu Cheon and the car were okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the truck, he thought, was someone who wanted to take his life. Captain Sang rushed over. Her face seemed quite worried about Yopi Mu Cheon. Are you okay? Do I need to go to the hospital to get checked? Yopi Mu Cheon is still safe. He drove the car and stood next to it. No need. I'm okay. There's a body in the car, help me find it. Who sent the other person? She immediately said in a firm tone. We naturally know how to do this. Don't worry, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. That's it. She immediately hesitated and mentioned the bank robber. The escaped bald head. This man is holding a glass of water in his hand. Turned to talk. 10. Yopi Mu Cheon did not care and added coldly. One person's worth is counted as little. Such lax guarding is a one-time death. Should she be happy? I soon learned that you only have this level. At first, everyone wouldn't help you. Captain Sang seeing his attitude like that. Then just ask. So how do you want? Yopi Mu Cheon to make a request. I want you to come and protect me. Moreover, 24 hours of following her closely to protect her. Don't forget if something happens to me. Her mother's illness no one could cure. Listened to his requests. She just had to accept those things. Yes, I know. I'll put this first. Yopi Mu Cheon walked into an alley. Then stopped. And said to leave. I knew you were nearby. Nyang Sagi immediately appeared and came out. How did he know? He immediately explained and guessed. If I say there is no one who doesn't hope I die the most. You Saga are definitely one of them. The sniper protecting me was also the one who arranged it. Sagi admitted that it was true. I sent someone to investigate this matter, believing that results will come soon. She continued. Yuga looks the most suspicious on the outside. But I think Yu Tong Mu probably wouldn't have such a brain. Yopi Mu Cheon found her words somewhat correct. If it wasn't him, then who would it be? Her family's old man is sick. No one knows about this. Nyang Sagi replied to someone who knew a lot. So Yopi Mu Cheon analyzed it. If someone doesn't want her old man to wake up, definitely want to kill me first. Related to the identity of the perpetrator. You guys have to give me a proper answer. Nyang Sagi sighed. All I know. At Yopijia's villa, Gaga asked Yopi by Gyo. I said Yopi Mu Cheon. Going out from the nursing area in the hospital. He immediately emphasized whether this information was true or false. Are you sure? Yopi by Gyo immediately confirmed that it was correct. Someone saw him come out with Oh Yung Sang. Yopi Hang Jae immediately intervened. He also went to beat people outside. Even beat Yu Bak to the point of going crazy. Some people still say, "We Yopi ga rely on others to bully others. That kind of guy deserves to die." Yopi Bai Gyo immediately turned around and argued with the boss. "Regardless of whether you admit it or not, Oppa is also my brother. Also, my younger brother was not born as a wild animal." Gaga asked his niece Bai Gyo in a thoughtful tone. "Since he returned until now, how many times have I seen him?" Bai Gyo also immediately replied that once he was not happy. "I also don't want to see you again. Didn't want to meet anyone from our family." She immediately pointed out something strange. "But he really has changed. Even gave 2,900,000 to Jung his scene." Yopi Hang Jae standing outside. He crossed his arms and added a few more hateful sentences. "The opposite is investigation. He just received a message. Someone wanted to fake an accident to kill him. As a result, the driver was killed by the person who secretly protected him." When Gaga heard this news, he thought, someone wanted to fake the accident that killed Yopi Mu Cheon. Also to save Yopi Mu Cheon. Even shot dead the driver. In Dongsheng, who would be brave enough to open fire? The nursing area at the hospital is inside. Who exactly is the great character? He immediately turned to instruct his niece Bai Gyo. "I went to visit a lot. A little bit related to it." He thought to himself, if Yopi Mu Cheon, it's truly a relationship with a big family. Then accepting him back to Yopi Ga is also not right. Is impossible. Second day at Lanzhou noodle shop. Yopi Mu Cheon walks into the noodle shop. Ordered a big bowl of noodles and it looked delicious. Wang Bomsa had food all over his face. She grumbled. "He sucked slowly and shot it all on my face." Yopi Mu Cheon munched and talked. "That's what I said to journalist Wang. Want to pray for others. Must invite the other person to dinner. On the contrary, she had the shame to force me to invite guests." Wang Bomsa laughed awkwardly. Her hand held her towel. Hi, eat with a great beauty like me. It's not even considered a reward. Quickly tell me how you were assassinated. Absolutely the most interesting title this year." Yopi Mu Cheon pointed his chopsticks in her direction. "Give her a compliment. The news is really sharp. As expected of Cheon Jiam of the Dongsheng family. Things are quite different. As for this matter, there is no discussion. Wang Bomsa is angry and narrow-minded. I also helped him advertise on the sidewalk. We can still be considered friends." Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care about Bomsa's words. He kept sitting engrossed and eating noodles. He let out a sigh. No Ya is Dongsheng. Most CA. Enemies must be quite a bit related to her. He really wanted to kill me but had not finished his sentence when someone outside pushed the door open. Jeon Suhong and a girl entered at the same time. His face looked very aggressive. Yopi Mu Cheon and Wang Bomsa turned away. Looking at the two of them, he walked to the table and cursed. "Damn, what have you done to me?" The accompanying girl gently advised Jeon Suhong. "So Hong shouldn't talk to him with me." Yopi Mu Cheon immediately told Wang Bomsa that big reporter Wang's news has arrived. I was the one who smashed his car. When she heard this news, she was also happy. It's not bad to welcome this. Finished speaking according to professional habits. She took out a pen and notebook to write down the content. The girl walked up to say hello, Mr. Yopi. I'm Ra Chung-ok taking the liberty to bother. Yopi Mu Cheon also politely went up to greet this girl. Raoni doesn't know if there's anything wrong with finding me. Say so. In his thoughts another thought arose. Don't think about it. Jeon Suhong has such a mother. If something happens to her, I guess can make that guy angry. Ra Chung-ok spoke delicately. Mr. Yopi really knows how to talk. I'm already an aunt, so why should I call you Yopi Mu Cheon? He kept staring at Rachonok's body. See his actions. Jeon Suhong shouted and cursed. Still staring at my mother. Look carefully, I'll chop you into pieces. What exactly have you done to me? Yeop Mukion's words fell on deaf ears. Ra Chung-ok is still gentle. Give him a check, Mr. Yopi. Today I'm bringing this lifeless son. I'm sorry, I hope you can give it a chance. This check is the money you paid for the car that day. Please take it back. He took the check with a somewhat pleased look on his face. 7 million compared to that day is 500,000 more. Looks like you guys are very sincere. Tell me what your intentions are. Ra Chung-ok also spoke frankly. All my son last 2 days. A bit unusual. Sleeping soundly at night. Suddenly screaming and kicking around. I heard Yeop Mukion's cold situation. Why'd I say this, Sister Ra? My son has such a condition. You need to take him to the hospital. Why are you looking for me? Jaeon Suhong rushed up and scolded them again. Yopi, what are you pretending to be? It's not like you're touching me. I already gave you money, what else do you want? Yopi Mu Cheon immediately laughed. Thank you for taking it seriously. Don't think of me. In his heart, he was so strong. Unfortunately, this matter is irrelevant to me. You should go to the hospital. Ra Chung-ok grabbed his hand and begged. Mr. Yopi, I heard you are very talented. I wonder if you can give me a little love. Forgive my son. He firmly refused Raoni. I really have nothing to do with this matter. If I did it, I would absolutely not deny it to you. Or invite someone else. Yopi Mu Cheon finished speaking and stood up. Told Wang Bomsa. Let's go. Wang Bomsa hasn't had time to pack his things yet. Immediately hurriedly followed. Wait a minute. Jaeon Suhong and her mother stood and watched them leave. Jaeon Suhong immediately asked his mother to let him go like that. Ra Chung-ok also didn't know. What should I do first? I'll think of another way. He immediately held his head like he was going crazy. Like when it's time for me to sleep again at night, Mom. I really don't want to think about sleeping. I don't want to dream anymore. Ra Chung-ok gently rubbed his head. Advise him to rest assured. Mom will definitely think of a way to let him help you. The image in the binoculars shows a building in the distance. Yopi Mu Cheon took down the binoculars. Eyes looking into the distance. Long legs and seductive body. Sat on the window sill and sullenly. So Yo Jung is not at home tonight. And looks a bit regretful. I lamented the loss of capital, so I specially bought binoculars. It's useless to use it once. He looked towards the door in the distance. His eyes lit up and finally decided to go there. He used his hand to twist the other door open. As he stepped inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. When he saw the beautiful young woman sitting on the suitcase. Is very surprising. What are you doing here? But the response was her back turned away. One hand carrying a suitcase. One hand walked towards the bed next to the beautiful girl at this time. Just briefly answered his previous question. I was entrusted by my superiors. From now on, I have to protect you for 24 hours. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but scoff. It's true that I intend to follow the guard closely. Why did I just say that casually? She pushed her suitcase away. With her hands on her hips, not paying any attention to him. Making Yopi Mu Cheon really have nothing more to say. She looked at the beautiful bed. Along with cool weather. Can't help but use her hot body. Jump up there and look out to see the scenery. While looking at it, and don't forget to praise it. This bed is also very comfortable. I'll stay in this room from now on. Yopi Mu Cheon stood seriously behind with his arms crossed. But the internal relationship has not stopped. Not bad, very smooth and elastic. Would be better if wearing a silk knit shirt. His eyes. Attentive. Looking at the round butt of the girl behind. As if discovering something unusual. She turned back to look at him with sharp, manipulative eyes. Where are you looking? Even though you're following the security guard closely. But it's only limited to catching robbers. Don't have any other thoughts. Through the girl's words. Shows how uncomfortable she is. With his rude behavior just now. Yopi Mu Cheon high. The hand covering the face indicates this. Maybe we should sleep at night too. Think of that image. His heart couldn't help but bloom. His face was cheerful. But the girl next to the bed extinguished his meaning. Immediately he said something. Try again to see. Her aggressive appearance scared him. I have to talk about something else. Be considered as I have not said. If a bandit appears, are you still with me? What if you try to like me later? Listen to what Yopi Mu Cheon said. The girl froze for a few seconds. And then pointed straight at him. With this look of yours. Men all over the world will die. This lady also looks down on you. Yopi Mu Cheon curled her mouth and speculated. I really want to have a day like that. Until then you and I. He actually thought he liked it. I can't let my thoughts be exposed. In front of the opponent. He still pretended to be calm. She came at just the right time. I also have something I want to discuss with you. Recently I plan to open a company. Do you have any good suggestions? I can hear his intentions. Girl sitting on bed. Fold your legs together to form an obedient ladylike posture. People meet people. If you want to open a company, why isn't your brain ruined? What do you understand about business? Are there any numbers in your mind? A series of questions were poured out, causing him to shyly answer. Don't hurt me. Is that why I came to you to talk to you? The girl sat up straight and confused. Open your mouth and ask me what to say. You are not stupid. Why doesn't your fiancé look for you? Are you looking for a police officer like me to talk about this? In Yeop Mukion's head, this time I had a bold thought. He forgot the other person's presence. Only now did he realize what she said. That's right in this aspect. Jung Hasin can be very professional. How can I be so stupid? Find her to talk about this. It's like saying the eunuch went to Tran Dui Hung. It's really useless, she said, her beautiful, slim-trimmed hands, with Yopi Mu Cheon denoted. Okay. I want to sleep, please go out. Without waiting for him to answer, she lay neatly on the bed. He even finished covering himself with a blanket. Seeing that, Yopi Mu Cheon walked closer to observe her. Ha, I think this place is also very spacious. If not, then we'll be together tonight. And I won't be angry when I hear that. Even the smiling face with narrowed eyes spoke back. If you want, I don't mind. But that's okay. She took out her gun and got it ready. Just wait for the opportunity to be able to execute the opponent immediately. The resolute condition is that you must have enough courage. Yopi Mu Cheon. Who would have thought she would take action? Not like normal people. He clasped his hands together and decided to sleep. Also wearing a gun is an evil person born from the morning of the second day. Warm blue sky. At some towering headquarters. That's in there right now. Yopi Mu Cheon is in concubine status. Hugged Jung Hasin in his big arms. But laughed happily. Jung Hasin's face was full of spring. Sitting on the chair smiling innocently. By the time Somin walked in, she didn't even know. He didn't understand what was going on. So I had to ask the general manager. Did you encounter something fun? It feels like her whole body has changed recently. Jung Hasin quickly waved his hand. Hide your expression. Don't think nonsense, I'm still me, nothing has changed. Somin's two hands are the same as the listener's side. Then breathe a sigh of relief. I can't say it either. I also feel like she's not the same as before. Occasionally stealing a laugh. Somin's eyes looked at the lock on the other side. Speculate. Maybe because Oh Young-ho often gives flowers. But she saw Oh Young-ho. It's not that fun either. At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. And Yeop Mukion's figure appeared in their eyes. With a flirtatious appearance. Looks very suggestive. Are you having a good morning, Miss Jung? Adding a flirtatious tone befitting of a peachy prince. Makes people feel very sunny. Jung Hasin quickly stood up and quickly pulled out a chair and invited him to sit. She looked over at Somin. Still confused and not understanding anything. Then heard her say. Somin went to get it back. She happily walked to the door and invited the two people in. In accordance with the standards of aristocratic reception. The girl followed with Yopi Mu Cheon standing outside. See it all. I can't help but feel oh my god. The general manager was flustered because of this person. What is the situation? Arrange for Yopi Mu Cheon to finish. Jung Hasin just noticed the person standing behind him. Who is this person? Yopi Mu Cheon loudly answered her that it was chai. Just soy sauce. No need to pay attention. He walked over to the chair and sat down. Don't forget to add extra hands. Is like that. I recently wanted to open a company for a bit of fun. But I don't really understand this. So I want to ask you for some advice. The investment is not large, about 3,000. After hearing this, Jung Hasin was very surprised. Money is what you earn. With this tone of hers, Yopi Mu Cheon is really at a loss. There's nothing left to say. Could it be that she was robbed? She quickly crossed her arms like a drum and expressed fear. No, I don't mean that. Look at the two people for a moment. She decided to come up with a solution to help him. Your capital now. Opening a small company model is no problem. What company do you want to open? Looked at the appearance of the person sitting in front of him. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. The ability to make money is also very strong. Doctors are so popular this year. Over there Yopi Mu Cheon keeps talking. Speak out the plan, as well as my thoughts for the next steps. Women's cosmetology professions make very good money. If possible, I need you to help me find a professional director. I'm the boss. Sounds like that Jung has seen too. Eyes bright as stars crossed. Said the long, slender legs. I'll make you a detailed plan. For reference, you can also invite your director a little more. You can see the plan. With her dedicated help, Yopi Mu Cheon felt like a burden had been lifted. Thank you. But I already have thousands of questions. Why? Doesn't this woman always hate herself? How can you help me? He propped himself up on the table. You go work. I didn't bother anymore. Then stood up and prepared to leave. Then suddenly Jung Hasen's hand grabbed his. And she looked at him with eyes that never left her. Why'd I have to go so quickly? He looked at the hand that was holding his hand tightly. Was very panicked. What do you mean in your heart? Facing his deep eyes. Makes the girl scared. Had to let go. Your hands are closed in front of you. Don't think too much. I just wanted to ask you. Can you help me adjust my body anytime? Absolutely no other meaning. Had just finished speaking when the door suddenly opened. A man wearing a neat suit walked in. Due next week my grandfather will be his birthday and I want to. Before I finished speaking, I saw someone in the room. Made him shut up. When he saw who the other person was, that person was very angry. Said through gritted teeth. It's Muchin, why are you here? It seems like Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care about him at all. Leaving only the shadow of his steps. What does it have to do with Sangso Mi? Let's go. But Yopi Mu Cheon was grabbed by him and warned. Soja, I give you one advice. Preferably a bit away from Jung Hasin. At the same time, he had to move out of the Cheon Sim subdivision. Yopi Mu Cheon is used to being bossy. How can I let others teach my life? Wherever the rich man wants to be, he is there. Is it your turn to have an opinion? The other person frowned and replied that you would regret it. He showed an exaggerated expression of surprise and spoke up. Really? Right now the group is 2 people. Yopi Mu Cheon got out of that building. While leaving, he did not forget to talk. I don't know if that guy is sick. No longer cares about where we are. Somi walked next to remind us. So you can't tease him either. It's okay to tease others. How can I compete with Oh Young Ho? He is like Oh Young Ho, a person of Oh Young Ga. It's not like Yopi Ga can compare. To hearing her say that, he pretended to be scared and shouted. How good is Oh Young Ga? Somi angrily told him. Waha has 4 lineages that are hundreds of years old. Regardless of financial and human resources, it is quite intimidating. In the order of the Gong Sun family, Sado family, Nam Gung family, the Ouyang family spoke without exaggeration at all. Ouyang Ga occupies 1/4 of Waha. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care much. He was still walking leisurely on the road. So what are the benefits? Moreover, he is also a human being. Walking through the fire-stricken house. People came and went to save people. But he still leisurely continued talking. It's not God. That Yopi Mu Cheon discovered the strange thing at this time. He looked at the fire burning high above. What's going on? Wait a moment and take a closer look. You can't help but feel scared. Is that the roof of that building where I live? I see Yopi Mu Cheon quickly running forward. Is Somi in a hurry to stop her? What do you want to do? He rushed towards the burning room, where the firefighters were trying to extinguishing the fire. He stood outside looking in, but his heart felt like it was on fire. What happened? If it's fine, why is it burning? My bank card and check were still in. The girl next to me was equally worried. What happened to my house? Why did it burn? She grabbed Yeop Mukion's shirt and angrily scolded. This is the first house I bought. Extremely valuable as a souvenir. While Yopi Mu Cheon panicked and grabbed that girl's hand to ask. She said looking at bank cards and checks. Does it have fireproof function? Won't it be burned? That girl is about to cry until her eyes fall out. With tears in his eyes, how would he feel? Yopi Mu Cheon was angry. Threw her hand away and rushed into that burning room. Whatever you want, don't go in there. But right now, how can he listen to? Alone? Resolutely ran to the place where the bank cards and checks were kept. with the desire to be able to take it all out. But when opening the container, half of those checks were burned up. The fire still flickered above it. A few million checks, I wouldn't even miss part of it. Why aren't there apartments like that? There are money pits everywhere. One spark can burn everything. He can't delay any longer. Turn around and run towards your bank card. Ideally, the bank card can be renewed. Inside the tens of millions, there must still be. The girl behind him looking at him in panic. Hey, where do you want to go and what do I do at home? If I let you rent a room, you must compensate me. She cried and pointed towards Yopi Mu Cheon. At this moment he seemed to be clear about everything. This fire must have caused someone to change the scene right now. A group of people gathered downstairs where the fire broke out. Everyone does their job. Someone prepares things. Someone took a statement about a fire in the apartment. Somi worriedly asked him how he was doing. Yopi Mu Cheon sadly pointed towards the burning building. All cards and checks had been burned. You must investigate the cause of the fire clearly for me. Somi put her arm around her to indicate that I know to leave now. At this time, Yopi Mu Cheon looked towards. The fire is burning in the distance. This fire is still burning. Across the street, image of Oh Young-ho leaning against the car laughing happily. When the goal has been achieved, Yopi Mu Cheon also noticed something unusual. Oh Young-ho pointed towards the other person. Don't let me find out. This matter has something to do with you. You try to guess. Oh Young-ho challenged to answer. Very soon you will know. He still stood with his arms crossed, keeping the same posture. Saw the conversation between the two of them just now. House rental girl quickly went up to inquire. Are you doubting Oh Young-ho? Yopi Mu Cheon looked over and asked. What if you doubt him? Do you have any evidence that the other person is so fierce? She quietly said no. Yopi Mu Cheon was really sad right now. People's houses were also burned, mentioning him. She is still so weak. Looks like your no-do is also afraid of Oh Young-ga. He looked at the girl with a solemn tone. I don't want her no-do family to get involved. You better not ask too many questions so I can transfer to the bank. At this time, Yopi Mu Cheon was questioning the check in person. With transaction number 9527. How can you say there is no money in my card? Tens of millions in there and she said I had no money. Hear those words. I know how fierce his expression looks. I really can't imagine it anymore. The trader gently explained. Sorry sir, the remaining balance in your account is very small. He was very surprised to hear that. Finally couldn't stand it. He collapsed and cried on the table. More than 3 million just flew away like that. Let out a long breath. He finally decided to carry out his new scheme. If you want to play then I will follow you and have a good time. Oh Young-ho, let's see. At a building, where professional staff is actively doing his work. Jung Hasin now looks worried and asks what's wrong. What happened? Yopi Mu Cheon breathed heavily. Sitting on the wine chair, I told her the story. That my house was on fire. Bank cards and checks were burned on him. The money had already been spent. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked with concern. So where are you planning to stay? He smiled with a miserable look on his face. Sitting with arms crossed on a chair. Temporarily only available at pubs. She lent me tens of thousands in part to rent a room. After listening to him, she really had 3 thoughts in her heart. And finally she was shy to say it or else. Otherwise you'd stay with me. Anyway, I have an empty room. Finished saying that sentence. She raised her hand to hide her red cheeks. Yopi Mu Cheon pointed in surprise towards the direction she was standing. You're too reckless. The man and the woman live in the same house. What about her honor? Those sudden words of concern made Jung Hae seem quite surprised, but not yet happy. Then I heard him speak loudly again. He stood up and pointed to the sky. I swear that Yopi Mu Cheon is a very honest person. Sleeping on the street is also great. Don't want my girl to get hurt. Jung Hae walked over, observed him and asked softly. If you're afraid of what others will say, then pay for my room rental. How could he sleep on the street? It seemed like he was just waiting for her to say this. After hearing that, he happily agreed immediately. Just waiting for her words. To see his appearance as he wished. Jung Hae couldn't help but think. Why do I always feel like I'm being ripped off? If you plan to deceive, then deceive. She puffed her cheeks and leaned on his shoulder and said solemnly, "Look at how you look like you came out from a pile of trash." I took him shopping for clothes. 2 people walked out of the company. Handsome male teacher. Agile female. Look at the combination of 2 people. Can't help but let others pay attention to. When approaching the car, the steamer was parked in the parking lot. Yopi Mu Cheon walked over to get it, but was stopped by Jung Hasen's hand. "Do you want to sit on my bike?" He stared intently at the girl in front of him, expression as if he couldn't believe his ears. "There's nothing wrong with this girl. Proactively speak up and sit on a bicycle." I think at that time I invited Wang Bomsa. She also didn't dare to see him not answering. She just pointed at his 8-pack chest muscles, making him look flirtatious. "Disagree." Yopi Mu Cheon quickly signaled with his hand. "How do you know? As long as she doesn't worry about being laughed at, I will serve." He walked over, brought the bike closer and sat on it. He waved at Jung Hasen, inviting him to get in the car. "You are the first person to sit on my treasure." Jung Hasen was very happy right now. "So wouldn't it be a great honor for me to sit with a steady posture?" Yopi Mu Cheon started to ride his bike step by step. Suddenly he won a prize, startling the person sitting behind. By inertia, she quickly hugged Yeop Mukion's waist, some soft place of hers, also pasted on his body. Made his heart flutter. "Thank you for the benefits of cycling with my sister." Knowing this, we did it several times. And the 2 people finally sat firmly on the car and headed towards the road ahead. On the main road, traffic was bustling back and forth. In the distance, there was a shiny black car full of money. Rushing towards the 2 of them, a familiar voice rang out. "Adieu. Where are you going and why are you sitting on a toy like that?" "Maybe my car broke down." But the person who stepped out of the car was no one else. It was Oh Young-ho. Yopi Mu Cheon, being hugged by the girl, giggled and replied in front of people wanting to ride in my car. "Did you appear on purpose?" Arms out. Oh Young-ho grabbed the girl tightly. He said in a commanding voice that did not allow refusal. "Get in the car. Where do you want to go? This toy is not safe if I give it away." Jung Hasen really doesn't like him like that. He quickly waved his hand away politely and said it was nothing. "I also come from a poor background. When I was a child, I often rode a bicycle. Senior brother, go work." Yopi Mu Cheon jumped in and laughed at young Master Oh Young. "Please don't get in the way and mention it inconveniently. Later, if you want to find me directly, come to Hasen's house. Later, we will both be in the same place." And hear his provocative voice. Oh Young-ho thoughtfully replied what he meant. At this time Jung Hasen also had a chance to say it. She pointed at Yeop Mukion's handsome face. "His house was burned. I didn't have any money to stay in a hotel, so I kept him." With just one sentence. But Oh Young-ho sounded like lightning had struck his hand. "I can't imagine how this happened." He quickly took out the check. "I don't have money. How much can I lend you?" But Yopi Mu Cheon didn't pay attention to him. He quickly carried his scene and gradually walked away from the area. Oh Young-ho was standing and saw the person standing across the street screaming like that. People around were also curious. Looked back to see if hadn't gone far. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around, raised his hand and said contemptuously, "How do I know you? I don't even consider what my identity is. If he wanted to lend it to me, he immediately let me borrow it." But the girl sitting in the back couldn't look at it anymore. Urged us to go. And finally the 2 of us left. Oh Young-ho stood stupidly in the distance. The other person was equally angry. He raised his hand and immediately hit the car parked next to him. He gritted his teeth and punched it. I don't know how much effort was used. But with that expression it's easy to tell. Oh Young-ho is really angry, no less than. "Damn you, damn it." He cursed 2 sentences in a row to express his attitude to the people around him. "Looking forward to the conversation between the 3 of you just now. Whispering bad things about green beans behind their backs. In what era do you drive this kind of trash car? But also with a beautiful woman. Is it possible that all beautiful people have this taste now?" Some of them were still holding phones. After filming the scene of the 2 people, the other young men also expressed their expressions. "Someday I'll take my grandfather's bike out and push it out. Try a little." Walk a long distance. Yopi Mu Cheon let out a breath. I'm sorry I took advantage of you. His eyes showed sadness. Think carefully a little. Then the use of a woman to anger a man is not a good thing. Jung Hasin absent-mindedly replied that it was good that he knew. This time it's like you owe me. He raised his hand to smooth his hair. Oh Young Ho to me is a personal grudge. It's the same thing that has something to do with you. He was extremely good to her. I felt like she also cared a lot about him, and saw that he was about to say something bad. Jung Hasin shouted in panic, simply considering him as the eldest brother. Only now did she catch up with the other person's thoughts. Wait, what's the personal grudge? Yopi Mu Cheon sadly replied that my house was burned. I feel like it's very possible that he did. Jung Hasin doesn't dare to face him anymore. She turned her eyes to the distance and said softly, I roughly guessed what the cause was. Scene changed to a certain red earth luxury apartment complex. Suddenly the door of the house opened. Jung Hasin's graceful figure entered. Saw get a panoramic view here. Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but exclaim as he measured horizontally and vertically. This is your house. Why is your house here? Jung Hasin said shyly, clasping his hands behind his back. A while ago, I ran away from home and came to this place. Without thinking that he was my neighbor. Her eyes sparkled as if looking at the other person. Just consider it fate. Yopi Mu Cheon leaned against the wall. Try to absorb this truth. It's hard to blame Oh Young Ho for forcing me to move house. The reason is that such a thing happened. He smirked in his heart. But his calculations are considered fishy. Now I can't be further away from you. Opposite to her. Live in the same house. Jung Hasin stepped forward, took out the key and opened the door, inviting him in. That's right. Now he can't even pay the rent. In name, it's like we're taking care of you. Yopi So Beck come in. When entering the house, Jung Hasin was naturally much more leisurely, and quickly kicked her high heels off her feet. Quickly sit down on the soft bed. It's so hot outside that I'm about to suffocate. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the seductive scene in front of him. Who can restrain himself from coming? His nose was bleeding too. He quickly stopped the challenge in front of people. Jung Hasin used his hand to caress his chest seductively. Asked him what was wrong. Don't you know medical techniques? Why did his nose bleed? He was now standing opposite her, but still stubbornly replied, Do you need to care? But inside I was screaming everywhere. Mom, what happened to this body? Every time I encounter this situation, will also become like that. Jung Hasin sat upright and dignified. What do you plan to do next? Is the business of opening a company progressing? Yopi Mu Cheon also sat down next to her. That matter aside first, I have to think of a way to make some money. Planning to return to the fishing village. Hearing that, Jung Hasin raised his hand in confusion and asked what. When the fishing village saw her, he really didn't know what to say. Yopi Mu Cheon had to tell her clearly. That was when I went missing there. Actually, I was chased and killed. Accidentally stayed in the fishing village. Woke up and met Yi Wan-a and her grandfather. Then her family was forced to Jung Hasin at this time. I also understood everything thoroughly. That's the way it is, I'll go with you. Yopi Mu Cheon was very surprised by her suggestion. He turned around and asked again what? Let's join a company with me. What are you going to do? How is your company doing? Jung Hasin seems like there's no problem at all. The company is in order. Going for a while won't have a big impact. Consider it a temporary business trip. Yopi Mu Cheon was still hesitant but, before he could finish speaking, the girl's finger pressed down on him. And she waved her hand to say no. But two things, I want to go. Her tough attitude speaks to this decision of hers. No one is allowed to refuse. The act of laying on of hands on Jung Hasin's Yeop Mukyeon's lips, making the atmosphere awkward. Both of them became silent. Suddenly, Jung Hasin is aware of his actions. A bit inappropriate. She withdrew her hand confusedly. Took out a phone from his bag and said, Don't you have a cell phone? I bought one for you a few days ago. She handed over the phone and the SIM card. The card also helped him get it done. I go to bed first. He arbitrarily chose a room to sleep in. And then she stood up and left, leaving Yopi Mu Cheon still bewildered holding the phone. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the phone and then thought to himself. Brother, Looks like your fiancé's impression of me is not bad. What do you say I should do? Yopi Mu Cheon opened the phone book, then saw Jung Hasen's contact phone number. Is saved with the impressive name of former fiancé. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that and immediately thought awkwardly. Use your body. And your wife is really a bit unkind. In the bedroom, Jung Hasen lay face down on the bed. Using a pillow to cover my head, I panicked and thought, oh my god, how could I have done that kind of action just now? Maybe I liked him. It's over, he will definitely laugh at me. The morning of the second day at the dining table. Breakfast has been carefully prepared. Besides, there's also money and keys that Jung Hasen left behind. Yopi Mu Cheon thought while eating. The key and money are also prepared. What a meticulous ado. Looks like I'm really being cared for. Yeop Mukion's hand hovered over the phone, then sent a message to Jung Hasen. At work, Jung Hasen is concentrating. Then suddenly her phone rang twice, and she opened it to see it was a text message from Yopi Mu Cheon. Thank you, Queen. Your Majesty rewarded me with money and food that didn't taste bad. Jung Hasen immediately felt happy when he saw the message. A girl's heart blooms. Soman next door. Look at her, so happy that she blooms like that. Just confusedly glanced at. After finishing breakfast, Yopi Mu Cheon goes to the hospital. Treating Master Nyang. Yopi Mu Cheon applied acupressure to Master Nyang. Under the observation of father and son, Nyang Sagi and Oh Young Sang. He concentrated and worked extremely hard. Saw Yopi Mu Cheon just finished Nyang Sagi. I immediately approached and asked how my grandfather was doing. Yopi Mu Cheon used a towel to wipe his sweat and replied, relatively favorable progress. Just had to complete one last step. Today he can wake up. Nyansagi's father heard that and was happy. A bit incredulous. Ask him again what he said today so he can wake up. Nyang Sagi, standing next to him, also asked why he wasn't awake yet. Yopi Mu Cheon was impatient with her questions. Immediately said, are you in a bad state of mind? Saying there was one last step, he gave the cup of medicine to her. Then continued to tell her that this medicine was for her grandfather to take. Remember to not be gentle with your movements. Be a little rude. Nyang Sagi took the cup of medicine to the bedside, slowly feeding medicine to his grandfather. Yopi Mu Cheon stood next to watch. Immediately spoke up to remind me. Had to be a little rude. Nyang Sagi doesn't want to pay attention to what you say. Immediately promised and then turned away. Yopi Mu Cheon saw her disgusted attitude. Immediately annoyed and spoke stupidly. You can't hear my words. Didn't want her grandfather to wake up. Nyang Sagi also did not give in and loudly replied. If he was taking revenge on me before. If you're disrespectful, just take action on me. Why do you want to force me to beat my grandfather? He was also sick like that. You still want me to be rude, are you still human? Yopi Mu Cheon was disgusted to hear what she said. Immediately grabbed the cup of medicine and said to get out of the way. What kind of future could a woman like you have? Even if you teach a little, you won't listen. Taught her but she didn't listen. When you should be gentle, you're not gentle, you idiot. Nyang Sagi angrily gritted his teeth. Two people stood behind and watched. See, the situation is tense. I couldn't help but talk. Oh sir, what is this situation? Is there a special treatment? Oh Young Sang also replied confused. I don't know this either. On the other side, Yopi Mu Cheon used one hand to help old Nyang up, and then put the bowl of medicine straight into his mouth. Nyang Sagi saw that and was so scared. Damn it. Please stop for me. Nyang Sagi was angry. Said, pulling Yeop Mukion's arm. I told you to stop. Are you right now? Nyang Sagi's father in the back couldn't help it either, but intend to move forward. It's too much. Shin immediately put his hand on his shoulder and explained. Although this Soja's personality is a bit unusual, but it's definitely not going to cause chaos. Yopi Mu Cheon was also very angry. Because of Nyang Sagi's attitude, he turned and gritted his teeth, telling her to move me a little more. I will let your grandfather never wake up. From hearing Yopi Mu Cheon threatening him, Nyang Sagi angrily turned back and said to his father, are you still there chatting? Her father, on the other hand, calmly told her child not to cause trouble. Yopi Mu Cheon continued to pour the medicine. straight into old Nyang's mouth. Roughly. After pouring out all the medicine, he threw the bowl away and let old Nyang down. Nyang Sagi was extremely angry at this point. She couldn't hold back anymore, but pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Yopi Mu Cheon and shouted loudly, "Damn you, you're going to kill yourself." Her father saw that and immediately came to stop him. Stopped but not in time. Nyang Sagi pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out, followed by gun smoke. Yeop Mukion's arm that had just thrown the medicine bowl was hit. Blood quickly flowed from the wound, flowing down his palm. Yopi Mu Cheon was also extremely angry. When treated like that, he frowned uncomfortably and called Nyang Sagi. At this time Nyang Sagi's father approached, snatched the gun from her hand and threw it away. He angrily said, "Stupid. If he harms your grandfather, why even charge such a large fee?" Oh Young Sang saw the wound. Is bleeding continuously. Immediately bring the first aid box. Hurry up and tell me I'll do surgery on your hand. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't pay attention and calmly took off his shirt. Then said, "No need for me to handle it myself. Get me a pair of tongs and some cheesecloth." Oh Young Sang quickly gave it to Yopi Mu Cheon. What he asked for. In his heart, did he really want to take out the bullet himself? Yopi Mu Cheon calmly took the clip, folding the bullet himself. Nyangsagi's father saw his smooth actions. Secretly praised in my heart. Perfect soja the whole process. Not even his eyebrows furrowed. Is a talent. Yopi Mu Cheon felt his gaze. Got a little worried. After that, he took out a white packet of medicine from his pants pocket and sprinkled it on the wound below. Research observation of the other two men's wounds after being soaked with powder medicine. Quickly closed. Yopi Mu Cheon wiped it away with his hand. The bloodstains remained. Two men saw that. Immediately panicked at the speed of recovery. This wound. Oh my god, I saw something. In just a moment, Yeop Mukion's wound has healed. No more bleeding. Nyangsagi's father couldn't believe it and immediately asked the magician Yopi, "What is that guy's medicine?" Yopi Mu Cheon did not answer, but only received fabric from Oh Young Sang. Such a terrible recovery speed. If you bring this type of belonging, widely disseminated to war zones, if used on a soldier, the consequences are truly unimaginable. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly bandaged the wound, then said, "Sorry, I can't say." He glanced at Nyang Sagi behind him, then gave a warning again. "Look at Ono at the top of our section today." After that, the best girl in front of me disappeared. As he said, he put his shirt back on. Then Yopi Mu Cheon went to old Nyang's hospital bed. "Later today I'm with you, Nyang Ga." There was no more interaction. And after he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and used force to hit old Nyang in the stomach. Elder Nyang, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. Spit out all the medicine in his mouth. Nyang Sagi father and son saw this. Eyes wide open in surprise. Old Nyang woke up and immediately coughed for both father and son. Immediately ran to happily support the old man. Third grandfather. Nyang Sagi burst into tears and happily said that his grandfather had finally woken up. Elder Nyang comforted his granddaughter. "Okay, don't cry, Grandpa. Isn't this great?" Then he sat up and asked, "Young Sang, are you here too? Soga didn't hit me just now." Oh Young Sang just had to tell the truth, old Nyang. He's gone. Oh Young Sang understood. Immediately happily clapped his hands and said, "Hit. Wait a minute, I remember. He was just beating." Nyangsagi's father didn't understand what he meant by asking. Oh Young Sang was happy with his discovery. He happily remembered. "I just couldn't remember this type of attack. I heard about Yopi Mu Cheon a few years ago. Regardless of whether it's roughly pouring medicine, it's also a punch. That was also because it stimulated the body functions of old Nyang, who had been in a coma for so long. Old Nyang's nervous body. It's very difficult to receive normal stimulation." Old Nyang sitting on the bed also agreed. "We can recover completely depending on him. This time it's Nyang Ga. We owe him what you talked about just now. I also know. I can hear but I can't open my eyes." He turned to advise. Nyang Sagi is standing on the other side feeling upset. Another day Adu looked for an opportunity to apologize to the person. Nyang Sagi heard that and was silent for a while. then said a little angrily. I really don't understand. Why do Dad and Grandpa want to protect him like that? No matter what, he is a doctor. What should we pay him for? Hearing you say that, your father next to you immediately said. What do you think is most important? The power of money. But when you get these things, then health will be detected. Compared to those other things, it's nothing. You can become friends with someone who has such medical skills. Is extremely rare, let alone his qualifications. I'm afraid that it will go further with Doctor. After treatment is completed, Yopi Mu Cheon got on his bike and left. As he walked he was angry that Nyan Ga gave him medicine. Soon disappeared according to the tag. Returning to work in vain, he didn't say anything and was shot. The more I think, the angrier I get. Yopi Mu Cheon shouted in annoyance. The bicycle just arrived in front of the house. Then saw a girl standing there waiting. As soon as Yopi Mu Cheon arrived, the girl got angry and loudly shouted. Say damn it, will you die if you buy a cell phone? Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the girl with some surprise at first. Then immediately recognized Sang So Mi. He said, oh, isn't this a police officer? Then smiled happily and continued. Because he was looking for me at the door of the undercover subzone. It's really hard for her. Sang So Mi to see him so happy. Immediately interrupted and said to stop pretending. Where are you now? She walked up to Yeop Mukion's nose and continued. I also said I would follow closely and protect you well. What if he encountered danger? At this moment, Yeop Mukion's phone rang. He immediately said sorry, I answered the phone first. On the phone displayed a call from his previous fiancée. Seeing that Yopi Mu Cheon thought he was about to come home. If you have something to say at home, say it. Thinking so, he immediately chose to turn off the phone. And was often surprised to see that Yopi Mu Cheon had a cell phone. Immediately angrily pointed at his face and said, damn her. Because if I find you squatting, my legs are about to break. If you already have a cell phone, why would you quickly give me the number? She just said? Just reached out to take Yeop Mukion's phone. But Yopi Mu Cheon quickly raised his voice. Phone number is high. Why do you want to pick me up? You should at least show me some sympathy. Not everyone can crab. After a struggle, Yopi Mu Cheon also gave her the phone. Let me give it to you. Sang So Mi took his phone and said, there is a great beauty like me. Your phone number is your blessing. Other people wanted me and didn't give it to me. At this moment, a luxury car came by. Parked next to Yeop Mukion's bike. The person getting off the bike was Yubok's father. His expression was a bit tired. Seeing Yopi Mu Cheon, he immediately said, Yopi Mu Cheon is related to my child's injury. Let's talk a little. Yopi Mu Cheon put his hand on the back of the car and smiled and replied. If you're injured, go to the hospital and find a doctor. Why are you looking for me? Let alone between us or enemies. There's nothing to say. He's not angry, but continued speaking in a negotiating tone. I go to all the hospitals. They can't handle it either. I've heard that your medical skills are extraordinary. How much money, just ask? Yopi Mu Cheon impatiently said sorry. I also have limits as a human being. Look uncomfortable. If I don't save you from somewhere, then go back there. He saw that, immediately raised a finger to show the price 100,000. And heard the price 100,000. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and raised two fingers to bid 120 million. Yopi Mu Cheon waved happily goodbye. Yubok's father thanked the owner for his kindness. Remember to prepare money and bring it a little early. I see you easily agree to work for money like that. Sang So Mi next to her immediately said sarcastically. What is your final limit? Yopi Mu Cheon replied calmly. Yu Bok paid a huge price for his actions. I don't need to chase and kill him. How long are you going to keep me company? How's the fire investigation? Sang So Mi said, confused and a little shy. At first glance, I only found out that it was caused by an electrical short circuit. Other things are. Hearing her say that, Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but get angry and say. Green beans took so long to investigate and found out. What kind of business do you policemen do? Sang So Mi could only stay silent. Before his anger, Yopi Mu Cheon continued to say. Like this, can I still rely on the security guard? Hurry up and investigate. Sang So Mi doesn't stand still either. Hearing what he said, He immediately puffed his cheeks and ran away. Tra looks like someone wants to protect you, huh? Saw her back running away. Yopi Mu Cheon said it himself. And it looks like he can look it up. Oh Young-ho led the speculation. There was no way to get him. Back to Jung Ha-sun's house. As soon as I opened the door, I saw 4 pairs of shoes neatly placed. I'm home. Just entered the living room. Saw Jung Ha-sun's family, fully seated on the sofa. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately greeted everyone who came to visit. Thinking about the call just now, Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Jung Ha-sun must have called because he wanted to talk about this. Saw his bandaged arm. Jung Ha-sun immediately came over. She took his hand and worriedly asked what this was all about. Something happened. Yopi Mu Cheon. I don't intend to tell everything here. So just say it's okay. It's just a slight skin injury. Jung Ha-sun saw. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't know how to love himself like that. Immediately angry. Why did Jung Ha-sun's parents see so much blood after such a minor injury? Jung Ha-sun's parents also saw their daughter's actions. Immediately exchanged eye contact with each other. This girl is interested in Yopi Mu Cheon. Maybe he likes Yopi Mu Cheon. Oh Young-ho sitting next to him. Look at Jung Ha-sun and Yopi Mu Cheon. Jung Ha-sun's father opened his mouth and asked with a look of hatred. So Yopi, haven't you broken off your engagement with my daughter? Yopi Mu Cheon answered frankly. Jung urged me to know what I wanted to say. Don't worry, I'm just staying here temporarily. My house was burned down temporarily and I had no place to set foot. Oh Young-ho put his hand on her and deliberately asked if the house was burned. You can rent or stay in a hotel. The main guy is from Yopi-ga. Even this little money is okay. Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms and faced Oh Young-ho. Say yes. I really can't even stay in a hotel right now. Young Master Oh Young, you're so cunning that you can't fight back. Immediately called an adult. Are you an elementary school student? Oh Young-ho didn't notice your sarcastic attitude. How can you say that proudly? At least good results. Yopi Mu Cheon also did not give up. And responded to the outside rumors. How powerful is Oh Young-ga? I see it just like that. Seeing that, Oh Young-ho got angry and said Jung Ha-sun's father should come up right now. The sound of interrupting the argument between the two. So Yopi, if you and my daughter wouldn't have had a relationship. I don't agree with you continuing to stay here. Had to move out today. I can lend you money and rent a room. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that. Think for a moment and then accept that maybe. Jung Ha-sun saw Yopi Mu Cheon. Easily agreed to that. She immediately said loudly. I don't agree, so she turned around and told her parents. Mom, this is my private matter. Please don't pay attention. Your mother doesn't agree to say anything. My own story. Look to see what it looks like. Arbitrarily with men in the same place. I'll let people see what it's like. Oh Young-ho immediately said so. Adu's sister still listened to what she says. Jung Ha-sun said firmly. Brother, this is our family matter. Please don't get involved, okay? She gently pulled Yeop Mukyeon's hand and said bluntly. No matter what, I will accept him. This is my decision. Seeing her attitude like that, Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely happy. And Jung Ha-sun's parents were extremely surprised. To the girl's actions, Oh Young-ho is even more disgusted. Look at both. Yopi Mu Cheon is an insider. Not knowing what to say, Jung Ha-sun's mother decided to ask directly. So-sin, tell me honestly. Do you like Yopi Mu Cheon? In response to such a straightforward question, Jung Ha-sun shyly stammered and said, I don't know. Maybe a little. I can confirm that at least I don't hate him. Jung Ha-sun stood in front of his parents. Said affirmatively, I don't know. Maybe a little. I can confirm that at least I don't hate him. Her mother angrily stood up, pointed at Yopi Mu Cheon and said, Don't you know what kind of person he is? He was outside behind me before. How many women to find? Then she turned and pointed at Oh Young-ho who was sitting. I forgot all the other things. Why is Soho stronger than him? Hearing that, Oh Young-ho thought to himself that he must seize this opportunity. Then he moved forward. He held Jung Ha-sun's hand and sincerely expressed, Adu that I truly love you. Jung Ha-sun awkwardly withdrew his hand. Then bowed his head apologetically. Brother, I'm really sorry. I respect you very much. Who has always only considered you as big brother. Heard these words from Ms. Oh Young-ho and immediately turned pale. His face was extremely ugly. Even the two parents were confused. Don't know how to continue. Jung Hasin doesn't care about Oh Young-ho anymore, but pulled Yeop Mukyeon's sleeve and said, "Come, I'll help you change the bandage." Yeopi Mu Cheon resignedly let her pull him away, only softly calling out. Inside Jung Hasin's room, she gently removed the old bandage out of Yeop Mukyeon's hand. At this moment Yeopi Mu Cheon immediately spoke. "Actually, you don't have to. Because my parents and I ended up like that. Jung Hasin doesn't want you to worry about this." Immediately said humorously, "I'm a little white-collar who still dares to take care of my affairs. If it has been covered, just obediently be raised by me and you'll be fine." "I see you say that." Yeopi Mu Cheon was also happy. Coordinated to obey the queen's orders. On the second day at Cheon Hyun Company, the staff are busy working. Jung Hasin and Somin are inside the room. Concentrate on handling work. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Jung Hasin immediately told Somin to open the door. Somin just opened. Yeopi Dong-won then boldly walked in. Angrily asked Miss Jung what she meant. "Did you forget the content of the contract?" Jung Hasin calmly replied, "Miss Yeopi, I also did not disobey the contract." "I don't know what you mean." Yeopi Dong-won immediately said. "I remember I spoke extremely clearly. Once we are at cooperation, she can't be in the same place with Yeopi Mu Cheon." Yeopi Dong-won sat cross-legged on the chair opposite Jung Hasin, then continued to say that now you all live in the same house. "What else is there to say?" Jung Hasin did not panic but asked. "Miss Yeopi again. So far I'm very curious. Why do you pay so much attention to my personal matters?" Yeopi Mu Cheon was not in her company. "Why do you keep biting him? Don't you think this is too much?" Yeopi Dong-won didn't answer your question. "But it's too much. Just like this small company at your house. She thinks she can get a contract of more than 100 million. Immediately to let Yeopi Mu Cheon move out. If not, I will terminate the contract." Jung Hasin firmly replied, "I don't like other people disturbing my private life. No one can." Yeopi Dong-won hear that. Immediately angrily banged the table and stood up. "The company can't stand relying on her alone. You better not regret it." Jung Hasin still calmly replied. "Why should he regret? Don't tell us about your orders. Even if it costs the entire company, I will not regret." These words from Jung Hasin. Yeopi Dong-won could not control his anger, but shouted Jung Hasin, "I told her. Yeopi ga, we can help you. Supporting her can also destroy it. I want to protect that kind of wild species just for you." To hear those insulting words, Jung Hasin gently closed the laptop on the table, then said sharply, regardless of whether she admits it or not, "Yeopi Mu Cheon is also Yeopi ga." She asked, looking straight into Yeopi Dong-won's face. "If he is a wild species, then what are you?" Yeopi Dong-won didn't expect her to say that. Angrily pointed at her face. "Damn you, how dare you scold me? I will definitely make you regret." Jung Hasin hates Yeopi Dong-won's threats. Told Somin. Somin saw off guests. 4 hours later, Jung Hasin and Yeopi Dong-won's quarrel. Cheon Hyun Company employees are working, then suddenly received a series of calls to cancel cooperation from customers. Hello, you want to end the cooperation. Mr. Wong waits a moment to cancel the contract. Don't have a clear contract. The term is 3 years and suddenly wants to end. This application is like 3 million yi, mister. Could you please consider a little bit? The whole company became chaotic because the contract was suddenly cancelled. Somin quickly ran into Jung Hasin's room, urgently informed the general director of the situation. The situation now is extremely unfavorable for us. Somin said worriedly. Those supply businesses. I don't know where to ask about it. Yeopga's contract termination was also bad. Yeopi Dong-won took revenge very quickly. In the afternoon at the company, Yeopi SSI Group issued a notice. Take Cheon Hyun Company that does not comply with the contract. Make a reason. Temporarily stopped cooperating with Cheon Hyun Company. Although Jung Hasin soon prepared himself mentally, but still gave her a headache. Stop cooperating. How much is Cheon Hyun Company about to lose? There is currently no way to calculate it. It is estimated that there are at least 2,000 or more people in the company after hearing this story. Immediately, everyone was shocked. If this continues, let alone the year-end bonus, you will probably even be unemployed due to layoffs. Samong then spoke up as general director. The current situation for us is extremely unfavorable. The supplier also doesn't know where it came from. Heard the news. Called to ask. Haseen said he would do his best to reassure the customer. We will try our best. After hearing this, Soman just kept silent. Haseen spoke again. Soman, you don't have to say anything, follow me to work. Suddenly Haseen's phone vibrated. It was a call from Yopi Dongwon. She looked over, then picked up the phone. After thinking for a while she picked up the phone. From the other end came Dongwon's voice. She said, Miss Jung, I wonder how you consider it. Haseen now replied, no need to consider, I won't change my attention. Dongwon's voice shouted from the other side, can't you see Wong Ha? But Haseen quickly turned off the phone. Yopi Dongwon was extremely angry at that time. At Yopi Jie's villa, Yopi did not speak up. Do you think she will submit? Dongwon laughed and said he won't submit, unless she doesn't need the company. At this time, old man Yopi is also silent. Big brother speaks up, you have to be careful about this matter. Can't overdo it. Maybe Oh Young-ho will be dissatisfied. We could lose a lot more than that. Dongwon turned to answer, boss said it makes sense, don't worry. We have our own limits on this matter. Just to scare her a little. Hang Dong said, aren't you tired? Dongwon then asked in surprise, are you tired? Why do you say that? Hang Dong now replied, you guys probably know. It is impossible for them to return to Yopi Ga. Already. Why do you still have to chase and kill? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Dongwon said loudly, second brother. How are you talking? Why do we do so much? Isn't it because of our family? Hang Dong objected to you because of yourself. I hope to be able to create a relationship with Oh Young-ho. I just don't know. It's considered true that you and Oh Young-ho created a relationship. Only Haseen ended up with Oh Young-ho together. What can you get? Dongwon said with a frown at this time. Rely on Oh Young-ho. I can be extremely grateful to you. Don't forget that you are also a big family. Giving birth to brotherhood. Can you say that? Hang Dong said. If not, she still relies on Oh Young-ho. What can I give you? At this time, big brother pointed at Hang Dong and said what the second brother meant. Say we don't remember our friendship. Hang Dong then left and said I still had something to do. Everyone just keep going for now. Old man Yopi called out loudly to stop. Hang Dong in his eyes. Do you still have my existence? Hang Dong turned to talk to his father. Are you not obedient enough? I will do whatever you tell me to do. So that I don't go to supply them. I haven't gone to help them yet. Why do you need me? Master Yopi heard that, and immediately got angry. Shouted cheekily at So Gyo from behind. Quickly placed her hand on his shoulder. Tell grandpa not to be angry. Anger towards people is not good. Suddenly the butler bowed to Hang Dong and said, two young masters. Outside, there was Miss Jung Haseen asking for an audience. While all three of Dongwon were present, young Yopi and Big Brother both curled their lips and thought the same as Chung. What do you think about Jung Haseen? Ha ha, I finally can't stand it anymore. Young Master Yopi said to Dongwon. You're so awesome. When Jung Haseen followed the butler inside, she called Hang Dong. Yopi urges. At this point, he smiled and asked Haseen if you were looking for me for anything. She said, Yopi uncle, I have something to talk about with you today. When Dongwon came over and said, Miss Jung talks about the company's situation. You have to talk to me about second brother. I also cannot ask about the company. Hearing that, Hang Dong felt a bit unwilling. Haseen smiled and said there was no need for this. We need to talk to Uncle Yopi. Then she turned to Hang Dong and told Uncle Yopi, please take a look at these things. He asked what it was. Haseen gave Hang Dong a large envelope. Tell him to open it and take a look and see. Dongwon was also ignored at this time. She quickly asked if she was looking for me. Then Haseen also turned away because of her attitude. The other girl and Yopi pushed her to open the envelope. Then he read the papers one by one. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said loudly, Haseen, what are you doing? Haseen told me to come here today. I'm just giving these things back to you guys. Miss Yopi told me about it. Cheon Hyun Company is because Yopi Ga has this point, I don't deny it. Initially, that money was actually given to me by Yopi. So today I bring the company back to you. My company was transferred to Uncle Yeop's name. At that time, Master Yopi and young Master Yopi were also stunned. Haseen turned to talk to Hang Dong. Uncle Yopi just needs to sign his name above. He asked in surprise why he had to do that. And she replied that it didn't belong to her. No matter how hard you try. It can't belong to me either. Hang Dong said. But that's the company I single-handedly built. Haseen replied that it's not you. And she said that you Yopi Ga people are very powerful. But that doesn't mean everything. Everyone will also want to come and flatter Yopi Ga. At that time, the entire Yopi family was speechless. Especially Dongwon slapped Jung Haseen in the face. This is clearly a slap in the face. Slap Yopi Ga in the face. Yopi Dongwon thought. Jung Haseen must have gone to ask her. When Haseen threw the car keys out, said these cars belonged to Yopi Mu Cheon. He told me to return the 3 cars to you guys. When Dongwon grabbed the keys and said loudly, with an annoyed tone that he let her come later, Haseen said, crossing his arms. He told me about the car and the company was up to me to decide. Uncle Yopi held out the paper and said, if I don't agree with the company, you will have to work hard to get it and I don't need it. Haseen replied, but it has Yopi-ga's shadow from beginning to end. Yopi, I wouldn't want that either. Yopi cursed under his breath and pretended to be noble, damn it. When he heard it, Haseen immediately placed his hand on his chest and spoke in a confident voice. In front of Yopi, I don't dare pretend to be noble. I just want to go back to being myself. It's all true. Hang Dong gave the documents to Dongwon. Jack C. People are basically not greedy for our property. Dongwon was also sad at that time. Young Yopi approached Hang Dong and said, lazy uncles can't be that great either. They are most likely retreating and advancing. Big brother said at that time, why do you still stand up and talk to him? It's strange, doesn't Jung Haseen really hate him? Master Yopi was sitting in silence at this time. He thought, was it right to do that? Young people really don't like money from their parents. At the company right now, many employees are in a regretful mood. Haseen looks back at the small photo of Cheon Hyun Company. Before leaving, Soman saw that, immediately asked the general manager if she really wanted to go. Haseen turned and smiled and said to Soman, there is no party in the world that doesn't end. You stay here and do it, no problem. Soman then said sullenly, but I want to work with you. Haseen said smiling, but now I also have to be unemployed and she follows me. I also have nothing to do. Even I have no future. How should I go? Then Haseen raised his finger and told him to rest assured. If I need you in the future, I will find you. At that time, Soman opened his eyes and said the intended words. You can't lie to me. After packing, Haseen got into the taxi. Before going inside, she turned to wave one last time. Soman also emotionally waved goodbye. When Haseen turned away, tears rolled down her cheeks. The next day at Cheon Hyun Ward, she placed the box on the table, then put her hand on top of it and said to Muchin, starting from now on I'm unemployed. Haseen sighed and lamented my Cheon Hyun Company. Returned to Yopi Ga. From now on, there won't be any relationship with me. Muchin saw that she looked tired. Immediately placed his hand on Haseen's forehead to measure his temperature. Even asked if she was okay. Haseen now started to feel embarrassed. She blushed and blamed him for not being normal. Muchin thought it was true and asked her if she was telling the truth. Haseen answered correctly. He then asked why. She is really unusual. Normal people wouldn't do that either. The company originally belonged to her, but she took it away. Haseen says no matter how hard I try. The company also has Yopi-ga's presence there from beginning to end. Muchin continued to ask what that had to do with anything. Haseen then awkwardly crossed his arms and told him not to say anything. All those things have passed. Anyway, I gave it back to them. There is no relationship with me anymore. Muchin said in surprise at this time. Your Majesty Queen. No money. How can you take care of me? Haseen replied, then you take care of me. Muchin quickly rebutted with a warm smile. No, I just had a lot of fun playing. She had to continue to support me. Which made Haseen very uncomfortable. But she had to give up. The next day at Jung Hasan's house. Has your majesty finished speaking? Muchin rode his bicycle to where Haseen was waiting. She replied that there was no way to say. Then Haseen sat on his bike. She turned to hug Muchian's waist. Haseen now smiled and said let's go. Then her chest pressed against Muchian's back unintentionally gave him a great source of motivation. He replied yes, Her Majesty the Queen. On the deserted street, Yopi Mu Cheon rides a bicycle, carrying Jung Haseen on his steed. Peaceful scene. He sat in front and carried her, then he sat in the back, hugged him tightly, and walked into the Cheon Sim subdivision. Yopi Mu Cheon must have felt tired. So he told Miss Jung, Your Majesty the Queen sees that I am miserable. Can I add some salary? Jung Haseen happily answered. From today onwards, there will be an extra 1 dong every month. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon became very excited. He said loudly, thanking Her Majesty the Queen for the reward. The two lovers passed through the security guard station. Unaware, the two guards were having lunch. I also had to turn my head to look at. The two guards were surprised and speechless and wondered. Is this a magical situation? Riding a scrap metal bike. Is it possible to attract a beauty like Nok? Maybe this Soja is a rich guy. Just want to pretend. Otherwise, how could there be a beautiful woman willing to ride his bicycle? Think of it as sitting on a bike for a bit from time to time. Just sitting in a brand new car. Absolutely not this old car. The two security guards were guessing and mixed with a bit of jealousy. Looking at Yopi Mu Cheon. He was so tired of pedaling that the two of them decided to walk. Walking happily from nowhere, Nyang Sagi appeared and blocked both of their paths. Don't let them go. Standing in the way, Nyang Sagi said Yopi Mu Cheon. I want to talk to you. Yopi Mu Cheon is close. That Nyang Sagi voice got away. The two of them didn't care and walked past Jung. The lady wondered and asked Yopi Mu Cheon who that girl was. Yeop Mukion's face darkened and he responded like a crazy person. Feeling both humble and insulted, Nyang Sagi pursed her lips and endured. Don't give up. She stood in front of Yopi Mu Cheon and raised her hand to block him. Expressed his intention not to let him go and said, I came here today to apologize to you for not daring to admit that I didn't. As high as her home Nyang Ga, Yopi Mu Cheon contemptuously waved his hand and replied. His face grimaced but Nyang Sagi still tried to speak. I also said sorry to you. What else do you want? She clenched her hand and cursed silently. I have never seen this type of man. Was narrow-minded and shameless. It's such a shame for a man. Then she angrily asked cousin Yopi. What do you want? Yopi Mu Cheon stuck out his tongue and replied go away. He pointed his finger. Nyang Sagi was annoyed and asked if she had finished speaking. Having finished speaking, please stand aside. A smart dog doesn't get in the way. Meaning it wants to vomit blood. But Nyang Sagi still tried to close his eyes and be humble. Said in a brusque manner. How can you forgive me? This is very important. Why should she have to do that? What is the purpose? Yopi Mu Cheon asked. Nyang Sagi stubbornly said. How can you forgive me? Yopi Mu Cheon is arrogant. Give the legendary middle finger. Then he said to the crazy woman, listen carefully to me. No matter what, I don't want to be with Nyang Ga. Do you have any turning back? It was clear that any was irritated. Crazy Nyang Sagi scolded Yopi Mu Cheon in the face. You pervert, are you a man or not? How small is your generosity? Does anyone say that men must be generous? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled contemptuously and responded. Jung Haseen stood aside and gave up. Today you must forgive me. Otherwise I won't go. Nyang Sagi said extravagantly and spread her legs. Don't let Yopi Mu Cheon go. Reluctantly, Yopi Mu Cheon also had to wave his hand and say it was okay. I forgive you. Go away. Nyang Sagi has no manners. Immediately grabbed Yeop Mukion's hand and said let's go, Grandpa. I want to meet you. Feel like I'm not respected. Yopi Mu Cheon shook her hand away. Then said loudly, let me go. Don't drag and drag. People like Ms. No Ya here who look down on. Without any respect for men. Nyang Sagi raised his hand, delivering a fatal blow to Yeop Mukion's face. She angrily scolded him. You said something insulting to me again. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Like Yopi Mu Cheon has been holding back. Holding down the chain signifies serious criticism. Nyang Sagi, he said. If you touch me again, don't blame me for being rude. Miss Jung's sweat dropped at the developments before her eyes. I should ask if you two have something to talk about. I have nothing to say to her. Yopi Mu Cheon fiercely affirmed. Nyang Sagi was angry and gritted his teeth. The fire of her hatred burned fiercely. Yopi Mu Cheon took the car and called Miss Jung to go with her. He carried bruises from being slapped. Coldly walking past Nyang Sagi with Jung Hasin. Nyang Sagi still stubbornly clings like a disc. She blocked the two people's path and asked Yopi Mu Cheon, "Can you forgive me?" Yopi Mu Cheon got mad and scolded the crazy woman. "Are you still human? How can you have such a thick face? You can see Yeop Mukion's right cheek has a bruise. The left cheek is not there yet." So she immediately slapped his left cheek. To be more balanced, slapped and cursed Yopi Mu Cheon. "I said you insulted me again. I will not be polite to you." Seeing my loved one being slapped so harshly, So Jung Hasin immediately rushed into the port and scolded her. "Who do you think you are based on what you think you are?" Yopi Mu Cheon patted Jung Hasin's shoulder to reassure her. Then he smiled proudly and said, "I also told you to hit me. I won't be polite to you either." As he said that, he used magic to make Nyang Sagi, who was standing, suddenly become weak and fall to his knees. She was surprised by the current situation. Immediately asked Yopi Mu Cheon, "What have you done to me?" Yopi Mu Cheon smirked and replied, "Crazy woman. Do you think I will treat you politely if I have the same last name?" Nyang Sagi feels uneasy, sweating profusely, and asked Yopi Mu Cheon what he wanted to do. Suddenly Yopi Mu Cheon lifted up. Suddenly she used one hand. Ignore her screaming at him to let go. And then he took her hand, hitting Nyang Sagi's plump pair of peaches. Made her so embarrassed that she blushed. And then he didn't pity her and regret her pearls, but straight up threw Nyang Sagi into the trash. There was a sign that said it was harmful waste. And after finishing work, he wiped his hands coldly and turned away. Jung Hasin saw this scene and was speechless. Nyang Sagi became so angry, sat in the trash can and scolded Yopi Mu Cheon. "They Yopi him the best. Immediately let me go." Miss Jung looked nervously at Yopi Mu Cheon. He turned away. Nyang Sagi gave an industrial smile and shot hearts. Seeing that, Nyang Sagi went crazy and shouted loudly that Yopi. The other two continued their journey. While driving Yopi Mu Cheon, he turned around. Jung Hasin asked her, "Why look at me like that? Do you think I'm doing too much? Beyond imagination?" Miss Jung gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Doing well to treat women is to be evil. What is this woman saying? For women, it must be evil. So is it evil for men or not? Yeop Mukion's face was filled with wonder and wonder. Jung Hasin continued asking, "Really don't pay attention to her." Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and replied reassuringly, "She won't die. At most it's just a bad smell. Just make me dizzy." Miss Jung heard that and smiled and said, "You are so bad. After all, she is a beauty. Isn't she so beautiful? Why don't I see that and I'm not as beautiful as you?" Yopi Mu Cheon tilted his head. "It's beautiful when I think of Nyang Sagi." And hear these words. Jung Hasin was secretly happy in his heart, but can't hide that happiness. Also smiled. At Nyang Sagi just finished bathing. She wrapped a towel and went out. Still stewing in anger, she wiped her hair while talking to her grandfather. "I want to kill him. Must kill." Sitting on the bed, he said, "Help Yopi Mu Cheon A Soja have some sense. Your grandfather is my granddaughter." She felt it was unfair and said. Her grandfather laughed and said to Adu, "The way you're handling this is not right." Grandpa had to tell him, and then looked at his grandson with a serious face and advised him. For Nyang Ga, "Thank you, have you discovered anything?" "Discovered anything? I just know he's extremely perverted." Nyang Sagi turned aside and pouted and said. Her father also spoke up. "Why did my whole body suddenly go numb? Shouldn't you think about this problem carefully? When you understand Nyang Sagi's technique, you immediately realize." Nyang Sagi said, "There is one more thing. The child's hand was injured. It's like there's nothing to worry about. Nyongsagi's father explained. Now I know why. Don't let me deal with him yet. If possible. He coordinated. Bring those wound-healing medicines to the war zone. Grandpa continued. The past few days. I don't want you to beat him again and again. Another day, I'll go on a trip. For 3 consecutive days, Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely busy. Buying herbs. Processing. Until Tuesday afternoon, Yopi Mu Cheon has just finished the work on hand. He is busy. Jung Hasin is not idle. Yopi Mu Cheon swings his finger down. Buy a bunch of stuff back. Of which the most purchased is filtered water. 3 days ago Jung Hasin asked more than once. Asked Yopi Mu Cheon what he wanted to do. But each time there was no reply. Every time, they all used an unpredictable sentence to answer her. Jung Hasin was watching a TV show. She was smiling from ear to ear. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the clock and saw that it was on time. So he immediately gave Miss Jung the pill. He told her to open her mouth and eat. Feeling strange, Jung Hasin immediately asked what this was. Yopi Mu Cheon said frankly. She looked closely at the pill in his hand and then ate it. Yopi Mu Cheon asked her with a troubled face. Aren't you afraid it's really poison? Miss Jung replied, chewing her mouth. What will you get if you poison me to death? Yopi Mu Cheon asked, sweating. So you're not afraid? You want to take advantage of me? Jung Hasin asked him again. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at him with goatish eyes. But looked at Jung Hasin's mounds. Then looked down at Jung Hasin's thighs and replied. Of course she's beautiful like you. What man wouldn't think of? Hasin blushed shyly after hearing that. Turned away. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled confidently and said, wait a moment. Maybe her body will be a little dirty. It's just a normal phenomenon, no need to worry. You're dirty. I also took a shower and it smelled so good that I couldn't believe it when he smelled it. Just said. Jung Hasin just pointed at Yeop Mukyeon's chest. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't hesitate and came closer to sniff. Making Miss Jung blush again and scolded her. Are you really that evil? Just scolded her. As he stepped back, he hugged his pearly body. Yopi Mu Cheon replied that you let me smell it. In the bathroom there was a large wooden barrel filled with water. And Yopi Mu Cheon poured medicine bottles into it. Seeing that, Jung Hasin asked why he did that. What's the use? Yopi Mu Cheon answered the question with a serious face. Wait a moment. There will be some dirt flowing out of her body. She used tap water to bathe and waited until she was clean. She climbed into this barrel and soaked it for half an hour. Still wondering why Miss Jung asked. Yopi Mu Cheon replied to her first, don't ask. Then you will know for yourself. Consider it a response. My foster aunt gives you a big gift. Right now. Jung Hasin's body had strange blue stains. She immediately shouted, ah, why are my hands so dirty? Which was unexpected. Yopi Mu Cheon kept his face calm and thought in his heart. Come and get lost. Looks like my strength is still there. But the medicinal ingredients are a bit weaker than I imagined and a bit slower. Looks like there's a chance in the future. Had to grow some herbs yourself. There is no attention to herbal care. The medicinal herbs are always so poor. Quickly prepared to take a bath. Remember, you cannot use shower gel. Conveniently bring in a few bottles of mineral water. Drink a little more water. Yopi Mu Cheon opened the door and instructed Jung Hasin to take off all his clothes and take a shower. Yopi Mu Cheon stood outside the wedding and said, slowly take a shower. No need to rush. I won't rush into the bathroom. Don't mind me. How can you be so dirty? Jung Hasin spoke from the bathroom. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said, Your Majesty, don't be nervous. Those things are all toxins inside the body. So there is a good thing for her. Jung Hasin was taking a bath and also said loudly, But what's wrong? Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly pressed his body against the door and said, Don't know. If not, let me go inside and take a look. Don't you dare come in, and Jung Hasin got angry and shouted. Women these days aren't easy to fool. Yopi Mu Cheon said disappointedly as he sat down on the sofa. He sat like a domineering president. Sit with your legs crossed and your arms behind you. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the bathroom door. There, Miss Jung's shadow appeared. The body is round and round. This round makes Yopi Mu Cheon so infatuated that his nose bleeds. He looked blankly and thought to himself, "Brother, the situation doesn't seem quite right. Continue like that. I like your fiancé, so what should I do now? Until then, don't blame me for being cruel and unjust. After stopping the bleeding from your nose." Yeop Mukion's face became more serious. Then mumbled to himself, "But she is not your fiancé now. We are together with her. You also have no opinion. Other people's comfort is not equal to your own." Time passes. Clock. It kept ticking without seeing Jung Hasin finish showering. Drowning Muchin also wondered. 40 minutes have passed. Why haven't you finished bathing yet? Just finished wondering when suddenly Jung Hasin shouted loudly. Heard Hasin's screams. Muchin ran to the bathroom, opened the door and asked loudly, "What happened? What?" But before my eyes, a confused Hasin with beautiful appearance. Once again Muchian's nose bleeds more, but flows even stronger than before. It threw the tissue out. Muchin then looked at Hasin, who was having fun. "Admire yourself." She wholeheartedly praised this one. "How can this change my skin so much? White like a baby." He raised his thumb and smiled. "Your Majesty, the Queen is already very beautiful. It still is good now. It's so beautiful like a fairy." He thought right now. This is also the first time I seriously put my effort into it. Didn't expect such a great effect. Let the beauty use it so it will make the water tilt into it. Hasin is very happy right now. She hugged her face in embarrassment and asked if it was really beautiful. Muchin nodded. Then she thought for a bit. Then went to kiss Muchian's cheek. Her action made him freeze. After Hasin pulled away, he said thank you. He calmed down and took the paper and stuffed it back into his nose. "Say no, no, no. Just now doesn't count. I haven't finished preparing again a bit deeply." Very quickly. Then he pouted as he walked towards her. "Go reward me again." Hasin then stopped her. Then she went to the door. "Tell me to go out for a trip. I invite you to have a delicious meal. Can this be considered a reward?" The two of them quickly left the dormitory. But suddenly, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Oh Young-ho had been standing below waiting for a long time. He called adieu with a serious expression, as if looking at her appearance right now made him extremely surprised. Then he spoke in a very confused voice. "I have changed." Young-ho thought. How did Jung Hasin change so beautifully? It's so soft, like a drop of water. Hasin asked brother if there was anything wrong with looking for me. Young-ho replied, "Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday celebration, are you free?" The next day in Osanjang, Muchin took her there by bicycle. When he arrived, he took the car with her. Hasin now walked away and turned around to speak. "Are you sure you won't come in? I will say you are my friend." Muchin replied, "Don't make a mess. I really want to go in. But Oh Young-ho couldn't bear to beat me to death." Then he said not to be afraid. We prepared to receive absolutely the highest level of offerings. It was a small box made of wood. What's inside is still unclear, but only knew it was a medicinal herb. At that time she hesitated. But he told her to calm down and go in. "I'm here waiting for you. There's a lot of customers inside." Young-ho then turned to ask. Hasin is nervous. He continued, "I'm also very nervous. Today is very important to me." Far away Hang Jae is gathering with his wife and children. But Yopi is missing and he glanced over to notice Hasin happily talking to Young-ho. Young Yopi opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, Jung Hasin has become so beautiful now. He turned back. Hang Jae told him, "Be a little more polite with her later. There's nothing wrong, don't let conflicts arise." Yeofang Jae's wife Guan Won Rio speaks up. "It's such a good fate that young Master Oyong likes." Hang Jae asked at this time, "How are things going with Hang Wall? Is there any progress?" Young Yopi replied confusedly, "I don't believe you." Hang Jae sighed and said. Then the MC spoke loudly, causing all guests to look towards the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the official start of the party." Then Oh Yong Ga is the owner. Oh Yong Nam was now sitting on a chair. Having received an audience from Oh Yong Ho, he knelt down and said, "Grandfather, Soho wishes you blessings like Dong Hai and Nam Sun. Live 100 years. He told me to stand up. I heard you brought your girlfriend back." Yong Ho immediately reached out and introduced Hasin. Said grandfather, "She is Jung Hasin." Was my younger sister when I went to school in America. Everyone around me thought in surprise. What background does this woman have? Why do I feel like I've met somewhere before? At that time Yang Yu was Yang Ho's younger brother. Frowned thinking he knew her. How is the boss? But why would you find a woman like that to bring home? Jung Hasin then walked in front of him. Yang Ga bowed his head and paid homage. Yang Ga, are you okay? I'm Jung Hasin. I'm so rude today. I hope Yang Ga can forgive me. I wish you happiness like the East Sea. Healthy body. He then asked So Jung where her family was and who her parents were. She replied that her father was Jung Bei Dong and mother Ga Gai Un. My family is just doing normal business. Yang Ga then smiled and said thank you. You can come to my party today. But in the meantime you're thinking. Normal families may not be worthy of Yang Ho. Yang Ho then came in front of him and said. Hasin's grandfather was because he had prepared a gift. She pulled out a small wooden box from her pocket and said Yang Ga. This is the gift I prepared to celebrate my birthday. Please definitely accept it. For him, the future was extremely valuable. Yang Gu then walked next to him. Yang Ga whispered into his ear. Grandpa, if you don't open it and see what the gift is. I don't know if it's an engagement contract or not. I heard. The woman that Big Brother was pursuing was once engaged. Then Yang Ga asked Miss Jung. Have you ever been engaged? The atmosphere then started to get quiet. Yang Ho quickly interjected that his grandfather was misunderstanding. Yang Ga then said I didn't ask you. Hasin then replied yes. I was once engaged to Yang Ga. I know what you think. Actually, please don't worry. Today I am just considered a younger generation. Don't pay attention now. There were many eyes watching her say that sentence. Yang Gu said Miss Jung, can you open it so we can see the gift? Then she touched the lid of the box. And opened it. Inside is a pill. Everyone thinks the same thing. On someone else's birthday, she sent a pill. Everyone wondered, does she have any intention of cursing the person being wished? Then Yongga's expression became serious. Hasin said, this pill has extremely special uses. Important moment. Can save a life. She thought looking at the pill. Muchin spent a lot of effort on this offering. Just finished preparing. Yang Ga replied, thank you for your good intentions. I don't need these things for the time being. Old Lady Jung's good intention was accepted. Then Hasin suddenly realized that he had been rejected. Yang Anam refused to accept this gift. Jung Hasin cannot doubt it. This is a slap in the face. Yang Jung Yang Ho's father spoke up. Soho quickly take Miss Jung down to rest. Then she immediately put the gift back in her bag and said, Yang Ga is so sorry. Today, he rudely came to bother me again. Then Yang Ho led Hasin to leave. Yang Jung then pointed at. Yang Ho spoke loudly in anger. What do you do? What do you want to do? Until now, I think I understand what's possible. What I did today was really for people. Disappointed. Yang Ho rebutted 3. I'm serious about Hasin. I want to marry her. Yang Jung shouted dreamily. I tell you never. I'll soon give up this notion. You say I've forgotten who I am. With status and status, can she be worthy of you? Not to mention she's engaged. Now all eyes are on her. Jung Hasin can't even support himself from all 4 sides. The strange eyes of those people makes her want to go crazy. This place is not suitable for her either. No matter how hard she tries. Just a Cinderella. Moreover, a girl who was once engaged to be married. Suddenly an old man called out to the little girl. Hasin turned to him and smiled and said, box in her hand. Can I take a look? She also smiled and said, if you like, you can take it. Hasin then gave the box to him. He was really surprised. She replied that she was absolutely not lying. And he laughed and replied, so I thank you in advance. The servant behind him brought him a card. He gave you this thing that I can't just take away. Little miss, do you need any help in the future? Can find me. Today, I feel like I owe you a piece of love. Hasin accepted her and observed it. While the old man left, he said, I'm sorry but I can't continue talking. She watched him leave. Suddenly he stopped as if he remembered something. He turned around and smiled. Miss, can you wait for me a little longer? I have something to tell you later. At this time there was the sound of high heels coming. She said Miss Jung just had to apologize. That was Hang Wall, she said, smiling. I came to apologize to Miss Hang Wall on behalf of my grandfather. I offered to shake hands, but Haseen just froze. Hang Wall started introducing me as Oh Yong Hang Wall. I'm really sorry about what just happened. Haseen shook hands with her and said it was a pleasure to meet you. Hang Wall then said, Miss Jung, can I rudely ask her a question? What did you just give me that pill? Is that really effective? Haseen replied, this pill was made by a friend of mine. Its effect can revive the dead. Save lives. Hang Wall asked in surprise. Is it really possible to revive the dead? Haseen replied that I cannot guarantee this. But my other friend said, at least he could stay alive for a year. Hang Wall then thought this was crazy enough. Looks like a regular pill. Does it really have such a powerful effect? Saw Hang Wall silent. Haseen replied to Miss Oh Yong, you don't need to keep my words in your heart. Consider me talking nonsense. Just consider it a joke. Then young Yopi also walked over and called Hang Wall. He then smiled and said, Hang Wall, I wish you a healthy body. Live 100 years old. Hang Wall then turned in surprise and said yes. Haseen said, Miss Oh Yong, you guys talk first. Then Haseen left. Young Yopi then told Hang Wall that my parents were coming. To respond to him, Hang Wall turned around and left, apologizing. I still have some things to take care of. Please feel free to. When being ignored, Yopi didn't feel like he was being despised. He immediately showed disgust. When Haseen left the party, he was just inside. What happened was spread out. Learned that Jung Hasen's gift was rejected. Knowing that she is not liked by Oyang's family. Is now in everyone's eyes. Jung Haseen is a woman. I want to reach Oyang's house. Someone who wants to marry into a rich family. Haseen took out his phone then clicked on his contacts. She quickly called Yopi Mu Cheon. He picked up the phone from the other side. Haseen said this with tears in his eyes. Can you come pick me up? I want to go back. Muchin frowned and asked what happened. Are you crying? Haseen then wiped his tears and replied no. It's just that it doesn't make any sense here. Wanted to talk with him for a while. Muchin then darkened his face and told her to wait for me. I will come immediately. While at Oyang's mansion, he and his niece Hang Wall talked to the old man. Brother Nyong, thank you, you can come to my party. The old man replied that I still have to thank you. Today I can harvest a lot of. Oyang Ga or also Oyang Anam then asked. I don't know what Nyong brother just said. Then he looked down at the old man's hand, which was holding the wooden box itself. That Haseen took as a gift. The old man brought it up. Said because I met the person I was looking for here. Oyang Ga asked if the person he was looking for was named Jung. He then left. I still have some things to do first. Oyang Ga was surprised. Brother Nyong was so quick, he left in a hurry. The old man replied, he's old. Doing a little random activity will make you tired. Moreover, there were people waiting outside. Then Oyang left and said, Nyong brother. The other day I went to his house myself to apologize. Today is so embarrassing. The old man smiled and said he was still healthy. My niece is both beautiful and understanding, unlike me. That niece only knows how to fight and fight all day. Makes me worry Hang Wall when he gets complimented. She happily replied to Nyong Ga who was being polite. Hang Wall is not as good as people say. Oyang Anam is also extremely satisfied with her. This niece is generous and skillful. Both beautiful and intelligent. He always sees her as a treasure. Don't see his niece as young. Like a business genius with sharp eyes. Where she helps. The company's operations were getting better and better. But suddenly the old man looked to the side. Still not seeing the servant. He turned around and wondered where he was. Oyang went out with his niece and still didn't understand what was going on. Outside, Oyang Ho was talking with Haseen. He said Adu was really sorry today. I also didn't think it would be like this. Haseen replied, brother, you don't have to say anymore, I won't blame you. He smiled softly and said I'll take you to rest for a bit. Haseen replied, there's no need for you, senior brother, to go do your work. I can leave on my own. Yang Ho then asked in surprise, should I leave now? She replied, I feel a little tired and want to go back to rest. He told me to take you home. Haseen quickly refused. Someone is coming to pick me up. Yang Ho is frowning now. Who is Yopi Mu Cheon? Suddenly there is a voice, little lady. Turns out she's here. Attracted the attention of Yang Ho and Haseen. It was the old man who said oh as if to make it easier for me to find. Oh Yang Ga then wondered. How could Jung Haseen know Nyang Sa Bung? Hang Wall thought at that time. Nyang Sa Bung is absolutely not a boring person. If he knows Jung Haseen, then you must definitely remember. The guests outside. At this time, he also looked at her in surprise. And he thought, what background does this woman have? How is it related to Nyang Ga? Besides, it seems like Nyang Sa Bung isn't too bad for her. Haseen turned to her and called out boss. He replied let's talk while walking. At this time Oh Yang Ga asked Nyang brother who she was. The old man smiled and replied my lady. The words surprised both Annam and his niece. Haseen also froze. She asked herself, when did you become his nobleman? The old man continued, sorry last time my body was not comfortable. Luckily she had her friend to help. When Oh Yang Ga was confused and thought, Nyang Sa Bung said uncomfortable. Confirmed that it is extremely serious. Oh Yang Ga at this time. Thinking about the pill she gave me. Could it be that just now that pill was a lifesaver? He glanced at the wooden box that the old man was holding in his hand. Oh Yang Ga then asked the word. I don't know what your friend's name is. The old man replied that his last name was Yopi. Then Haseen turned away thinking that it was because it was Muchin. When he heard Oh Yang Ga he rubbed his chin and his last name was Yopi. Then he thought of a person. Maybe is it Yopi Mu Cheon? Then he asked him where he was right now. Can you introduce me? The old man smiled and replied yes. Another day, I still don't know where he is. He turned to talk to little Miss Haseen. Can we get in the car and talk more? Haseen immediately said Nyang Ga. Go ahead, wait a bit and someone will come pick me up. Then Oh Yang Ga looked at them from behind and seemed to understand what Hang Wall meant so he ran to his side. Haseen said Miss Jung was just as good. Let's go in and wait for your friend. Everyone stands here. It wasn't the way she heard it either. Haseen immediately refused. There's no need for me to be here. You guys are busy too. No need to pay attention to me. At this time a servant whispered into the old man's ear. After listening, the old man immediately darkened his face and became serious. Call it Tiet Kai Bai Hu. When the old man took off his hat, greeted Haseen with a happy face as usual. Little lady, I have some business to leave first. I'll find you guys again someday. She replied with a smile. It's okay Nyang Ga, go do your work. After a while Haseen said to Yang Ho. My senior brother walked ahead. She reached into her bag and took out a necklace studded with stones. Give it back to him. Return this treasure to me. Seeing this, Yang Ho replied adieu. This is a gift from me to you. Haseen stuffed it into his palm. Yang Ho said, I love you so much that I can't accept you. Then you left. Yang Ho looked at your back. And he himself felt sad, accompanied by a feeling of guilt. This is not the outcome. I don't want it to end like this. In the middle of a crowded place, a bicycle horn sounds. Haseen looked from afar and saw Muchin driving away. Came to pick her up. Haseen was surprised. Muchian's lips curled up. Her eyes also started to get wet from emotion. Suddenly a bodyguard opened his arms to block his way. Everything. Ouyang's guests were all surprised. Wonder who this person is. No matter how you ride a bicycle. If you want to pretend, you have to find a good bicycle. A little bit. At that time, Muchin argued with Yeop's guard, who looked at him from afar. They simply thought it was the name Ya Zhang. Could it be that Ya Zhang has always been hidden and invisible? Haseen was touched. She quickly ran to Muchin. With teary eyes. He was surprised why he was crying. Haseen quickly rubbed his eyes and said it was okay. It's just dust flying into her eyes. Muchin hugged her, looking towards Yang Ho, angrily scolding Oh Yang Ho what he did to her. He also felt guilty at that time. Could only look away and then stay silent. Yopi Mu Cheon turned to look at the bodyguard, pointed at him with a finger and threatened to go away. Jung Haseen saw that and immediately hugged his hand and told him to stop. Let's go. He quietly looked at her for a while. Jung Haseen's face was extremely confused right now, sad and depressed, and looked at Yopi Mu Cheon and sighed. Okay, I hear you. But before I left I had to get something back. So he came forward. Tell the people in black to go away. Which makes them both feel confused. Just felt angry again. The slightest movement of anything will tell someone else to go away. As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead waved his hand. Something that sparkles like glitter flew out and spread in the air. After the black-clothed bodyguards smelled it and were surprised and then exhausted on the spot. One by one everyone sat down on the ground. Everyone around saw that, also not surprised, both worried and thinking, when did their bodyguards become so useless? Isn't it said that they are all special forces? How can I not even face it? Was immediately knocked down, even by Ouyang Hang Wall. Yanggu and Ouyang Annam saw it. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Then the male lead showed an unpleasant face. Pointing at Jung Hasin said, I'm too lazy to pay attention to what just happened. I only know that she cried because you guys made her cry. This kind of consequence is very serious and I really don't like it. Just finished the sentence. He removed his hand from hers and spoke. Today I'm going to talk about it here. Then he pulled her towards him and hugged him. One hand holding the beauty. With the other hand, make a dislike shape. Calmly tell her to stay in this world. Only I can bully her. Who wants to bully her? I had to ask if I agree or not. This also puts Jung Hasin on the side. Blushed shyly. Everyone around saw this situation. Surprised and thinking stubbornly. But Jung Hasin was extremely happy. Still smiling. Yanggu came to stand in front of him. Use your hand to point out who you are. Do you know whose house you are staying at? Yopi Mu Cheon replied that it doesn't matter who it is. Now I just want to get back something she just did. Give it to you people. The gift I want to take home. Bring the things back to me. I'll go immediately. Many people standing around there. Still attentively witnessing that it was that small box. The bodyguards still haven't regained their strength. Just lie down on the ground. Yanggu calmly said the box wasn't here. We won't accept this kind of thing. Heard that? Yopi Mu Cheon asked again. What do you mean you don't accept it? He crossed his arms and said it was contemptuous. Not worthy to receive. Ouyang Hang Wall stood aside and listened. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. How could this kind of thing be said here and then? Let outsiders see what it's like. Did you say that Ouyang only took precious gifts? The male lead suddenly hugged his stomach and burst out laughing. Ha ha, interesting. Then he stuffed his mouth and said something reasonable. But not accepting it is fine. Anyway, you don't deserve it. Suddenly someone's hands fell off. Spoke up. Must be Mr. Yopi Ga Yopi. Hello, I'm Ouyang Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the girl who was smiling politely. Thinking about this girl's appearance is really beautiful. You can contact her on the main street. I also wish to die early. Then he crossed his arms and said, I just want my things back. Ouyang Hang Wall felt frustrated. But I don't say it out loud, I think it in my heart. This soja is really good. But in front of so many people, you can't be angry. And then say you're not with us. This was taken away by old Nyong and he asked. Again Nyong saw Bung. Nyong no du, is he also here? While the rest of them are engrossed in talking to each other. At this time, Ouyang Annam turned around and left. With his status, standing here with his juniors in a commotion. He can't afford to lose face. Let alone have his niece here. Trust her to handle it well. Ouyang Hang Wall put his hand on his chin. Remember the image of a man wearing a hat. Has a smile on his face. Then I thought it was definitely him. Nyang Ga said it must be him. Then she asked Mr. Yopi. I would like to ask what is the effect of using that pill? The male lead pouted and was absorbed in his thoughts. No do, on the other hand, knew for sure. And then he turned around and said trash. After speaking, Yopi Mu Cheon put his hands in his pockets. Walked up to Jung Hasin and told us to go. This action of yours, making Ouyang Hang Wall extremely frustrated. Gritted his teeth. But Yanggu didn't let them go that easily. He stood behind and shouted where he was going. Does not give us a satisfactory answer. Did you want to go? Let's see what Ouyang Ga is. The male lead heard that. Immediately turned around and replied contemptuously. So what do you want? Yanggu gritted his teeth and remained silent. Don't know what to say. His face showed unwillingness. Yopi Mu Cheon continued his short-sighted view. The bodyguards stood around. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel angry and wondering. What do you say? The male lead didn't pay any attention to you guys. They turned around and left. Let's go with Jung Hasin. Yanggu immediately spoke up to stop him. But at this time Oh Yong-ho suddenly told him to let him go. Heard what Oh Yong-ho said. Yanggu immediately looked towards him. Now Oh Yong-ho showed a determined face. Extremely serious. It made Yanggu hesitate. Not to dare say anything anymore. But you have to listen to me and vice versa. I want to see how you communicate with your grandfather. On the other side, Oh Yong-hang-wal is holding a business card in his hand. Engrossed in running after Yopi Mu-cheon. Mr. Yopi, this is my business card. The other day I came to the door myself and said sorry. However, the male lead did not respect him at all. Just leave. I don't want to be with the nobles. Everyone appeared at the same time to apologize. And she couldn't help but feel sorry when she saw him like that. Feeling angry, he pouted and thought, this Soja is so bad. Suddenly a loud, bad voice came from inside the house. Grandfather was injured, and the people around heard that. Felt very shocked and confused. But the male lead is not like them. Yopi Mu-cheon, on the contrary, felt depressed and complained. Wherever you go, you can encounter trouble. Fate is speechless. What the hell is this? The bodyguards quickly ran away. In just a moment, surrounding crowd, Yopi Mu-cheon and Jung Hasin are gone. Jung Hasin turned around, looked towards the engrossed bodyguards, ran enthusiastically. Not long after that the police quickly arrived. In Oyong-ga there was a shooting case. Moreover, the injured person was Oyong-anam. Not to mention Dongsheng, the police chief. Even the head of Dongsheng. I was afraid that I would also start to sit still. Yopi Mu-cheon sat down next to a lake and spoke up. I think this time it's a joke. A girl standing in front of him, wondering if you want to see others laugh at you. I found out. Wherever something happens, then there was the figure of the male lead, scratching his sad face with his hand. What do you think I want? I don't want that either. Sang So-mi said angrily and said less. Hurry up and take the confession. He still sat there calmly and answered. Is it right after taking the bow? Can you go now? Sang So-mi heard that and immediately asked. This is not what you did, right? Yopi Mu-cheon acted innocent and replied her not to talk nonsense. If you eat something wrong, you can also vomit. If you say the wrong thing, there's no way to turn back. Sang So-mi happily smiled and teased him. He looked urgent. What are you doing here? The male lead calmly pointed towards Jung Hasin and replied. Come to pick up my queen. Jung Hasin felt quite surprised and shyly said. There are many police cars gathering right now. There are a few policemen. Still questioning a man about what's going on here. At this moment Sang So-mi was attentively taking notes and said. You haven't come to visit my mother for a long time. Yopi Mu-cheon smiled and replied, don't worry. Everything is in my hands, nothing will happen. Hearing that, Sang So-mi immediately put down the papers she was writing. Tell me if you can't, hurry up and save it. After a little time to watch, I wasn't sure. The male lead was still sitting there. Calmly answer me. I will go on a trip in 2 days. I can go anytime. Sang So-mi answered and waited a bit. Then immediately went away to do her task. He and Jung Hasin are not there anymore either. But turned and left. On the way, the male lead suddenly saw Oyong-hang-wal. He went up and asked when she was going to let me go. Oyong-hang-wal's eyes at this time looks extremely tired. Standing in front of his question, he coldly replied that he wanted to go. No one stopped him. Hearing that, Yopi Mu-cheon smiled happily. I can't run away with 3 legs and 4 legs. Turn around and say a few good words. These were the words. Oyong-hang-wal raised his hand as if to say something. But in the end, he stopped. And turned away. And there were 3 people standing in a corner, looking intently at the 2 of them. Yopi Mu-cheon and Oyong-hang-wal had clear expressions of worry and insecurity on their faces. All 3 of them felt the type of Ya-jong in their mouths has changed. Changed from before, but more so. I can't let him return to Yopi-ga. Suddenly Yopi Yom whispered and turned to ask his father. Said who sent the assassin to. The man standing next to him immediately covered his mouth with his hand and replied. Don't talk nonsense. Know a little bit. Don't bring disaster upon yourself. The girl there heard the two of them talking. In my opinion, it must be some other family. Has the greatest doubt. Yopi Hang Jae replied solemnly, pointing with his hand. Do you know what is called disaster that comes from the mouth? The girl heard that and had nothing to say. Just stay silent. Yopi Yom wondered and asked his father. Tell me, does that mongrel really know how to do medicine? Always thought it was Yopi Mu Cheon. Just a useless brat. Flying again changed greatly, making it impossible for him to accept it. Yopi Yom always thinks that he is more powerful than him. But now he seems to have discovered it. I don't have any advantages either. Yopi Hang Jae was also very suspicious and thoughtful. Yopi Mu Cheon knows medical techniques and many other things that are true. Old Nyang will absolutely not talk. Remembering the rumors he heard a while ago. Say Yopi Mu Cheon and Oh Ying sang together. Coming out of a hospital. Could it be that it has something to do with old Nyang? Even though something like that happened. But the city remains unaffected. Many vehicles still move normally. Still peaceful and quiet. Flowing with the flow of time. The sunlight shines down on the city. Makes the scene here seem to glow. Becomes more poetic. Yopi Mu Cheon is carrying the show. Hassin walked on the street on his bicycle. Jung Hassin sat behind him silently without saying anything. Seeing that, he immediately turned around and asked what he was thinking. Are you still not happy in your heart? Jung Hassin hugged him and said thank you today. Yopi Mu Cheon replied with a smile. Thank you, let me bully you later. I hear you say that. Miss Jung pouted and her face turned red. You're the one I support and I'm the only one who bullies you. Is it okay for me to rebel? Suddenly there was a purple car from behind. Running fast towards the two of them. Then it blocked the road. Yopi Mu Cheon walked. From the car, Oh Yong Hang Wall walked down and said Mr. Yopi. I came to apologize for what happened just now. Because we have eyes and do not know the mountains. I hope Mr. Yopi can forgive us for being rude. Give my grandfather a hand. Jung Hassin saw that and was sitting in the back of the car and also got off. The male lead calmly put his hand on his bike. Respond to your ability. Any doctor can be real. Sorry I can't help with this. Oh Yong Hang Wall said sincerely. As long as Mr. Yopi can give my grandfather a hand. Oh Yong Ga will definitely appreciate you. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and said, you know what? Me for Oh Yong Ga. You guys also don't care. That you yourself missed the chance to live and die due to fate. About her grandfather. I can't do anything. She heard that and asked. You mean the pill can save my grandfather? Don't know Mr. Yopi. Can you sell me one? The male lead calmly said that the problem was not money. I'm a bit crazy. If you don't like what people see, you won't save them. See you later. And then he took Jung Hassin in his car. Just leave. Oh Yong Hang Wall watched the two of them leave. Thinking about it, it seems like he really hates Oh Yong Ga. In the car, the phone was vibrating with music because someone was calling. She immediately went into the car to get the phone to listen to the surgery. How can I finish? I will now go to the hospital. At the hospital, in front of the operating room, there are many people gathered there. The doctor took off his mask and went out to announce the situation. The bullet tip in the patient's body has been removed. But the bullet just happened to hit the left side of the artery. Furthermore, it destroys a man's nervous system. Eagerly took the doctor's hand and said, Doctor, no matter the cost, must save my father's consciousness. The doctor replied that I know everyone's feelings. I'm at my wit's end about this. Oh Yong Jung picked up the phone with one hand, looked at a hand holding a white piece of paper and spoke up. If this place doesn't have a way, we immediately contacted other experts. Quickly find such a group of experts. Slightly greater possibility. Oyang Hangwal's face was a bit sad. Tell your dad to suggest finding Nyang Ga Ga. Let him give us that pill. Ouyang Jung heard that. Wondering if Hangwal believes that pill is real? She replied that at least it's a chance. Ouyang Gong, standing to the side, also spoke at this time. Hangwal is not wrong. At least there's a chance. Besides, I think Master Nyang won't speak hastily. Ouyang Jung put his hand on his chin. Thinking and calculating profit is not wrong. We may not be able to find Master Nyang. There is no news from him either. Oh Yang Gong continued. Yopi Mu Chion, we can go find Yopi Mu Chion. Oh Yang Hang Wall sadly replied that he couldn't. I went to look for him. He did not accept, which made Oh Yang Gong extremely confused. Why can we give money? She replied he hates Oh Yang Ga. Hearing those words, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Then Oh Yang Jung spoke up and said, as expected, you can't offend the divine doctor. Oh Yang Ho stood somewhere else. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, thinking, is that little guy really so secretive? The sunlight shines down, makes the surrounding scenery become bright and beautiful. Sparkling sea surface. One by one, each boat was anchored near the shore. Extremely peaceful scene. Jung Hasin looked out into the distance and said, a while ago, you were in this little fishing village. The male lead walked in front of her, put his hands in his pockets and replied yes. I was saved here. Then he thought, if not you Bok, maybe kill the host. Soon became a wild ghost. Meaning into it, I still have to go thank him. Jung Hasin turned to look at Yopi Mu Chion and said, hurry up a bit, tell me what's going on here. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and replied, this place can be said to be beautiful. Not a middle-aged woman like clouds. I can tease them freely. She smiled happily in response to the pervert. Like how likely are you to tease a middle-aged woman? When you two are talking. Then suddenly from behind, there is a man with a bald head. Tall and muscular. With rippling muscles, he ran to call out to his master. He happily smiled and jumped up. Master, I miss the old man. You want to die, but respond to his actions. Then Yopi Mu Chion kicked him right in the face. They're all men, don't mess around with your hands or feet. Jung Hasin wondered why he asked his master. That left him speechless. There was an old man with his hands behind his back. As he walked up to them, he said, Yopi Soga. It's true that you are the male lead. Still stepping on the head of that tall, muscular man. Replied Yi No Do, long time no see. Then he smiled and extended his hand to Miss Jung. I came to introduce to you a little. She's Jung Hasin, she's my meal ticket. She pushed his hand away with an annoyed look on her face. Without any hesitation, he immediately pinched Yeop Mukion's cheeks with both hands. But yesterday she was still a queen. Why is today a rice voucher? The male lead's face was all dirty and begged for a bit of relief. Yi No Do stood aside and looked at them, thinking that these two people looked like they had a good relationship. Then he went to talk to Yopi Mu Chion. Yopi Soga, didn't that Adu wanna come back with you? Your cheeks were just pinched by Jung Hasin. So now everything is swollen. However, Yopi Mu Chion can still talk normally. She has been busy studying and doing a lot of things during this time. No time to return. I followed her orders. Came to help him solve the problem of going to sea. Help him reduce his suffering. He heard that and replied Adu with a smile. Actually, I am very satisfied now. It also bothers him. After finishing speaking, he immediately thought. Looks like Yopi Soga is still very attentive. Wanna Adu. Male lead spoke up Yi No Do, please don't be polite. It's really not suitable for him to go to sea at this age. He asked him if he had any new tricks. Yopi Mu Chion raised a finger and said, I come this time. I want him to become the richest person in So-Eo-chan. And Yopi Mu Chion, Jung Hasin and the muscular man. They were all standing there looking intently. A lake is divided into many different parts. The water surface is illuminated by sunlight. Becomes even more clear and sparkling. The muscular man looked at the male protagonist and asked, what is our master doing? He replied, raising lobsters. He squatted down while responding to Yopi Mu Chion. That kind of master is extremely difficult to raise. In the past, someone raised us in our village. But most of them fail. Those who have raised that miserable face. Just surprised and confused. Because the lobsters in the tank are wingless and fly. They're all dead. Yopi Mu Chion heard that. Immediately showed a disdainful face and said, others cannot succeed. Then we will definitely fail. The burly man replied, that's my master, who is the impossible. Old man, standing behind now also spoke up Yopi Soga. Are you sure it's okay? Actually, I am very satisfied with life now. No need to worry. Wana's tuition fee also includes money deposited in the bank. That he spreads around. even more emphasized Yeop Mukion's words. He replied with a certain attitude. Said to make him the richest person in Soeo-chan. He can definitely become the richest man. Leave everything to me. And the specific method. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out an envelope. After being opened, the mist inside began to spread outward. Yopi Mu Cheon said, "Look and you'll know." The next second, something the male protagonist took out, already blending into the water below. Jung Hasin looked and said, "There is fog flying over the water. Could it be dry ice? Dry ice fog isn't red anymore. Can't make the pond water as clear as." A tall, muscular man. His excited face looked at the male lead and said. The master began to demonstrate fairy magic again. Yopi Mu Cheon angrily replied, "What fairy magic? This is called medicinal magic." Then he handed out another envelope. Told the other man, "I'll go buy some lobster seeds later. Drop in pond. Remember to not need to feed. Spray the medicine every 3 days and 15 days later you will gain weight," he said, making a threatening face. He held out his 3-fingered hand to remind him to take the thing. He replied, "This one is like that. Raising lobsters will not have any side effects." Yopi Mu Cheon replied, "Side effects, what a joke. This is the monkhood from the hands of Yak Seong. And not only does it have no side effects, will also regulate the body's functions and provide great nourishment." As soon as he said it, a big, fat, strong lobster appeared. And then the male lead continued, "Hurry up and buy seeds. Remember that for the next 15 days he cleaned the pond next door and looked after the lobsters. How many million this is depends on you." The man heard that and answered firmly, "Rest assured, master. Don't talk about sleeping while eating and drinking, you'll also be careful." Yopi Mu Cheon felt confused. Pointing at him, he said, "Yes, you can eat and drink. If you still want to ignore it, go somewhere else." Then he gave the old man a piece of paper. "Say this is the way to prepare." He would also know this toy if it were revealed. Will let many people came to cause trouble. He took the paper and replied reassuringly. The previous remedy was the same. Wait until tonight, I remember the contents inside. Then burn it. Jung Hasin stood aside and watched the three of them talk. I couldn't help but think in my heart. This person knows everything. I don't understand him more and more. But he looks very handsome, like he pretends to be a ghost or a ghost. Take another photo. Then she excitedly raised her phone to take a photo. But a notification appeared on her phone. 23 new unread messages. Jung Hasin looked and thought. At this point, I've only been to Soeo-chan for 2 days. Received more than 20 messages. From a stranger texting her to say hello to Ms. Jung Hasin. I am Oh Yong Hang Wall. May I ask if Yopi Mu Cheon is in the same place as you? Where's everyone now? We have urgent work to find him. If you feel uncomfortable, please let me know. When Jung Hasin was engrossed in reading, the male lead also looked at her phone at this time. Then said, "Oh Yong Hang Wall got her phone number." And upon hearing that, she immediately answered. Not just Oh Yong Hang Wall. There is also Oh Yong Ho with his people. Oh Yong Ga. Even Yopi Ga has people looking for him. Jung Hasin. Report what you heard. For Yopi Mu Cheon, I heard Soman say, Cheon Sim's downtown area is about to be destroyed. Everyone is looking for you. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and said with contempt, It's not that you want me to save Ouyang no do. Why are you lazy to pay attention to them? In the next period of time? For protecting lobster safety, Yopi Mu Cheon purchased monitoring tools to carry out installation. Late afternoon, someone delivered the box to him. And not only that, Yopi Mu Cheon even installed a siren. As the house gradually entered the completion process, it is estimated that 2 days spent approximately 100,000. Of course, all the money belongs to Jung Hasin. Yopi Mu Cheon showed a sympathetic expression. Begged Miss Jung to be needy. I hope the queen will sponsor 1 or 2. She did not hesitate, but immediately agreed with Yopi Mu Cheon. Yopi Mu Cheon in Soeo-chan is busy. At the same time, outside Ouyang-ga was soon chaotic. The sky appears streaked with pink clouds, mixed with the golden light of the sun. They struggled to find Master Nyang but could not find it. The pill that Jung Hasin gave him on his birthday celebration At noon, they went to find the old man. That person spoke up. Need to use that pill to save Oh Young Nadu's life. You should have come a little early. I gave it to a friend and then faced such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because I wanted to hug Oh Young's thighs. Yopi Ga also couldn't bear it. The three Yopi Ga gathered. Yopi Ga no Day spoke up. If that pill can really save Oh Young Ganam's life. Moreover, it was because we brought it to Oh Young Ga. He said fiercely. Absolutely, Oh Young Ga will owe a favor. This is a good opportunity. Enough for Yopi Ga to go one step further. The two of you listened thoughtfully. Hang Jae saw that and continued talking. Second brother Yopi Mu Cheon. Anyway, my son. Someone go ask him for a pill. Hang Dong continued. At first you looked down on people. Now let me go pray for it. He said loudly, no going. If you want to go, go on your own. Old man Yopi ended with a sentence. As long as you can get the pill, we can consider letting him return to Yopi Ga. The story stops there. The three people started to be quiet and didn't say anything anymore. It was getting dark outside. Yopi Mu Cheon quietly looked out the window. It looked like it was about to rain. He turned towards Miss Jung. Why don't you go back to your room? Jung Hasin sat on the bed. She also turned her eyes towards him. She blushed and said in a pampering tone to return. There's nothing to do when she comes back. She responded and said that he was here. The phone is also turned off. It's been a long time since I turned on the device to watch it. Yopi Mu Cheon firmly replied that he wouldn't watch it too hard. Just a few days ago, Quiet Life opened up. Aren't you looking for suffering? He looked a bit tired and sat down on the bed. When do you plan to return to your room? I want to go to bed a little early today. Lately, I've been a bit too busy with work. Jung Hasin covered his face with his hands and shyly answered this. There was thunder and lightning outside. A shrill sound echoed from inside the house. Yeop Mukion's eyes widened. He looked at Jung Hasin, who was holding his head in fear. He confusedly asked her what was wrong. Miss Jung's eyes sparkled with thunder. Yopi Mu Cheon frowned. Such adults are still afraid of thunder. Can be afraid of something else. In that room, Jung Hasin begged him to help me. But Yopi Mu Cheon did not accept that offer. Helping her in return is no problem. But now it seems inappropriate. At midnight, 3 male and female girls were together. It will be very dangerous. Again, the sound of lightning echoed from outside the window. This time she was startled and jumped up on Yopi Mu Cheon. Yopi Mu Cheon was motionless. Yopi Mu Cheon covered his nose with his hand. His face twisted strangely, his nose started to bleed again. And he was sweating profusely. It doesn't look like it can rain that fast. Continuing like this is not the way. Jung Hasin also fell in love. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed his brother's shirt. Don't chase me away. Yopi Mu Cheon pointed to the sky and continued speaking. Ha ha, your majesty, queen actually has a way. Jung Hasin curiously asked what way. He complacently patted his chest and slept with me. Immediately he was punched by Miss Jung, causing one of his eyes to turn purple. He was dissatisfied with the punch just now. The rebuttal is merely simple. Sleep together and lie under a blanket. Nothing will do her if it really doesn't. If you trust me, think of a trick. Then he turned around and lay down on the bed, leaving it behind. She was helpless with a confused look on her face. If not, I'll go to sleep first, so you just sit there. She looked uncomfortable, then got under the blanket and lay next to Yopi Mu Cheon. He opened his eyes and stole a glance at Jung Hasin. Facing her, she rested her head on the pillow. Her cheeks turned red and she smiled back at him. Suddenly Yopi Mu Cheon put his arm behind her back, causing her to twitch his heart. His leg immediately pressed on Miss Jung's leg. The atmosphere became indescribably awkward. Yopi Mu Cheon showed a slightly confused expression. He questioned himself. Next, there is a choice placed in front of you. Whether you want to be a beast or not as good as a beast. It's hard to choose. Jung Hasin shouted loudly at him. Can you be a little gentleman? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and raised his eyebrows. At this time she was with a normal man. Right, gentleman. In his mind he said something and understood. He put his hand on his chin to show that he was serious. Turned to talk to Miss Jung with a puzzled expression. Actually, I don't want to take the chance of getting into danger. But there are things I can't control. If not like this, Yopi Mu Cheon will finally reveal his true nature. Please give me a hand. And then I heard a loud noise. Coming from the room of two people. On the second day, two people came to find Yi Ga Ga. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed the door handle and rushed in, causing the old man to be somewhat startled. He quietly walked over and gently asked him, Yopi Soga, what's wrong with your eyes? Yopi Mu Cheon is a little awkward, nothing. Accidentally bumped into. Miss Jung turned her head back and chuckled. Yopi Mu Cheon shyly scratched his head. The old man also saw something that was not very reasonable. Accidentally touched. How can touching it turn into dark circles? Yopi Mu Cheon immediately pointed his finger to the sky, as if wanting to deflect to something else. Yi Ga Ga quickly went to see the situation of the shrimp pond. And the old man immediately understood something. He smiled strangely, as if he had been beaten. Yopi Mu Cheon together. Jung Hasin stood silently behind. Miss Jung crossed her arms shyly and apologized. But in my head I was thinking, this no dude didn't mean to tell him, did he? Yopi Mu Cheon darkened. Look to the left and don't say anything sorry. I don't blame her either. Next time, get under my blanket too. Give me an hour's notice so I can prepare a bit. At least prepare some painkillers. Jung Hasin looked shy. The two fingers touched each other as if they knew they were wrong. Yopi Mu Cheon cried, are you really planning on letting me prepare painkillers? He stood proudly in front of the door. A red car is turning into the alley. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly saw that. Coming out of the red car was Wang Bomsa. She was gorgeous in a red dress. Leaned against the car and raised his hand in greeting. You bastard. What happened? What's wrong with your eyes? Yopi Mu Cheon took his hand. Touch the two bruised areas above the eyes. Said the reporter Wang loudly. I still think she has vast knowledge. I didn't think it was just like that. He frowned and his face wrinkled. This is the most popular makeup trend of the year. Don't you know? Wang Bomsa laughed loudly. Contempt was clearly visible on her face. Really, why have I never seen it? Panda eye makeup like this. Today I really learned a lot. She stood face to face with. Yeop Mukion's face looked very unsightly. She said, clasping her hands on her hips. Do you know why I was looking for you? People outside are also going crazy. Yopi Mu Cheon applied some medicine to the swollen area. She told them Soishan's location. Wang Bomsa stretched out his hands and sighed. That, on the contrary, does not exist. But Oh Yang Ga and Yopi Ga have news networks. Sooner or later we will find out. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately asked Yopi Ga in confusion. Why are they looking for me? Wang Bomsa also quickly responded. Of course it's to flatter Oh Yang Ga. The mini-map that appears in front of you is Dongsheng's location. Yopi Ga is even more powerful. It's just an evil tyrant in Dongsheng. Another map pointing towards Ouyang. Ouyang Ga covers the scope. Maybe even Waha wants to be one floor taller. Must have some relationship with the four great families. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled faintly and expressed disdain, his face darkening. They really like to fantasize and only like to follow their own wishes. Suddenly a car stopped in front of the house, where Yopi Mu Cheon and Wang Bomsa were talking. Stepping out the car door were three strange men. Jung Hasin holding their faces sadly. It seems like peaceful days. It was finally over. The three Yopi Ga family members walked out heroically, exuding glamour. Miss Jung's sparkling eyes. Yopi uncle. Hang Dong really couldn't believe Hasin's eyes. I didn't think you guys were really here. Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms and looked thoughtfully. Looking towards Hang Dong. He also looked uncomfortable. Muchin. Awkward scene between the two factions. Yopi Mu Cheon still showed that expression. Are you worthy of calling me? Who are you that deserves to call my name? Old man Yopi was angry. Pointing his finger straight at Yeop Mukion's face, he shouted loudly. How can you talk to your father like that? His name was also given by him, so it's not worthy. Even though old man Yopi was mad, Yopi Mu Cheon still showed an indifferent expression in response. Who are you? What does it have to do with me and him talking? Old man Yeop's blood boiled and he couldn't say anything. He didn't hesitate, but pointed straight at Yeop Mukion's face. Yopi Mu Cheon, don't be too arrogant. Do you treat your family like that? Yopi Mu Cheon frowned and smiled faintly. Pointing his index finger to the sky, he continued speaking. Who is my family member? How can you be worthy of being part of my family? Who are you? So Wang Pal Dang is also not at peace. Shouted loudly at Yopi Mu Cheon. Yopi Mu Cheon, you are unfilial. Yopi Mu Cheon is mad. Glared at So Wang Pal Dang. He said one more thing to me. Believe it or not, I let him sit in a wheelchair for the next half of his life. Immediately his face turned pale. Don't dare say anything more. Yopi Mu Cheon stood in the middle of the door seriously protesting. I'm curious so you don't have to be afraid of my return. Yopi-ga's property dispute was said to be heart-wrenching. The two people in Yopi-ga stood motionless. I'm not teasing you today. Why don't you rely on the survivors? You guys are unfamiliar. Hang Dong tried his best to explain to Yopi Mu Cheon. Muchin, can you listen to my explanation? Respond to that request. Yopi Mu Cheon firmly refused. No need. He immediately turned around and went into the house. There's nothing left for the three of you. You can go away. Wang Bomsa and Jung Hasin stood in the dark distance. His face darkened and he was helpless in the face of this situation. This person is too cruel to even give him any face. Old man Yopi said with a resigned face in his heart. Can't be angry, can't be angry. Can't agree with that bastard. Today, from now on, there is a purpose. Even if you don't want to. But old man Yopi still had to submit. Before Yopi Mu Cheon, he patted Yeop Mukion's shoulder and lowered his voice. Uncle Muchin knows Yopi Ga is really sorry. But we also don't have a way to get rid of the family rules. Old man Yopi proposed an idea. But now you have a chance. A chance to return to Yopi Ga. Yopi Mu Cheon looked back. If so, it's not impossible for me to return. He boldly declared in front of the three people. Yopi Ga's family gave me half. If not, let's not discuss anymore. Yopi Mu Cheon frankly stated. Why don't you talk? If that's the case then go away. There's nothing to say between us. Old man Yeop's face darkens and doesn't know what to say anymore. The atmosphere is gradually becoming awkward. Jung Hasin saw that. Immediately swooped down next to Hang Dong. She placed her hand on his shoulder to gently comfort Yopi. I think it's a good idea for everyone to go back first. Hang Dong had a gloomy look on his face. His face looked a bit sad. He raised his voice and asked Miss Hasin Jung. Yes. Did he do something wrong or not? His face still had an indescribable sadness. Don't know what else to do. Jung Hasin could only hug his arm. Hesitantly responded to Hang Dong's question. You should not comment on this matter. I will find a chance to advise him a bit. Hang Dong helplessly squinted his eyes and sighed. Let's go. Saw Hang Dong's gloominess. Old man Yopi was not satisfied, but angrily shouted in his second brother's face. You failed as a father. Even my son dared to show his face for you to see. After hearing this, Hang Dong could only bow his head and look down. Yopi Yom was angry. Uncle too has to hurry up and think of a way to go. This is our only chance. Hang Dong sadly looked down. I thought to myself, blaming myself, that's right. I am truly a failed father. Can create all of these things. Is it because of me? Thinking back to old man Yeop's look at Yopi Yom. Initial. There are hundreds of ways to prevent me from welcoming my son back. It can only be you. Leaving old Yopi and Yopi Yom behind. Hang Dong turned around. I'll go first. Yopi Yom spoke up and asked old man Yopi, father and uncle. Why don't we stay? Old man Yopi frowned and looked a little uncomfortable. Yes. His child doesn't matter what we keep. All three of Yopi Ga got in the car and drove away. Old man Yopi asked Yopi while driving. How are you and Ouyang Hang Wall progressing? Yopi Yom can only hold his chin and smile proudly. Hang Wall is a smart woman. She looks very easy to please. He added with words and gestures. But very moderate. Be careful not to let anyone get close to her. Inner. Old man Yopi touched his chin as if he was thinking about something. Anyway Yopi Mu Cheon, we can't move here. I told her Yeop Mukion's whereabouts. To get affection. The car drove quickly on the road. Old man Yeop's voice echoed from inside the car. It's not bad to use it to get close to her. One day it will open. Is the scene at Ouyang Sanjiang. In a small room, Ouyang Hangwall holds the phone in his hand. How is Jaihe's SOA progressing? The little secretary reports the information. The lady's progress is not as fast as expected. But progress is not too little. It's a guess after a few days. Can be guessed. Ouyang Hangwall heard such information. Then he squeezed his forehead and sighed. Who would have had such a big incident happen at home? Outside, I'm afraid that many people will receive news. Suddenly, got Yopiam's phone number and called Ouyang Hangwall, in which he did not want his grandfather to wake up. There are also many. We have to chase them away first. Ouyang Hangwall is picking up the phone. Behind is the little secretary, who suddenly put down her phone and shouted loudly. Found Yopi Mu Cheon. Outside, Yopi Yom was neatly leaning against the car waiting outside, and his eyes glanced at something. Turns out, that was the car Ouyang Hangwall was driving. She sat in the car and silently got out. Young Master Yopi has been waiting for a long time. Yopi Yom immediately rushed forward to greet him excitedly. Not long after I showed everyone the way. His hand was about to hold Ouyang Hangwall, but she was quickly pushed away. No need to bother politely. Young Master Yopi walked ahead and led the way. Suddenly a thought flashed in Yopiam's head. Rumors. Ouyang Hangwall did not sit through any vehicles with any man, including her father, was indeed true. And just like that, the two cars followed each other on the road. Yopiam's car took the lead, followed by Ouyang Hangwall's car. In the car, the little secretary quietly asked Miss Ouyang Hangwall, "Do you think Yopi Mu Cheon will agree?" She continued to speak as Jaihe passed the documents over. Yopi Mu Cheon is a son of a wealthy family. Temperament is not very good. I'm worried that I don't respect anyone. Ouyang Hangwall looked through the mirror, responding to the secretary's curiosity. I have received his teachings through his bravery. But this is our only chance. The little secretary still has a bit of trouble in her heart. She confessed that I just didn't understand. Yopi Mu Cheon, why did it change so big? Before being kidnapped and murdered, he is just an uneducated trash. She thought. Maybe from that time later, him whole body immediately became as if they were not the same person. Stop at the traffic light station. Ouyang Hangwall sounds reasonable, and added she meant skeptical. He is not the same person. The little secretary turned to face the car door. Share your thoughts. Even though I was so skeptical, I was still silent. Investigating the truth proved that they were the same person. Ouyang Hangwall also added, I just care that he can help. My grandfather was driving the car, but she still spoke loudly. On the contrary, it is rumored that he is very evil. There must have been some damage to the real estate. After the long journey, the two people finally arrived. Yopi Yom was waiting for her first. When I saw her getting out of the car, then he turned around with an excited look on his face and said, Hangwall, he's right in front of me, take you away. She walked towards him, but on the way she felt bored. Because he keeps talking. A nonsense that makes Hangwall disgusted. Forced to speak up. Mr. Yopi, I can go by myself today, thank you. Yopi Yom was talking passionately when she interrupted. I felt very uncomfortable with her words. Should swear at her daughter. What does this woman mean? I feel like I'm not worth taking advantage of. I just want to abandon myself. But he only dared to think but dared to say it. He still seemed happy. Pulled her hand back and said it was okay. I took her in. He's not easy to find here. Anyway, I'm fine. I really can't stay here. Can I cooperate with you too? Hangwall pushed his hand away very decisively. Without looking back. No need for me to go back first. If you need help, I'll find you. Yopi Yom could only stand and watch her leave. But there was nothing he could do. He was so angry that he punched his car. This woman is especially annoying. Over here, Yopi Mu Cheon and the others are sitting and talking. Haseen spoke first. Lobsters also quickly have to feed customers. Have you finished contacting? There is a great journalist here. Do you still have to worry about customers? Wang Bomsa continues. Should the interview be more widely spread? Bomsa said that you consider this lady a tool. Good things will come to your door. If there's nothing wrong, there won't be a word said. Who wants to help me advertise? Two people are talking. Hang Wall walked in with a very confident demeanor, causing all three people to turn to look at. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled lightly when he saw her coming. He said the customer had arrived. Bobsa watched her walk towards Yopi Mu Cheon and thought to herself, what about Oh Young Hang Wall? Didn't think she would come on her own. Hang Wall stood in front of Yopi Mu Cheon said with steely eyes, Mr. Yopi. We meet again. Yopi Mu Cheon. Nor did he pay attention to Hang Wall's anger. He said calmly, Miss Oh Young didn't know what was wrong with you looking for me. Came to see you and apologize. I'm really sorry about last time, you and Miss Jung. What did you talk about last time? Hang Wall, with a guilty look on his face, bent down to speak. Thank you Mr. Yopi for your generosity. Hang Wall is extremely grateful. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her and thought, look a little. These are the descendants of the great family. He has culture and has worked hard to cultivate a big heart. Compared to her, Yopi Yom is just a lump. And the difference is that she's from a rich family. How can it be so big? Miss Oh Young came from far away. It's no good without a little treat. He turned to talk to Haseen. Go and talk to Hoja. You two go find a few pounds of lobster. Today I went to the kitchen by myself. Hang Wall stood to the side. I don't understand what they are saying. What did he say, lobster? Go to the kitchen. Why does this person want to make something? After a while, the lobster arrived. Beautifully presented on a decorative plate. Made everyone surprised. Oh master. Is there any medicine in this food? Just smelling it is so fragrant. Bomsa. Can't resist the beauty of the dish. So I picked up a big piece with chopsticks. Oh, it felt so wonderful. Definitely quit smoking. Otherwise, how can this damn guy have any cooking talent? Yopi Mu Cheon saw Bomsa starting to talk nonsense. Then he immediately interrupted and had something to eat. I can't even stop her mouth. Talk nonsense again. Can you believe I took back your bowl and chopsticks? Haseen also tasted it. She was immersed in the happiness of eating delicious food. She said his cooking skills were really good. Inside, he also mixed the flavorings himself. I'm almost addicted to eating rice now. Miss Oh Young, try a little bit of this lobster. I also don't add special flavoring to lobsters. Absolutely original flavor. When Hang Wall saw them try it, he praised it. She also tasted it to see how. Put the shrimp into her mouth. It truly stimulates the taste buds. Smooth sweet taste, not bad. Ha ha. It's absolutely a good thing for a woman to be beautiful when she eats it. Hang Wall's taste was so good that she immediately opened her mouth. I don't know if Mr. Yopi is for sale or not. Sell me some lobsters. Yopi Mu Cheon hesitated and thought, looking hard to speak. Yopi Mu Cheon pondered for a moment and then said, I really don't dare hide it. I also don't want to sell because there are two reasons. One is that this lobster has a good place for me. Two is the price. Hang Wall thought he was worried she wouldn't be able to pay. In terms of price, it's easy to negotiate. There is still hope. Mr. Yopi can give up his favorite things. Just waiting for me to say these words. Yopi Mu Cheon looked very pleased. He crossed his arms over his chest and spoke. I'm just afraid she won't come out. Moreover, this lobster really doesn't taste bad. Buying is not considered a loss. It's good if Miss Oh Young is sincere. I will endure the pain and get rid of. The price is not much. Compared to the price on the market, it's twice as expensive. Hang Wall doesn't pay much attention to the words he said. Just one sentence, surprising everyone there. Okay, according to Mr. Yopi. She secretly thought it was just lobsters. Not even 3 times as expensive. How much does it cost? Yopi Mu Cheon happily smiled with all his eyes. Because I think I got a good price. Ha ha, so just decide like that. When she returns, she can immediately send someone to pick up the lobsters. The quantity is not much, just over 300. Boss Oh Young is so generous. Hang Wall and Bomsa when they heard the number. Then stand still. She just thought he had some reservations. He just said just over 300. It sounds so gentle, it makes me wonder if there are 3 children. Good people know they want to be with them. He intentionally set a trap so that he could jump into the source of consumption, but it was resolved so easily. This person makes money too fast. Everyone sat next to me. When we heard the number, everyone was shocked. The bald guy said. Shrimp ponds can raise 300 shrimp at a time. If you win, you can raise 2 groups of 600 children. Moreover, each fish is considered 1.5 kilos. We're about to get rich, what's fate? If calculated like that, Yi Ga is the richest in So-Eo-chan. And I collect a few 100 million, which is also satisfactory. Master is also too cruel. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that he was too excited. Then he looked at her with thoughts. It's good that you're in a good mood. Hang Wall continued if he said it well. I can be with Yopi Fairy. Students sign a contract. If you have lobsters in the future, you can come to Oyang Ga. Was talking when there was a sound of the door opening outside. An old man walked in, looked around and shouted loudly. Yopi Yopi Soga. Yopi Mu Cheon was also startled by the scream. Turned out to be Yi No Do. Aren't you watching the shrimp pond? How did nature come to be here? That's strange. He shouted loudly in the middle of the house, we can sell lobsters. Then who is the opponent? Yopi Mu Cheon was surprised by old Yi's words. He and Hang Wall had just finished negotiating. There are only 5 people in this room. They know about it, yet old Yi found out the news so quickly. He thought he wanted to sell lobsters. The news has not yet begun to spread. How could someone come to the door? Without making Muchen think too long, Sa Dui walked over and said I was. Everyone was surprised to see Sa Dui appear. Yopi Mu Cheon saw her and his nose started bleeding. He cursed green beans. This woman is so plump. 2 people Haseen and Bomsa. Seeing him say that, he looked disgusted. Dui approached Hang Wall and said with a sarcastic tone. Hang Wall me. The girl didn't expect to meet her here. Hang Wall also calmly responded to Wei Ya. What an opportune moment. Yopi Mu Cheon stood up. He picked up his phone and took a picture of the 2 of them. Then said you 2 knew each other. Hang Wall quickly introduced everyone. Get acquainted so I can introduce you to everyone. Sa Du Wei is Sadoga's Cheon Jiam. Haseen after listening to Hang Wall's introduction. Shocked, she reminded him that Sa Du Ga was one of the 4 great families. Why did she appear here? She is from nowhere. Yopi Mu Cheon has lobsters for sale here. She started bragging about her younger sister Hang Wall supporting me. I'm not something Cheon Jiam. Just a coolie. I heard that old man Oyang's body is not good. Is it any better now? Hang Wall is very bored when she pretends to be close. It's much better for you to answer in a flippant way. Thank you for your concern. She still refuses to give up. But if you ask me again, it's really gotten a lot better. That's really good news. Then she took out a stack of checks. Looking towards Yopi Mu Cheon said Mr. Muchen. I would like to ask if that lobster is for sale. I want this whole thing to be. Check for 10 million given to you in advance. So much that I want to have a long-term cooperation with you. Yopi Mu Cheon saw her handing the check to him. Then his eyes beamed. He made a move and gave 10 million money very decisively. Hang Wall was very angry but could only stand and look at her. Yopi Mu Cheon really likes money. But then he calmed down and asked her, how did you know I had lobsters for sale here? Hearing the unexpected question, she was a bit confused. But then put on a big smile to cover it up. Mr. Muchen, you may not have heard of me. But I soon knew. There exists a number 1 character like you. Yopi Mu Cheon was angry when he learned that someone was following him. You should investigate me. You shouldn't provoke us into not investigating you. With his reputation now many people know. You are also normal. I'm very famous. Why don't I know this? It's convenient to say another sentence. Sangso Mi is my cousin. Muchen was surprised because he didn't know their relationship. He asked Sangso Mi again why her cousin was. Sangso Mi's mother was seriously ill. I didn't come and didn't see it. Would you visit her health if? Like Sangso Mi is related to her. You really don't deserve to be a relative. Sa Du Wei saw Yopi Mu Cheon angry and faltered in response. This is a difficult thing to say. In fact, I had a bad relationship with her before. She tries to end the story. Related to Somi. So I mentioned selling lobsters. Can we talk about lobster first? On this side, the 2 skinheads are happy. Because they are about to sell a large batch of crayfish. No matter what anyone says, they only care about money. 10,100,000. I have never seen so much money in my life. Answer her quickly, master. What better choice is there? Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't want to get involved with her. So I refused. He put on an innocent face and said she was one step late. Lobster, I agreed to sell her. Although her conditions were very tempting. But everyone couldn't believe. We discussed the details of cooperation. Hang Wall only spoke up now. This time I'm afraid I'll have to leave empty-handed. And she doesn't seem to care. I can't buy lobster. Let Hang Wall win in advance. Near Yopi Mu Cheon caressed his cheek and said it was okay. There are many more opportunities in the future. In short, I really want to cooperate. Hoping that day could come soon. She turned away, but still stuffed the check into his shirt. Makes Yopi Mu Cheon shy. This 1,000,000. This is a temporary deposit for future cooperation. Mr. Muchin looks forward to the day we cooperate. Even though I am a bit surprised. But tried to show interest in teasing her back. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run away? This little change, Mr. Muchin. Can you notice why? Looks like she's been investigating you carefully. More than imagined. What a powerful woman. Everyone slowly talks. I'm one step ahead. Dewey walked out of the room. And was called back by Yopi Mu Cheon. Miss Sato. Please bring this check. Mr. Muchin. As expected, it wasn't simply me suddenly. Then she pulled out a business card and said, "This business card. Can Mr. Muchin also confiscate? If you take her business card and give it to me?" Considered polite. Mr. Muchin should also tell me your number. Hey Yopi Mu Cheon saw you. I still want to joke, I think. This woman started making arrangements. First of all, I want to owe her a favor in establishing a relationship. Later, cooperation was refused. Then immediately use the business card to change the phone number. I can't refuse her business card. Sa Du-wee received the phone number from Muchin. So we can contact you back. She felt happy when she got Muchin's number. So I left. Seeing that he easily gave her his number, Haseen got angry. It's true that hot guy. Yopi Mu Cheon turned back to the dining table and felt cold. It's cold and you can see Haseen's face looking at him. Hang Wall stepped forward. Mr. Yopi, can we go for a walk and talk for a bit? One beautiful morning? Oh Young Hang Wall and Yopi Mu Cheon went for a walk together. By the sunny beach and golden sand. As they walked, they talked. She came because of her grandfather's matter. Yopi Mu Cheon asked Oh Young Hang Wall. Hopefully, Mr. Yopi will help Hang Wall with this. She replied. At first I confirmed that your grandfather was that old. I also like to treat with my eyes. The more important person is him. I can't help but make Haseen uncomfortable. Who approaches Yopi Mu Cheon to answer? Listen to Yeop Mukion's answer. She started apologizing to Hang Wall here. Sorry, she said. Then he waved his hands towards her. Then Muchin asked again. Oh Yang Hang Wall. Do you know why I had to intentionally turn off the computer? Because I don't want to offend some people. Dare to kill grandfather. She insists that she is not a normal person. I can't offend people like that. As long as Mr. Yopi can help Hang Wall. Hang Wall can guarantee your safety. Oh Yang Hang Wall said. It seemed like her words came out. Not enough for him to believe. He posed another question to her. How can you guarantee it? Even if it's family members. She couldn't protect her either. How to protect others? Then he added. There's one more thing. The other pill isn't that magical either. It mainly protects people who are about to die. So that he doesn't die. Now her grandfather is just unconscious. So that pill. Nor did it have any effect on him. To say so. Mr. Yopi has no way to save my grandfather's consciousness. Why Hang Wall said. Are you very disappointed? Yopi Mu Cheon replied. Then suddenly she mentioned a familiar name. That's Jung Haseen. Mr. Yopi really likes Miss Jung, right? She said. Just hearing that name. Yeop Mukion's cheeks suddenly turned red. And he scratched his head shyly. Surely you know what happened between me and her. I miss her so much. Yopi Mu Cheon added. Now I just hope for her later. Can live a little happily. So in other words, if I can keep everyone safe. Will you help my grandfather? Hang Wall said. He never said that. Indeed, Oh Young Hang Wall is very smart. Compared to Sa Du-wee, it's not too bad. On the second day when everyone is gathered. Yopi Soga, you definitely don't wait a few days later. Yi Ga Ga asked Yopi Mu Cheon. Yes, yes. Master hasn't come to my house for a few days yet. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the two of them and said, this time I reached my destination. Mainly because agree with Wana. She didn't want to let him go into the sea anymore. After listening to Muchin, Yi Ga Ga then replied, but even my old bones can't be idle. I already talked about it with Yi Ga Ga. Later lobster profits. Divide 100,000 into each month. Heard about that money. His eyes shine 100,000 every month. Every year I will become a millionaire for 1 million. Mr. Finished speaking and continuously bowed his head to thank Yopi Mu Cheon. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. He kept repeating that thank you again and again. This is what you should be. You have to remember that I won't be here from now on. At that time, he had to help take care of Yi Ga Ga. Most importantly, you absolutely should not let him go to sea, Muchin said. Then he showed off his strong muscles. Master, rest assured, I have followed your orders. Smash the fishing boat. When Yi Ga Ga realized that the person who smashes his boat, it's him, he was extremely angry. Yi Ga Ga holds a feather duster. Then came from behind. Turns out this bad Soja is watching me kill you, he said. Witnessed with his own eyes the scene between grandfather and grandson. They chased each other like that. Yopi Mu Cheon had another thought. Originally I came here to hide from the guys. Now it seems inevitable that. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded like that, Wang Bomsa ran over. Ha ha ha, I heard when you plan to open a company. Let me in on the shares, Wang Bomsa said. She put her arm on Yeop Mukion's shoulder. Said with a cheerful look on his face. His money-making tricks. It must be that the two of us have such a good relationship with each other. If you have money, everyone earns it together, he said in confusion and anger. Look at her, so virtuous. She is also the head of Miss Cheonjeom. When my family returns, I will compensate you. As for this share, don't even think about it. Wang Bomsa responded equally. If you are a little generous to me, you will die, narrow-minded devil. The next day in a high-rise building, Jung Hasin comfortably lay down on the sofa. At your own home. Still, my house is more comfortable, Jung Hasin said. So Muchin answered. At first I told her not to go. She insisted again that she wouldn't listen. And then he added, let's negotiate a little about opening a company. Do you have any ideas? Muchin asked. Jung Hasin put one hand on his cheek. Eyes looked at him and answered. That's right, I opened a company. Want to invite someone who thinks to me? Yopi Mu Cheon hung up his coat. Then asked her why. Why can't it be possible? Don't forget that Cheon Hyun Company was raised by me. Maybe my ability. Doesn't it suit your requirements? Jung Hasin replied. This is also not the case. It's just that you must be with me together. What to do after those words? Jung Hasin showed a pained expression. Tears were about to roll down my cheeks. Are you not welcome? I may not take the shares. Hasin only needs a portion of his salary. Muchin crossed his arms. Look at Jung Hasin taking your powers. Any company will have a seat. Regardless of whether I have capital or experience, I have very little. Can you tell me the reason? He asked. Jung Hasin thought thoughtfully for a moment. Then answered that, because I wanted to clearly understand your answer. Hit Yeop Mukion's little heart. His face turned red in his mind. Now it's just that sentence. Followed by my answer. Jung Hasin turned around and left. Him with a foolish look on his face. Let's decide this matter like that, Hasin said. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered if this ado was not. Do you really like me? Suddenly the phone in Yeop Mukion's pocket rang. He picked up the phone and answered, hello, who is it? The person on the other end of the line turned out to be Oh Yung Sang. When you know who is calling you. He cursed green beans. Do I still have some privacy? Why can anyone take my phone number? Tell me what's wrong. There is something important, something extremely important. He replied. Scene transitioned to a room. In the luxurious villa, Oh Yung Sang and Yopi Mu Cheon. Inside that room, they were talking together. He put his hands on his chin. Say with a serious face, oh no do. What are you doing so seriously? Yopi Mu Cheon asked. Master, big things are extremely important. Related to the majesty of the Waha medical community. Oh Yung Sang replied. What does that have to do with me? My medicine is also not taught by you. Then the objective truth is not relevant. Like we need you. Oh Young Sang said. Then Muchin answered. It doesn't matter what support I rely on. If anything happens, you can handle it yourself. Oh Young Sang seems to be okay. Starting to get a little nervous after his answer. He quickly stopped. Don't you haven't heard what I said yet. So I'm going to the kitchen to stir-fry some dishes. Let's eat and talk. If you're tired, you can come to my study to take a look. To kill time, he said, pointing in the direction of the study room. And Yopi Mu Cheon followed him, but walked to the study room. Following Oh Jung Sang's pointing direction. How can I feel like I'm being deceived? Whatever comes will come, he said. Indeed, in his study contains countless books, but most of those books are medical books. Being an expert is not an easy thing. Ahaha, don't know either. Is there anything inside that cannot be known? Yopi Mu Cheon stood in front of the pile of books and spoke. Then he spotted a book in the corner. Fate is that this book is hidden and very ordinary, and can easily be overlooked at a glance. Looks like there's a ghost, he said. The book's name was Dowa Bo Du. Turned to the page of the book. Muchin concluded that it didn't look like anything decent. Can't this no do see the excess energy? Oh Young Sang excitedly expressed his sincerity. Yopi Soga's rice is done. Today I have to let you taste a little of my skills. Yopi Mu Cheon picked up the book, raised his eyebrows and asked him what book this was. Oh Young Sang blushed shyly, scratched his head and stammered. It's me when I'm bored and buy from sidewalk shops. It's like a secret martial art. Look what this is for, he said in a high-pitched voice. As for martial arts secrets, why? Is there such an inappropriate secret book? Why do people of this age have to cultivate well? For his health, I confiscated this book. Oh Young Sang also smiled generously and said, it's not true that you think like that. Is a martial arts training book. Take the person you want, then take it. At this time, his phone rang again, and he picked it up to answer. Hello, okay. I immediately went and hung up the phone. Oh Jung Sang's face was gloomy. Doesn't seem like a good thing. I had to go back to the hospital. You were also with me. You know who was injured. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered who it was. Oh Young Sang quickly replied that Sang So Mi had just heard her name. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately screamed in surprise. What happened to her? You said he was shot. Moreover, his face was seriously injured. The situation is not very optimistic. Yopi Mu Cheon angrily gritted his teeth. Oh my god, how could that be? Didn't think anything of it. He turned around and walked out the door and told him to go immediately to the big hospital. The operating room was still lit. Before, there are 2 police officers strictly protecting. Chief CO is also standing there. Hearing the movement, he turned around. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately rushed forward and yelled at Director CO. What happened? Director CO said with a serious expression. While chasing the killer, he was injured. Today we received the news. Assassin assassinated Oh Yong Annam. Hiding in the shopping center. Sang So Mi was shot before her eyes. Inside the emergency room, Yopi Mu Cheon frowned and mumbled worriedly. Knowing someone has a gun but not being a little careful. How can you be so rude? Director CO was immediately afraid and grabbed his shoulder and changed his voice. So Yopi, you must quickly save her. She does have a bit of a temper, but she really has a responsibility to protect everyone. Yopi Mu Cheon frowned and closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. At this moment the lights of the operating room turned off. The doctor went out and the 2 of them became silent. The doctor immediately sadly said he was sorry. We tried our best to. Listen to this sentence. Director CO and Yopi Mu Cheon were surprised. Mood drops. The air became cold. Director CO panicked and sweated, shouting at Doctor. You must quickly save her. The doctor also sadly replied honestly. I understand everyone's mood very well. Like someone seriously injured. The bullet was in the middle of his right chest. After hearing it, he angrily punched the wall. Said through gritted teeth. Why is that? Why is that? The police department staff were also sad and crying. Captain Yopi Mu Cheon still calmly approached and asked. Oh no do. Why don't you think of another solution? Oh Young Sang sighed softly and said. The other is the elite of our hospital. He is the best in terms of surgery. Even he said there was no way. Before he finished speaking, Yopi Mu Cheon was immediately angry. What are you talking nonsense about, experts? Where is your intelligence? If he is truly an elite, he cannot be saved. Injured person. He turned around and walked straight. Then gritted his teeth and declared that it was still me who did it. To the door of the surgery room. He frowned coldly. Ordered Oh No Do to let someone make the medicine. Hold 2-foot bath boxes for me. In addition, prepare a large box and find 2 nurses. Yeop Mukion's back showed determination. Confidence for everyone. If I don't allow it, no one should come in. Oh Young Sang quickly shouted happily. If he comes in, this means that the injured person can still be saved. Hurry up and prepare according to what he said. A nurse listens to orders and works quickly. A large bucket of water has been prepared. In the operating room is extremely tense. Yopi Mu Cheon observes carefully. Sangsami's face had a large area of skin scratched. The right chest was hit by a bullet. Even if it can be cured, it cannot be avoided, leaving behind a large scar. He frowned and analyzed before his eyes. Although powder medicine can be relied upon, close the wound, but I guess this isn't enough. I'm busy thinking. Suddenly he glanced to the side, and the image of a cat appeared. It meows obediently and plumply. He couldn't stop complaining. Oh my God, it was so wonderful. Suddenly his face turned red and his thoughts turned dark. I heard that this type of woman is very tough. If a man can't suppress him, he must be punished. Yopi Mu Cheon hit him in the face to wake him up. Try to keep your spirits up. Now he still wants to mess something up and concentrate. He turned to talk to the nurse. You two put her in the box. A confused and worried nurse asked. The person was injured in the right chest. But I got hurt like that. Put it in the box. Won't water get in the wound? Yopi Mu Cheon still calmly said. The wound is fine, I used medicine. It's okay for you to follow. The 2 nurses listened to him, carrying Sangso Mi into the water tank. Yopi Mu Cheon tensed and frowned worriedly. I'm not good at surgery either. This kind of injury, even if in the future it was 10 then 9 deaths. His eyes clearly showed determination. I can only try a little magic trick that I saw in the book that year. Outside the lobby, everyone was still waiting quietly. Director Seo sighed and said, It's been 4 hours already, Professor. Why is there no movement? Oh Young Sang crossed his arms and said coldly, I don't know Soja either. What method do you want to use? Wait patiently. I'm tired of waiting. Then Yanggu and his subordinates came. And he casually mocked Director Seo, who turned out to be in the hospital. Where is the real killer? Director Seo frowned and said coldly, Haven't caught it yet. Oh Yang Yu, why are you looking for me? He raised his face and smiled sarcastically. Of course, I asked him about the murderer's whereabouts. I said, what kind of business do you guys do? Such weak capacity. How can I protect you based on you? A police officer was so angry when he heard that. We have also worked hard on this case. Everyone spent several sleepless nights. The captain was still injured and was in the emergency room. Yanggu coldly objected to the emergency room. Her life is important. Or my grandfather's life is important. Another employee also came forward and shouted, What are you talking about? Your grandfather's life is important. Isn't our captain's life important? Yanggu had a gloomy face and a threatening voice. Who are you? What is the serial number? I have news that tomorrow I will let you get out of the office. Police don't. Chief Seo immediately said angrily. Whether the people in my department are staying or going is yet to be seen. It's your turn to wave your arms and legs. Yanggu is not afraid. He frowned and threatened Mr. Seo Wanhwa. Do you still want to be this director? He looked at you without fear. Whether I will be the director or not is still up in the air. He waved his arms and legs. He spoke back without hesitation. Do you believe that in 3 days I will let you die first? Oh Young Sang crossed his arms, sitting in a corner silently thinking. Young people now. It really makes others disappointed. Director Seo glanced at him and said, Oh Professor. If not, go to the surgery room and take a look. Oh Young Sang frowned and said, Not entrusted by So Yopi. No one can enter. Should we just endure and wait a bit? Yanggu heard that and smiled and asked what you guys said. Is So Yopi Mu Cheon? He continued to speak. The Yopi family knows how to diagnose Dongsheng's disease. Also only Yopi Mu Qian. Is he in the operating room? Director Seo frowned in caution. Right? What do you want to do? Yanggu shouted orders to his subordinates behind him. Come and bring Yopi Mu Qian back to me. Bring him to see my grandfather's health. The bodyguards immediately heard the order and ran up fiercely. Oh Yung Sang stood in front of them. Can't shout. He is saving people. Do you want to kill someone later? He stood back in front of the operating room door, determined not to falter. People's lives are important, no one can enter. Yanggu's gloomy face seemed to despise everyone. He said my grandfather's life. He is more important than anyone else. Something happens that you guys can't bear. To finish talking, the name of his bodyguard immediately hit Oh Yung Sang in the face with a strong blow. His face was swollen, but still didn't forget to shout out to Director Seo. Stop them. The bodyguard is gradually approaching the door. Director Seo gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, damn it. If you die, you just throw away this position. Saving people is important, so he immediately pulled out his gun and pointed it at them. Then screamed threateningly, no one can go near the surgery room. Those bodyguards glanced in surprise. Yanggu backed away in fear. But he still didn't forget. The bodyguards also proudly brought out guns. He shouted at you. How dare you pick up a gun? If you have the guts, try shooting. No, y'all also doesn't believe you guys dare. CEO director, still tough and stern, he told him that he could go into the operating room and see. His attitude really made Yanggu sweat in fear. He gaped silently, while the two sides were tensely arguing. Oh Yang Hang Wall appeared. She frowned too loudly in anger. What happened? Oh Yang Yu, what do you want to do? Yanggu glanced at her and said calmly. Just invited Yopi Mu Qian back to treat his grandfather's illness. And during this time he didn't forget to argue with her. Hang Wall, I am your brother. Second brother, please pay attention when you talk. Hang Wall walked up to him and coldly told him to invite him. Is there a way to invite like that? Believe it or not, I told this matter to their uncle. When Oh Yang Yu heard this, his face became gloomy. The voice became scary. Are you threatening me? Hang Wall crossed his arms and refused to be weak. She coldly said he was my brother. How dare I threaten you? Just stating the truth. She turned to talk to Professor Oh Yung Sang. You can rest assured that with me here, no one dares to cause trouble. When someone came to stop, Director Seo also breathed a sigh of relief. He told the staff to also put their guns back. Yanggu frowned and explained Hang Wall. You better not hinder me. I do everything for Grandpa. Oh Yang Hang Wall despises him for Grandpa, second brother. Don't think that everyone will be deceived by you. Just because you're smart doesn't mean other people will be stupid. Oh Yung Sang silently listened to what he was thinking. Wow. It's a good thing to have a thatched cottage. Aren't you tired of living? Hang Wall looked at the door of the operating room and stroked his chin in thought. Can he create a miracle? Right at the moment the operating room door opens. Yopi Mu Qian is being supported by two nurses. Person went outside. A relieved and happy expression appeared on his face. Oh Yung Sang was the first to speak. He nervously asked how it was. A nurse shouted happily. The injured person has restored normal breathing. The other nurse also argued strangely. Miracle happened. Yopi Mu Qian arrogantly said with a thumbs up. Not living up to everyone's expectations. The police officer gasped in surprise. Oh my God, a person was declared dead by an anatomy expert. Trying to save his life again. They were happy and laughing. Ha ha, so good, the god doctor is really a god doctor. Director Seo was so happy that he cried. He patted Yeop Mukian's shoulder and thanked him. He smiled and looked at him. Oh Yung Sang did not delay. He ran ahead. Tell me to find some people to continue treatment and monitor the illness. Oh Yang Yu quietly observed and thought again. Defying this heavenly medical technique after today will definitely get people's attention. Suddenly he walked out and opened his mouth to speak. Yopi Mu Qian, you just went out to help my grandfather. No matter how much it costs. Yopi Mu Qian is sitting on the floor drinking a beverage. He smiles sarcastically with his mouth closed. Don't think about Oh Yang Ga. There is also such a filial grandson. Do you really care about your grandfather? Oh Yang crossed his arms and frowned, asking what he meant. Yopi Mu Cheon stood up and said, exposed his thoughts. In his words, I just feel like he wants to make me angry. But not the so-called concern. He pointed straight at his face with a disdainful voice. Don't pretend to be noble in front of me. Come up with a price. How much money did you want before you agreed to save my grandfather? Yopi Mu Cheon is not weak. He also pointed straight at his face. He mocked him, not even Ouyang Ho. At least people act much better than him. Yanggu was really taken by this statement from Yopi Mu Cheon. Make angry. He speaks very well. Knowing my status, I still dare to say that. You really are arrogant enough. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't even bother to argue with him. He turned to tell director Seo. Seo, director of Sangso Me Network, is my rescue. Don't allow anything to happen to her again. Director Seo patted his chest with a serious face and told her to rest assured. Delivered to us, no problem. Outside the hospital door, Yopi Mu Cheon is leaving. Then Ouyang Hang Wall called back. Mr. Yopi, wait for me. She ran back, breathing heavily, and said, Mr. Yopi, you are really helpful. I never thought about your medical skills. So smart. Yopi Mu Cheon saw the compliment and smiled proudly. He told her to work hard chasing me like that. It's not just for flattery. Hang Wall looked pitiful. She said she hoped you could help me. Yopi Mu Cheon also coldly refused. He explained, recent situation. If you also see me taking action, you will become one. Enemies of some people. Even Ouyang Ga has people. I don't hope the old man will wake up. Because of my little life, I can't. Finished speaking, he coldly turned away. No respect for the affairs of great families. I can't join you guys. She invited someone else. Ouyang Hang Wall sighed sadly, looking at him. Above a hospital window, Ouyang Yu is observing two people. He took out his phone and spoke to the other person with a gloomy face. Ya Rang helped me do something. A few days after Yeop Mukion's quiet life. Completely broken. He never thought of it. I'm being sought after so much. On many city news reports about him. Medical genius Yopi Mu Cheon. Amazing medical skills really save patients' lives. Was declared unable to be saved by the hospital. Rich Yopi Ga has miraculous medical skills. Everyone was hiding something behind their backs. According to the investigation a few months ago, the sidewalk physician and this person belonged to one person. So the magic doctor was kicked out of the house by Yopi Ga. There may be a hidden feeling inside. Everyone in the city, pass by and stop to listen to this hot news. Along with a little media frenzy. A rich man who is sick is not idle. Start looking for Yopi Mu Cheon. A rich tycoon declared. Who can find Yopi Mu Cheon? No Ya rewarded him 100,000. So reporters quickly came to find him. He spoke loudly in front of the house. I would like to ask if Mr. Yopi is at home. Mr. Yopi, I have a few questions that I hope you can answer. They still did not give up and shouted even louder. Please let us interview. Other people also started asking nonsense. Can I ask if you lack a wife? Otherwise, it's okay to talk about lovers and friends. Lucky. Yopi Mu Cheon secretly slipped out of the house in disguise. From another road, I walked past that group of people. Frowning in displeasure, my mother. Just passed a few days. Having made his situation so clean. He walked calmly and took out the phone. Continue like that, afraid that even wearing underwear would have to be taken out. His phone screen showed a new message. It was from Jung Hasim. She texted Yopi Mu Cheon. So what to do now? I also didn't dare go out the door for several days. Then continue like that. The news that we are together will be exposed sooner or later. I had to text. Again, this is not necessarily an opportunity. Think about it, aren't we planning on opening a company? Jung Hasin also quickly responded. Perhaps he wanted to borrow this exaggeration. This, on the contrary, is a good idea that can be applied. Then Mr. Han continued talking. After that, I went to the hospital to check on Sangsami's condition for a bit. She's also a little careful. Don't let these journalists enter the house. At Ouyang Ga, old Ouyang was lying motionless on the bed. Ouyang Gong sat on the bed quietly looking at him. Then suddenly he shouted angrily. Every day we meet to take some measures. Can't get out either. What is an expert? All are waste. Hang Wall said coldly. Dad also knows. Family members. Some disagree, some don't want Grandpa to wake up. Oh Yong Gong lowered his voice and said yes. Not only them, but also the other 3 great families, in which the Nyang Ga power covers mainly the war zone, will probably remain neutral. But in addition, the other 2 houses are not like that. Especially Sa Du Ga. Hang Wall remembered her satisfied look and said, that's right. A few days ago I even met Sa Du Wei. Sa Du Ga started to probe. And then she said the results of today when she met Yopi Mu Cheon. Where Yopi Mu Cheon refused to act. The reason is that we have no way to keep him safe. Oh Yong Gong stroked his chin in contemplation. At Yopi Mu Cheon we will think of a way. At Yopi Ga. Yopi Bai Gyo was sitting listening to the news on TV. She sobbed heartbrokenly and said, Oppa, where are you now? Her voice trembled with every word. I just want to let you go home. At the hospital. Everyone is in my room. Sang So Mi observed. Director Seo worriedly asked So Yopi Somi. What's the situation? Yopi Mu Cheon quietly looked and smiled. The recovery is not bad, she can wake up tomorrow. Director Seo worriedly asked again. The wound on Somi's face. Can it be restored to its original state? Yopi Mu Cheon did not answer. He just sighed and said, is there any way to help me suppress those journalists? I'm about to be driven crazy by them. Oh Yung Sang laughed and teased Yopi Soga. This is your chance to become famous. You have great medical skills. Must make you not ordinary. Yopi Mu Cheon hates and coldly speaks standing and talking. No back pain? I ask you, is there any way to deal with those journalists? Director Seo replied seriously. The only way is for you to continue playing the game. Or you're in the public eye. Long time. Everyone will gradually lose interest in you. Yopi Mu Cheon disagreed. He frowned and scoffed at what a talented man he was. Until the day I wear boxer briefs or triangles. Guess everyone knows where Nyang Sagi came from. Open the door and come in and tell me there's a way. Yopi Mu Cheon said coldly, crossing his arms. No wonder Nyang Ga was able to find it so quickly. I told her how to do it. And she immediately gave an order. I can help you put this down. Take a trip with me. The car is running smoothly on the road. The atmosphere of the 2 people was quiet and tense. Nyang Sagi was driving. Yopi Mu Cheon kept frowning at her. All along the way, she was upset and asked me not to look at me like that. Is it okay? He frowned and gritted his teeth and said without hesitation. Looking at her gives her face. Tell me the solution immediately. And I don't mind that sarcasm is not the right way. Of the word no do. What can you think of with your IQ? Nyang Sagi looked over with a black face and threatened to open his mouth a bit. Sooner or later, one day I will deal with you. Yopi Mu Cheon is not afraid as he smirks carelessly. Do you still want to shoot me? Where do you want to shoot this time? Chest or head? She asked him uncomfortably what he wanted. Didn't I apologize to you? You opened your mouth to tease again. What if I forced you and then apologized to you? Can you forgive me? Nyang Sagi angrily glared and shouted at you perverted bastard. You bully people too much. You put your hands behind your head. Lazy talk lazy with the nonsense girl who wants to teach me. Another day come. Best. Bring your unbeatable flirting fiancé with you. He said happily, baring his teeth. If not just by her abilities. I really despise her. She became more and more angry. Heard a series of teasing words from him. And then she pressed the accelerator hard, causing the car to fly on the road. Yopi Mu Cheon shouted in panic. There are thousands of them on this street. There is only one life. Don't get excited. At Nyunga's villa, too many bodyguards with guns protecting the house. Inside, bald old man Nyang still laughed and talked happily. Soja, we meet again. Yopi Mu Cheon sat with his arms crossed on the chair and said, smiling. Nyang Nodu's body recovery is not bad, but Master Nyang is happy and comfortable with him. Ha ha ha, what an interesting way to call it. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. Nyang Sagi frowned and shouted disrespectfully to adults. Doesn't know how to be polite. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly narrowed his eyes and said, Nyang no di, you heard. Actually, your nephew-in-law's skills are not bad. Really curious. Can he take care of this granddaughter of yours? Old man Nyong asked curiously. Do you have any opinions? He bit his lip and showed a serious expression. I'm a bit of a patriarch. If a woman doesn't listen, she'll be beaten directly. When Nyong Sagi heard that, he became even angrier. She screamed, Grandpa, watch him. Old man Nyong smiled and waved his hand. Okay, adieu, I'll go out first. She had to obey and closed her eyes and turned her head away. The loud banging sound of the door expressed this anger. Master Nyong watched her go out. Turn around. Teasing Soja's appearance. Yours like that? I don't dare marry my niece to you. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and refused in panic. Please forgive me. This is no joke. By marrying your niece, don't you want to kill me? I'm really afraid that Master Nyong won't accept it either. He went straight to the point. So let's talk a little bit about other things. I can help you suppress those reporters. Yopi Mu Cheon also coldly told Nyong no du. I like to be straightforward. Tell me your conditions, he said, leaning on his hands. I'm interested in your medicine that day. He was injured by Sagi and used that. Master Nyong opened his eyes wide. The majesty of a breadwinner appears. He said he wanted to bring his medicine to use in the war zone. Of course I don't have to take it from you for free. He explained with a serious look on his face. You may not know that you are injured in the war zone. There are so many disabled soldiers. It's also because of not getting timely treatment. This led to the tragedy. Yopi Mu Cheon responded calmly. I don't understand these things. But I still respect the soldiers. But I'm a business person. Selling medicine to anyone is all I care about. My benefit. Old man Nyong happily talked about the businessman's profiteering strategy. This is very normal. I give you two types of cooperation methods. One is the war zone directly buying land. Two is to apply the commission method. But Yopi Mu Cheon is not satisfied with either one. He held up 3 fingers. Tell me I'm relatively inclined towards the third type. Because I am in charge of delivery, we will cooperate for a long time. Of course, look at our relationship. I can give the old man a favor. Old man Nyong heard that and frowned and said to Soja, do you want to shave my body hair for a long time? He happily continued to ask. But as I said before, after all, we must know the effectiveness of the medicine. Yopi Mu Cheon answers this simply. I can prepare some for you to test your eggs. The old man also agreed with this plan. Well, just decide like that. Specifically what type of method to apply. There's no way to conclude based on me alone. Anyway, this is related to the higher level. I can only accept your words to the best of my ability. Can't let your interests be harmed. Yopi Mu Cheon put his hands on his head. Don't forget your story. That's it, thank you in advance. But the other reporter is right. Think of a way to help me solve it. Old man Nyong smiled and said no problem. The matter is finished. Let's talk in private for a bit. Master Nyong quickly asked Soja. Won't you lend a hand to Ouyang Annam? Yopi Mu Cheon coldly turned away. Without thinking, he also wanted to be a guest speaker. But unfortunately I found old Ouyang very uncomfortable. Don't want to help him. He heard that and sighed and said. Ouyang no do was also punished. Don't you need to consider it a bit? He bit his lip a bit angrily. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I punished him. Why do I have to take action? Besides, I'm not a doctor. Not qualified to practice medicine. Nyong Sagi opened the door and walked in. Grandpa has already arrived. Old man Nyong stood up and waved Soja's hand to go. Someone wants to meet him once. The sun rises even higher. In a room 4 people are sitting facing each other. While old man Nyong happily smiles. Then Yopi Mu Cheon stared coldly. Ouyang Gong spoke first. Mr. Yopi greeted him. I'm Ouyang Gong and Hangwal's father. He said smiling. This time I hope that the miracle Dr. Yopi can help. My father a little. Old man Nyong also spoke up to help Soja. It's rare to see Yang Gong have such sincerity. Please help them a little. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon pouted. Glanced at the Nyong no Du painting workshop. As expected, he came to do guest speaking. So he had to refuse this directly. I really can't help. Ouyang Gong said. Hang Wall told me if you were worried, you could rest assured. I will take care of your safety. Then without hesitation he bowed his head. And my father's mistake. I'm here to say sorry, Miss Jung. I will definitely come to the door and apologize. Will definitely compensate her. Cold Yopi Mu Cheon narrowed his eyes and said, I can feel your sincerity. But I'm afraid I won't be able to do my best. Then he frowned and thought carefully. This person has such a low attitude. I can't say anything anymore. He sighed softly. Bring me the CT scan results. And all condition indicators of the entire hospital. Give me. A long, smooth, flawless hand. Picking up a file. Is Hang Wall. She smiled and gave him everything here. Yopi Mu Cheon frowned and thought. This girl. Everyone was ready, just waiting for me to jump into the hole. About 10 minutes later, the documents were thrown on the table. Yopi Mu Cheon rubbed his chin and analyzed. If I guess correctly, something must have happened to Ouyang No-do when he was young. Ouyang Gong answered honestly. That's right, when I was 40 years old, I fell. At that time, I had to rest for about a year to recover. He was surprised to evaluate him. No wonder he is a genius doctor. One is being able to see the old man's old illness. He continued to point out another point. Indeed, upon restoration, maybe there's a hematoma in the head that hasn't completely dissolved. He pointed to his head and said, her grandfather must have been injured that day. When falling to the ground, his head hit the old wound. Ouyang Gong asked curiously. Based on inspection reports, no blood clots were detected either. Considered real. Why don't other doctors see it? Yopi Mu Cheon answered confidently. Blood clot in front. The posterior bone lurks before the city technician's eyes. There's no way to take pictures of this place. He said again. And why do I feel like I can't answer for a while? The monitoring method I use is. Even if you talk about technology decades later, you won't understand. He was thinking in his head. Ouyang Gong crossed his arms and got straight to the point. Asked the magician Yopi, if it's true what you say. He had some chance of making a move. Yopi Mu Cheon held his chin and thought for a moment. The atmosphere in the room became colder and more tense. Then he raised one finger and calmly said apart. From Hang Wall to Ouyang Gong. And Old Man Nyang. They all looked at him in surprise. Hang Wall spoke frankly and worriedly. Just one part is too little. Then a thought popped into her head. If even Yopi Mu Cheon said it was only part of it, why aren't other people lower? Yopi Mu Cheon continued talking. Actually, what is called a basic grip. Maybe not significant. Mr. Ouyang No-do's luck is too bad. I've just touched on an old disease and I'm only a little bit sure of it. Old Man Nyang still can't believe it. He turned to ask, is it really that difficult to deal with? Are you still hiding your job? Yopi Mu Cheon helplessly scratched his face and told Nyang No-do. I'm not a fairy. It's impossible to cure all diseases. Then he glanced away and muttered. In my head, even decades later in the world, there is still no way to solve this disease. At this moment, his phone rang again and again. Ring ring rong rong. Is the girl Jung Hasin calling? He just took out the phone. Then a scream rang out on the phone. Hurry back to the Cheon Sim subdivision, something happened. He covered his ears and frowned and asked. What happened? But Jung Hasin has already hung up the phone. He looked at the phone and didn't understand why he hung up. What happened in the end? Just as Nyang Sagi opened the door and walked in, he turned to speak. Crazy woman, take me home quickly. Nyang Sagi frowned and said. I'm sorry, miss, I'm not in a good mood today. Go find someone else. The guy heard that and replied angrily. Ouyang Hang Wall stood up and said. To everyone's surprise, I'll take you anyway, I'm free. The man saw that and immediately said. Hang Wall, you must do that. Hang Wall replied it doesn't matter. Yopi Mu Cheon waved his hand and spoke up. It's not just about sending people away. Why isn't that surprising? No, y'all really is a narrow-minded person. Said then he held Hangwall's hand and left. Furthermore, his attitude was not pleasant at all. He closed the door with a bang and did not bother to greet anyone. The man felt unconsciously surprised. The other man had an expression on his face. Looking unhappy. He immediately asked Yang Gong if I heard correctly. Adu Hang Wall wants to take that sojo away. Yang Gong replied, scratching his face. Old man, I also think I heard wrong. Hang Wall car until now. Don't turn back to any man. Everyone in the 4 great families knows this. Even I, the father, can't sit. If moving out would lead to a commotion. From the garage, Hang Wall's purple car came out. In the car were Hang Wall and Yopi Mu Cheon sitting. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that she still didn't drive away. Immediately said grumpily, "You're so dumb, why are you driving? Are you not feeling well?" Hang Wall finally spoke up with peace of mind. "I'm fine." The car was speeding along the road. The whole road was just the two of them. Towering buildings. In the Cheon Sim sub-area. The familiar Cheon Sim sub-area, familiar fire engine. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the burning apartment building. Keep saying the same thing. Familiar building. Familiar smoke. Coming here, he opened his mouth and blurted out a curse. Then quickly ran towards the building. By the way, I saw once. Firefighters trying to put out a fire. Running to the place of fire. He ran into Jung Hasin. As soon as Jung Hasin saw him, he rushed to hug him and cry. Whispered that our house was on fire. Yopi Mu Cheon comforted her not to be afraid, nothing happened anymore. "I'm here." He reached out to pat Jung Hasin and said, "I'm used to this situation, so I waited until the fire was turned off and then I went in." At this moment, he was deep in thought. Burning once isn't enough, why burn again? He suddenly thought of a very suspicious person. Could it be Oh Young-ho? That bastard did it. Does Oh Young-ga still have any future? No, Ya doesn't feel sorry for the house. I was just afraid that he would scare Jung Hasin. And both of them hugged each other affectionately. The firefighters are working hard to fight the fire. 2 hours later, the fire was finally extinguished. But there is still a little smoke left. Standing opposite Hang Wall, Yopi Mu Cheon said, "Miss Hang Wall. She has something she can do before her grandfather. I really have no choice now." Hang Wall replied, "Wait until I can think of a solution that will definitely help you. I also think for a moment that it's good that you're okay." The homeowner appeared out of nowhere and shouted angrily, "I'll let you rent my house." Not long after renting it, it caught fire. Can't you be a little careful when using the house? Not your house. You don't know how painful it is, right? She regrets her rental house. Immediately let out a terrible scolding. Yopi Mu Cheon has never been afraid of anyone. Immediately raised his hand to point directly at her face and spoke loudly. "What is it? You think we want this, right? Home is her home. Could it be that you didn't see our things inside?" But she still raised her beak to argue. "That's your business. In short, this time you must take full responsibility." Finished speaking, she raised her hand towards the remains of the previous fire. "This room me. Later, you can let someone else live in and renovate it. It also doesn't cost money. 396,000 total." Yopi Mu Cheon responded harshly. "Come tomorrow to get the money to buy a house." The landlady heard that and immediately felt embarrassed. She said the opposite. "You guys really know how to brag if you stay here tonight." Yopi Mu Cheon angrily thought to himself, this old woman. But me now. It seems like there really isn't much money. All the money for lobster farming was Jung Hasin holding. And suddenly Oh Young Hang Wall pulled out a check. And gave it to the landlady with a reminder. "This is 4 million extra money not paid. Tomorrow, when he comes to transfer the house title to him." She happily replied, "Ha ha. Your home can be used as you please. No matter how you think, you can burn and play. And the negotiations will be over." She immediately took the check and ran away, not paying attention to everything around. Yopi Mu Cheon just pointed and said, "Miss Hang Wall, I borrowed this from you another day and will definitely return it." Hang Wall replied with a bright smile. Small things that don't need to be kept in mind. The house they just bought after the fire had become desolate and shabby. They walked inside, then sadly looked at the scene in front of him. The closet door was no longer intact, all the clothes were burned. The chair was also burned to the point of being scarred. Jung Hasin was a bit depressed. All his clothes and jewelry were destroyed. Yopi Mu Cheon looked around. He thought, damn it, what does the killer think No Ya is? Monkey, if you want to burn it, just burn it. Hang Wall stood next to him and asked kindly, "Do you need me to help you fix it?" Yopi Mu Cheon replied, "No need, nothing to clean up." Yopi Mu Cheon discovered something. Looked at the scorched piece of paper on his desk and analyzed it. Looks like a piece of paper. The shape is intact. Is this toy not burned? He said as he held up that piece of paper. What is this? Before the fire, I remember there was nothing in this place. He thought to himself. Wait, this is the place. I got the book from Oh No Do. Is Dowa Bo Do? Books were burned, but there was still one scrap of paper left like that. Oh Yong Hang Wall came from behind and asked curiously. What is that? However, Yopi Mu Cheon quickly hid it. Yopi Mu Cheon turned his head and said nothing. This action of his made Hang Wall laugh. Downstairs in the ward, 3 people were standing in front of the large building. Hall. Yopi Mu Cheon said Miss Hang Wall. We had to return to the hotel. You should go home too. Hang Wall replied. Even though I know, it is not appropriate to talk about anything else at this time. But there is still hope. Mr. Yopi can help Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon said. Her grandfather even me now real. The absence of any measures. I have a way to help you. It seemed like he was showing respect to her. Hang Wall bowed his head in thanks. We wait for news from Mr. Yopi. Then she gets in the car to return. From afar Yopi Mu Cheon still waves goodbye. He thinks to himself, what a good lady. Such a rich and pure child, Nyang Sagi. Compared to her, everything is inferior except for her face. Jung Hasin is jealous, nagging and blaming. She seemed to have a good impression of him. After all, she is also a great lady. Men are really all the same. But she was still very enthusiastic towards him. Despite Jung Hasin's anger, Yopi Mu Cheon still innocently asked why he said that. Jung Hasin didn't hesitate to explain. Her car until now, not carrying any men, including her father. He was the first person. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and replied extremely excitedly. What's up with this? Aren't I extremely honored? Jung Hasin continued with a distorted face. That's why I said she had a good impression on him. Jung Hasin spoke even more. Yopi Mu Cheon was even more excited. He smiled and replied meaningfully. Jung Hasin was so angry that his whole body radiated murderous aura. Yet Yopi Mu Cheon was still smiling and laughing happily. The other day I had to ask her something. Does she like me? This is the best opportunity to enter a rich family. Jung Hasin angrily opened the car door and climbed in. She immediately closed the door with a bang. Then drove the car away and left behind. Yopi Mu Cheon was shocked and bewildered and waited. I hadn't even gotten in the car yet. Saw Jung Hasin still not stopping. He quickly ran after him and shouted in vain, waiting for me. Maybe you want me to walk to the hotel? Why am I not in the car yet? At a hotel somewhere in the city. The room seems spacious. Yopi Mu Cheon is lying on the bed holding a piece of paper contemplation. He thinks about it and still doesn't understand what this is. What toy? At first I got the book. After looking closely, there was no buffalo leather paperclip inside. Could it really be some kind of secret book? But there is not a single word above. How can I see him reaching out to turn on the night light? According to his logical thinking? Such high temperature fires. This buffalo leather paper is also not burned or damaged. Maybe higher temperature is needed? Thinking so, he pressed the paper close to it. The night light had been turned on by him earlier. Half an hour later, his hands were shaking. The paper still didn't show any reaction. Then he thought of something. He used a needle to stab his hand to draw blood. Along with that action, is an extremely unique idea of yours. Try dropping a little laxative blood. And wait for the blood to drip. Yopi Mu Cheon put his hand on the paper to let the blood seep in. The blood was sticky but nothing strange happened. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at it and grimaced. Actually, I'm still a doctor. If you believe in children's toys like this, if the fire doesn't work, even your country won't believe it. This is truly a scrap of paper. With unwavering faith, Yopi Mu Cheon entered the bathroom for the third experiment. He stood in front of the mirror and placed the paper on the sink. Then turned on the water without thinking anything else. After being wet by the water, drenched, a series of letters appeared on the paper. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Porch. The legendary ancient airbending artifact is here. Ha ha ha. At this moment, I really found a treasure. Jung Hasin pushed the door and walked in. She asked if she was hungry and wanted to go to dinner. As soon as Yopi Mu Cheon saw Jung Hasin, she rushed over. Hug her. He laughed, ha ha ha, I found the treasure. So excited he lifted Jung Hasin up. Yopi Mu Cheon came face to face with Jung Hasin. Then he couldn't help but kiss Jung Hasin. Jung Hasin was surprised, opened their eyes wide, and after kissing, both of them felt embarrassed and blushed. Yeop Mukyeon's face was pink and he scratched his face with his finger. Jung Hasin still couldn't escape that shyness. She unconsciously raised her hand to touch her lips, where Yopi Mu Cheon kissed her just now. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly explained to her, "You shouldn't be angry, I really didn't do it on purpose." Jung Hasin said, "I'm not an arbitrary person." Yopi Mu Cheon put his hand behind his head and said calmly, "I'm also not." Jung Hasin, angry, shouted directly at Yopi Mu Cheon, "Is your IQ a negative number? What exactly happened to make you so excited?" Yopi Mu Cheon gave her the paper and said, "I got what I wanted." He continued smiling brightly, "I have to thank that arsonist. This toy is nothing compared to a house." Jung Hasin heard that. "I just feel that Yopi Mu Cheon has extremely strange thoughts." She didn't believe it but was skeptical. This person was probably smoked. "Is your mind not normal?" He put the paper in front of Jung Hasin. The finger pointed and said to her, "This is good stuff. Let's practice together." Jung Hasin waved his hand, turned around and walked away. Just to leave a sentence. "If you're not interested, go practice. Anyway, I don't have the same powerful abilities as you. I just stand behind you and that's enough." Then she slammed the door shut. Yopi Mu Cheon stood in the room studying the paper. Extremely attentive. Airbending has a total of 5 stages. Strong body and convenient. Reborn and transformed. The Qi element area, acupuncture the Qi to cure diseases and eliminate beneficial longevity. Each time it is practiced in a stage, people will have changes that will transform heaven and earth. But not everyone can practice this toy. Need to practice with someone who knows the acupuncture points. If you're not careful, you'll be paralyzed. Yopi Mu Cheon sat on the bed and meditated. He thought first, imagine that there is an ancient energy in your body that needs to swim to the acupuncture point. Taste in the body. The hand must also press on the corresponding acupoints of Yeop Mukyeon's neurons. Start working. Crab arms and legs gesticulating beggar sea god hung lower house. Middle management thien kai thien tuyen. Kook track bui quan internal organs. These acupuncture points just stimulated Yeop Mukyeon's body. The second day at the hotel. Yopi Mu Cheon with a not very alert expression. Opposite him was Jung Hasin sipping breakfast. Seeing him as haggard as position, she asked what it was like to visit him like this. "Can't sleep because of last night's paper?" Yopi Mu Cheon said numbly. "Last night I practiced all night. Except for acupuncture points that hurt like death." He couldn't feel anything else. He took a spoonful of food, determined to say, "I don't believe I can't practice it." After eating, Yopi Mu Cheon returned to the bedroom. At this time he was still diligently cultivating. He continued to stimulate acupuncture points on his body. "Damned, I don't believe how an acupuncture point can explode." Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. "It really explodes its acupuncture point. If not, I will definitely practice it. I felt the tightness of the neurons." Yopi Mu Cheon was startled. He pointed at the acupuncture point again. "It really felt like I wanted to explode." Yopi Mu Cheon was numb. Followed by his scream, "It was so painful." Jung Hasin heard the scream. She quickly ran in to ask how the bad guy was doing. Then she came closer to look and said in panic, "What happened to you in the end? Don't scare me." Look at him moaning in pain. Jung Hasin couldn't help but shed tears. "I beg you, can we not practice anymore? You're already very strong, don't practice anymore." Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. "Too painful. It hurts so much that my mouth can't make a sound. I'm the expert in yak seong. Pharmacological expertise in the structure of the human body." The more he thought, the more dull his eyes became. And his whole body was covered in sweat. "No matter how I thought of it." The acupuncture point exploded. Saw him lying on the bed. Jung Hasin couldn't help but feel worried. Yopi Mu Cheon thought clearly. Knowing this early on, he didn't practice. Jung Hasin saw that he was gradually fading away. Was extremely panicked. "You bad guy, wake up quickly. What's the story?" Please don't scare me, okay? She whimpered, asking him to wake up quickly. Don't threaten me anymore. Even if you want to tease me, I won't hit you. I can cook rice later. I will always take care of you. Please wake up quickly. Before Jung Hasen's pleading words, Yopi Mu Cheon slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her crying, he raised his hand to wipe her tears. He said, "Don't cry, her face will get worse." As soon as she saw him open her eyes, she rushed to hug his neck. Yopi Mu Cheon because of this action of hers. But it feels warm. Turns out there are still people in this world who worry about me. He reassured her that she was okay. Don't cry. Now I not only see no abnormality in my body, I even feel a little comfortable. Absolutely fine compared to anywhere else. Jung Hasen felt less worried after hearing that. She asked him, "Is it really okay?" Yopi Mu Cheon looked up and smiled and said, "Of course. But just now I felt like I heard that someone seemed to want to be bullied by me." Jung Hasen was startled. She jumped off the bed just now. No one said that recently. Dive pervert. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered if he heard wrongly. At least the pain just now wasn't in vain. At least, I seem to have gotten something big. The first stage airbending member is trained. My phone notifies me that I have a text message from Oh Young Sang. Yopi Mu Cheon turns on his phone. Come see. Oh Young Sang texted Soja. Why don't you reply to messages? Sang So Mi woke up 2 days ago. The situation is extremely unstable. Please come and see. At Oh Young's villa, Oh Young Hang Wall is sitting and talking to the girl. Hang Wall is a bit thoughtful. The other girl told Miss Hang Wall to follow Jinoe. Yeop Mukion's intelligence house caught fire last time. It's very possible that it has something to do with young master Oh Young Ho. I'm afraid this time, the girl hesitated. Oh Young Hang Wall let out a sigh. Hang Wall then spoke up. Oh Young Ho likes Jung Hasen. Jung Hasen is in the same place as Yopi Mu Cheon. Furthermore, he has a criminal record. Indeed, the danger is very high. The orange-haired girl said worriedly. If that is indeed the case, with Yeop Mukion's personality, it is very likely that he will hate the entire Oyang Ga in front of him. What we need most is to have a good relationship with him. Hang Wall agreed with the orange-haired girl's opinion. She looked out the window. That's right, it's still too early to come to a conclusion. Keep looking up a bit and hope it's not him. Sa Du Wei came from somewhere to say hello. My sister Hang Wall, why is your face so gloomy? Be careful not to get wrinkles again. Oh Young Hang Wall stood up, opened the window and greeted. Long time no see. Why do I suddenly have an interest in coming to your house? Sa Du Wei replied cunningly. It's true we haven't seen each other for a long time. Oh Young Ga came out and wanted to visit you a bit. Or open the door to let me meet Gaga for a bit. Hang Wall responded with a bright smile. Grandfather played chess late yesterday. It's not convenient to be sleeping right now. If I'm alone, can I accompany you? Sa Du Wei heard that and immediately waved his hand and smiled in response. Really? Finished. Sa Du Wei got back in the car. Before leaving, don't forget to say goodbye to both of you. People don't need women to help them go. Looking at the car that left, the orange-haired girl said. Looks like Sa Du Ga has moved. Oh Young Hang Wall put his hand on his chin and thought that's right. Nam Gung Ga seems to have teamed up with Sa Du Ga. The situation is very bad. The moon will not be full tonight. The sky is full of stars again at a certain hospital. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly, walking down the hallway of the hospital. He silently blamed himself. How could I forget Sang So Mi? Such a beautiful woman. After waking up, he discovered that his face had been destroyed. Surely there would be no acceptable way. Passing by a hospital room he heard someone screaming, God I love you. Hell, I love you too. Couldn't help but be curious, so he peered into the room and took a quick look. Then I saw a fat man lying on the ground. Around him are the doctors. The nurse is trying to hold him back. The nurse sees that the situation is not good. Speak up, Mr. Jaeon. Go back to sleep and don't make trouble. That fat guy stubbornly yelled at me not to go home. I don't go, I have to stay here and play. There is no other way. The doctor had to use strong measures. The doctor raised the needle high, then aimed it straight at that fat guy's butt, but in less than 5 seconds. He was on the ground. Snore. Doctor and nurse each have one leg. Use all your strength to drag that fat guy away. Yopi Mu Cheon saw. The scene in front of me made me gasp. Without any hesitation, Yopi Mu Cheon rushed straight into the hospital room. Ask about the doctor and nurse. What are the two of them like? What disease do you have that scares people like that? The doctor did not hesitate to answer. Don't know what's wrong. I just like to suddenly scare people. After midnight, he still refused to go to sleep. Yopi Mu Cheon was asked to continue asking his family. Didn't you pay attention to him everywhere? The nurse and the doctor took turns answering and paying attention. Paying attention is useless. Can only stay in hospital. Heard. His mother is currently in contact with a foreign doctor. Preparing to go abroad for treatment. Yopi Mu Cheon rubbed his chin and thought about something far away. After asking, and received answers from the nurse and doctor, Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and went home. So everyone keep going. I'll go first. Yopi Mu Cheon mumbled as he walked. Room number 619,620. 621 is this place. He opened the door to room 621. Through the door tray he looked softly. Sang So Mi was sitting on the bed. She covered her face as if she were crying. Window is open. The wind from outside blew her hair away. Sang So Mi cried. Yopi Mu Cheon reached out to turn on the switch. The room light turned on. Sang So Mi was startled and asked who it was. Turn around. Then she saw Yopi Mu Cheon standing right at the door. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly posed as a hot boy. He said, I was the one who came to steal incense. Are you ready? Sang So Mi was not only unhappy, but also very angry. Yopi Mu Cheon. Create all kinds of poses to attract the attention of young women. He said, looking frustrated. I still cry when I don't see you for a few days. This feeling is truly earth-shattering. Demons are afraid. This is a day I don't see. Like the way Dad here stands in front of Sang So Mi. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand to make a heart shape for her. Yopi Mu Cheon said, say hello and ask me a few random questions. Don't let the atmosphere be so awkward. Just smile. The girl's face is still gloomy. Sang So Mi said, you shouldn't save me. Why did you save me? It's because I'm always looking for you. That's why you want to take revenge on me. Tears keep flowing. She yelled at me like this is worse than death. Yeop Mukion's face was gloomy. He said, if you want to die I can help you. I'm good at saving people, but I also have to kill people. Yopi Mu Cheon passed away. Controlled shouting loudly at Sang So Mi. You don't want to die, how can I help you? Sang So Mi was excited when she heard that. Pointed his finger straight at Yopi Mu Cheon and said, damn, are you still human? Yopi Mu Cheon gruffly pointed out the window and continued. This place is on the 6th floor. Jumping down from here has a very small chance of being alive. Sang So Mi provoked you. Do you think I don't dare? Yopi Mu Cheon calmly replied, yes, of course she dares. There are many ways to commit suicide. If you act inconveniently, I can still help you. I just feel sorry for my aunt. Her daughter is dead. I'm sure it won't last long. Sang So Mi was surprised to hear such cruel words. Uttering the words Yopi Mu Cheon, she put her face down sobbing and said, I know that's why I have to live. Then she painfully expressed her feelings, but I'm a woman. As soon as I took off the bandage, I saw that my face was ruined. Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms in front of his chest and concluded a sentence. Okay, so you're afraid no one will want to marry you. So it's better for a master to take advantage of it. Can you answer another question that is difficult for me? Having to be picky is really not good, or should I marry you? Sang So Mi's feelings have softened. She stopped crying and asked him to say it again. Yopi Mu Cheon impatiently told her. I said, if no one wants to marry you, I can marry you. Sang So Mi also objected. You also didn't see my face, so you dared to say that. I'm now ugly enough to scare people to death. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand to guard the corner. Narrow the scope of the eye. Just stared at Sang So Mi for scrutiny. I also did the surgery for you. Haven't I seen that wound? No one wants it, but I want it. Sang So Mi is still depressed. Are you sure you're as ugly as me now? Yopi Mu Cheon quickly confirmed. Of course not. My wife must be very beautiful and white. said, and then he used a sinister expression close to Sangsumi's face. Don't forget me. What do you rely on to earn your living? Sangsumi heard that and immediately understood the problem. She exclaimed to him eagerly. What do you mean I can still recover? Yopi Mu Cheon held out 5 fingers firmly. Don't say this, will you be my wife? Sangsumi openly despises him. 5 parts is also too little. Can there be more than 8 parts like? Yopi Mu Cheon also refused to give in and told her aunt. She considered this as buying food, so why did she still pay the price? Say 10 times. Yes or not? Sangsumi haughtily snorted and turned away. Until now. Only then did Yopi Mu Cheon seriously listen to Oh No Do. She's been so angry lately that she can't sleep. And after saying that, he's not only not shy, but also have a thick face and a butt. Sat on Sangsumi's bed. Appeared to be a gentleman. He said that tonight I will reluctantly sleep with you together. Help her adjust the rules of life. Sangsumi immediately exploded. Don't you dare, watch out for me. Yopi Mu Cheon naturally asked again. How come she's not the same as last time? Take the gun out of the bed. I don't believe you can bring a gun to the hospital. Sangsumi doesn't care. He lifted the blanket and lay down on the bed. Yopi Mu Cheon turned to look. I saw the girl covering her head with the blanket. Yopi Mu Cheon still persevered, chattering endlessly. That's right, tell her the good news. There is a solution for my aunt's illness. Although Sangsumi still hasn't responded, he was still excited to continue talking. Maybe within the next year I can be cured. Sangsumi popped her head out and asked a short question. Really? Yopi Mu Cheon affirmed that of course it was true. So you should rest well. Don't let your condition get worse. Obediently go to sleep. Sangsumi hummed for an hour. Then quickly fell asleep. Half an hour later, Sangsumi was fast asleep. Yopi Mu Cheon stood up and looked at her, telling himself that he was finally asleep. I should go too. But I was just about to leave. His hand was held back by Sangsumi. Yopi Mu Cheon stopped walking, glanced at Sangsumi, still closing his eyes and not saying a word. Yopi Mu Cheon looked reluctant and said, Hey. Looking at it like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to go tonight. The next morning, the man in military uniform asked, Oh professor. How is she? Oh professor immediately replied Yopi Soga. Last night he said he would come. There should be no problem. Let's go in and take a look. In front of Sangsumi's room, the man in military uniform pushed the door and walked in. Mouth asked, Oh professor. I don't know if Somi has taken a break recently. Are you resting well? Oh professor, please rest assured. Yopi Soga is still very trustworthy. Just finished his sentence. Both of them opened their eyes wide when they saw the scene in front of. On the hospital bed, Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't care about men and women, but hugged Sangsumi. Right now both of them are still sleeping soundly. Yopi Mu Cheon said the dumplings also want to eat. Sangsumi's side is also not awake. Nya. Why have you become so heavy? Man in military uniform and Professor O. Speechless. Even both of them don't know what is happening in front of. Right now Yopi Mu Cheon stood up. Open your mouth wide and you won't be polite anymore. Even with my eyes closed. But still determines the exact position. Sangsumi's dumplings are so puffy. The dumplings haven't reached the mouth yet. Sangsumi woke up. Very quickly a pop sounded. Yopi Mu Cheon ate Sangsumi's slap. The pain from his face woke him up. Sangsumi raised her hand to block her bust, stammering speechlessly. Brother. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand and calmly asked and answered. Blame me for not answering. Sangsumi immediately raised her foot, kicked Yopi Mu Cheon off the bed, along with the statement that someone told him to go to bed. A sudden kick, making Yopi Mu Cheon temporarily unable to resist. A second later he was sitting on the ground. Her tone was like a hooligan, saying she didn't even know how to be reasonable. It was you who pulled me back last night and wouldn't let me go. Do you really think I will be like in the manga? Lying on the edge of the bed like that is so uncomfortable. It's so reasonable there's nothing else to say. Professor O approached and asked. Tell me quickly what happened last night. Oh, you still pulled and didn't let me go. When do you two always have progress like this? The man in military uniform happily said to Soja. Only you can conquer it. The little ancestor in the police department is afraid of everyone who meets him. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand and scratched his head. Contrary to that cheerfulness, Yopi Mu Cheon frowned and laughed. Laugh and laugh at the fart, but just stay there and laugh. I was just sleeping, nothing happened. I was surprised. Turned around and scolded Sang So Mi. And she just stayed in bed for a while. But he acted so evilly. Often Tium I immediately spit smoke. Is there anyone like that in the same bed? Do you see me as your mother? I still have to give you a pair of breasts, right? Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand to touch his chin and carefully examined it. It's true that there was a bite there. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself, did he bite? It turns out that eating dumplings in the dream is such a thing. What should I say if I bite one and don't eat it all? Suddenly he quickly rushed out the door. Before leaving, just leave one sentence. Suddenly want to go to the toilet. Let's talk again when we have time. The door closed with a bang and the figure disappeared. Yopi Mu Cheon still heard the sound outside. Sangsami's scolding voice. Damn it, don't let me see you again. Take the opportunity to peek in the door and ask that. What do you mean I don't need to come tomorrow to treat your face? Sang So Mi clutched the soft pillow and threw the pillow towards Yopi Mu Cheon. She just said except tomorrow. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed the pillow. Not 5 seconds later, the pillow landed on Sangsami's face. He left a sentence and then got hit with a pillow in her face instead of getting angry. Very shy again, she whispered in her mouth, what a hateful person. The sky is clear. Yopi Mu Cheon stood in the hospital lobby thinking. The first level of the air magic pill is already. Practice in theory. Now I can try using specific energy needles. To see how effective they are. Still have to wait for the test to know. As soon as he stepped down the stairs, he bumped into Oh Young Ho. Out of politeness, Oh Young Ho still said hello, I want to talk to you. Yopi Mu Cheon walked leisurely. Got something good to say? Don't you want to tell me to leave Jung Hasin? So I can tell you clearly. You're thinking about eating farts. Yeop Mukion's face was filled with murderous intent. Oh Young Ho crossed his arms over his chest, reminding him like a gentleman. Don't leave her. You will die very unsightly for Oh Young Ga. Deal with a wandering villager. Didn't waste too much effort. In response to Oh Yang Ho's threats, Yopi Mu Cheon was not only not afraid but also smiled. Turned around and said in a sarcastic tone. For you Oh Young Ga. I really learned a lot of things, ha ha ha. Oh Young Ho gritted his teeth. Asked him what he was laughing at. Yopi Mu Cheon continued. Oh Young Nadu's lives are at stake. These things this nephew hates. He can't die. His mind is all about flirting with girls. Only Oh Young Hang Wall is busy praying. The one who saved your lives. Oh Young Ga also only has Oh Young Hang Wall. Is not to make people feel disgusted. Mentioning Oh Young Hang Wall. Yeop Mukion's face was like a flower. Conveniently mentioned. I want to deal with a vagabond like me. Then just come. His words were 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts contemptuous. Yopi Mu Cheon stuffed his mouth and encouraged him. At the same time, we also had to do it well. Oh Young Ga from the 4 great families was about to be dismissed. Oh Yang Ho's face turned black when he heard that. And he returned to the hotel, where Yopi Mu Cheon and Jung Hasin are. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Jung Hasin waiting for her. She scolded him, telling him where he had gone. How come I can't even use the phone? Yopi Mu Cheon rubbed his head very awkwardly and replied yes. She went to do something on her phone and the battery ran out. He sat next to her and asked what was wrong with her eyes. It's not like I waited all night without going to sleep, but dark circles were clearly visible on my eyes. Yet she still refused. No one has been waiting for you all night. Leaning on the bed with both hands, Yopi Mu Cheon exclaimed, Hu da. This place can be compared to a hospital bedroom. Much more comfortable. Jung Hasin turned to ask him to eat the fruit. I'll bring one for you. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and said no need. Just now your senior brother came to me and told me to leave you. Contrary to Yeop Mukion's impartiality, Jung Hasin was even more worried. She lowered her head and asked, how should he answer him? Yopi Mu Cheon was surprised for a moment, then showed an expression like this is the most unlucky ghost, making Yopi Mu Cheon joke. Of course I had to agree. His family is so powerful and has so much money to play with him. I will definitely die very unsightly. Jung Hasin couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard that. However, she still did not blame her. She stood up and said I should immediately move out. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed her wrist, not letting her continue moving. He laughed and continued. Then I told him again and told him to ride his horse forward. Because I like being in the same place as you. Jung Hasin heard that and happily pinched her cheeks. Yopi Mu Cheon. Not to mention, Yopi Mu Cheon did not condemn this action at all. Is it okay for her? Dared to tease me. To remember something. She picked up the phone and said yes. Today I watched the news. The first and last pages don't have him. Just pinching Jung Hasin's cheek, just as he gave the phone to Yopi Mu Cheon to watch the news. The sound of a chef was heard from the news. Everyone sees this chopstick as both small and round. Like a toothpick, it's sharp and narrow. Practice at school. After half a month of training, the student achieves the title. The face of modern volleyball comes along. That's a picture of a male student looking very handsome. Yopi Mu Cheon said it's not bad. After all, it's not in the title. He secretly thought Nyong no Du really did a good job. Next, Jung Hasim cheered Ha to show him the news. I find this news really funny. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled gently at her. It was really interesting. And then I thought about it again. Me and Jung Hasin. In the end, what kind of relationship is it? Is clearly not a lover. But I felt like lovers. On the second day, the whole hospital hallway was polluted. The noise from the hospital room. The guy was screaming so loudly I couldn't sleep. I can't sleep. When you sleep, you will change to a superhero. Shouting, he ran away, making the nurse worried. At this moment a woman appeared. She kindly told Suhong to listen. Go quickly and get some sleep. Suhong still shook his head, unable to move. I can't sleep. I don't want to change, superhero can't sleep. The mother wholeheartedly advised Suhong to listen to her mother. Go get some sleep. But young Master Suhong is still stubbornly arguing. Said no sleep. If you can't hear it, why can't you sleep? Can't sleep, can't sleep. No way. The mother had to ask for help from the nursing team. Doctor, you guys handle it. Is still the same familiar way. The female nurse raised the anesthetic needle very precisely and injected it into Suhong's butt, making it impossible for him to dodge in time. Saw that he was falling asleep under the effects of the anesthetic. The nurse breathed a sigh of relief. Simply an injection, but it is located in a critical position. Being poked in the butt like that, Suhong lay down on the ground. The position is also not comfortable. On the contrary, it looked very funny. The female nurse also skillfully pulled the straps on his legs. Saw his son's illness becoming more and more serious. Raj's heart is like a stormy sea. Absent-mindedly rolling his eyes, accidentally entered her field of vision. It's Yopi Mu Cheon again, walking toward. Like a fish in water. The smile on her lips immediately opened. Ra Chung-ok couldn't hide his nervous look. With joy mixed with anticipation. Tell him that the magic doctor you came to help me. Leisurely walked over with a calm attitude. The two hands in the pockets of the pants make it look even brighter. Inherent handsomeness. Yopi Mu Cheon is also not arrogant. Raoni also thinks too highly of me. I also don't have any disease that can be cured. Raja also has no respect. She approached directly as if it were nothing. Plump breasts pressed against Yeop Mukion's hand. Shy but coy. Outside, it was also rumored that he was a genius doctor. It's convenient for you to give her a hand. As if losing her gravity, she leaned completely against his body. She will meet any condition for you. Yopi Mu Cheon blushed and quickly grabbed his nose. Thought to myself, damn it. This woman. In the end, is it intentionally tempting me or not? Any request is met, in other words. Right in front of your eyes is a pair of delicious grapefruits. Yopi Mu Cheon was helplessly sweating. There is also half a reluctance in my heart. This deadly demon-slaying body. When you encounter a woman, you can't stand being alone. Can Yak Seong be controlled by a woman? He slowly pulled his hand out of his bag. The giant peach shyly scratched his face and said a little. His symptom is that as soon as he sleeps, he will dream about stars. In his heart, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately corrected himself. Think about the conditions that Raja just suggested. Practicing medicine is a good practice. Absolutely not because of any conditions. Raja thought for a moment and then reluctantly said, as soon as you sleep, you will dream. Sometimes even hitting people. She sighed sadly. Before, it was only like that at night. Now, even during the day, he doesn't dare sleep. Yopi Mu Cheon took a pen in hand and immediately prescribed medicine. The thoughts in my head turned out to be like that. If you use the needle magic technique, can certainly be cured. But Jaeon Suhung, such rotten people. It's not worthy for me to use such great strength. In just a moment that Yopi Mu Cheon finished writing, he spoke politely and handed the form to her. Take this medicine according to your prescription. See how effective it is. If it weren't for Ronnie's love, I wouldn't have saved him. But really, only in your heart can you understand. First, feel free to give the prescription. Reluctantly, took the prescription and smiled. Ra Chung-ok feels grateful from the bottom of her heart. Thank you Yopi, god of medicine. I will definitely give you a big lucky money bag. If the prescription is effective. And here is my business card. Look at Raja's enchanting appearance. Yopi Mu Cheon silently swallowed his saliva and thought, ha ha ha. Just close it yourself and give it to me. And leave Suhong's hospital room. His thoughts are always on Raja. Boys are just as big. I don't know how old Ra Chung-ok is. Followed him in his thoughts to room 601. Standing in front of the room door, Muchin asked himself in his heart. Beans to my taste. Is it a bit heavy? He opened the door and entered the room. Announced himself that the holy medicine man had arrived. Hurry up and prepare for treatment. Just finished speaking and appeared right before his eyes. Sangso Mi is not wearing proper clothes. Or rather, just wearing only the shirt on his body. Yopi Mu Cheon stood dumbfounded like a beautiful woman right in front of him. Made him blush. Her eyes also became bright. Sangso Mi felt embarrassed and hot. Shouted loudly with an aggressive face. Don't you know how to knock? Yopi Mu Cheon, like not caring. Go forward. The bed nonchalantly replied that it was okay. Don't wear it, but you'll have to take it off after a while. His words made Somi even more embarrassed. Moreover, she is also a male and female. Angrily, he glared and waited until he could take it off. What did he mean? He slowly pulled it out of his pocket. A box placed on the hospital bed. The red box has a bag of flour inside. A small knife and bandages. She wondered and asked him what these things were. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't explain much. Simply said, the hand just picked up the small dagger and the packet of pink powder. Help her become beautiful. Next there may be some pain. Be a little patient. Follow my hand. Each wave of old ice falls was replaced with a new bandage. Although it was still a bit scary. In the end, Somi, still not sure what feeling she was feeling inside, started to confess. It's unimaginable. To feel absolutely no pain. Just a little numb. After a while, Somi looked back at herself a bit helpless. She looked like a wounded person. His eyes and hands are no different from having a brain injury. Thinking that this guy turned a healthy pig into a lame pig. Doubtfully asked if it was really possible. Walked over. The anonymous door said firmly. Talking nonsense about me is Yak Seong. Even this little thing can't be done. How can I still meet someone who talks and does things at the same time? He locked the door, then continued to take off his clothes. Somi was startled and screamed, "What did you say?" Yopi Mu Cheon seemed to have predicted Somi's attitude. He slowly explained that her chest also had 3 large scars. If you still want to keep it, you won't be afraid to feed it to your child later. The child saw and hated his mother's sharp words. Muchian's rigorous reasoning makes Somi feel reasonable, but she still felt extremely timid. Can you give me some time for this? I haven't finished preparing yet. She thought for a moment and then said another 2 days. Can you wait 2 more days? But now Yopi Mu Cheon is like a lustful devil. When I see a beautiful woman's hands and feet, I'm not easy to please. Approach directly, laughing mischievously. My name is Yak Seong. Must help her. Let's start the treatment now. As if we saw the intentions of the evil wolf in front of us. Somi was both embarrassed and a little scared. Say loudly, "Don't come here, don't touch it." Like an adult leopard, lightning fast, Yopi Mu Cheon walked towards Somi. Even though the aggressive beauty screamed, "Damn it. Don't come here, I won't fix it." Yopi Mu Cheon sighed. In his hand was a small bag that he conveniently swung towards the beauty. Immediately, pink mist spread throughout the room. Somi was so scared that her eyes opened wide. "My heart is constantly churning. What happened? Can't move anymore." She burst out, begging him to stop. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke like a benevolent doctor. "Always use your mind to treat the sick." He placed his hand on Somi's shoulder and gently comforted her. "I am a physician. I have to save you." Somi screamed in protest. Clearly he always said he was not a doctor. Yopi Mu Cheon silently shook his head. "Talking about it now is useless. Just save people first," he said. "Nowadays, doctors don't discriminate between men and women." "I won't be polite." My hands slowly undressed Somi. Despite her vehement objections, "Stop quickly and beg him to stop." Yopi Mu Cheon smacked his lips and said, after the person in front of him was naked, "Okay, don't cry anymore. Don't forget that I saved your life." Somi's face turned pink and helpless. "Turn your face to the side." Waited a while and still didn't see any movement. Somi couldn't hold it in anymore. Then urged him to stand there blankly. Then Yopi Mu Cheon laughed. "I don't hide anything and say it. I want to enjoy a little bit. This rare opportunity is not at peace." Gently touch the water balloon in front of you. Exclaimed that it was so beautiful. To look at Somi's delicate appearance. With a resigned attitude, Muchin said, "Okay. Don't pretend to feel wronged, you won't be at a loss." After saying that, "Your hands are still open to eat tofu." In her anger, Somi shouted loudly, "You are a doctor. How can you do that?" Yopi Mu Cheon seemed to be asked. "Pretend to be sad and say I'm a doctor. She even forgot about me besides being a teacher. Also a man. Who is kind and doesn't repay her the way she wants. If you haven't cured her yet, she's not willing. I can help you get dressed." After listening, Somi was truly speechless. "Now I put on clothes and then take them off. Who knows when she will be able to overcome this great humiliation. Moreover, this is also a cure." Immediately continued to curse and curse. "You took all the comforts." Yopi Mu Cheon seemed to hear the right answer. The words immediately burst into laughter, thinking that's right. "After all, she is mine. It's hard for me to look at you a little bit." Somi replied dejectedly and didn't forget to scold her loudly. "Whoever is yours is truly shameless." Yopi Mu Cheon is now like a child with his mouth wide open. Challenging voice. She still wanted to change her mind. "On the contrary, I want to see who dares to marry her." No Ya kills him. And tells her, "Don't think about other men in the future. In my heart, I'm only allowed to think about me. I saved this little life of yours. But I didn't expect that the benefactor would even want to marry me to repay the favor." Somi frowned and said, "What era is it now?" He also wanted me to personally repay. For listening to what she said. Not only was he not angry. On the contrary, he even corrected her sentence for her. "If you're wrong, you don't have to repay it with your own body. But I'm asking for treatment so I can help your mother. Now let me help you with this favor." Yopi Mu Cheon thought for a moment and continued, "Can't you repay these two favors?" Somi was already shaking in her heart as she spoke in a low voice. "I follow you." And his girlfriend didn't plan to do anything. Just waiting like that. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said, "This is a very serious matter. Now I'm also thinking about this problem. Try to plan for the next 2 years. In a place near rivers and mountains, feng shui treasure. Buy a big villa together in." Somian looked upset after hearing this. Said contemptuously, "This perverted bastard still wants to create a harem. I'm afraid she's still not satisfied." Yopi Mu Cheon with a bright aura. Affirm that. "Trust me. In the future, we will be a big family. Absolutely will be very happy." After hearing this, Somi became even angrier, puffed her cheeks and turned away. The mood also dropped even more. After completing treatment, Yopi Mu Cheon kindly reminded him, "The wound cannot be touched. The water cannot be opened to see. Nor is any man allowed to look." Even though the male medical student had just finished speaking, there was a knocking sound outside. And it was only now that Somi could move. Immediately kicked him and flew far away. Quickly get clothes to wear," she said hastily. "If you don't go away, open the door, you damn pervert." I still have clothes on. Which had already been kicked out the door. So going 1 or 2 more steps is not difficult. Yopi Mu Cheon opened the door curiously. Outside is a man with golden hair. And a very bright face. In his hand he held a beautiful bouquet of roses. Everyone exudes a rich look. The other person immediately said loudly, "Somi, I came to visit you." And finished the top button of his shirt. Somi opened her mouth to question Baek Bu. "Why did you come?" And not answer her question? He frowned suspiciously and walked towards the hospital bed. That said, "How did you lock the door just now?" After hearing this, Somi immediately stiffened and scratched her face. Now how can I explain? Yopi Mu Cheon can't stand being ignored all this time. But walked towards the 2 people. The tone was also somewhat irritable. "Why can't it be closed? Can't you see I'm a doctor?" Hearing that, Baek Bu immediately replied. "The attitude is also not very friendly. I hate being able to kick this guy out. Hey, you don't look like a doctor when you're dressed like that." And even though Yeop Mukyeon's face is as black as the bottom of a pot, he also doesn't care. Immediately gave the bouquet to the beauty. His attitude also became much gentler. No matter how injured Somi was, she didn't tell me. And received the bouquet of flowers. Somi doesn't hate him either. Simply replied in a curt manner. Besides, there's no need to be surprised. Just take a quick look at Somi. With a bunch of bandages on his head. Baek Bu was so surprised that he was sweating. Panicked and asked, "Is my face ruined?" Somi didn't hide anything. But still speak honestly before the results come out. Hasn't let the beauty finish talking yet. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately moved to block her throat. Literally. Pretend to be affectionate. Baek Hung came at the right time. Quickly give her some advice. It's not that the face is destroyed more specifically than the person. Then yes anyway. Baek Hung will love her, right? As he said, Yeop Mukyeon's eyes were also mature. Glanced at Somi. Signaled her not to talk. Is a person who pays attention to details. Somi immediately recognized this signal. She secretly thought that this person wanted to help her test him. As a real actor, Yopi Mu Cheon continued speaking. Brother Baek quickly advised her. Just now I wanted to commit suicide. The more you talk, the more enthusiastic you become. The more Baek Bu listened, the more stunned he became. Scared to the point of being paralyzed. Then he turned to look at the person he was pursuing. Trying to salvage a little more fragile hope. Somi is really cancelled. Somi is also very good. Cooperate sentimentally and turn your head to the side. The look is also very sad. Only by remaining silent. Did Baek Bu really panic? He was shocked at the thought of fighting each other. Each line of contemplation follows. Not saying a word in my head. Perhaps it was a tacit admission that. Looked back at her wound. Baek Bu is more likely to eat. Those words that Yopi Mu Cheon said. Is definitely true. He thought such a big scar. And most faces are ruined. Isn't that unsightly? Yopi Mu Cheon jumped up after winning and said. Brother Baek, please hurry up and comfort her. It's not like his face was ruined. But he also didn't forget to say nonsense. Brother Baek is not that kind of person. Just look at the appearance. I'm sure you like her soulful beauty. Baek Bu is truly heartbroken. The face becomes more and more unsightly. His forehead was also covered with sweat, but he stammered unwillingly. Right. Of course it's the beauty of the soul. And then forced himself to ask. Now science is so developed. Can't be aesthetically pleasing, but still can't escape. Yopi Mu Cheon looked serious at first. But deep down I'm excited to the point of explosion. He looked sad, doctor. Say it like that. It seems useless to travel around the world. This life can only be like that. Then sighed and patted Baek Bu's shoulder to encourage Baek Bu. Brother Baek must definitely think of a way to comfort her. I think it's still not enough. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately launched a fatal blow. He said with pity on his face. As for the other point, what is the injury considered? The abdomen and chest also have large scars. So what should I do? Hearing that, Baek Bu's heart was broken. Even terrifying. The person immediately stiffened. Deep down, I can't accept anything. There are scars or large marks on the abdomen and chest. Yopi Mu Cheon feels like he is about to achieve his goal. Continued talking. Nor is it particularly large. Just the size of a big bowl like that. Even if it's a little bruised, it's nothing. Beck brother must really comfort Somi. Made her feel better. Sweating profusely. Beck Boo hummed loudly to get it over with. Yes, I will definitely comfort her well. See, the opportunity is ripe. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately admired it very well. As if Somi wasn't looking at the wrong person. He gave a suggestion. If not so, he definitely proposed to her here. She really needs your support now. Right away. Beck Boo turned into a frog and jumped up. He panicked and proposed marriage. I also thought that in my head. Let yourself marry someone who is ugly to someone else. What do you think of yourself? Yopi Mu Cheon silently advised brother Beck. Definitely get married. I also have to say that I guarantee to love her for the rest of my life. Otherwise, how could Somi have the courage to live? Looking at her sad eyes. Moreover, there is also a bit of Somi's cold wind. Beck Boo mumbles like a turtle. I don't know what to say. But I grit my teeth and think I just need money. No beautiful woman can be found in number ya. There's no need to wear an ugly person. Who can't stay here another minute? Beck Boo quickly said and moved immediately. This story will be discussed another day. I remember there was an urgent matter that hadn't been handled yet. Another day to visit. Somi sighed, now willing to speak up. The so-called love is not being able to bear a blow. Why is this world still sincere? After all, I originally had no feelings for him. Just a normal suitor. She silently looked at Yopi Mu Cheon and asked how this time. Are you satisfied? Yopi Mu Cheon, no. But I don't feel tormented, but I'm still somewhat happy. I just want you to know. No one in this world compares to me. Suitable for her. Somi didn't change her face at all. Tell me again, Beck Boo. Before, he swore every day that he liked me. I want to love me with all my heart. And then bitterly say what the outcome will be. You men are not good things. Yopi Mu Cheon shrugged my shoulders. Admitting that I am indeed not a good man. But then being sincere. But determined that there was nothing fake in his eyes. Keep talking, but if I like someone, absolutely will not let go. No matter what, will also like that person from beginning to end. Somi pondered and then expressed her opinion. I can also be like you said. Liking someone will forever like. The prerequisite is that other man can't like other women. Can you do it? Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon blushed shyly. I love this girl. It's also because she helped me find some sisters. There's nothing to do. Maybe a place to play mahjong. Hearing that, Somi glared fiercely. In front of her eyes was the name that did not explain his reason. You can still keep a little bit of integrity. Wholesale or not. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly remembered this and asked her in a loud voice. Cough cough, that's right. Do you know Sa Dui? She called herself her sister. And only briefly mentioned that name. Somi, who was a little cat, immediately turned into a fierce tiger. Her face darkened and she gritted her teeth angrily. Squeaked and said, what did she say to him? Looking at Somi's fierce appearance. Yopi Mu Cheon was also scared. He quickly voiced his question. Without her being Sadoga's relative. Why is life so difficult? The more Somi listened, the angrier she became. She snapped and pointed at him. No one made any rules. My life must be rich. Don't mention that person in front of me in the future. You better not come into contact with her. And you don't know what to say. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't think. Would she have such a drastic attitude? Suddenly his phone rang. Fortunately, was a good opportunity to dispel this awkward atmosphere. He picked up the phone. First opened the greeting to Oh no do, what's wrong? On the other line was Oh Young Sang, who answered and said, that was the last time you came to my house. Haven't had time to talk about the event yet. There you go to Wisio to see me. It's starting to get dark. Yopi Mu Cheon is already at Wisio, a luxurious clubhouse where Dongsheng, with his cheap bicycle. He looks a bit devastated. Haven't reached the threshold yet. Then he was stopped by the bodyguards outside. I'm really sorry, sir. We have a membership policy here. Only with a membership card can you enter. Yopi Mu Cheon bit his lip, his eyes clearly showing reluctance. I haven't been told anything yet, just called to come. Thinking in my heart, You also need a card to enter the door. Oh no, why didn't you tell me this? I want to play, I'm trying to explain but I can't. He gradually became helpless. Then right next to him was a luxurious golden car. Inside was Sa Du-wee, with lightly curled pink hair, heavy makeup, paired with a red slit dress, adding even more charm and beauty. She glanced in Yeop Mukyeon's direction. Couldn't help but express my admiration. Isn't this Yeopie the miracle doctor? Why is it such a coincidence? The bodyguard heard the voice. Immediately respectfully called Miss Sato. Sa Du-wee continued speaking, it looked like he was sick. Stop here, get in the car, I'll take you there. Yeopie Mu-cheon was happy to hear that, but awkwardly looked at his warhorse. Seeing that, Sa Du-wee said loudly in disdain. Leave the bike there, no one dares to steal it. Yeopie Mu-cheon doesn't have time to wait any longer. Immediately opened the car door. Can still say it. Tell in advance for my beloved car. Not cheap value. Haven't had time to get in the car yet. Scene from Du-wee. He opened his eyes wide and thought to himself. God, this way of dressing is a bit interesting. Saw Yeopie Mu-cheon standing still. She immediately urged him to hesitate and get in the car. And look at the car in front of him that had already rolled away. The two bodyguards also became foolish. A damned forerunner. What background does that Soja have? And is respected by Miss Sato. The remaining names are not much better. He said it was my first time. Seeing Miss Sato allowing men to ride in her car. Gradually appeared before his eyes as the most luxurious clubhouse. Wisio is lavish and splendid. Sa Du-wee has arrived. But Yeopie Mu-cheon still did not move anything. Self-serious look. But focus on your body. Making Sa Du-wee laugh. Little brother, you've been staring at me for a while. Do you want me to take it off so you can see clearly? The more she talked, the closer she got to him. To the point where Yeopie Mu-cheon had to cover his mouth and speak. Miss Tu can easily turn into that beast. Please respect that. Yet Sa Du-wee still did not hesitate to say anything more. I like you calling me sister. Call me to try listening a bit. At such a close distance. Yeop Mukyeon's eyes also could not calm down. Immediately look at the most beautiful thing right in front of your eyes. Thinking just focused on the peach in front of me. It's really white, isn't it really big? Again because of the body. Every time I come into contact with a woman, my face turns red. Furthermore, there was a nosebleed. Yeopie Mu-cheon felt like he was not done. Try to awaken yourself. It's like it's hard to pass the beauty barrier. Echoing my own heart's voice. Too close. Sa Du-wee saw that Yeopie Mu-cheon didn't say anything anymore. Immediately realized where his eyes were placed. At the same time, I also saw the little angel raising his head to say hello. His cheeks immediately turned red, showing off a bewitching look. No matter where you look, your brother is truly evil. Do you want me to bury your head in so you can see clearly? The blood from your nose is already flowing down. Yeopie Mu-cheon was confused and wondered what the situation was. No Yaw is smart all his life but is toyed with by women. Asked, has anyone said she looks like an elf? Hearing that, Sa Du-wee moved a little closer to him with her index finger. Since when did you lift your chin? The tone makes the elf more endearing than ever. As long as you like it, let her make your elf. Unable to withstand this strong attraction, Yeopie Mu-cheon determinedly threw open the car door and ran out. Her face looked like a teenage girl's face was red. If I'm wrong, please don't tempt me anymore. Hearing that, Sa Du-wee immediately said he wanted his younger brother to be good. When you're done, remember to call me. I want to talk to you privately for a bit. Awkwardly patting my brother as I walked. Yeopie Mu-cheon responded spontaneously. Let's see what the situation is. Is a lavish party. So almost everyone here dresses very luxuriously. Most of the time there are couples laughing and talking happily. Overwhelmed by the glamour of this place. Yeopie Mu-cheon heard Oh Jung-sang's call. Sitting with someone. Yeopie Soga, we on this side. Just walked over. He also did not hesitate to complain to him. His eyes were also somewhat sad. Oh no, you are so sinister. Knowing full well that I didn't have a membership card, he told me to come. Did he see that I was upset and intentionally tease me? Hearing that, Oh Young Sang laughed and scratched his head. The look and style are never out of date. Even though my hair has turned silver. It's not that I forgot, I'm really sorry. Then he introduced the person who had been forgotten until now. For Yopi Mu Cheon, let me introduce you a bit. This person is Juhosong Secretary Ju. Dongsheng likes cleaning Secretary Ju the most with his gentle face. A smile appeared on her lips and she politely shook hands with him. You are the greatest celebrity Yopi Mu Cheon is honored to be. He felt embarrassed and did not dare to accept it. Please tell me what happened when you called me this time. Now Oh Young Sang is telling the story. 4 days later is Waha Day. We and Hugh Country exchange medicine. We want to invite you to come along. Yopi Mu Cheon was bewildered. Hugh Country is the Gi1G Gook world. Please call me to do something about this. I have nothing to do with. Seeing the determined look, divide your boundaries. Oh No Do forced a smile and said, mainly calling him to help with the situation. Last year we lost miserably. This time we must win no matter what. Followed him by Secretary Ju. He gently persuaded. So Yopi Nu appreciates you very much. So I want to take you with me. Yopi Mu Cheon was originally not interested in me. Even the doctor is not a bad name. Unfavorable language is not very good. Juhosong smiled and his voice was also more gentle. This is simple. No matter what the procedure, I can help you add. I'm afraid Yopi Mu Cheon will refuse. Oh Young Sang clasped his hands urgently and said, you can return in at most 5 or 3 days. Won't take up too much of your time. Yopi Soga, consider giving me a hand. After hearing this, Yopi Mu Cheon became even more confused. I don't understand why. Why did he insist on inviting me? He wondered. Oh number do. He is also an old man. Is winning or losing still that important to you? Just exchange medical skills. It's okay to lose. Like reaching the bottom of pain. Oh Young Sang angrily objected. You don't know last year. Il Guksung doesn't look like anything. Hatred can't get on our heads. He said through gritted teeth. And pointing at our people said. Waha medical technique is a type of medical technique. They are the orthodox ones. In the end, he devoted all his life to it. Stories related to Waha's glory. Glorious picture. Absolutely can't lose anymore. Looks like it must be very difficult to refuse now. Yopi Mu Cheon thought helplessly. The main reason is the face painting. Such a sincere attitude. It's really inconvenient to refuse. Moreover, having an airbending member is lucky to have. Oh number do. And he sighed in boredom and agreed. I can go with you guys. But I should say that my expectations should not be too high. Hear the answer you want. Now Nu has calmed down a bit. Said that you were joining. The chance of winning increases a lot. 3 days later. We'll be on our way, don't be late. Yopi Mu Cheon responded in a polite way to be answered. I will definitely do anything. As soon as I finished speaking, the phone rang. Just listen to the voice. The image also appeared in his mind. The girl Sa Du Wei. On the other end of the line spoke up. Good brother. It's not over yet, why'd I miss you so much? 5 minutes later, she went to pick him up herself. Running away is not allowed. And even speaking in a provocative tone. Okay. I will treat you like a pure boy. Yopi Mu Cheon feels like a child. Needing to take care of a man's dignity. Do not allow him to accept this. He angrily said loudly that he didn't need her to come. I went to find her myself. To let her know what is called a man. It's already late at night. Covered night sky. Shimmering stars illuminate the entire city. Yopi Mu Cheon stood in front of Sadawi's house. But ring the bell. The face is a bit angry. My heart secretly thinks that if the tiger doesn't develop, it sees me as a cat. Sado elf. Today I will let you know how powerful I am. The door was quickly opened. I raised my hand to lean on the door. The eye-catching beauty stood right in front of me. Making Yopi Mu Cheon blush. Sa Du Wei stood and laughed. His younger brother had finally arrived. Sister is lonely. Yopi Mu Cheon became angry. Frowned at her sister. You're playing with fire. However, Sa Du Wei did not seem afraid at all. She smirked and said into his ear. Really, I'm really scared. She suddenly did that, making Yopi Mu Cheon shy. I'm sure she must have a plot. Rectify yourself. I definitely have to resist this goblin getting involved with me. Surely there is a plan, don't be tempted by her. Otherwise it would be easy to fall into a bad situation. Thinking then he decided to go straight into the house. Sitting on the sofa, I consider myself extremely comfortable. Then speak up and ask, "What exactly are you looking for me for?" Sa Dewey just smiled lightly and said with mischievous eyes, "Wisio golden card gave him. Later, you can spend by card. All free." He opened his eyes in surprise. Now I realize that everything is free. The huge amount of Wisio is probably yours. Sa Dewey laughed and scolded Yopi Mu Cheon for being so stupid. Now I can guess that I deserve to be punished. Yopi Mu Cheon pondered but then raised his hand to refuse. "Miss Sato, don't bring disaster to me. I can't accept your lover's debt with this card." I couldn't accept, even though I refused. But Sa Dewey still held the card and thrust it into his chest. "This action is just like a prostitute. You must keep this card without it. Why do you and I promise to be a good brother? I don't have a boyfriend yet." Even though Yopi Mu Cheon refuses. After finishing, he still blushed and put the card in his shirt pocket. "Already said that people still give. Surely it's not a bad idea. Even more so when you have this card. You only gain, you don't lose." Even though I really like it in my heart. But on the outside he still spoke coldly. "I'm not myself either. Can enter Miss Sato's legal entity. Have something to say frankly? What exactly do you need me for?" Sa Dewey pondered as if it was nothing. "Touch your lips with your finger. The appearance is also really attractive." Looked at Yopi Mu Cheon with interest. Caught the eye or not? It's not the sister who decides, but she has to watch her brother demonstrate. And then gently continue. "But on the contrary, it's true. I want to find my younger brother to cooperate. I don't know if my brother wants it or not. Be my private doctor. I will repay you. If there is a disease, I can help you see why you have to be a private doctor." Sa Dewey smiled and replied that she was not sick. "I want to make you a private healthcare doctor. Annual salary of 100 million, what do you think?" Yopi Mu Cheon was startled when he heard it. Looked towards her. 100 million, you're crazy. Sa Dewey looked shy and teased him so obnoxiously. "Don't stare at me. Are you ashamed?" Suddenly she changed her face and smiled sinisterly. "Of course, I also have another condition. Here. No one has prepared food for people to eat all this time." Yopi Mu Cheon was just waiting for Sa Dewey to state his intention. Without any hesitation before she continued. "Except for your sister, you can't see the disease. Only then will anyone from the 4 great families." Yopi Mu Cheon understand her intentions. Said without any respect, "I want to use my hand to deal with those 3 big families. Miss Sato is really good at calculating things." Sa Dewey chuckled. "Don't speak so harshly, sister. It's just that he won't let you cure them. Nor is it for you to poison them. This may be normal trading competition. If you are not satisfied, conditions we can discuss again." Yopi Mu Cheon now comfortably leaned back in his chair. Shrugged and replied, "Free. 100 million of these types of conditions. No matter who it is, it's hard to refuse. Unfortunately I have no way to respond to you." Her face darkened, this was a golden opportunity. Yet he had the heart to refuse. She was confused and asked why. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't hide anything. Said calmly, "Oh Yong Hang Wall is kind to me. I promised her that she would definitely do her best to save Grandpa." And stopped for a moment. He also re-emphasized his own point of view. Raised his hand and pointed towards Sa Dewey. "I don't stand in any house. Just want to help Ouyang Hang Wall. I don't want to participate in your invitations fight." She makes this point clear. Sa Dewey leans on his hands. Compromise voice. "The neutral position is not that easy to stand. Let's change the topic. Instead of asking to be a separate doctor, she wants Yopi Mu Cheon to be her partner. For tonight's party. At Hyeon Wall Club, Sa Dewey walked in holding Yeop Mukion's arm. The two of them attracted many eyes. With comments full of discomfort and scrutiny. "That's not Sato. Why did she bring her boyfriend? Who is that man's name? What is identity? It's very strange and uncomfortable to be taken first." Yopi Mu Cheon is a bit tense. Right in front of many staring eyes. Questioning her. She said she would requisition me for the night. Was at the banquet to be her boyfriend. "I thought you wanted to commandeer my meat." Sa Du-wee smiled seductively. Sosak Lang dreamed of. Who attended this banquet? They must all be famous businessmen. Rich in assets. Don't underestimate this banquet. If you want to do business, communication is extremely important. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered based on Sadoga's power. Do you still care about parties like this? She just replied, I will never look down on anyone. It's like she doesn't look down on you. He thought to himself. The longer the contact time, the more I felt that this woman was not simple. Yopi Mu Cheon blankly kept staring at her. Sa Du-wee couldn't help but tease. Do you feel that she is great? I can't help but want to love Uni. Repeat it to you once. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Yopi Mu Cheon responded helplessly to her. Don't go from one sister to another. Who knows how old she is? Who knows what it would be like if I married an aunt? Sa Du-wee laughed. You pinch Saiklang's cheeks, you're so naughty. Goodbye, go to the bathroom, just stand there and play for a while. Warn you not to flirt with girls here. Sa Du-wee just left. He silently said that he wasn't that famous. Suddenly Yang Hang-wall ran out to start a conversation. Mr. Yopi came alone. Just finished speaking. There was a lot of talk around him. What kind of identity does that Soja have? Yang Hang-wall also knows. No way. That's someone that all 4 Cheon Geum families know. No way. Nyang Ga Nyang Sagi has a fiancé. Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head and said shyly. The person she was with just went to the bathroom. Yang Hang-wall suggested you. Can we sit down and talk? He was about to agree. Then Sa Du-wee grabbed his wrist to stop. From answering Yang Hang-wall. Sorry sister. Today he belongs to me. Yang Hang-wall suddenly was silent for a moment, then wondered. Yopi Mu Cheon is coming with Sa Du-wee. Since when did they have a good relationship? Don't pay attention and be the first to. Guess what she's thinking? Sa Du-wee angered her even more. Made her scared. The two of us are in the same place. Is it so exaggerated? Today he belongs. If you want, you can borrow it another day. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and thought to himself. Is this a powerful thing? Oh, Yang Hang-wall heard this and decided. Another day. I must lend you Mr. Yopi. Sa Du-wee followed you. Of course we are good sisters. This is a small matter. I shook my head sadly. No one asked my opinion. Sa Du-wee asked Yopi Mu Cheon, good brother. You seem to care a lot about Hang-wall. Maybe he has feelings for his family members? Moreover, it seems that the other person is also the person he has a good feeling about. Coincidentally, she doesn't have a lover yet. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately denied her and me. It's impossible. Sa Du-wee whispered that you were sitting in her car. Her car has never had a man sit in it before. Maybe you don't have the slightest idea. He sighed. Why does everyone talk about this? Isn't it just sitting in the car? Sa Du-wee teased him to tell him something. No man has ever sat in my car until now. You're the first one. Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head, didn't know what to say. Suddenly the sound of dance music started. Sa Du-wee pulled his hand and wanted to dance with him. Saw Yopi Mu Cheon with Sa Du-wee dance. Yang Hang-wall thought to himself uncomfortably. Looking at the unbearable look of Sa Du-ga. Dancing. Because you don't know how to dance. So I accidentally stepped on Sadawi's high heels. I'm sorry, look. I really don't know how to dance without us. Haven't finished speaking yet. Sa Du-wee interrupted the dance in more than one way. Then pulled his arms around his waist. And put her arms around his neck. Making the two of them press close to each other. As soon as he finished, he heard a scream. Full of suffering. Green beans, I want to dance like that too. Fans are so fucking jealous. Being able to interact with Miss Sato like that. It's also gone. Yopi Mu Cheon recommended Sa Du-wee that. If we don't pull out a little distance like that. Indeed. Sa Du-wee showed a hesitant expression. Put his arms around Muqian's body and neck. Said teasingly. Is there a problem? Muqian blushed, pursed her lips and turned away. Not bothering to answer Dao's question. Saw Muqian's blushing expression. Du-wee was also a bit surprised. So he gently pulled the corner of his mouth and said. It's true that the evil younger brother. After hearing that sentence, Muqian's expression was different. Also expressed in the heart. Show another face and say it out loud. Isn't this elf grandmother afraid? If you want to play, then just play in your opinion. The two of them didn't say anything face to face after that. Dewey showed a puzzled face. Because of Wutian's actions, he hasn't smiled awkwardly since just now. Also frowned. Suddenly Wutian's eyes trembled and he looked up. On the teeth, it is tight. The lower lip of his face kept dripping a few drops of sweat. Suddenly Wutian grabbed his pants with both hands and ran away, leaving behind a bewildered Dewey who was looking after Wutian. After leaving Dewey behind, I ran straight to the bathroom, refusing to die. But by mistake, everyone nearby looked wonderingly, but didn't say anything. Only Dewey was hugging. Cheek tilted her head shyly and looked towards Wutian. While running this side, Wutian kept splashing water on his face. Then he wiped the water off his face. Then looked at himself in the mirror. And then frowned and gritted his teeth, blushing and glaring at herself in the mirror. After calming down, she walked out. Then walked towards Dewey, who was currently sitting at the table and enjoying his glass of wine. He approached her and said, "Oh, it turns out Sado is a goblin. Do you also know how to blush? Just now, it seemed like we were both defeated and injured." Dewey didn't get angry after hearing this, just shyly blushing and touching one cheek to say, "If my brother feels, if you're not addicted, let's dance one more song." The prerequisite is that the younger brother can persevere long enough. After listening, Wutian could only speak with a helpless expression. "If I don't dare, I'll lose." Wutian sat down and secretly glanced towards Dewey. Then think. This saw Dewey as truly a person who is not easy to tease. No wonder Sangso Mi is so wary of her. Wutian is enjoying the party with Dewey. Then suddenly a hand was raised in front of him, caught his attention and immediately turned to. He saw a beautiful girl. Has purple hair and purple pupils. Before he could speak, the girl spoke first and spoke. "Mr. Yopi, can you invite me to a dance?" Wutian listened and scratched. Cheek smiled wryly towards the girl. Said, inviting him to dance. "Sorry, I don't know how to dance." After hearing that, the girl was silent and turned her head slightly in the other direction. His mouth hummed sadly as he thought, "Even he didn't want to dance with me." Seeing the sad face of the Wutian girl, immediately quickly said softly, "I really don't know how to dance. If possible, can you teach me a little?" After listening, the girl happily grabbed his hand and pulled him away. While pulling him, she said, "Prepare to pay tuition fees." The two happily went away to dance together, but forgot Dewey behind. Dewey looked at the two of them doing what they just did. It also doesn't show anything excessive. Just silent for a moment. Then gently pulled up the corner of his mouth. He put his hands on each other and watched the two of them. Change scene to Wutian and the other girl. The two of them are dancing with each other. Other men are dancing. Everyone was jealous and gritted their teeth. Turned his sharp eyes towards Wutian. Then think. The other guy was in the same place with Yang Hang Wall. When we return, we must find out clearly about his identity. Suddenly there was a scream, which was Hangwall's cry of pain. Turns out it's because Wutian doesn't know how to dance, constantly stepping on Hangwall's foot, causing her to cry out in pain. Hangwall was in pain and cried, complaining about the pain in the corners of his eyes. He said to Wutian, "Turns out he doesn't really know how to dance." Wutian doesn't know what to express now. Quickly apologized with an apologetic look on his face. And say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, otherwise we should stop." Hangwall listened and frowned at him. Said in a firm voice. Said that if you want to teach, you must teach us to continue. One sound is the sound of footsteps. Wutian stepped on Hangwall's foot, causing pain in his foot again, making Hangwall startled. And Wutian smiled wryly. A few drops of sweat ran down his face. Hangwall darkened his face and endured the pain. Told Wutian to continue, but just for a little while. Was full of popping sounds, mixed with Hangwall's cries of pain. There was so much screaming that had to be done for a few couples. The guests had to look back. For about 20 minutes then. Wutian's dancing and jumping style improved very well. They finished their dance. Hangwall lightly turned around and then fell down. Wutian cooperated with her to support her back, and the dance ended with popping sounds, one after another, making everyone around clap for the two of them. Wutian stepped back happily. Out loud expressions. "I have learned. I can finally dance like a normal person." Hang Wall saw that and smiled happily. Am I worthy enough to be a teacher? Muchin finished listening. It's worth talking while looking at Hang Wall's feet. But the sacrifice is a bit big. Hang Wall's face darkened and he did not speak. Also looked down at her feet. Oh my god, her feet were red and swollen. Muchin felt guilty seeing that. Immediately said that I was a somewhat skilled masseur. Can you believe me? Otherwise, my heart will be very insecure. Hang Wall heard that. Immediately laughed and blushed and almost forgot. I'm a doctor. In the storage room, Hang Wall is sitting on a chair. Muchin took off his shoes for him. Hang Wall shyly opened his eyes and glanced in the other direction. Blushing and saying, I have to bother you next. Muchin heard that but didn't say anything and picked up his foot. Hang Wall blushed and thought, heaven and earth can testify that I cannot control it. But this is really true. Makes people unable to bear it. It's true that I can't get enough of looking at those legs. Hang Wall looks at them. Muchin slowly caressed his feet. Immediately shyly urged him not to look anymore. Hurry up and help me get rid of the pain. Muchin, listen. Then he immediately blushed. The hand that massaged Hang Wall's foot made a cracking sound. Muchin lightly pointed at Hang Wall's foot. Talk about pain without being patient. Just a little bit will quickly go away. Hang Wall heard but did not answer. Her face was as red as a tomato. Muchin seriously adjusted Hang Wall's leg. And finally squeezed it hard. Another crack. Hang Wall was startled when he ate the pain. Frowning and closing eyes tightly. Suddenly the phone rang. Muchin's phone rang. Seeing that, Muchin immediately turned on the phone to listen. Before he could say anything, the other end of the line spoke first. Good brother, you are so unfair. Deal with me. You are so fast. Finished dealing. Adieu. Hang Wall took so long. So it was Dewey calling. She is calling to scold you. Because he left her with Hang Wall for so long. Muchin was startled. Remember the person who was with him a few hours ago. It's the goblin Sado on the other end of the line. Dewey still speaks in a sour way. Maybe it's because she's not beautiful. So you're not interested? Muchin heard that and immediately frowned and explained. I'm just asking for pain relief. Use clearer words. Muchin angrily hung up and said, what the hell are you talking about? Hang Wall listened to Muchin and Dao's conversation. Not happy after all. Frowned and glanced slightly away. He put on a slightly sad face and said he cared about her very much. If not, let's go out and don't let her wait too long. Muchin immediately objected after hearing this and said in an annoyed tone. Leave her alone and let her wait. Muchin said while thinking. Versus Sado the goblin. Oh Young Hang Wall is too simple. Despite the IQ of two people, there should be no difference between high and low. Hang Wall tilted his head slightly and asked sadly. Do you like her? Muchin asked in bewilderment. Why did he ask like that? Hang Wall sadly quickly explained. I don't mean anything else. I just don't hope anything happens to him in the future. A little distance from her. She's not suitable for you. Muchin heard what Hang Wall said. Didn't say anything either. Just thinking in my head. First is Sangso me. Now even Oh Young Hang Wall says the same thing. Is there anything bad about Sado the goblin? I haven't realized it yet? Muchin thought and then laughed. Eyes finished speaking and finished. Hang Wall tried to put his foot down. No more pain or swelling. Muchin with a broken nose smiled complacently. And is proud to say that his skills are up to par. Truly perfect. Finished speaking and suddenly Hang Wall took out a card. Held it out in front of Muchin and said. This is the Hyeon Wall Club VIP card. Can spend money for free. Muchin bewilderedly raised his hand, not understanding what was going on. Then thought Wisio belonged to Sa Dewey. Hyeon Wall belongs to Oh Young Hang Wall. This year, it's popular for hostesses to give star cards. Suddenly remembered something. Muchin immediately said yes, Master Hang Wall. Gave this to her as a gift. Muchin just said. Just took out a box and opened it to Hang Wall. I just saw the thing Muchin just gave me to hold. Then suddenly happily told my grandfather. Muchin replied with a smile. This item has no use for a grandfather. It's for you to use yourself after you get home. Muchin hadn't finished speaking yet. Hang Wall quickly put the pill in the box. Into his mouth and swallowed. Muchin was so shocked that he jumped up and said loudly. Did you eat it already? Muchin shouted. Panicked, he looked around looking for things and then looked for the door and said he was dead. I'm dead. Where is there water nearby? Hang Wall was bewildered and didn't understand anything, but still answered Muchian's question. The bathroom is very close to this place, so what? Muchin heard that, immediately picked up Hang Wall and ran quickly. Then, if you say so, hurry up. Hang Wall blushed, confused, not understanding. Ouyang Hang Wall's loud scream resounded high into the sky, mixed with confusion and worry. This is what happened to me. How can there be so much dirt? Just sitting and listening to the screams makes my ears go deaf. However, Yopi Mu Chian was in a leisurely sitting position, crossed legs. He picked his ear and said no need to be afraid. After washing it off, she will be very surprised. Standing in front of the mirror, Hang Wall was startled and cursed loudly. The tone of voice is also reduced by half. Just enough for me to hear, is this me? Reached out and touched my face. Afraid that cherishing is not enough. She still couldn't believe her eyes. Become more and more suspicious. How did my skin become so smooth? Am I really that beautiful? Rushed out. Her slender hands seemed to have great strength. Push open the door, causing it to make a sound. The loud noise made Yopi Mu Chian scratch his ears. I was also startled. In front of him was Ouyang Hang Wall. Just wrap yourself in a towel that matches your hair color. Beautiful like a flower. Hugged his arm. His sparkling eyes begged me. I still want to finish listening. Yopi Mu Chian immediately darkened his face. It's like my own ears are bleeding. No matter what you say, you can't say nonsense. Although I really want to hear you say I do. But I don't want to reveal my actions. Like not having enough bravery. Not caring what he says. Hang Wall cried loudly. Yeop Mukian's arm was pressed tightly against Yeop Mukian's chest. Now more oppressed. Can I go? I have to become more beautiful. Yopi Mu Chian sighed helplessly. She said this and that pill, one pill is enough. Eating too much is useless. Bowed his head in embarrassment and did not answer, then remained shy. Hang Wall just said yes for an hour. And went down to where the party was still going on. Ouyang Hang Wall was wearing a dress. Similar to a cheongsam but bolder than that. It further enhances her current beauty. Followed by Yopi Mu Chian with a cold look. Hang Wall strode. Step anywhere. Immediately there were voices of praise. Admiring her fairy-like beauty. Some people even said, I'm not dizzy. Why do I suddenly have this feeling? Ouyang Hang Wall is more beautiful. And a gentleman also wondered. Immediately told the person next to him. I'm not the only one who feels this way. What happened in the end? The man next to him also said in confusion. If we say it was originally Ouyang Hang Wall. With Sa Du we share the autumn scenery equally. So now Ouyang Hang Wall is more beautiful. Of course Sado heard that statement. His gaze also became sharper and his head immediately jumped. Just half an hour ago, I didn't see her looking so beautiful. According to intelligence, Jung Hasin participated in Ouyang Ganam's banquet first. Suddenly became much more beautiful. Maybe these things are all Yeop Mukian's tricks. If he could really make some medicine. Increase beauty. The female mass producer quickly walked towards Yopi Mu Chian. Graceful appearance and gestures proves it even more. Sado's noble ladylike appearance. She said as she walked, his younger brother's voice was so biased. Waited again with Hang Wall for a long time. So there were two people. Immediately rushed in. Muchin people seemed to know nothing. Pressed the pair of succulent peaches towards him. Turned him into a manly man. Now she has turned into a teenage girl. Just touching it makes my face turn red. Sado smiled and said that the banquet was about to end. She took him home, even though her voice was simply pampering. But it was originally in her mind. Is also clearly shown through sharp eyes. Think about what just happened. Thus, there is no need to think about the commercial value. By women for being beautiful. Absolutely willing to pay a huge price. To watch two people drag in front of Ouyang. Hang Wall was silent and speechless. But deep down he was a little unwilling. No matter what. Also have to drag Yopi Mu Chian to Ouyang Ga. That pill. The value is no less than medical magic. The sky has gradually darkened. You can even see the stars at night. filling the whole sky. Now Sado and Yopi Mu Cheon have also settled down in the car. Leave the banquet. Yopi Mu Cheon does not hold back, but put his hand on the door jamb. Turned to look intently at the comfortable Sado. No need to think twice. Because right now the driver is her. I looked at him and thought. Wearing a light skirt but the protection is extremely tight. Below the scenery you can't see anything. Immersed in thoughts of looking at the stream of the beautiful woman. Until Sado stopped the car. Covering it with your hand will wake up Yopi Mu Cheon. Sa Du-wee knows what Muchin is looking at. She also doesn't hesitate to stop seductively saying her brother is good. Why did you stop looking at this place along the way? Do you want to see it? Has been leaked. Yopi Mu Cheon is shy. The face is also ready to fry eggs. Immediately wanted to leave. He went to the hotel and I got off first. And Sa Du-wee certainly couldn't have disappeared. Bright star in hand, she quickly pulled Yopi Mu Cheon back. You must have something you haven't told her yet. Just make Hang Wall look better. But he doesn't care about her one bit. Gently caressing his cheek in Sado's hand like a small cat. Both heartbreaking and captivating, it's so heartbreaking. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately objected. So that more people know about that pill. It's like bringing on more trouble for yourself. It's better to deny it than it's her business to be beautiful. What does it have to do with me? Hearing that, Sado was not angry. Just smiled and said. In exchange, she quoted him a price of 120000. How about? Yopi Mu Cheon tight tongue gave me 200 million. Just because he didn't let me see the patient. For Oh Young number do. You Sa Du Ga are also people with money. But then he stopped to think for a moment. Said I would go back and consider it a bit. Sa Du-wee heard that and was not willing. Feeling a little sad, I covered my mouth. She herself also became a sad beauty. It's obvious that Hang Wall is that good to her sister. But she's so cold towards you. Does she make you uncomfortable? Yopi Mu Cheon hesitantly replied that she was too dangerous. I don't dare touch. Hearing that, Sado became annoying. Pampered and pounced on her. Yopi Mu Cheon wrapped tightly and did not let go. Where is the danger? How dare I not touch it? Now she doesn't just touch you. But if you still hug him like that, do you think she's dangerous? Her actions and words are both scheming. Yopi Mu Cheon fought back but not significantly. I couldn't help but scold her not to be like that. Carefully rub and pull the trigger. And immediately an angry voice rang out. What gun? Rob something. Simply. Hearing Yeop Mukion's voice, he knew who he was. And Sado was curious and looked. In front of them was Jung Hasin. His face also pouted considerably. His eyes were also not friendly. Raised his voice in disgust. Can you talk to me a little more carefully? In the car, Sado let out a dissatisfied sound. Then the sound of the car door closing. And then leaving also echoed her voice. A good brother must definitely remember her. When dreaming, you must also remember. To be so angry that your face turns red. Hasin clenched his fists and stomped his feet like crazy. This Sa Du-wee is too disrespectful. Do you want to show off your power to me? Look at that person who is about to hit you. Yopi Mu Cheon firmly decided to secretly leave. But I haven't been able to take 2 more steps. Was discovered by Hasin. You don't have anything to say either. Or maybe he didn't want to explain. He was sweating profusely. Yopi Mu Cheon thought his life was about to end. Immediately scratched his head in confusion. That's just a crazy woman. Don't pay attention to her. I haven't met her many times. She just wanted to give me money. The more Hasin listened, the more his blood boiled. Her face darkened and she objected to the crazy woman. Are there any crazy women? She's so beautiful and even gave him money just now. She was afraid that even the person who gave it to him quickly pulled Hasin's hand and walked towards the hotel, where they are staying temporarily. He said smiling, that elf, she just wanted to give it to me. Hasin snorted coldly. Maybe this is something you don't understand. Why should I give you enough time to go home? Slowly explained. Then spent the night in prison. Don't wait for Yopi Mu Cheon to rest. Hasin immediately wanted to hear the truth. So that whole night he spent a lot of beef juice. Finally made Jung Hasin calm down. And returned to life in a crowded city. Yopi Mu Cheon mostly practices airbending. To circulate air in the body. The 20th lunar cycle has come close to the second layer. During this period, Sa Du-wee also called him many times to seduce him. Still listened to the phone regularly. But Yopi Mu Cheon is about to run out of patience. But hung up on the phone. Play around a little more. See if there's news. If Soga really will handle her. Jung Hasin has also found a new room at that time. To move in, accompanied by Yopi Mu Cheon also moved. Back to Sang So-mi. Her treatment time has also ended. In the hospital room where So-mi often rests. Director Seo was the one to speak first. So Yopi, hurry up and take off the bandage. Didn't you say you could recover today? Contrary to his hurried appearance. Yopi Mu Cheon still calmly replied to me. Hey Seo director. He is also a leader. I don't even have the slightest ability to restrain myself. I'm not scared, what are you scared of? Then be gentle. Touching So-mi's bandaged eye, she pushed his hand away, her voice also becoming more irritated. Obviously, it's me who's in the most urgent need. You said there were only 5 certainties. Maybe it's a failure. Just waiting to see So-mi's furry appearance. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly replied. This world is full of events. But only a little bit hasn't changed. Regardless of whether she is beautiful or not. Even if I didn't have a woman, I would still love you unbearably. Being teased by Yopi Mu Cheon. So-mi then pinched his cheek painfully and gritted her teeth. It's already time to tease. I'll hurry up and take it off. Just like you wanted. The bandage was gradually removed. So-mi slowly opened her eyes. In front of her were Nu and director Seo. Eyes wide open in front of him. Looks very surprised. She was a little confused and asked everyone what was wrong. Let's talk quickly, is that okay? Nu just opened her mouth and her glasses fell off half of her face. I have also regained my spirit. Pull up your glasses and speak. This is truly surprising. Hearing that, So-mi became even more curious. My heart is constantly churning. Turn around and immediately find the mirror at the head of the bed. I'm surprised I'm now letting everyone be surprised. Why can't it be cured? If you don't say anything, I'll see for myself. My hand was about to touch the mirror and then it disappeared. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly grabbed the mirror. His face was also really refreshing. Don't rush it, I still haven't finished speaking. Will you agree to be my woman? So-mi immediately became angry. Like a hedgehog preparing to launch its spikes. Immediately raised his hand and pointed at Yeop Mukyeon's secret. When I was a child, my mother helped me read my destiny. Saying I'm different from your husband, do you have to marry me? Yopi Mu Cheon not only faltered but also continued. The tone of voice also showed no respect for my mother. Check my numbers too. Tell me I'm tough. Like what? So Baek Ho is also not afraid that being a woman can get married. Hearing that, So-mi trembled. Even stuttering to speak to him. Are you okay yet? Obviously has a girlfriend. Jung Hasin also lived with him. What else do you want me to do? Yopi Mu Cheon still stubbornly responded. I'm a doctor and this is quite normal. Tell me quickly if it's recovery. Committed to being my woman. No one is afraid to have many girlfriends. To hear Yopi Mu Cheon say that. The two experienced people standing all this time seemed to be invisibly pursing their lips. Yopi Soga is strong enough to think about it. So-mi was angry, her voice was lazy and she had a quarrel with him. Please give me a mirror. Still determined not to give her the mirror. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and said. Not allowed to say in advance whether she would respond or not. So-mi sighed helplessly and shouted loudly. I can't even answer you. Just wait for that. Yopi Mu Cheon turned his head to look in the direction. The village elders are standing at Seo director. He helped me testify. He also accepted his request. Say come back. I will tell the people in the department. Tell them not to pay attention. Paying attention to So-mi. While he was distracted, So-mi quickly grabbed the mirror. In the hands of Yopi Mu Cheon. Whined why it felt like a trap. Emotionally looked at herself in the mirror. So-mi shyly touched S face and then smiled happily. Restored, but I really restored. Seeing that, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately turned into a wolf. The man raised his hand to get closer to his dear lady. Next, let me see how quickly that chest recovers. So-mi gave him a kick in the face and said, blushing deeply. Mr. Tu3 really calculated with me. And then pushed everyone out of the room. Yopi Mu Cheon alone was given a special kick. Fell to the ground. Somi screamed embarrassedly. You all go out and I'll take the remaining bandage off myself. Falling like that of course can't be comfortable. Yopi Mu Cheon rubbed his head and said. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Nu listened without showing any attitude. But the attitude also became completely serious. He pulled up his glasses and put them away. Sang So Mi had recovered. Time. We should also depart. Yopi Mu Cheon also had no opinion. That's right, let's go. Looked at each other like. Understand that the two people left together. Leaving director Seo bewildered and confused about So Yopi. Where do you want to go? Hear my name. He quickly turned his head and said with a smile. Go to Hyuk Guk to educate some Bong Jonso. Said that they took a plane directly to Wongguk Hyuk. Arrived in a short time. Saw Yeop Mukion's hands and feet shaking. Dragging a suitcase, Oh Young Sang silently laughed. So Yopi is not just an airplane. Why are you so scared? He frowned in response. I didn't know this was an antique aircraft. Takeoff and landing were still shaky. Nu also said reluctantly. Why do you still want to ride in a helicopter? It's true that it's not easy to see the car approaching. Juho-song immediately recognized the person who picked them up. Then broke the atmosphere between the two people. Our car arrived and went to the front. At some hotel in Hyuk country. Mr. Wee was already standing in front of the hotel door waiting. When he saw them he warmly welcomed them. Hello Mr. Ono. Mr. Ju has also arrived. At that time, Yopi Mu Cheon also came out of the car and was startled. Seeing Mr. Wee, he was surprised and called out to Yopi. Yopi Mu Cheon, whose name was called, also greeted him. Hey Mr. Wee, I didn't expect you to be here too. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm happy to see you. Then they encountered an unsympathetic voice. I'm still too arrogant to see acquaintances. I remember your last name is Wee or something. I wonder who Waha will send this time. I didn't expect to be defeated at the hands of. Mr. Wee heard that and said angrily. Needle in traditional Chinese medicine. So-called competition. Of course there are wins and losses. If you lose once, how can you be like that if you don't let go of? The silver-haired person from the rival group. Il Gook is arrogant. Laugh out loud ha 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 there are wins and losses. You talk so well like you have a chance to win. This year you will not only lose, but still lost very miserably ha ha ha. Everyone was angry when they heard that. This name is really cool. Yopi Mu Cheon also doesn't like the person in front of him. He thinks he's really good. As expected, as Oh No Do said, it's quite arrogant. Seeing people so angry, he also did not stop provoking. Mr. Wee looked. It seems like you guys are very confident of winning this time. So let's bet no. Then Mr. Wee won't be able to respond to the tune. Embarrassed to say this. In my mind, I was only thinking about Waha's honor. I can't bet with him. If you have reached the water. Singing that I am Waha's representative, losing will make Waha lose face. Seeing their expressions like that, he became even more proud. I hadn't said anything about betting yet, so he took a step back. What a coward, Chinese person. You guys have such small livers. He still dares to call himself a great nation. He has been angry for a long time, but now his heart is still tantalized. Mr. Wee was immediately angry. Decisively pointed out how he wanted to bet on the silver-haired guy's appearance. Makes them even more disgusted. He said leisurely and simply, if you lose, kneel down and admit your mistake. Moreover, Waha acknowledges your medical skills. Not equal to Desa Milta. We also have to acknowledge your medical skills. It's because Desa Milta taught us. How dare we bet? The more you listen to the terms. It's more like standing on the edge of an abyss. Mr. Wee hesitated to decide on this. Seeing that, the silver hair immediately laughed happily. You don't have to be confident that you will win. Why is his liver so small? Yopi Mu Cheon can't stand it either. This contemptuous gesture. Immediately asked again, surprising him. What if you lose? Stick I ask you so what if you lose? Listen two green heads. The yellow head belonging to the other party immediately jumped up. Immediately took turns speaking. Where does a person who is not qualified say who is the stick come from? The platinum guy laughed. He and his last name we live in the same place. Looks like he's also Dr. Waha. If we lose, we will say sorry. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately objected. Am I afraid to say sorry? What's the point of betting? I miss you country. You people complain that there are many artificially beautiful people. Very good at doing sexual acts. The silver hair sighed and said what he wanted to say. Was now the key condition of Yopi Mu Cheon. He even pointed his hand down below him. If you lose, I want you with some models. Take a photo for me to see. Moreover, he had to go through my groin. Heard that and both old men burst out laughing. Old Jew said, damn, this Soja is doing this. New also said, this kind of stupid attention also dares to come out, but I like. Silver hair gritted my teeth. Pointing at Yopi Mu Cheon said, you dare to disgrace me. Do you know who I am? Yopi Mu Cheon also doesn't respect men who fold their arms and pout. Who you are has nothing to do with me. I asked if you dare. Just listen carefully to the last two words. His heart was not shaken at all, but even more determined. His eyes also look more evil. There's nothing you don't dare to do. If you lose, you have to get one more. I want you to cut off your hands. From now on, no one can be cured anymore. Yopi Mu Cheon thought contemptuously. This damn guy is even more evil than me. Most cause mental trauma. He still wanted to shed blood. And he immediately said a word that he had planned to remember carefully. This is Yopi Mu Cheon. You guys can roll away now. I also don't want to see their faces. The silver-haired man snorted and turned away, leaving behind Yeop Mukion's swearing hand. Mr. Wee saw that his opponent had left. Immediately shyly thanked Yopi Mu Cheon. But listened to him again. You remember, you're not just the main delegate now. Also represents the entire Waha team. So you must have enough courage. Absolutely can't lose. Bong Joon-so saw that. Secretary Ju burst out laughing. The corner of his eyes also showed a ray of great hope. So Yopi just made a bet that everyone can see. We believe in your strength. And don't want to let everyone else's efforts go to waste. More than that, it's for your own honor. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and said reassured. Tomorrow I will definitely do my best. On day 2 where the competition has already started. Where the hospital room is overflowing. Doctors from both teams are present here. In the middle of the room was a patient lying on the bed. The master began to explain. This time competing in 3 games, if you win 2, you win. Only 1 match per day. Contestants are not restricted. All is fair and just. Doctor takes the exam. There's no way to know any news about the patient. The first game is to treat this patient together. See who has a more effective method. Below started to compete. Seeing the patient lying on the bed. Painful face. Teeth clenched. Everyone tries to see the disease. Only the platinum name is a little different. Crossed arms gesture with a satisfied face. Makes it even more difficult to understand. Time has passed. The referee said the time has come. You go to the meeting room to discuss. 1 hour later, the results of the prescription were given to all people in Waha. Are present in my meeting room. Yopi Mu Cheon asked everyone what they thought. The 2 doctors answered in turn. People say, can't talk to sick people. Such a short time. The inside only relies on 1 pair of eyes to see. The other person must also admit it. We really can't see what disease the person has. Hearing that, Oh Young Sang also sighed helplessly. Then a doctor also stood up. Present your thoughts. Oh no, I think it's a migraine symptom. From the perspective of Waha medicine, it is important to eliminate fire. Except for nourishing the kidneys and nourishing the liver. Oh no also said I also thought it was a migraine. But I am the owner of a Western medicine company. Everyone just follows their own ideas. Please give me a prescription. Oh Young Sang shook his head helplessly. But then turned to ask Yopi Mu Cheon. So Yopi, do you have a different perspective here? Yopi Mu Cheon also agreed with that. But not too nervous. Telling my ideas to you guys is not much different. Write a prescription first, after all, it's not the only thing. After writing a prescription, they go to the exam room to give the prescription to the master. As soon as I arrived, I saw the platinum-haired guy standing there. He must have been giving the prescription for a while. The referee said that the first Western medicine prescription was not bad. Hearing that, he laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. Yopi Mu Cheon, right? I don't know if the results will be announced. Could that face be as exaggerated as yesterday? Yopi Mu Cheon tilted his head, looked at him with disgusted eyes. His hands were stuffed into his pockets, showing a careless look. Exaggeration or not, I don't know. Anyway, your face will definitely turn out great. Holding another prescription in hand, the chairman frowned and spoke loudly. This prescription was written by Waha's person. At that moment, it was like sitting on a fire. Some people also said that. I remember Yopi Mu Cheon wrote. Secretary Ju also began to worry. Could it be that something complicated has happened? The silver-haired guy heard that, immediately hugged his stomach and burst out laughing. Haven't seen the master so angry in a long time. What kind of rubbish are you guys writing? Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head wonderingly. What's wrong with what I wrote? He angrily pointed at the paper. You can also use this toy paper. Who can read this? Nu's mouth twitched. There were also beads of sweat on his forehead. Silently thought. As expected, he considered this as practicing his signature. Yopi Mu Cheon indifferently picked his fingers and said, I thought it was something big and scared me. It seems I appreciate your Chinese language. Okay, let me read it. Seeing that, the silver hair immediately screamed in protest. If you're afraid of losing, say it directly. Written so that the audience doesn't understand what it means. Don't think this is a trivial hoax. Is it possible to win? What a joke. Walked over and picked up his prescription. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around to look at him. Saying a little nonsense about this can be so fun. Looks like you guys have a lot of potential on that point. Yopi Mu Cheon is just now starting to read the prescription. People with the disease have a painful, red-hot face. The tip of the tongue is red and the stem is pale yellow. Weak pulse. This is liver and kidney exhaustion. Great medicine. 30 grams, 15 grams. Dragon fruit 8 grams, chrysanthemum flower 10 grams. The more I heard, the master's eyes widened. Yopi Mu Cheon continued speaking. Drink 3 times a day. Each time 3 cups of water are boiled into 1 cup. Then handed the prescription back to him. Not knowing how to win or lose. The master looked thoughtfully at the prescription in his hand for a moment. Then bowed his head, rubbed his forehead, and acknowledged. Even though I'm a huge country physician. But competing for prizes is competing for prizes. Just talk about winning and losing. Without mentioning the title. We admit defeat in this game. Waha's side won. Hearing that, Mr. Wee gasped in surprise. Why did we win? Waha's people were also extremely surprised. A doctor is also difficult to understand. There is no need to continue to see the effectiveness on patients. Just like that win. Why is the person next to me also talking? Moreover, the other person actively admitted defeat. And heard that Waha won, not him. Silver Hair shouted angrily. How can it be medicinal? Where are we losing? Haven't seen the actual effectiveness yet. Why is the assumption that we lost? Where Wongguk Hyuk is so crowded and bustling. Is now even more of a joy for Waha? They are gathering together at the restaurant for a party. And everyone is happy. Originally eating and drinking. But Yopi Mu Cheon. Most people just focus on holding a glass of wine and drinking. Old Ju said with a gentle and smiling face. So Yopi is really you today. Truly beneficial. Help us rise up to a great victory. With our spirit can increase greatly. Yeop Mukion's mood is also very good. Tight but not at all showy. Ha ha ha, it's not something that should be done. While drinking Yopi Mu Cheon and thinking. After all, it's a celebration. Medicine is also useless. Everyone got drunk together one night. Nu laughed loudly. When it comes to medical skills, so Yopi is absolutely the best. No one can compare to old Ju. Do you know any beautiful women? Can you introduce one? Sohyep's taste is very good. Juho-sung also laughed and replied, ha ha ha. This age is beautiful. I know So Yopi will definitely be concerned about her age. Said and then turned to Muchin. So Yopi, are you right? Yopi Mu Cheon staggered and pointed at him. You guys don't understand that being married is the best thing inside. It's getting dark. I realize I can't drink anymore. Yopi Mu Cheon returned drunk. Walking and thinking vaguely. Today, drinking is truly unbearable. Said no medicine needed, but my alcohol tolerance is really not great. Then in his drunken state, he saw someone walking towards me in this huge country. He thought to himself that this was not right. Isn't it true that I'm dizzy? It's like seeing Oh Yang Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon also friendly said Oh Hang Wall. Fellow countryman, has not yet been able to take a few more steps. Yopi Mu Cheon collapsed. Someone hit his head. It was already morning. Yopi Mu Cheon was lying on the bed at a luxury hotel. He suddenly woke up, slowly sat up and said his head hurts a bit. Last night, whoever hit me used a stick and waited for me to stop being dizzy. He immediately reconsidered the problem. Why did they beat me unconscious? Where are my clothes? Where is this? Why am I in bed? Yopi Mu Cheon remembered last night. Talking about yesterday is like a very comfortable dream. Seems to be the same beautiful sister. It's indescribable how familiar we are together. Moreover, I will not be outdone. Extremely brave like a god. Immediately turned to stone. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly realized something. Wait a minute maybe. Yopi Mu Cheon stiffened. What do people need to think about? Many people from last night were still lying next to. Oh Yang Hang Wall was clutching the blanket tightly. His eyes were dripping and he also became dull. And his head was filled with thoughts. What happened in the end? I probably did it with Oh Yang Hang Wall. Incorrect. Oh Yang Hang Wall, why is he in this place? This is Hyuk Guken. What happened in the end? Who is secretly planning number Ya? Is confused. Don't know how. Then the hotel phone rang. Yopi Mu Cheon picked up the phone to give you a gift. Do you like it? Hearing that, he angrily shouted, who are you? No Ya has any grudge against you. Why do you have to do that? Why Oh Yang Hang Wall? Who are you? On the other end of the line, there was nothing more to say. Only the sound of communication cutting remained, throwing the control platform onto the bed. Yopi Mu Cheon hissed, damn it. Then Hang Wall also sat up. Yopi Mu Cheon also said, I was helpless. I know it's you. We will certainly be harmed. Do you know what happened? Why did you appear in this room? Hang Wall wiped away her tears. Simply say forget about today. Yopi Mu Cheon said loudly. But she lost her virginity. She does not allow men to sit in the same car. Is that why you don't care? Tell me what happened in the end. As he said that, he grabbed her wrist. But she pushed it away. Why do you know I don't care? But I also knew. Then she choked and hugged my face without knowing. I really don't know. I just know that we are being plotted by others. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and said. If that's the case, don't you want to find the other person? Oh Yang Hang Wall gritted his teeth. I will definitely find him. Said then she stood up and dressed in the air. It's really embarrassing now. Really don't know what to say. Yopi Mu Cheon whispered sorry. Hang Wall said as he dressed. You don't have to tell me right from wrong. This has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't blame yourself from now on, it's you. But I'm still me. Nothing has changed between us. Nothing happened. Yopi Mu Cheon said hesitantly. Are you really okay? You're too rational a person. Act like I've suffered a loss. Hang Wall said coldly. Do you want to see me cry and make a noise? I think it would be okay to do that. No matter what, things have also happened. Between us, nothing happened. All about today. I hope Mr. Yopi must forget. And she turned the doorknob before leaving without forgetting. Turned around and said see you again. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and said forget it. Is it so easy to say forget? He pulled his leg out. Saw drops of blood scattered on the bedsheet. He held the scissors in his hand and muttered. This kind of thing cannot be said to be forgotten. And then he definitely took the scissors and cut off that bloody spot. After all, Yopi Mu Cheon did not stay there for too long. He put on his clothes and returned. Thinking while walking. In the end, who the hell did it? Even Oh Yang Hang Wall can count on. If the opponent keeps him. Play together with Oh Yang Hang Wall. For Hang Wall, it would be a fatal blow. As soon as he reached the room, he saw Nu rushing out. He quickly asked Yopi Soga where you went one night. Competition must begin now. We are both anxious to die. Yopi Mu Cheon is also completely sober now. He shrugged and replied that he knew. Then when we got to the hospital, Mr. Wee also ran out from inside and said excitedly. Yopi Mu Cheon found you. Now there is none. I don't have anyone to trust. Always feel like I don't have confidence. He snorted like he smelled something, and then slowly approached Yopi Mu Cheon. Why does it smell like perfume? What I smell is the scent of extremely precious perfume. We sir, sugary, is a prestigious representative of Waha today. Rotate back and forth. Try to smell it. Clinging to Yeop Mukion's clothes. He said, I said, how did you disappear one night? It turned out that I was looking for an indescribable sister. Tell me quickly, was it fun to play yesterday? As if touching Yeop Mukion's pain. His face darkened. If he shouldn't ask, then don't ask. If not, I don't mind leaving you dumb for the rest of your life. And then he left directly. Nu doesn't understand either, but then also reminded Mr. Wee. Maybe something bad happened last night. He is not calm now. Don't tease him. Mr. Wee looked blank. Yopi Mu Cheon ate explosives. I didn't tease him either. Went back to the competition office. Right now Yopi Mu Cheon is in a very bad mood. Everyone wants to avoid it. This Soja is really in a bad mood. I don't know if I drank too much last night. Lead to this? In short, if you don't want to be scolded, don't answer him. The room is strangely quiet. And the new silver-haired guy wants to come out. Damn, it's too early. Yopi Mu Cheon Soja, who's getting ready to go. Today I will absolutely let you lose and call your father to call your mother. Nu swallowed his saliva and thought to himself. Then come to the gun muzzle. Yopi Mu Cheon is in an extremely bad mood. Smirked and looked in the direction he said go away. With silver hair. I didn't expect Yopi Mu Cheon to be so grumpy today. But still said, if you don't win a match, why are you looking at me like this? Waha, you guys lost continuously for several years. Is there no consideration in your heart? Showing off farts. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said, showing off, so what about? I miss the sticks. The most arrogant people. Is a cosmetic surgery technique. Is that right? Said and stood up, pointing straight at his face. Damn stick. Today I am in front of everyone. I challenged everyone, and then leisurely raised my hand to show disapproval. And the whole room was silent. And then wore platinum hair and the fans laughed loudly. If you want to lose, there's no need to do that. Together again with Desa Milta after plastic surgery. Trying not to laugh, the little platinum girl said, are you sure? He wants to compete with us in plastic surgery. Looking at Yeop Mukion's no-nonsense appearance. He was like a black tornado approaching. Using a finger to point at the platinum person, he said. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. I will be in the field you are most knowledgeable about. His provocative gesture was successful, making the platinum guy grit his teeth. Mr. Wee saw that and immediately wanted to intervene but couldn't. Cosmetic surgery. How can we win? Must stop him. But Mr. O patted him on the shoulder to stop him. He said, don't rush him, maybe it's true, maybe. The master just sat silently all this time. Now I also agree that this is the case. Third match. Competition changed to cosmetic surgery techniques. Next proceed to round 2. Please get ready. For an hour. Was the sound of the door opening. A young man is holding on with one hand on his knee. Arching his back, he walked in with a haggard expression. And saw a doctor speaking up. The second test is tactics. This person is the patient you need to treat. Another doctor. Speak up. He has a severe, permanent curvature of his spine. There's no way to stand up straight either. Your work. It was to help him resolve the symptoms. That Nu spoke up at this time. Relative spinal curvature is severe. There are complications that can only be cured when the symptoms are mild. He has been cuffed for many years. If you want to cure it, it's basically impossible. The doctor just replied, of course I know it cannot be cured. So what you guys need to do is to help him get better. Mr. Wee just rubbed his chin. Just made a serious face. It is said that neglecting treatment will lead to paralysis. Extremely high difficulty. At this time, Platinum gently pushed the glasses and said it was lucky. It's just that it needs remission. Use bone-shaping tools for treatment. Must be the best solution. Muchin walked proudly in front of everyone. One hand stuffed in pants pocket. With one hand, he put a package in his mouth, tore it open. And then poured the liquid in that small package into his mouth. And in his heart said drink it with powder. His strength immediately increased. After thinking about it, Muchin walked towards the patient. The patient did not understand anything. Muchin looked at Muchin in bewilderment and wondered. As soon as Muchin arrived next to the patient, he raised his hand. Hit someone hard on the back. A loud sound made the patient fall to his knees. Seeing such a scene, everyone around was shocked to the point of petrification. Especially the silver-haired guy. He hissed in surprise. "What are you doing? The spine is extremely important in the bones. I want to paralyze him." "You are killing people." Was intentionally trying to kill. The other patient collapsed to the ground, moaning vaguely. "My back hurts so much, what kind of guy hit me?" And then slowly stood up. Surprised everyone. He can still stand up straight. The platinum-haired man was bewildered as to why this could be so. Perhaps he was adjusting the bones. And the patient suddenly found himself standing straight. I immediately held myself back and burst into tears of joy. I can stand up now. Oh my god, I can stand up straight like that again, so good. Finally the winner is clear. The final winner was Yopi Mu-cheon. He can heal incurable deformities. In a blink of an eye, everyone said he was truly an angel. Yopi Mu-cheon raised his finger and pointed at the person with the silver hair. "I was looking forward to the photos you took," and then turned around and left, leaving him with a mixture of humiliation and anger. But the great master told him that, although this time we lost in the medical exchange, but the next battle is surgery. Aesthetic art is Desamalta's national art. Regarding the nation's reputation, having to let them lose all face is not enough. Must win. We cannot lose. The ability to discuss cosmetic surgery. I trust you. Hearing that, the silver-haired man laughed happily. I know what to do. In the moment, Desa Mil Goog Ya silently spread the news. Is a complete victory. This caused a big controversy in the hospital, and the reporter seemed to accidentally ask please. He was the one who led the way from Waha to. Despite Yeop Mukion's difficulties, also uncomfortably crossed his arms and looked at him. Then the reporter still deliberately asked and heard that he wanted it. Challenging plastic surgery champion Desa Mil Goog. Even the reporter and cameraman next to him also laughed. Everyone asked him if he was prepared to fail in front of Samil Day. Wee Gun Ji stood next to him and asked reporter Ono next to him. He also asked why reporter Yopi Mu-cheon acted like these things were very normal. I'm not happy thinking you haven't looked yet. Guess Bong Joon-so probably made. Dr. Oh has lived with his job for a long time, so I can't understand these things. He continued asking why. Beggar Yopi Mu-cheon spoke very simply. Because they want to see me lose. Moreover, I want to make me lose face in Desa Mil Goog. Anyway, I now want to challenge the nation's technology. They thought the most arrogant name was Dr. Kim Jae-yoon, who slowly walked over. Break the awkward atmosphere with one sentence. Come with me to the operating room. Let's prepare for the competition. As long as we are people with dignity. No one likes Daesamulguk's treatment like this. Even Wee Gun Ji pointed at Kim Jae-yoon and scolded him. Clearly just secretly exchanging Hyukguk's medical skills. Why do you have to do such a shameless thing? The name Kim Jae-yoon still said happily. Just to let everyone understand a little. Only competition. There is something shameless. The rules are also not written to not let the media expose. And after speaking, he turned to talk to the camera lens. In a challenging tone. Great media. My compatriots will wait a moment. Must definitely spread the news of our SA Milta. Looking at Kim Jae-jing's name with the reporter. Is a toss-up. As a group of people Yopi Mu-cheon could only stand and watch. Yopi Mu-cheon saw it and mumbled fiercely with interest. It's so exciting. It's game time. Kim Jae-yoon came in order to complete the surgery before. The old journalist continued his work. Introduce. Welcome everyone to enjoy the news. The competition has begun. He continued talking. This time, there are a total of 2 illnesses. The 2 girls' faces both had a certain degree of wound. Towards the end, which patient will receive better treatment? I had to see the results after the 2 doctors performed surgery. He's been talking endlessly. Then the door to the operating room opened with a loud sound. The old journalist was very excited and said oh. Out then out. Had 3 hours of surgery. Dr. Kim finally came out. Kim Jae-young was very happy. Smiled brightly in front of the camera. Declared the surgery very successful. 10 days later the bandage can be removed. By then everyone will be able to see the results. After speaking, he took off his mask to challenge Yopi Mu Cheon. Next it's your turn. Hope you don't lose too much. Otherwise, everyone will tell you. We're bullying you. Wee Gun-ji is truly a good colleague. Seeing that, he crossed his arms and laughed at Mr. Kim. 3 rounds of medical exchange. If you win 2, you win and the losers win. Consider what it would be like to win this game. Loser still dares to run to make fun of others. If we discuss this point, we're not as ashamed as. If he doesn't say anything, then that's it. Said and then made Yopi Mu Cheon laugh. Some people are just arbitrary to you. Don't give him any teachings. He doesn't know either. Wee Gun-ji also hid his face and smiled like that. I hope that after losing, some people won't be like their dead parents. Kim Jae-young looked at the 2 people. When they laugh at me, I get angry. But it can only be said that. He gritted his teeth, pointing at the operating room to determine victory or defeat. Hurry up and start. If you want to do it. Let the whole world know who lost. So I am perfect for you. Yopi Mu Cheon forcefully pushed open the operating room door. Walking into Ono behind, he worriedly asked, so Yopi, didn't you bring an assistant? But Yopi Mu Cheon, completely confident in your own abilities. He said smiling, this kind of small surgery alone is enough for me. That's right, you can come in and take a look. I don't either. Like some people even keep their doors closed. It's like someone is ashamed of his technique. Daesamulguk's doctors are insulted. Immediately got angry and affirmed again. Didn't even bring an assistant. I see that you criticize yourself for losing slowly. The other doctor also said. If you dare to open the door, then just a little. What kind of thing can this person create? In the operating room, a large room, the patient alone is under anesthesia. And Chief Surgeon Yopi Mu Cheon. There is no extra doctor. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly looked at the patient. But this contest, just a normal surgery. Yopi Mu Cheon took out a packet of medicinal herbs. Dissolve it with sterile water. The bowl of water immediately turns pitch black. The doctors who came in to learn were also extremely surprised. Dissolve it in water and turn black. It's truly magical and leaves people amazed. What exactly is that powder? Of course no one answered them. Only saw Yopi Mu Cheon taking the cotton, dipping it into the medicinal mixture. He held the cotton and forced it open his mouth. The patient inserts cotton soaked in medicine and leaves it outside for a while. Kim Jae-young saw these strange actions. Couldn't help but sweat. Said confused. What kind of cosmetic surgery method is this? Does Waha's medical skills still have this? Dr. C next to him quietly said that it seemed like Ono was allowed to go into the room to see the surgery. As a student, I think Yopi Soga's medical skills have always been a secret. From documentation, the proper treatment is Waha's medical technique. But coordination in use, leaving people unable to imagine. No way to guess. Yopi Mu Cheon picked up the surgical knife. The next announcement was to start removing the wound. Yopi Mu Cheon did it very skillfully. Without shaking his hands and without hesitation. Daesamulguk's 2 doctors rolled their eyes. One person was surprised. Said not to use. The anesthetic directly affects the blade. The other person said he couldn't calmly reply. The patient did not have any reaction. It's like not feeling pain. The first person didn't believe it and asked again. Maybe that powder medicine is still effective in relieving pain? The second person replied that he did not know. There is absolutely no way to understand this kind of situation. Yopi Mu Cheon remained extremely calm. He was able to completely remove the damaged parts. Yopi Mu Cheon took the bandage and rolled it over the patient's face. The surgery is finally complete. Yopi Mu Cheon took off his gloves and hat. Notify people outside. The surgery was completed 3 days later and the bandage was removed. The only response he said was laughter. He laughed ha ha ha. He pointed at him and laughed. The entire surgery only takes 5 minutes. 3 days later, the bandage will be removed. Is this a plastic surgery or is it annihilation? Ha 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 ha. But Yopi Mu Cheon didn't pay attention. He just turned around and walked straight out of the hospital room. He thought to himself, too lazy to pay attention to him. After the end of the competition, I will enjoy your performance well. I hope you arrive then, don't let me be disappointed. With the waiting time, the long 3 days have finally passed. Not like 3 days ago. There were even more reporters outside the hospital. Under the influence of some thoughtful people. Not just journalist Hyuk Gook. There were also many Wo Gook journalists coming. There are as many people as water. Everyone is very focused on this important news. A young one anyway. Dare to challenge Hyuk Gook's national technique. This topic arose so strongly. At this time in the hospital, the 2 patients were sitting neatly waiting for the bandages to be removed. The doctor's team had also arrived. The bandages were also being removed. The first person to take off the bandages was Kim Jae-jing's patient. She still has scars on her face. But compared to before, it's much better. But a woman has such a big scar. Then it is also considered destroyed. But it's okay. Just wait a few more days and you'll be fine. The wound is also in the process of recovery. Dr. O exclaims with his beard, it's truly a national technique. In just 3 days, you can do this level. Surgical wound closure. Then completely restored the appearance of a normal person. Dr. Kim Jae-young smiled happily. Take my talent and consider it common. Just don't know people. What kind of illness has your illness turned into? Kim Jae-young also whispered to Yopi Mu Cheon. After 5 minutes of surgery, I was afraid everything would be ruined, haha. But he still closed his eyes and let it go. Like, don't pay attention to the ant under your feet. The dog kept barking and the person kept walking. Yopi Mu Cheon took off his patient's bandage with his own hands. When he saw the patient's face, Hyuk Gook's doctors were extremely surprised. Say this is the patient's common face. At this moment, in their eyes, they have become more beautiful than angels. It's glowing, the doctor shouted, completely restored. As a result, who wins and who loses has been clearly defined. Kim Jae-young felt like his brain was exploding and stammered out why. Why is that possible? This is the representative face for surgery. Dr. Hyuk Gook, including Kim Jae-young, all denied it. Say about 3 days. How can I completely restore this? There's no way we can't do it. This is basically not current medical technology. Can do this. Dr. Hyuk just lost face and said we lost. The result is in. Kim Jae-young started to get scared and thought about it. National magic is defeated. We cannot bear this loss of face. Totally unbearable, huh? Yopi Mu Cheon just laughed ha ha ha. Helped him arrange quite a few journalists. Today you must lose face in front of the whole world. Of course Dr. Hyuk Gook. I can't let myself lose face like that. Kim Jae-jing's master patted his student's shoulder and said, this matter absolutely cannot be known by journalists. Any news of the competition. Also not disclosed. Hurry up and deal with the student who can only answer yes. In the room right now there is only Dr. Q. Dr. Kim Jae-young is standing out. Didn't move anything and Yopi Mu Cheon won. Dr. Kim Jae-jing's master closed his eyes. Declaration of medical exchange. This time Waha's side won. And the Waha doctors were all very happy and cheered the victory. Ha ha, finally won. Fortunately, there is Yopi Mu Cheon and Yopi Soga. Ono happily laughed out loud. Today we must hold a party to celebrate. This Hyuk Gook trip. Dr. Waha achieved a big victory that evening. Everyone held a grand celebration. At the celebration party, Hosong once again expressed his thanks to Yopi Mu Cheon. I just hate that I don't have a niece to tie me down to. Yopi Mu Cheon. Wee Gun-ji also took the opportunity. This time, he once again requested Yopi Mu Cheon. He clasped his hands and sincerely said Yopi Mu Cheon that. Look at that disease of mine. Yopi Mu Cheon also doesn't want to make things difficult for him anymore. Should write him a prescription for nephrotic medicine. Seeing that Soja's performance is not bad, give him a prescription. Wee Gun-ji finally achieved his goal. Said happily. Finally, I don't get kicked out of bed by my wife anymore. Thank you so much. Yopi Mu Cheon even rented a private truck to make a photo studio for Kim Jae-young. For one day, Kim Jae-young fulfills his commitment in front of him. Yopi Mu Cheon. Filming a movie. is just an actor with something wrong. Look at Kim Jae-young. Was extremely resistant to his tall and muscular co-star. Yopi Mu Cheon even said, "Nonsense, do I still have to find a beauty for you? It's not like I'm going to make you happy." And then I shot out some instructions. I'll go a little faster and start. In the hotel, Yopi Mu Cheon just woke up and exclaimed, "What is the situation? This time it is still upright. Making no ya hated to death isn't enough. In the future, this kind of thing should be less." And Oh Young Hang Wall didn't call after that. As if nothing had happened. Yopi Mu Cheon held the phone and wondered, "Should I call her? I'm a man after all. Can't rely on women either. Take courage." The phone vibrates. The person called Oh Young Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon said to himself. Proactively talk on the phone. Try a little. The phone beeped for a long time. Yopi Mu Cheon exclaimed that no one was listening. Suddenly shouted at the old man to open the door. He angrily said that it's too shameless. Yopi Mu Cheon was sitting on the bed. Then two people entered the room. He immediately asked what was going on. Secretary Ju immediately replied with a twisted voice. The truth is that plastic surgery said they won. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately frowned and shouted. How can they win? Secretary Ju replied. They proactively held a press conference to announce it. Moreover, the patients he treated were also bought by them. Said he was cured by Kim Jae-young. Yopi Mu Cheon asked questions. I also think they won. Secretary Ju smiled and replied that there was no such thing. They haven't reached that level of shamelessness yet. The old man walking next to him got mad and shouted too shamelessly. There is no such person. Although he clearly lost, he still dared to say he won. What a shameless, thick-faced person. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed dejectedly. So there is no way. However, their national magic cannot be defeated. Hiding the truth was also part of the plan. Yopi Mu Cheon devised a plan. He smirked and said, Secretary Ju, you can borrow this move. Let them lose a little blood. Don't eat alone in a good place. Remember to give me a portion. Secretary Ju thought to himself that he had considered it thoroughly. This soja isn't simple, it's not bad. Yopi Mu Cheon squared his shoulders eagerly. Hyukguk's bad things have been handled. Most of the time I go back to Waha first. Secretary Ju told the old man that. Leave the remainder to us to handle. He said that the long journey was difficult. At the airport, Yopi Mu Cheon had just landed. He immediately commented that this antique plane was in tatters. No matter how many times I sit, I can't adapt. Later, when I have the opportunity, I should use another means of transportation. Suddenly from afar, a girl ran up and hugged me. Grabbed his hand, it was Jung Hasin. She said excitedly, I'll take you to a place. Past the houses. There's a high-rise building. Full of luxury appeared before his eyes. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly disappeared at the luxury of the building. More surprisingly, he saw the words in the corporate lobby. Cheon Hyun Hong Yeon. Jung Hasin happily introduced that. Like it or not, this is our company. You are the owner of this company. Yopi Mu Cheon still couldn't believe his ears. You said this is my company. I thought about the name Cheon Hyun Hong Yeon Cheon Hyun. Yopi Mu Cheon Jung Hasin immediately hugged Miss Jung happily. I like it very much, but why do I have to do that? She smiled and replied, I want to see you grow up. Looking at the grown man on Yopi Mu Cheon, he picked up the certificate. He was surprised with the amount of money to set up the company, 1 million. I'm afraid that this is the money that Jung Hasin has saved up all. Yopi Mu Cheon said, I will return this money to you. Jung Hasin is sad. Do you think I'm an outsider? I'm sure of her. That I will never be an outsider. Isn't that what she asked him? Yopi Mu Cheon said confidently. Yopi Mu Cheon here guarantees a certain future. Because I defeated a piece of the country. Because I founded a commercial empire, it belongs to me. Jung Hasin replied that the company helped him open. As for the rest, I had to look at you. Then Yopi Mu Cheon looked around the company. Even though the company is registered. But there is still a lack of production tools. Had to build a factory. 10 million is not enough. Jung Hasin immediately asked him. 10 million isn't enough. Why do you have a little left? He replied, no need. Just keep this and leave it to me. Yopi Mu Cheon took out his phone to call someone. Before your eyes. Oh Yong Hang Wall has no way to contact. I can only find this woman. It was Sa Du Wei. In another place Sa Daoi's phone rang. It was a call from Yopi Mu Cheon. Sa Du Wei secretly smiled. Because Yopi Mu Cheon also came to her. Sa Du Wei picked up the phone and she asked him. Younger brother does not have a normal conscience. Also don't talk to her. Now I finally remember this sister. Yopi Mu Cheon is so angry. I don't have to be busy. When he finished, he remembered Ms. Sa Du Wei replied sarcastically. What an evil younger brother. Obviously came to her to ask for money. Still speaking so easily. Yopi Mu Cheon asked her nervously. How do you know this? Sa Du Wei replied. Your girlfriend opened a company. The representative is still you. So you're really short of money right now, aren't you? Yopi Mu Cheon is afraid that this goblin is investigating him too carefully. But he still confidently asked Sa Du Wei to set conditions. She calmly answered her. Invest 500 million, only need 1% of shares. Yopi Mu Cheon is so angry that 500 million. This crazy woman is planning to use money to beat me to death. It's true that Yopi Mu Cheon is assertive enough. Because my company's shares are shaky. For the future of your company. 10 parts trust. This little amount of money is not enough to buy my shares. With this thought he replied firmly. Don't say 500 million, but 1 billion is not enough. Even a portion of the shares won't leave her. Sa Du Wei wondering. What does this Soja think in the end? 500 million brought to the door, but he didn't want her to answer him. If you don't give, you don't give. You have to spend something anyway. It's not like he wants to keep her money for nothing, right? To her question he answered. Except Oh Yong Hang Wall and her grandfather. During the year I did not treat anyone. In which big family? Sa Du Wei heard that and thought about it for a bit. Then finally made a decision. The money will arrive in your account tomorrow, 200 million. Yopi Mu Cheon was satisfied that things were fine for the time being. Sa Du Wei laughed thinking that. Every time you take advantage of everything. Truly skeptical. Did your past life owe you anything? At that time, in the classroom of Oh Yong Group headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The uncle frowned and roared. Does Hang Wall have anything to say? Oh Yong Hang Wall replied. So I said it already, boss. I still want to hear what you have to say. Uncle is madly angry. He banged the table and shouted loudly outside. Disappointed with a bastard, making Oh Yong Ga lose all face. How dare you show this kind of attitude now? Hang Wall bowed his head without saying a word. An uncle sitting next to him spoke up, Big Brother Jung. You should take control of this matter. Yanggu thought to himself. Ha ha, the opportunity will come, father, you must seize it. Uncle will settle down according to the family rules. Hang Wall temporarily quit his current job. Hang Wall felt this was ridiculous. Replied contemptuously. Since we've already prepared, why should we obey the arrangements? But I find it strange that it's you guys. How did you know something happened to me? How did you know? It's crazy outside right now. We just need to open our ears to know this. Just decide like that. Hang Wall is still the group's deputy general director. Go to work normally but don't get involved with work. After hearing that, Oh Yong Ho immediately stood up. Protested this decision of his father. Hang Wall has contributed greatly to our family. Doing that to her is unfair. Yanggu wondered in surprise. Big brother, are you big brother? I'm not causing any trouble. You're strange and confusing. This Soja is mixed up day and night. I only know that crabs and girls are still coming to destroy me. After all, is he my biological child? He scolded his confused son. Old rule is grandfather. You decide, we have no right to change the decision. Oh Yong Ho replied. It's not like grandpa is still in a coma. I can't wait for him to wake up and then say something. Oh Yong Hang Wall sat up straight with judgmental eyes. Glanced at the guy standing there. She secretly thought to herself, why did Oh Yong Ho help her? My relationship with him is not that good. There is an old man here. With a frown on his face, he pointed outside. His face was filled with anger and his voice was close to shouting. Who knows when I will wake up? This matter is decided like that. If you don't shut up then get out so I can. Go to that tall building. Inside is Ouyagong's office. The room was unusually silent. Ouyang Hangwal sat quietly on one side, without saying anything. To break that silent atmosphere, Ouyang Gong sat at his desk. Had to raise his voice. What happened in the end? I don't believe it. I'm the kind of woman who doesn't pity herself. Ouyang Hangwal right now. She turned away and spoke with an annoyed look. I was harmed by someone. This is a trap, but I have no proof. Ouyang Gong became sad. When you hear the words from his little daughter, he changed his face, looked towards Ouyang Hangwal, but spoke in a serious voice. What does Yopi Mu Chian say? He is a man who doesn't care about anything. Why do we have to look for him? He wants to hear an explanation. And hear steadfast words from my dad. Ouyang Hangwal's face changed. Come back and refute dad. He is also a victim. Can't go find him. Hear Yeop Mukian's words on the side. From his daughter's side. He looked angry, looked towards his daughter and said loudly. Because of him, I lost everything. This kind of thing happens. I don't even want to know how he reacts. Why do I receive harsh reprimands from my father? Ouyang Hangwal sat silently and said nothing, because he was so angry with his daughter. Ouyang Gong uttered a word who. Then he walked out, leaving Ouyang Hangwal sitting there sadly. Ouyang Hangwal, she was sad and her eyes were almost in tears. Sitting cramped in that chair, she looked up at the ceiling and contemplated herself. If he knew all this, would he care about me? She thought sadly and sadly. I just turned to look at my phone. Yeop Mukian's missed calls history appeared. Ouyang Hangwal felt even more heartbroken and thought to himself. What if I called him? There is no relationship between us at all. Come to this side. Ouyang Ho is sitting seriously. Talk to Yopi Mu Chian. Ouyang Ho spoke in a judgmental voice, with a very serious look. That's what happened in our house today. Currently Hangwal, because of you, I'm empty-handed. What do you think? Yopi Mu Chian. He sat on his hands and knees. His face showed disgust. Looked at Ouyang Ho and replied. Is that no do sick? Ouyang Ga women. If you don't get married, you will lose your life. Why can't I participate in family affairs? What kind of tattered old rule is that? At this moment, Ouyang Ho crossed his arms and raised his face high. Said in a tone full of satisfaction. I am the eldest son. If there is support, can make Ouyang Hangwal restore real power. Hear suggestions for help from Ouyang Ho. Yopi Mu Chian immediately smiled and answered. Help me? Young Master Ouyang, you said you wanted to help me. Have you had a recurrence of an old illness? I heard that, Ouyang Ho. I pointed straight at Yopi Mu Chian, but continued to speak boldly. Of course I have conditions. You must return Hassin to me. Ouyang Hangwal. Because the company puts a lot of effort into it. Now, because of you, I'm being destroyed. How cruel are you? Saw Ouyang Ho's plot. Through those conditions, Yopi Mu Chian raised his glass of water and took a sip. Then continued to respond with sarcastic tones. Ha ha, I think why can you be so good? Turns out it was about trading. Even you know. Ouyang Hangwal is devoted to his family. But you guys treat her like that. Considering it as real is not the same as being a beast. Hearing the sarcastic words from Yeop Mukian's side, Ouyang Ho looked annoyed. He glanced and frowned. It's not your turn to pay attention to our family matters. You say yes or no. Seeing Ouyang Ho looking uncomfortable and straining his voice to ask like that, Yopi Mu Chian immediately answered frankly. I will help myself from Hangwal. Hassin, I also absolutely will not. Finally, thank you for providing the information. You can roll away now. Ouyang Ho now looked regretful. But mixed with that was the discomfort on his face. With him, he stands up. But didn't forget to glance at Yopi Mu Chian. But raised a voice full of warning. You will regret what you said today. Yopi Mu Chian didn't say anything at this time. He watched that bastard walk away. And then he quickly took out his phone. And called Ouyang Hangwal. But no matter how many calls he made, it was still a beep. Unfortunately, Ouyang Hangwal refused to answer the phone. Yopi Mu Chian decided to go to Ouyang Group. To meet her, he said that she was obnoxious as he left. Don't answer the phone. Why would I go to Ouyang Group to find you? I don't believe I won't find you. A message from Yopi Mu Cheon appeared. I'm downstairs at your company. Within 5 minutes she did not appear. I will report to the police. Ouyang Hang Wall. She is sitting reading a book. Then glanced at the phone. She picked up the phone. And there was a second text message from Yopi Mu Cheon. She has 4 minutes left. Seeing this, Ouyang Hang Wall looked annoyed. But pack everything up and get your bag. Go see Yopi Mu Cheon. As she walked, she sighed and thought about who should come. As expected, I still have to go to this place sooner or later. At a nearby coffee shop, Ouyang Hang Wall and Yopi Mu Cheon. Sitting together, Yopi Mu Cheon calmly raised his cup and took a sip of coffee. Then raised his voice. Miss Ouyang Ho has told me everything. Ouyang Hang Wall also raised his glass to drink. While drinking, she replied. No wonder he did the talking for me. If I guess correctly, this time he took advantage of his weakness to threaten others. To what Jung has seen. To hear speculation from Ouyang Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon now continued to ask. That's right. How are you over here lately? Have you heard of the mastermind behind it yet? As he spoke, he thought and praised. This woman is too smart. Ouyang Hang Wall heard that question. Then continued to answer. I didn't tell you the bad news. The story of that night has already spread outside and heard such information. Yopi Mu Cheon responded extremely panicked. How could it be transmitted outside? Ouyang Hang Wall saw the unexpected appearance by Yopi Mu Cheon. She quietly continued to say many versions. Most of them say that he is the tyrant of the upper palace. Now he's basically being spread around like a wild wolf. Ouyang Hang Wall was now on his hands and knees, holding his head sadly. Blame yourself and say sorry. You are the one implicated by me. Hear sad words. Hang Wall's self-blame. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke in a comforting and reassuring voice. What are you afraid of? Is that what they think? At this moment, the more impatient she was, the happier some people were. You probably know this very well. Ouyang Ga now. I'm afraid there are many people who are secretly happy. Ouyang Hang Wall. At this moment, she calmly replied with her face down. Before this kind of thing, women are always weak. Even I am no exception. To dispel this atmosphere, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately spoke. Don't say these bad things anymore. Told her the good news of her grandfather's illness. I have a way. If he were awake, it would likely change the situation. And hearing such good news, Ouyang Hang Wall is joyful and joyful. Her expression became brighter. She looked towards Yopi Mu Cheon and replied. Really, why did you suddenly take the initiative to help me? Hear your words of appreciation? As well as suspicion from Ouyang Hang Wall. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly laughed loudly and replied. Ha ha, good doctor. Mind and arrange time. I came to help Ouyang No Do see his illness. Saw Yopi Mu Cheon answer like that. Ouyang Hang Wall was happy and hurried to prepare. Before leaving, she replied, let me go make arrangements. Ouyang Hang Wall turned around. Walked out of the coffee shop in the back. Yopi Mu Cheon sat there. Just lifted the cup and took a sip of coffee. Just looked at Ouyang Hang Wall and thought. A pitiful girl. If it was just to target Ouyang Hang Wall. Ouyang Ga only paid attention to holding the handle well. Basically not necessary. Let the news spread everywhere like that. Otherwise it would embarrass Ouyang Ga. Who just thought that Yopi Mu Cheon seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and thought. The person behind was afraid that someone else had come to Yopijia's entire mansion. Inside were 3 men, sitting and talking to each other. An elderly grandfather. He raised his cup of tea and raised his voice. The story of Ouyang Hang Wall outside has spread. You all must have heard that. Is Yeop Mukion's grandfather. He picked up the cup of tea and stood up. Looked towards the 2 people sitting there close to the voice. If possible, we can form a sway family with Ouyang Ga. Our Yopi Ga is also a very good place. I hear that. A man sitting there is Yeop Mukion's father. Raised his voice. Dad feels we can take advantage of this opportunity. Together with Muchin, break up the previous hostility. See that? The remaining man immediately responded with a yes. As for the chance, Ouyang Hang Wall has already been left out. We are on her side now. will bring the family a fatal blow. Hearing all those words, Yeopmukian's grandfather quietly took a sip of tea. Then said, "Arrange a time for me to personally meet Yopi Mucheon and hear my father's proposal." Yeopmukian's father was extremely happy. Happily answered my father's answer. Dad finally agreed to let Yopi Mucheon return. "Let me arrange this matter." Seeing that, the other man immediately protested harshly. "Impossible. Yopi Mucheon is very hostile towards our family. He hates us. If Dad goes, he might get eaten." Yeopmukian's grandfather right now, still steadfast with that thought. He said calmly, "It hates it. Also a descendant of Yopi ga ta hangdong. Immediately go to arrange. In a province C, in some luxurious villa, there is a young man who is debauched. His body was not covered by a single piece of clothing. He is letting others do vulgar things. To satisfy him, hand swaying wine glass. His face showed a look of satisfied enjoyment. He raised his voice. A beauty with good wine is not enough without one thing." Suddenly something happened. He said in a low voice to the other person. Went out. Said and then he sat there again. Raised his phone. Think for a while then continue. Don't start over from the beginning. In a big mansion of Yopi-ga. Standing in front of the study door. Yeopmukian's grandfather and father. Yeopmukian's father is still wondering. Why is that possible? Soja Yopi Mucheon doesn't hate Yopi-ga. Why did you agree to come to the house to meet the old man? Could it be that he really wants to come back? Yopi Hu Deung stood next to his son and asked, "How could you call Yopi Mucheon here?" Yeopmukian's father replied that he didn't know either. "Call it and tell it. Your grandfather wants you to talk a bit. It's already arrived." He also had some questions in his mind. It's also a bit too convenient. "In my study," old Hu Deung Yopi Hu Deung happily asked before Muchen, "How have you been lately? Is there nothing you want to say to Grandpa?" Yopi Mucheon said with an annoyed look. "Proof of his identity as my grandfather. Like I wouldn't call it that. Because he is not worthy." Yopi Hu Deung heard that and gritted his teeth angrily saying you. His arrogant eyes and tone said he was old. "Don't move a bit or you'll get angry and provoked. It's not my fault." He suppressed his anger and said, "Don't say this. We talk about politics. Where did you learn your medical skills?" He thought in his heart, "If you had told me so early about your medical skills, how can I chase you away?" He said calmly, "My medical skills are not taught by you. What does it have to do with you? Don't play cards. My feelings will not return to Yopi-ga." In his heart he felt a little regretful. If only I knew this Soja had such talent. What can I do to chase him away? And he said no matter what he said. "You are also my nephew. No one can change this kind of thing. I also know about you and Ouyang Hang Wall. You must treat her well. She's a good girl." Hearing that, he suddenly stood up and spoke loudly. "No do, I don't understand why. Tell him not to play the emotional card. I was initially kicked out of the house by him. While outside, someone threw me into the forest. Why don't you remember having a grandson like that?" He said with a black face and pointed his thumb at him. "Now I'm up, you want to eat and dream. Tell him Yopi-ga I will definitely return. But returning is my only Yopi-ga." He then said pointing in his direction. "Until then I will bring the old devil. Everyone inside, he and everyone inside, go away. This is the only condition for me to return to Yopi-ga." Hearing that, his face showed anger. But didn't know what to say. And Yopi Mucheon turned and left. That day will come very soon. Saw Yopi Mucheon step out first. His father immediately entered the room and asked how he was. The old man immediately said, "What should we think now? Yopi-ga looks like it is not appropriate for Muchen to return. He has great hostility towards us. Furthermore, I couldn't ask for any information. Must be clarified. Where does its character come from?" Yopi Mucheon walked out. Immediately sighed and said, opening and closing his mouth, "Is to ask Ouyang Hang Wall about medical techniques. That old devil Yopi Hu Deung. Basically, he doesn't really care about himself. But he wanted to get something from me." He thought in his heart, "I still hold a little hope here. There will be no more after this. If you want to use yourself as a chess piece, why dream?" Look forward. See Nyang Sagi standing next to the car. He immediately said, "Nyang Sagi, why?" Nyang Sagi raised the lid to him and said, "Before the Hugh Gook story, I heard you did a good job. In your mind just now, you were thinking, what is this young lady's anger about? It's clear that every time we meet, there's a fight. Now you're praising me." Yopi Mu Cheon said jokingly. "You won't love me, will you? I can't stand it a bit." Nyang Sagi immediately replied bluntly, "Rest assured, if all the men in the world die, I absolutely won't love you either. Get in the car, Grandpa wants to meet you." At Nyang Ga, Yopi Mu Cheon was brought here. Nyang Sagi's grandpa, seeing my niece's face, was not happy. "I should ask Sagi, why are you arguing with the little god again? Seems not very happy." Nyang Sagi remembers when Yopi Mu Cheon headed. The sparkling eyes looking at her in the car made her shyly think, this Saek Lang guy was along the way. My eyes are always glued to my butt and breasts. How can this kind of thing be said out loud? Yopi Mu Cheon saw Nyang Sagi shy, immediately opened his mouth and said nothing. Just enjoy a little natural body shape. Beauty of humanity. Nyang no du, if you have something to say it directly. Old man Nyang turned to talk to Nyang Sagi. "Sagi, I left a little earlier. So Yopi and I have something to talk about." And he continued talking. "Last time we talked, that pill has been checked by superiors. They were very satisfied with the work and wanted to buy it outright." Yopi Mu Cheon was a bit surprised. I asked how much it would cost to buy it outright. Master Nyang immediately replied 100 million. Hearing the small amount of money, Yopi Mu Cheon said angrily, 100 million stars. Considering that no yaw is easy to bully, Sa Dui offered 500 million. Buying 1% of shares does not equal 100 million. Immediately wanted to stop taking selfies. He shyly scratched his face and said, "So consider it as serving the people." He frowned uncomfortably and replied, "Damn, I serve the people, so who serves me? Waiter, tell your superiors." My answer was just one word, "Get lost." Old man Nyang still tried to stop and dissuade So Yopi. "It's best not to look for them to cause trouble. Think about it a little more here." He replied back, "Old man Nyang, I know he was just following work instructions. I don't blame him either. But I really can't stand those people." Hear him say that. Old man Nyang secretly thought that I don't know either. What do superiors think throughout the whole process? What about such a price? Yopi Mu Cheon added, "That's right, old Nyang." He remembered to answer that they wanted to bring the pill of the holy medicine. Analyze the method of modulation. Why are they dreaming? He said with arrogant eyes. In this world, there aren't any people can destroy my medicine. No one can. At Yeop Mukion's house, he wrote while cursing a mess. All of them are scams. No Ya doesn't want to talk to you about doing business, then sell them herself. Jung Hasin brings them back to the place. I asked why, who is bullying me? Yopi Mu Cheon replied, "I was fine. I'll handle it a little bit here. The prescription marks the amount of herbs to buy. You can only have too much, not too little." Jung Hasin feels that the quantity he needs to buy is too much. You should ask again for such a large quantity of herbs. Can also fill a warehouse. Then what do you want to do? Yopi Mu Cheon said while sipping a cup of tea. I went to find some media people. Even if it's spending money on advertising, it's okay. Our company treats one person every day. Free treatment for haggard face. Jung Hasin continued. Now product. Even the ingredients were not fully prepared. Want to advertise more and only treat one person a day. Do you want? Yopi Mu Cheon winked and said loudly. Hung girl marketing. Starvation marketing. Scene transition at a high-rise building. Press conference of Cheon Hyun Hong Yin Group is going on. Many journalists were present to work. Jung Hasin gave the opening speech. Media journalists. I represent Cheon Hyun Hong Yin Group. Thank you for coming. Now the press conference will officially begin. Yopi Mu Cheon glanced at the person next to him with an annoyed expression. Her intelligence is so strong that it's scary. Jung Hasin arranged a press conference first. The hind leg has arrived. Sa Dui is proud, so what is that? It just needs to be your business. You're all here, said enthusiastically, and then she hugged Yeop Mukion's arm. I also want one. The product can transform your beauty a little. Is that possible? Yopi Mu Cheon confusedly avoided Sa Du-wee. Don't mess around like that, it's not good. Even though Yopi Mu Cheon tried his best to protest, Sa Du-wee still did not give up and moved closer to him. The pampering tone makes the heart beat fast. Tu Jung has seen here. Isn't it very exciting to do this kind of thing? On the other hand, a reporter is a crook. But someone came to talk to Mr. Jung of the company. Declared Jong Seong Wang. Not only can improve rooting, it can also heal wounds. Like in the beginning. I wonder if it's true. Jung Hasin answered confidently. Whether real or fake, consumers have a voice. I finally got the hype. It's also useless, trusting that the market will quickly give an answer. Another reporter asked again. President Jung mentioned it just now. Every day, treat one injured person for free. Lasts a month. I want to ask a month later. Whether or not your company will cancel this item for free. Jung Hasin replied. That's right, it will be cancelled a month later. After all, we still need to make a profit. I hope everyone understands. The man continued to express his questions. Why is there no free quota every day? As far as I know. Now a lot of people are injured. I also don't have money for treatment. Why don't you help them a little? Jung Hasin no longer feels comfortable right now. Question him back before answering. I want to ask you a question. Are you going to? For the sake of fairness and justice, I work as a journalist for free. No need for salary. Can you do it without salary? Finished listening. The reporter was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Taking all of this scene into Yeop Mukyeon's eyes. The other party was extremely proud of Jung Hasin. He spoke very well. Sa Du-wee sitting next to him also commented a few words. Isn't this your beautiful soulmate's younger brother Simple? Is a good gem. The female reporter continued to ask questions. Hyuk-gook Cosmetic Surgery is the world's leading artist. General Jung, is your company's strength comparable to Hyuk-gook? Jung Hasin replied. This kind of thing doesn't take our company a few hours. Even 10 hours. To do cosmetic surgery. Like other companies. For us, too. It is now possible to make this type of standard internationally. How can people judge? To reporters and people below. After hearing the answer, gossiping about heaven and earth. If that is indeed the case, this talent has surpassed Hyuk-gook's. No way. Definitely bragging. Facial surgery is very dangerous. How can I have enough time to finish the job? At the entrance of the hall, someone boldly walked in. A man appeared next to him. It's a person with a bandaged face. Whose face is unknown. The cunning reporter saw and couldn't help but think to herself. Looking at the appearance of coming here to cause trouble. The man opened his mouth. I heard it's a plastic surgery company. Superior technique. Hope Mr. Jung can help me. Help this friend of mine take a look. He was burned by the fire. I don't know if your company can fix. Those reporters who have the opportunity to talk a lot. Bandaged and turned into a mummy. Then it can be treated. Another person interjected nonchalantly. With such a loud explosion, I can't get down now. I don't believe them either. Half an hour of surgery can correct this type. Jung Hasin saw this scene and pondered for a while. And the man continued to provoke. What's wrong, Mr. Jung, don't you know for sure? Or say corporate devil. The so-called product is a scam. Or should I say your company? From the beginning, he was just fooling people. Jung Hasin slowly approached this man. We can sympathize with your friend's feelings. But he did that at the press conference. Is it a bit too much? She calculated in her head. We must drive these people away. Otherwise, those journalists will definitely write a mess. The man frankly expressed. Jung told her the truth. I just don't believe your company has any real power. So when I came to destroy it, I asked if you dared to continue. The other side saw a rather difficult situation. Sa Du-wee looked at Yopi Mu Cheon and asked, what do you plan to do with your annoying little brother coming to your door? Do you need help or not? Yopi Mu Cheon looked serious. What kind of business do you and Yopi Ga have? Sa Du-wee asked again. What do you want to say? He replied. If we had done business with them, it's useless to end it so soon. There won't be too much loss. She said seriously. Looks like my brother is really angry. Thank you for warning me to come back. I will seriously handle this matter. This side is where the reporters are talking non-stop. Why don't you say more, Mr. Jung? Perhaps she was afraid and must have bragged loudly. I don't know how to record. A reporter's notes. Copy Cheon Hyun Hong Yeon. Definitely a scam company. The report must definitely write in. The man laughing loudly as it. Ha ha ha, this kind of talent. Yopi Mu Cheon no longer wants to be a turtle snuggling his head. Why don't you dare come out to see me? Yopi Mu Cheon stepped out with his hands in his pockets looking extremely cool. Suddenly I heard a crazy dog barking. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, Yopi Yom. What did he say in anger? Scold someone for being a dog. I am a righteous name that speaks to the point of destruction. Asked if he dared to continue. Yopi Mu Cheon was serious. It's just that my face got a big burn. Now I will do it right in front of everyone. Said and then pointed straight at the person sitting in the wheelchair. First, take off this person's bandage. Jung Hasin walked over and added. I called to make arrangements. Not long after the equipment was brought. The nurses were also present. The person in the wheelchair asked again. No. I don't know what to do here. All bandages must be removed. Yopi Mu Cheon is in charge of the surgery. If you can't remove it, how can you fix it? Are you scared now? Wasn't that a very strong talk just now? The person in the wheelchair looked over. Yopi Yom, why is this place? There are journalists everywhere. I will go on TV, he will scare you easily. Don't be afraid to let them take it off. He reassured the person next to him. And then the nurse came forward and removed the bandage on the man's face. And everyone around saw the scene. These are all extremely panicked. Appear scared. Oh my god, this is too horrible to even say it's a ghost face. I also believe, if you see it at night, wouldn't you be scared? The staff next door has an extremely unsightly face. Actually, I had a little leak. On this side, Yopi Mu Cheon. After seeing the appearance of the person sitting above, the wheelchair's expression was still very calm. Like nothing happened. Okay. Removing your face is enough and meeting me is also your blessing. He thought silently in his heart. Whose family was destroyed like this? It was pitiful enough. Then he started the surgery. Every drop of blood fell. The people who witnessed it were extremely surprised. Do not use anesthetic directly. Furthermore, the injured person did not complain of pain. This is too weird. Could it be that he has lost the feeling of pain? And his sword technique is really exquisite. Afraid that even Dr. Jung Young couldn't do it. Half an hour after Yopi Mu Cheon finally completed the surgery. Done with his injury. The bandage could be removed after 4 days. The man was extremely surprised that it only took 4 days. Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely confident. There are so many journalists here. If I trick you, it's no different. Right in front of everyone, he lied. And at this moment he couldn't hide his joy. Jumped out of the wheelchair and ran to hug Yeop Mukion's leg. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't think of me. I still have a chance to have a human face again, thank you hoo-hoo. Said then the man turned around and hit Yopi Yom. He is my benefactor. Are my reincarnated parents, I don't need your money. I won't let you smear him. Yopi Mu Cheon let out a sentence. Yopiom's eating and drinking were unsightly. He turned around, pointed his finger straight at Yopi Mu Cheon and said, Great job Yopi Mu Cheon. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't give up. Almost scolded him this time in front of the journalists. I spare you one life. Next time, I dare to come and cause trouble. I make you regret being born into this world. He was scared and just snorted and left. The cunning reporter walked over to ask. Progenitor rhythm, why don't injured people feel pain? What spirit pill did you use? He looked at her with disdain. Thinking that her trick was not bad, he said. And then he held up the product. Of course, using the company's products. Are Hong Yian advised to complete? She happily continued asking Zhang Seong Wang. No wonder this medicine is like the name. Can make people tilt into. She didn't forget to turn and wink at Jung Hasin. When you're done, remember to invite. This lady ate that meal. Of course Jung Hasin continued to tell me. Also because of eating Zhang Seong Wang. Just became so white. If you don't believe it. Can I invite the female reporter to try? A female reporter with not very good facial skin volunteered. Can I give that a try? I would like to ask how many pills do I need to eat? Jung Hasin warmly said 1 pill is enough. Eating a lot will not have greater effect. Under the instructions. Then after eating the pill, the female reporter was taken to the hotel bathroom. 1 hour later, like a miracle, a puff of smoke was born. She confidently returned to the lobby. Everyone around her was extremely surprised. Heaven and earth are so beautiful. There is nothing to discuss. I really can't believe this kind of thing happened. When I say it's a skin change, I also believe it. Some reporters compete to take notes. Quickly write a report. The title is it. Jong Seong Wong will absolutely sell out. Cheon Hyun Hong Yeon will also be on fire. News was also quickly posted by journalists. Cheon Hyun Hong Yeon Group posted it on TV. Advertising communication. Especially Jong Seong Wong. Everyone was frantically searching for the news anchor. Introduced in the video. Absolutely do not increase any skills. Don't even use cosmetics. All absolutely true. Just like the image of a citizen's ID card. Definitely this is it. Only a fairy pill can do it. Yopi Bai Gyo happily pointed at the TV. Everyone quickly look at him just appearing on TV. And Jong Seong Wong is really awesome. Yopi Yom on the other hand was indifferent to me at the press conference scene. Yopi Mu Cheon is so ostentatious. Even said, wants us to wander around the streets. Yopi Bai Gyo refute those who say nonsense. You too wouldn't say that. If you really say it, it must be because you made him angry. Yopi Yom spoke again. So ADU knows what. Yopi Mu Cheon is now the corrupt person. The old man next to him spoke up. Don't make a fuss about important Jong Seong Wong matters. If it could belong to Yopi Ga, we would be extremely good. Hang J, let me go talk to Yopi Mu Cheon. It says how men answer important things. I do not mix any sentiments. The entire journey is based on a cooperative attitude. Even promising, allow him to return. Returned to Yopi Ga to accept his ancestors. But he refused. He recounted Yeop Mukion's attitude. 600 million and want to buy my company. Buy German Jong Seong Wong. If you still allow me to return, why are you kidding me, Trong Phi? Yopiga's assets are being transferred to my name. Soga can still be a little reluctant. Old Yopi was extremely angry after hearing this. His face turned black. As Soja expected. Don't blame Yopi Ga for accidentally. 4 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At a time when everyone is waiting for the sick. It was finally time to take the bandage off. Countless reporters are watching this golden moment. To take pictures for publication. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke romantically. Secretary Ju Oh no do, why are you guys here? Secretary Ju replied that he had just returned from Hyuk Guk. I heard you opened a company. Immediately ran to Hyuk Guk's side. Also deposited money into account 10 million. Yopi Mu Cheon said disdainfully. 10 million is just that. I didn't expect it either. Bong Jang will move on. Secretary Ju, I have some things to ask for your assistance. Secretary Ju smiled and asked Soja. 10 million is not important. Say something. Yopi Mu Cheon replied that in terms of medicine, I don't. Satisfied, he planned to grow some medicinal herbs himself, needing a piece of land. And pondering for a while, he continued. The land area does not need to be too large. 1,600 acres. The sentence that was just uttered made Secretary Joe startled. He asked again in surprise. 1,600 models of Soja stars have such a big appetite that restored his mind and calmly explained. So Yopi, it's not that I didn't help you here in Dongsheng. Inch of land, inch of gold. Confirmed above. Will not approve such a large land area. I suggest you go to the countryside and try a little. Heard that suggestion. Yopi Mu Cheon also had some considerations. How do I know what to do in the countryside? Oh professor, talk to Yopi Mu Cheon privately. Yopi Soga competes in plastic surgery with Hyuk Guk. Treat Sangso Mi. The medicine you use is all Jong Seong Wong. Muchin replied yes and immediately had to remove his license. Let us see a little how effective it is. Jung Hasin held the mic to speak to reporters. Jong Seong Wong. The effect is not just simple skin improvement. Today's results will make the world terrified. A reporter was extremely excited when he heard that. Then shouted as quickly as possible. Make sure you have a good rhythm when removing the bandage. All details must be recorded in full. Absolutely cannot reveal any image for a second. Jung Hasin pointed at the patient and said, "Invite the patient to remove the bandage." The nurse heard the instructions. "Quickly remove the bandage on your face." The patient came out. And after removing it, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "This is it. This is the person. 4 days ago you're not a ghost, you're not a ghost." A reporter couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God. I witnessed the miracle." Jung Hasin said a little proudly, "It's been successful. Cheon Hyun Hong Yin. First step. Succeeded." Professor Oh saw such a scene. He rubbed his chin and praised Yopi Soga. "You are truly a genius. I also admire you a bit. If Jong Seong Wong completely can produce large amounts of results, I really don't dare to imagine." Yopi Mu Cheon said, "From today onwards, Cheon Hyun Hong Yin will continue to rise." After the press conference, a flood of news will follow. Not just domestic media, even foreign media. There were also journalists who wrote news about Wang Jiam. While Cheon Hyun Group suddenly emerged. No one is against even Jong Seong Wang. Appearing is considered a human miracle. For Waha, Jong Seong Wang has more than just meaning. Not just this place. It also has a later meaning in the field of cosmetic surgery. Waha surpasses Gook Hyuk Gook in one move. Towering on top of the world. That creator Jong Seong Wang is Yopi Mu Cheon. From now on, he was assigned a new title. Zhang Sheng's father. Wang Bomsa laughed when he saw the news. "Just need this person. There will never be a shortage of factual documents," Wana said while watching the news. "You scoundrels have become so powerful." Sang So Mi was at the police station watching the news and whispering indignantly. This person couldn't stop for a few days later. In a luxurious room, Sa Du-wee relaxed on the sofa. Watched the news and praised his rotten brother. "It's true that it's getting more and more interesting." Nyang Sagi pointed at the paper and said, "Grandpa saw that outside now it was all news about that bastard." The old man saw something unusual. Immediately asked back, "Lately I've been unusually attentive to him. Do you have something to do with him?" Nyang Sagi pouted and said, "I just wanted to find a suitable opportunity to hit him. My grandfather saw that and didn't tease her anymore. Adu's temperament is like no other. Come help me pick up Yopi Mu Cheon. I'll find him. There's something wrong." The old man thought to himself, "So Yopi, you're making too much of a big deal about this." At the office of Cheon Hyun Hong Yin Group, the staff who answered the phone politely advised, "Hello Jong Seong Wang. The date of sale has not been decided yet. Invite days of patient waiting." On the other side, the customer service staff asked back in surprise, "What? Want to place an order for 10,000 Jong Seong Wang stars? The selling price has not been decided yet." Calls from customers kept coming. Customer service staff here. Become busier. "Hello sir. Sorry sir." Jung Hasin lay on the sofa and said, "You bastard. The phone is crazy too. When are you planning to announce the selling price of Jong Seong Wang? Furthermore, there is a hospital. I want us to cooperate a lot. The boss wants to participate in the shares." Yopi Mu Cheon placed one hand on his hip and replied that he was not in a hurry. Had to use starving marketing to appease her. Yopi Mu Cheon came and hugged her and continued, "The hungrier they are, the more money we make. We have to wait until they get crazy hungry." The notification from the phone is a message from Yopi Hangdong. Message content: Muchin, be a little careful Yopi Ga. Someone started to attack. Yopi Mu Cheon finished reading and frowned and said, "Are you pretending to be a good father now? Soga funny. It's true that we can't leave Yopi Ga in peace. The company's staff came to inform us, saying we didn't meet the required standards. Fined 4 million and must stop trading." Yopi Mu Cheon received the paper and said, "Okay. Please return to your work position." The employee heard that and quickly left. Just walked to her seat. The entire human resources department heard the screams. Jung Hasen's voice is lost. Fine of 4 million stars. The company hasn't even started business yet. Not only face large fines, having to stop doing business. This is a fatal blow to the company. There must be something shady inside. What should we do next? Do you want to know who is dealing with us? Yopi Mu Cheon replied, "There are just a few things that don't need to be kept in mind." Jung Hasin puffed her cheeks and thought to herself, does this corrupt guy have merit in his heart? Obviously he is the president. And I'm just a hired worker. She opened the door and spoke to the human resources department. Today the company is off. The salary is still paid, everyone go home. Yopi Mu Cheon wanders on the street, secretly thinking that the company caused such a big stir. There will definitely be people. I just didn't think of revenge so quickly. A car stopped in front of Yopi Mu Cheon. Nyang Sagi said, get in the car. My grandfather is looking for you. In her head she exclaimed, this person has a really big gut. Even though he was threatened like that, he was not afraid. Opening the door and walking in, he said she was a woman after all. Why can't you be a little gentler? Ruder than a normal man. Just got off the bus. Yopi Mu Cheon heard Nyang Sagi grumble. Are you still a man? Why can't we be a little more lenient? Seeking revenge more than women. Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms and asked in return, how generous he was. You are also not my wife. What do I rely on to be generous? Nyang Sagi continued unsatisfied. You're not even my husband. Why should I be gentle with you? Yopi Mu Cheon yelled, damn. You talk like you have a husband. Nyang Sagi also refused to give up and argued back. Clearly you. I don't even have a wife. What right do I have to talk to me? Yopi Mu Cheon said, you scum want me to be generous? There's the kind of girl who could be my wife to show her grandfather what it's like. Nyang Sagi replied again. Would someone like you be my husband? Let me give you some knowledge. What kind of person is my aunt? Engrossed in talking and came to my house without even realizing it. Quickly used her foot to step on the brake. Her face turned red. She emphasized who wanted to be his wife. In Nyanga, the old man writing calligraphy looked up at a person who didn't bother to talk. One person was so angry that he was shaking. The old man asked, so Yopi, what is this? Yopi Mu Cheon pointed his finger. Nyang Sagi scolded. This damn ant in the city runs like the wind. More than 200 kilometers per hour. I almost peed my pants on the way. Nyang Sagi did not bother to turn around to fight. Hey, who told you to talk nonsense? The old man said sadly. Can't the two of you get along a bit? Sagi, I'm going out for a bit. Let's go, so Yopi and I have something to talk about. After talking, I saw Nyang Sagi angrily close the door and leave. Outside she didn't go but stood leaning against the door. She blushed thinking about that bastard talking. What? Does he really want to marry me? No, it can't be. Maybe he really wants to pursue me. But I have a fiancé. But think again a bit. I know I have such a powerful fiancé. Still pursuing me. This part of courage will make people think it's hard to despise. But that kind of thing is said when angry and quarrelsome. It can't be serious. No one will consider it real. If he is serious, what should he do? That guy probably doesn't look like someone who will go back on his word. In the room the old man meticulously drew on a piece of paper. He told, so Yopi, I'll give this word to you. Yopi Mu Cheon replied, sincerely thanking the old man for his good-intentioned death. But I don't understand what this word means. The old man continued to speak to So Yopi. Zhang Seong Wang is a big influence. Surpass your imagination. Even world structural relations. Value enough to make any country feel hot. Can you protect Zhang Seong Wang? Yopi Mu Cheon remained silent and did not respond immediately. The old man continued. I'm telling the truth, take your power now. Let alone protecting Zhang Seong Wang. Afraid that even defending yourself would be a waste of effort. So I request you to pray. Don't bring Zhang Seong Wang to market. Patience and gathering strength. Yopi Mu Cheon rushed to confront the old man. I also told him the truth. Zhang Seong Wang, no matter what, also had to go to town. Moreover, it will be up soon. The old man said sadly. This rotten temper of yours. The word ring is completely clear to me. You must understand. Someone who is too outstanding is not necessarily a good thing. Yopi Mu Cheon continued. I know what you want to say now. I really couldn't protect Zhang Seong. Even this small network is difficult to maintain. I admit this point. The old man wholeheartedly advised me otherwise. We can cooperate. There is a war zone protecting you so no one dares to touch you. This is your best way out. Yopi Mu Cheon replied, let me think about this a bit. The old man smiled and said, Ha ha, I hope I can get the right answer soon. I heard your company is having some trouble. Need my help? Yopi Mu Cheon insisted. No need. Just little Yopi Ga I can deal with. Yopi Ga will be my Yopi Ga alone. The old man silently judged that this Soja is too murderous. For his future. Not a good thing. At the company, Ouyang Hang Wall asked the other person in surprise. What do you mean you want to restore all my positions? The man said. Hang Wall thought carefully for a moment. When you withdraw all your positions. Still a bit wrong. That's why everyone unanimously made this decision. You might have to try really hard. Hang Wall sat at her usual desk. And the man walked away. Hang Wall thought to himself. Incorrect. These people insist on seeing themselves as a nail in the eye. It was very difficult to bring myself down. How can that be? Arbitrarily let me restore my power. They definitely have something planned. At Nyangga Yopi Mu Cheon. He hesitated and thought about the old man's proposal. Even though he was very upset. But I couldn't help but acknowledge old Nyang's words. What the head said is right. Zhang Seong Wang. Effective enough to make anyone's eyes red. Now, I have no way to deal with so many enemies. But I can't cooperate with Nyangga. The war zone is too strong. Sooner or later it will be swallowed. There are no more fragments left. Jung Hasin here is also extremely confused. Something happened to Yopi Ga. Yopi Mu Cheon asked what. Jung Hasin added more information. Yopi Ga's store was burned. There was also a hotel that was destroyed. All of which were done by civilians. Is now up. As the TV spoke, she turned on the news to see. The image of a fire appeared. Followed by a demonstration by civilians. Yopi Ga deals with Cheon Hyun Hong Yin. Just wanted Noja's life. Another person was also dissatisfied and spoke up. I have lived with this devil for 10 years. It was very difficult for Zhang Seong Wang to restore his appearance. Oppress people again. Anyway, no y'all already didn't want to live. Will also send their whole family to death. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed after watching it. Unexpected. The first to act was the masses of people. Yopi Ga isn't even angry and vomiting blood. Jung Hasin said. When Yopi Ga dealt with him he was so calm. I thought you had already thought of it. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed even louder. No. This is completely your prediction. He originally thought it was the 4 great families. We'll deal with it for our own benefit. Yopi Ga didn't think about it. We'll come out like that. Yopi Mu Cheon continued. I just don't know what to do with Yopi Ga. Planning to do this again. At Yopi Ga. The silver-haired man said 3. The other people's faces were destroyed. The other also declared, if we still deal with Cheon Hyun Hong Yin, they will take more drastic action. The head of Yopi Ga said angrily. A group of bastards dared to threaten Yopi Ga. Do you really think Yopi Ga is afraid of those civilians? Setting fires and assaulting people is a violation of the law. The other guards only knew how to eat and drink. Stars for Seo Wanhwa. Tell him to bring in the people who destroyed property. With arson and recapture. The man said. But Dad, Dongsheng is also not a small city. The population is not small. More and more people are destroyed. Many ugly women want to rely on Zhang Seong Wang. Take this seriously at this time. I'm worried. Old man Yopi said in your voice, of course I know. But even so, we still have to do our best. Scared by crazy people. Yopi Ga can't give in. In fact, many people have been consumed by madness. So much so that beyond Yopi Ga's expectations. Their appearance was seriously damaged. Endure people who are not evil people. Not a ghost, just walking on the main road. Will also scare children into crying. I still have to endure the normal gaze of others. Like that, he soon lost his motivation to live. Zhang Seong Wang appeared to give them rare hope. Yopi Ga wants to destroy it. This made them extremely angry. So they woke up before they started the attack. And after they finished eating in prison, they woke up. Wang Bomsa said. He didn't see what those guys looked like when they were arrested. There was basically no remorse in his eyes. People like that are scary. Can't provoke. She approached Yopi Mu Cheon playfully and said quickly. Are all of these things planned by you or not? What do you think about this time? I want unique news. I want a good title. Yopi Mu Cheon said bossily. My feeling is that it's comfortable. People's mass force. Of course it's no joke. Yopga's legacy was deservedly destroyed. She continued to say something like that. It didn't seem appropriate to write a newspaper. Don't you have other things to say? Old man Yopi asked why he lost so much. Only a few hundred people can destroy our prices. Worth 2 billion huh? Yopi Hangdong continued. I don't see those destroyed people. Is to come to our store to stand like that. Can also scare children to tears. They looked like fierce gods approaching and destroying. The adults still look shaken. Now no one dares to come to our store anymore. And some people are dissatisfied. No one comes to the hotel or store. Every day is in a state of loss. Dad, can't you aim at Muchin anymore? The girl next to him also agreed. That's right, Grandpa. Nowadays, everything on the internet is written about our house. We're for some money. But the life path of others. Smashing video. Also praised. Don't have to deal with him anymore, okay? Hearing that, old man Yopi was not very happy. Finally had to say it's over. The silver-haired man said so. Is it over? What should I do if I admit defeat now? Don't just throw money away. Even Yopga's face was thrown away. Old man Yopi calmly explained. This has a very bad impact. Above came to talk to me. We can only admit defeat. Bit the silver-haired man. Angry teeth. At a high-rise building. How bright it is outside. The darker it gets inside. Two men are talking. One person asked Guy Nukdi how the other side was preparing. The other person replied everything was arranged. But do we really have to do that? This is murder. Yopi Mu Cheon has ruined our lives and reputation. Even if killing him 1,000 times 10,000 times is not enough. And I have already investigated. Yopi Mu Cheon behind him. There is also no force to support it. If you kill him, it won't have much impact. Go back to where Yopi Mu Cheon and Jung Hasin are. Yopi Mu Cheon lies with his hands on the sofa and says proudly ha ha. Proven facts. You can't make fun of anyone if you make fun of the masses. Even if Yopi Ga is evil, he has to eat jam. It's really fun. Jung Hasin said it well. If you're happy, you're happy. We still have important things to decide. Zhang Seong Wang, how much money are you prepared to sell? Sooner or later it will have to be brought to market. Yopi Mu Cheon replied that one pill was 100,000. Jung Hasin was surprised and asked what? A pill sells for 100,000. Why is this so expensive? Yopi Mu Cheon said again. How expensive are those people to take a trip to Hyukguk? Cosmetic surgery is not just that. He even felt too cheap. No need to consider the market. I also want to price it at 300,000. Jung Hasin continued. Consider it 100,000. It is also difficult to bring it into the large-scale market. Many people cannot afford it. Cannot make it easily accessible to others. A little star. Yopi Mu Cheon said. Of course you know. So when creating Zhang Seong Wang, we will reduce efficiency. Medicines are divided into 3 types. Upper, middle, and lower. Zhang Seong low-end product price 29,999. Intermediate product sold for 69999. So much so that the top product Zhang Seong Wang is right but the selling price is 90,999. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed Jung Hasin's hand and said, Is that all? Saw Yopi Mu Cheon standing next to him. Jung Hasin thought wildly. This is him, maybe he wants. Before they could kiss, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, interrupt. Jung Hasin quickly pushed Yopi Mu Cheon away and urged him. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly go open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Then she said goodbye to Yopi Mu Cheon and told her to go to bed first. As she walked to open the door, Yopi Mu Cheon silently complained. Damn, no, ya worked so hard to get excited. Why can't I come later? Open the door and ask who it is. The person knocking on the door is Wang Bomsa. She grabbed Yeop Mukion's hand, then sincerely begged my little aunt to stay in the hospital. Quickly help me go see her. Yopi Mu Cheon asked again. Little aunt, is your figure beautiful? Is she a beauty? I've seen Yopi Mu Cheon until now. Still have the mind to pay attention to the sidelines. Wang Bomsa couldn't help but scream about something. Quickly help me go see and I'll pay for your medicine. Yopi Mu Cheon took a lazy tone and said slowly. No matter what, let me prepare. In the car, Wang Bomsa drove quickly. Yopi Mu Cheon panicked and said, damn it. Drive a little slower, don't let the little ant. She has not been treated. Then the two of us would have had to go to the hospital first. Don't be as noisy as me driving compared to your imagination. Much more powerful. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Hey, forget it. It's okay to help this young lady a little. Anyway, a few days ago I asked for help. The car suddenly braked. Suddenly Yopi Mu Cheon was surprised. Wang Bomsa's car veered off the road. Through the rear-view mirror, Wang Bomsa saw a yellow truck lying behind her. She forced her mouth to swear a damn sound. That big car intentionally hit us. Hurry, drive a little faster. Yopi Mu Cheon said. Wang Bomsa replied, I accelerated. What situation is this? Why do you have to touch us? In the middle of a stressful situation? The two people each had their own words and argued freely. Yopi Mu Cheon said, I don't know. Not your enemy. Wang Bomsa replied, do you think I'm like you? The four families are enemies. Yopi Mu Cheon thought. Wang Bomsa though likes to be clever. But absolutely not the type to cause trouble for the other person. Maybe it's because of me? Or maybe she drank too much. The truck crashed hard into Wang Bomsa's car, causing her car to be thrown over. The car was overturned, and was no longer intact. Yopi Mu Cheon compressed obnoxious pain. If I lose to this kind of thing, I will die without closing my eyes. Only then did he turn to Wang Bomsa. Asked about Wang Bomsa's situation. How are you? Yopi Mu Cheon unfastened his seatbelt. He leaned forward and tried to sit up. After a while of struggling, he was able to hold Wang Bomsa in his arms. In an emergency, he lost patience and quickly opened it. The car door was stuck. Very difficult to open. The truck still has no intention. Will spare the lives of two people. The car got on the gas and rushed towards. Through the rearview mirror, Yopi Mu Cheon saw that scene. The distance between the two cars was getting closer and closer. Yopi Mu Cheon panicked and thought to himself, damn, I can't make it in time. The bang rang out. That was the sound of two cars colliding. The truck driver smiled mischievously. Wang Bomsa's car crashed. At a big company. A guy mumbled how to do it this time it was too big. His accomplices quickly reassured him not to rush. The more we are at this point, the more alert we should be. It's useless to be impatient. It just makes me more confused. Until then, we will still be the losers. The fat guy is rambling again. That bastard just told him to kill Yopi Mu Cheon. How? And brought in the daughter of the head of Dongsheng. We're done playing. The accomplice said. Guy Nukdi, is there any way to contact him? The fat guy with a tense face answered the phone and turned it off. If I can't find him, maybe. His accomplice laughed and said. We do this very secretly. Doesn't have anything to do with it. So when he threatened us, only one fat guy heard it was reasonable, so he replied yes. Anyway, there must be a good name. But Guy Nukdi comes from a war zone. Can we deal with him? The accomplice pointed his finger at his head and spoke. Who said you need to use force? Work has to rely on the mind. At the hospital, Yopi Mu Cheon lies on the bed. Slowly opens his eyes. He sleepily asks me where I am. Jung Hasin heard the noise and turned around. To see Yopi Mu Cheon awake. She was happy to say he was awake. He was finally awake. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Is this a hospital? Yopi Mu Cheon asked how long he had been in a coma. Where is Wang Bomsa? She's okay. Jung Hasin replied. It's been 2 days since the accident happened. Her situation is a bit more serious than yours. 2 broken legs. Jung Hasin recounted. It happened too suddenly. When we arrived at the scene. Extremely bad. Luckily he covered her head when it happened. Otherwise it would be very dangerous. She continued, he could rest assured. This story has shocked everyone. Very soon the culprit will be caught. Currently, supervision has been passed. Initial steps to block suspicious people. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Touched the daughter of the head of Dongsheng. Is this not wanting to die? I'm afraid the killer is not simple-minded. He hugged Jung Hasin and said. I struggled and helped him stand up. Let's go see Wang Bomsa for a bit. Jung Hasin. Yopi Mu Cheon came to Wang Bomsa's hospital room. Wang Bomsa saw Yopi Mu Cheon and said, "Oh, you finally came to visit me." Yopi Mu Cheon smiled indifferently. He said his little aunt's illness. "You don't want to hurt me as a patient first." Wang Bomsa pouted and said last time it was a gun. This time it was a car accident. How can you be in the same place and be chased? It's really annoying. Yopi Mu Cheon said why Miss Wang is so angry. I don't blame her either. On the contrary, she blamed me for saying something. Or your enemy. Wang Bomsa said quickly, "Give me a hand." They said I was in the hospital for a month. There are also a lot of actual documents out there. Wait for my report. People will become crazy. Said, and then Wang Bomsa got involved. Yopi Mu Cheon said he helps people immediately. Is it possible to cure my leg? Yopi Mu Cheon was still in a joking mood. Just tell me who is the most handsome person in this world. Who is the most beneficial person? I will help you. Wang Bomsa hugged Yeop Mukion's arm. Trying to please. It's you who is the most handsome person in the world. The most handsome and powerful guy. Yopi Mu Cheon satirized her face. It's true that it's getting thicker day by day. Wang Bomsa stuck out his tongue and replied, "As you said." I also felt like vomiting with those words. Quickly cure me. Jung Hasin couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, bad people get hurt like that. Or when you bully someone. Suddenly Sang So Mi pushes the door. Walks in and asks, "Yopi Mu Cheon, I heard you're awake. How injured? Does it still hurt?" See Sang So Mi. He complained in his heart that big trouble was coming. He hesitantly replied this. Jung Hasin saw Yopi Mu Cheon looking at him and said, "Strange, why are you looking at me? What's wrong? Is there something hidden in your heart?" Yopi Mu Cheon said, "Yopi Mu Cheon, you are an upright person. Are you hiding anything?" He said to Somi. "Captain Sang thanks you for taking care of me. Recovery from injury isn't too bad. Please ask the team. What about the news of the common prisoner on the other side?" Somi said with a smile. "Mr. Yopi still has no peace of mind. We will definitely catch the culprit soon." But in her mind she had evil thoughts. Normally, what else is there, ma'am? The old lady is now in front of Jung Hasin. Even Sabobe didn't dare say. Yopi Mu Cheon said, "Thank you Captain Sang for your efforts. Believes that everyone can definitely catch the culprit." Sang So Mi thought it was too lazy to compare with this person. Currently something happened to Chungnam's leader. There is great pressure from superiors. "We here, Yopi Mu Cheon, need your help. Do you still remember the murderer's appearance?" She thought to herself at the scene of the car accident. If not protected by Yopi Mu Cheon, Wang Bomsa is injured. I'm afraid it will get worse. A scoundrel is still considered a good man. Yopi Mu Cheon said. At that time, I only saw him wearing a baseball cap. There are also dark glasses. This clue is probably not enough. Where did Sa Du-wee appear again? Good brother, are you okay? Yopi Mu Cheon secretly thought it was dangerous. Why is Sado the goblin also coming? Yopi Mu Cheon replied. Being able to stand on at least 2 legs is not a big problem. There is also no visible damage overall. If you look a little, you probably won't die. Somi thought. How many women does this person have? Sa Du-wee leaned close to him. Is there anything uncomfortable, little brother? Do you want her to make you feel a little more comfortable? Was pushed away by Jung Hasin's hand. She stood in front of him. Both women's faces were clearly uncomfortable. Jung Hasin spoke up to Miss Sado in annoyance. Thank you for your interest in Yopi Mu Cheon. Sa Du-wee smirked in response. Miss Jung is really too polite. Mr. Yopi is like my good brother. Sa Du-wee looked at Yopi Mu Cheon and said pamperedly. The older sister cares for the younger brother, there's nothing to say. Thank you, brother. Is what you said right? Yopi Mu Cheon was startled when he heard that. Looked over at his girlfriend Jung Hasin. She immediately asked him with a bit of jealousy, what was that? Made him more scared. With the looks from Jung Hasin and Sa Du-wee. He panicked and trembled in fear as he explained to his sister how concerned he was. It's just that women are normally concerned. In such a stressful time. There was a sudden voice asking Sa Du-wee if she was here. Do something, Sang So Mi. Sa Du-wee replied calmly. Captain Sang's management is really broad. Even if I come to visit the patient, I have to report to you. If you are so brave. I wonder if the murderer has been found yet? Sang So Mi replied helplessly for the time being. The perpetrator has not been found. See that? Sa Du Wei gently picked up the phone to call someone. Yi urged. I am Du Wei Yopi Mu Cheon as my friend. I hope the other side can catch the culprit. Quickly solve the case of Sang So Mi after hearing that it was someone from the Yi family. She was surprised. Perhaps someone from the higher department. Continued the call. Sa Du Wei is intentionally shy and loud and obnoxious. Yi advised not to talk nonsense. We are just normal friends. Nothing happened. I heard that. Jung Hasin and Sang So Mi glared in annoyance. Yopi Mu Cheon was confused and didn't know what to do. When Sa Du Wei kept causing more chaos. Suddenly the door was opened to Nyang Sagi. She said, you pervert. I heard you woke up. Is there anything uncomfortable? The atmosphere suddenly stopped. Yopi Mu Cheon is so damn tired. Someone came and added to the chaos. He said, Nyang Dai. Miss, don't open your mouth, you're a pervert. Can you give me some face? Thank you for visiting me on behalf of old man Nyang. Another day I will go to the door to visit. Nyang Sagi wondered. Why does it have to be my grandfather who tells me? Is it because I want to not be able to go? Yopi Mu Cheon was confused. I secretly thought that this sister doesn't know what she wants to do. Are you still criticizing this place for not being chaotic enough? He replied, don't you hate me? Nyang Sagi replied shyly. Before, it was really disgusting. Now I don't know. She continued, didn't you say you wanted me to be your wife? I'm just waiting for you to make a move. Yopi Mu Cheon is bored. I didn't expect him to turn to stone at this moment. Heaven and earth witnessed that he had never done such a thing. He stammered to explain that. Actually, this is very complicated cause. Sounds like that. Jung Hasin is disappointed. Do you really want to pursue her? And Sa Du Wei sneered that his younger brother really loved girls. Everyone is disappointed in him. But Yopi Mu Cheon still dares to deny that he doesn't have one. Nyang Sagi wondered. I don't know if I said something wrong or not. She exclaimed, so that's right, you scoundrel. My grandfather said he had let the war zone participate in this matter. Do you have anything to add? Everyone was surprised that it was a war zone. This kind of thing is left for the war zone to handle. That murderer was also very unlucky. Then went to tease these two people. Yopi Mu Cheon breathed a sigh of relief. Having said that, I would like to thank the old man. He thought to himself, this is extremely good. Surely there won't be any more trouble. Yopi Mu Cheon thought he had escaped. When Oh Yang happily stepped in, he panicked. It was chaos and it was very difficult to change the subject. Why even Oh Yang Hang Wall came? These women. Isn't it time to come and kill me? Oh Yang Hang Wall walked to Yeop Mukion's bedside, worriedly asking if he was okay. Sa Du Wei stood there and said sarcastically to Jung Hasin, my sister-in-law must look closely at my younger brother. He is not a decent person. Even though he said that, Jung Hasin still answered firmly. I trust him more to be mine. In the end, it will be my man who comes second. No. Yopi Mu Cheon lay there depressed. They were like that again. Suddenly the sound of shoes came from afar. Run over. He shouted Yopi Bai Gyo. She hugged his hand. Asked his brother Yopi Mu Cheon in panic. How are your hands? Are you still injured? Sang So Mi asked Yopi Bai Gyo. Perhaps Yopi Mu Cheon secretly repaired with Yopi Ga. What's the relationship? No way. Yopi Mu Cheon firmly pushed Yeop Bigyo's hand away and shouted. What did you come for? I don't need Yopi Ga to care. Go back and tell Yopi Hu Deung number do. There's no need for him to pretend. Yopi Bai Gyo felt sorry for himself when he heard that. Her eyes filled with tears. Then she burst into tears and said, it's because I wanted to come visit you. Yopi Mu Cheon still didn't soften his response. Thank you for taking pity on me. It's okay, just go back. Yopi Bai Gyo told him earnestly. Brother too, regardless of how his family sees it. I still consider you my biological brother. The more Yopi Bai Gyo said, the harder he cried. Sang So Mi ran over to console and then scolded Yopi Mu Cheon. Why would that bastard bully a girl? She comforted good Yopi Bai Gyo to stop crying. Don't pay attention to him. He is a rotten guy. The more I care about him, the more shameless he is. Yopi Mu Cheon was speechless. Even half a day is my problem. While Sangso Mi is comforting Yopi by Gyo. Then Sa Dui and Nyangsagi's phone rang. Not knowing who the call was from. But the two girls answered, so I immediately came. I'm here and let's go. They both said loudly that the murderer had found. At this moment, only Yi Wan A does not. The setting of a normal college student. I don't even know what happened to me. Yopi Mu Cheon. She was sitting at a desk studying for exams with a pile of books. With the desire not to fail the subject. And at that time, at a luxurious house, there are 3 people sitting at the dining table chatting together. Come on Ya Nukdi, let's finish our drinks. Thank you for acting on our behalf. As the man wearing glasses asked fiercely. Don't say those useless things. Where is the remaining money? President Ju and the other person replied in fear, don't get angry. Having said that, the money will definitely let you say more. That's right, we're brothers. You still can't believe it. No matter what you say. The man still coldly said, give me the money. Besides, I want more. 500,000, you guys didn't tell me before. Yeop Mukion's identity. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get such a low price. The other man explained confusedly. It's everyone who has something to say slowly. Isn't it money, so you definitely give? The man replied contemptuously. This sentence still sounds like human language. The man thought. This grumpy fat guy. More tongue than expected. The man pulled up his chair and stood up and shouted loudly. Give you 1 day. I must receive the money tomorrow at this time. If not, don't blame me for turning around, and then he turned away. The other 2 saw that. Picked up the bottle of wine to hold him back. Don't rush to leave. Such good wine. It would be a shame if I didn't drink too much. The man turned around angrily. Asked if you guys wanted to get me drunk. The other person waved his hand and replied. Not just wanting to eat with him. The man turned away. You guys slowly enjoy it. Suddenly a strange feeling of difficulty breathing. Blood spurts from both corners of the mouth and nose. The man's body trembled. I asked, why did you poison me? And the other person immediately denied it. There is no such thing, Ya Nukdi. You can't blame others either. The man was so angry that he lost control. I used all my strength to hold the sharp knife in my hand. Even if No Ya dies, he will have to take him with him. The other man was terrified and shouted for help, wanting to kill. And then a knife stabbed him. Blood splattered. He was lying in a pool of blood. After stabbing someone with his bloody hand. The man who intended to kill the other person. Chairman Ju immediately begged me to give him money in shock. It's all just a misunderstanding. Please don't come over here. As soon as he finished speaking, President Ju threw the chair. Holding on to the man. The man was hit on the head with a chair and bled. Collapsed. He happily said so and was casually knocked down. Looks like he can't stand it anymore. I said that amount could poison a buffalo to death. How can I live? He excitedly hit the man a few more times. Until his shirt was covered in blood. Despite being so tattered, the man, still stubbornly smirking, said, Go beat me to death. If you don't go and beat No Ya, it's you who will die. The more the man laughs. Chairman Ju became even more excited. So funny, keep smiling for number Ya. No Ya let you laugh. Then he kept beating the other man until he collapsed. He spoke with a fierce face full of bloodstains. Go kill number Ya. Don't you know how to fight? Just now, he was still fierce, Ya rang or something. Do you think you deserve it? You are a stray dog, he laughed loudly. The man trembled and was about to be unbearable. He saw the knife in front of his eyes. He tried to drag his bloody body. And then the man grabbed the knife on the floor. And rushed straight to death. Immediately at that moment, the door suddenly opened. A phone flew in and knocked the knife away. The knife fell and stabbed straight into Chairman Ju's thigh. The scream was so painful. At that moment the man lost all his strength and fell down. And that phone belonged to Sa Dui. She was with Yopi Mu Cheon Jung Hasin Sangso Mi. Nyang Sagi Yopi Bai Gyo kicked in the door. Yopi Mu Cheon was very surprised. Before Sadawi's capabilities, use your phone as a hidden weapon. And beat very precisely. It's hard to blame him for having such power. Normally never brings protection. Nyang Sagi also admired Sadawi's actions. The phone makes darts and doesn't talk anymore. Fast and accurate. Even if I can't do it. Sa Du-wei hides his true strength without revealing his strength. Sa Du-ga needs to re-evaluate. Everyone is surprised that Sa Du-wei knows martial arts. Heard that. Sa Du-wei is worried about danger just now. She suddenly got excited and shouldn't have acted like that. She shyly explained to everyone. I'm a weak girl. Learning a little self-defense is very normal. But don't look at people like that. People are ashamed, but... Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene before their eyes. Both men collapsed, with pools of blood all over the floor. Yopi Bai Gyo was scared to death. Jung has seen people see that. Immediately ran back and hugged Yopi Bai Gyo. Psychological reassurance. You shouldn't look or think. As long as you don't look, you won't be afraid anymore. Sang So Mi at that time ran to the blue-haired man. Putting her hand on the artery, she informed everyone. He's dead. President Ju is still alive. When I saw Sang So Mi, he said in panic. Usually the team leader is team leader Sang Sao Van. Please save me. I'm so hurt. Looked at Yopi Mu Cheon. He said contemptuously. Turned out to be Chairman Ju. I'm close to Chairman Wang. Why do we die when we love each other? It was you who masterminded the attack on me. Chairman Ju was in pain. Begged Yopi Mu Cheon to take me to the hospital. I begged everyone to quickly take me to the hospital. I don't want to die. Even if you ask for it. But Yopi Mu Cheon remained cold and didn't say a word. But stepped on the knife to make it stick deeper. Cried out in a pitiful scream. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and said, I'm definitely not going to die here. I will let you live worse than die. Sang So Mi saw that the situation was not good. She immediately stopped Yopi Mu Cheon from being rude. Don't mess with him, you'll break the law. Can you leave it to me to handle it? Yopi Mu Cheon coldly replied that's not possible. Because of him, I and Wang Bamsa almost died. No matter what, you have to let go of your anger. I guarantee I won't kill him. But Sang So Mi still doesn't listen to her. It's like I'm begging you, please don't do it. The law will severely punish him. He doesn't deserve you to receive this result. Moreover, you also consider my identity a little. Yopi Mu Cheon is helpless with this girl. Who can stop it? Sang So Mi, I owe that person a favor. Hearing that, Sa Du-wei and Nyangsagi's eyes lit up. And immediately ran to hold Sang So Mi. But Sang So Mi persisted. Advised Yopi Mu Cheon. Damn it, don't kill me. She's a police officer, can't you think about it a bit? I am also because of you. If you settle down and become a commoner, will you die? Yopi Mu Cheon replied despondently. No ya, if it's real, I've seen the good people countless times. And then he happily whispered to President Ju. He said if I took it out, there will be fountains gushing out. These thighs can support several streams. President Ju replied in confusion and trembling with fear. All arranged by Wang Ro-jeon. Doesn't concern me. I don't dare anymore and beg you not to. Wait for President Ju to finish his sentence. Yopi Mu Cheon stabbed him a few more times. After a while Yopi Mu Cheon stopped. President Ju was motionless in a pool of blood. Sang So Mi in the name of a police officer. She immediately called an ambulance. There are people seriously injured here. Come quickly, she told them the location. Yopi Mu Cheon said with a little scratch. The rest of the questioning is left to Captain Sang. There's nothing interesting about this place, folks. Disperse. Jung Hasim comforts Yopi Bai Gyo and takes her home. Nyang Sagi also leaves, but did not forget to remind Yopi Mu Cheon of the promise he had made. At this time Sa Du-wei ran back to Yopi Mu Cheon and said, My brother, because of you, you have made such great sacrifices. Even the phone was broken. Now you want to chase people away. Yopi Mu Cheon replied indifferently. The other day I bought it for. Sa Du-wei was angry and didn't want it. People want you to go shopping with them. How can you be so cruel? I only know when it's easy to treat. He immediately asked her. No, she must pay a little attention to her status as a young lady. But right at night, I hung out in one place. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Sa Du-wei smiled and winked at him and answered. I just want others to see. What a fresh flower. Forbidden on buffalo shit. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and was helpless. Took her sister to the phone store. While Sa Dui was wondering about choosing a phone. Then Yopi Mu Cheon wondered and asked her what her demonic martial arts skills of Sado were. She calmly replied that it was okay for him to tell him. I accept private. In fact, there is also an identity. Don't ask about your specific identity, it's not good for you. Then Sa Dui called out. Yopi Mu Cheon gave her his phone. He asked her what for. She took the SIM from the phone and threw the phone away. Yopi Mu Cheon panicked. Sadawi's purpose was to use the phone. Kind of lover to me. I'm helpless and don't know this goblin. What tricks do you want to play with your phone? Sa Dui took the newly bought phone and gave it to his brother. Well, this is what I gave you as an engagement item of extraordinary significance. Won't allow you to refuse. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the phone with a slightly dark face. Is that necessary? The things you threw away have a very important meaning. It was Jun Hasin giving. Sa Dui happily linked arms with him and said, how to explain it to her is your problem. Anyway, he had to use what his sister gave him. His younger brother Jong Seong Wang. If it were open for sale, there would be more people paying attention. Until then, your safety is a big issue. We at Sa Du Ga can keep you and the company safe. Just 4 parts of the profit. Hearing her say that, he got a little angry and said 4. I really want to cut your butt into 4 cubes. 4 profits are enough for the war zone to attack. Still need to rely on you. Sa Dui replied in a sweet voice. Your younger brother also takes up a lot of your sister's comforts. I can't let her take over from me just once. I feel like 4 parts is too much. We can also negotiate. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately refused. Sorry, this cannot be discussed right now. I don't want to cooperate with anyone. Suddenly there was a message notification from his phone. It was a message from Ouyang Hangwal, the opportunity has come. Sa Dui saw him look at his phone and said, what's the chance? What is your brother plotting with Hangwal? I also want to attend, is it okay? Yopi Mu Cheon was helpless to say what to do. It feels like she's everywhere lately. If you want to go, go. At Ouyang Sanjiang. Yopi Mu Cheon and Sa Dui arrived in front of Ouyang Hangwal and Sa Dui spoke first. Hangwal's sister wouldn't blame her for coming uninvited. Ouyang Hangwal also doesn't care much about her. Immediately spoke through the loudspeaker. Okay, but today, Hangwal is not comfortable welcoming young Sato. I hope she doesn't blame you. Then Sa Dui turned around and waved. Hi, I'm just a driver and won't bother you too. I went first. Turned away. But on her face she showed a mysterious smile and thought. So that's it? She left and didn't forget to close the door really hard. The two of them didn't care either. And Ouyang Hangwal immediately led him upstairs. And to the bedroom of Ouyang Hangwal's grandfather. She immediately said, my uncle and they didn't let anyone take care of grandpa. This opportunity is also very difficult. We only have 1 hour to find it. Yopi Mu Cheon walked to the bedside. Take a quick look and say. Lasts too long. The veins in his body had begun to harden. He raised his hand to point the acupressure point on her grandfather's body, which made him sweat a lot. After a while he told Ouyang Hangwal. Someone drugged him. That medicine damages the internal organs. Can cause the body to age quickly. She asked Yopi Mu Cheon again. Is there no way to get evidence? He also replied back maybe. But she must do so. Even though the evidence would be her Ouyang Ga. Ouyang Hangwal fell into deep thought. And she also gave an answer. I'm sure. Yopi Mu Cheon continued to keep the blood sample I kept. Chemically produce results. Need to wait a while. Suddenly laughter appeared from behind, causing the two of them to turn around in surprise. Ha ha ha, didn't think about it. Zhang Seongwang's father came to play Ouyang Ga again. We went on a date with Hangwal. It really surprised people. But the choice of date location was not good. Behind appeared a group of guards, led by the temporary homeowner of Ouyang Ga. And his son saw a group of people appearing. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately stood in front of Ouyang. Hangwal said, dating this kind of thing. It's not the place that matters, it's the people. Is your appearance correct? Is the name of the temporary homeowner of Ouyang Ga. Slowly walked towards them. Happily said ha ha. That's Mr. Yopi with such a handsome appearance. Dating is completely optional. Like I'm old. Even if you want to ask for this opportunity, you can't. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his hand to rub his chin and asked thoughtfully. Really old. But I can make you look 10 years younger. Would you like to try one? Little or not? He asked again. Is this kind of thing really possible? Oh Yong Hang Wall stood next to him. Said in question in his mind. Why bring this up? What does Yopi Mu Cheon want to do? Yopi Mu Cheon told him with a black face. So if anyone can use the medicine, let others speed up aging. Why can't we let others become young again? He heard this and shouted loudly at Yu. What do you mean? He immediately turned around and said in a joking tone that he didn't mean anything. I just feel that some people's consciences are being eaten by dogs. That's not right. Dogs don't even attack their relatives. Surely even a dog is not as good as. Oh Yong Hang Wall. I also want to laugh out loud. But still trying to hold back and think. This Soja doesn't say anything else. It's still very stylish to scold people. When he hears Yopi Mu Cheon insult him, but don't know what to say, immediately transferred his anger to Oh Yong Hang Wall. Hang Wall is the one you brought back. She answered him yes. I brought him to see my grandfather. And he spoke more loudly and shamelessly. I told you, without my permission, no one can be silent. Please come. She calmly told him. I just want Grandpa to get better quickly. He spoke even louder than you because he got better. Who doesn't want him to be healthy? But does it work now? Probably haven't woken up yet. Do you still consider me a temporary homeowner? Is there anything else? Then he lowered his voice and spoke to Ms. Hang Wall. Your grandfather is old, may not be able to bear the torment. Professor Zhang treated it very well. He also said he wouldn't allow anyone else to get involved. You still have to change doctors. Don't you want to torment him to death? Hearing that, Oh Yong Hang Wall thought silently. If it's true like Yopi Mu Cheon said, someone poisoned him. Maybe it was Professor Zhang himself. Expressed his intention to kill. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled when he heard him say that. The yin and yang face blowing is a bit interesting. News and predictions like that. The revelation that made him angry was indeed correct. Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly asked him a strange question. Mr. Oh Yang seems to be very nervous. Maybe he has something he can't let others know about? Some secret. He immediately panicked and said I might have a secret. What can't be told to anyone? Even if I did, I wouldn't need to talk to you. Who do you think you are? He immediately patted his shoulder and said, who I am doesn't matter. The important thing is that I just like to treat names with wolf hearts. Ungrateful and ungrateful. He continued with a black face. Being a prostitute and still wanting to build a goddamn temple. He immediately got angry and called someone back up. Take this Soja out and let me. The security guards immediately obeyed and came forward to arrest him. But Oh Yong Hang Wall immediately ran over. Stood in front of Yopi Mu Cheon and said loudly. He is my friend and no one can touch him. Oh Yong Yu saw that scene. Immediately showed an annoyed expression. It's definitely my love. As for dating, you will be protected everywhere. If it's honest, you don't have to give all of Oh Yong Ga to people. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and thought in his head. I really like this statement. And Oh Yong Hang Wall is angry at that statement. Oh Yong Yu, what do we do? Before it was your turn to wave your arms and legs. He immediately argued back. She is unmarried and has lost her family. What right do you have to talk to me like that? Are you worthy? He raised his hand to slap her, but was grabbed by Yopi Mu Cheon and angrily said, she is considered lost and is here from beginning to end. For her grandfather considered. What about you? Do you have the right to scold her? Oh Yong Yu turned to the guards and shouted loudly. Come on, what does no ya feed you? Is there nothing in my heart? The guards stammered. No, it's not your hand, young master. He turned around. Looking at his hand, which was red and swollen and the veins in his hand were bulging. He immediately screamed in panic. What's wrong? What happens to my hand? Hurry, call doctor. Quickly call Dr. A. While Yopi Mu Cheon and Oh Yong Hang Wall, intending to sneak out, but the homeowner temporarily stopped him. Absolutely cannot let him go. Yanggu in the back kept shouting that it was him. Surely he poisoned me. Quickly let that bastard hand over the antidote. He angrily shouted at Yangu. Just keep your mouth shut and you're afraid you won't lose face enough. He stammered. But my hand. He had to bow down and say. Because of his actions earlier. I'm sorry, please forgive him. When you see him bowing his head and apologizing to you. Yopi Mu Cheon replied sarcastically. Duong Duong is the temporary homeowner of Ouyang Ga. Bowed his head again and apologized. I also have a bit of a face. But unfortunately I find him annoying. He asked Yopi Mu Cheon in shock, what do you want? Yopi Mu Cheon immediately pointed Yangu straight in the face. He warned him to kneel down and apologized to Hang Wall. If not, don't hope. His hand returned to its original form. Yangu was surprised by Yeop Mukion's request. Hearing that, he got angry. Ordered the policeman to enter. Then he said, please don't drink. Want to drink alcohol. Today he did not want to leave Ouyang Sanjiang. When ordered, several policemen surrounded Yopi Mu Cheon and pointed the gun at him. Seeing that, Ouyang Hang Wall ignored himself, but rushed in to protect him. She said no one was allowed to shoot. Yopi Mu Cheon raised his voice without fear. This match wasn't that bad. Let me feel a little like I am a great character. Just your son's life. Maybe less than 1 hour. His whole body's blood vessels will swell. Will definitely die. Yangu was mad when he saw Yopi Mu Cheon daring to beat him, threatening Yopi Mu Cheon to give the antidote. Otherwise you will die today. He said loudly. Do you think we are afraid of this little poison? It's just a waste of time when the toxins haven't spread yet. Cut off Yangu's hand. 1 arm for 1 life. Zhang Seongwang's father is also worth it. What's more, I don't even have a son. Yangu stood next to him, completely surprised by his father's words. Yopi Mu Cheon still spoke calmly. Forgot to tell you guys. When I came here, I came with people from Sadu Ga. What if something happened to me? Hassin will show how to prepare Zhang Seong. Find them until then. The entire Ouyang Ga will have to pay for my life. Right then and there was a policeman who ran and whispered to him. Today, someone saw Sa Dui entering Yang Sanjiang. Hearing that, his confidence immediately disappeared. He was worried. Right now the old man is in a coma and unconscious. If Sa Du Ga really risked his life for Zhang Seong Wang, Ouyang Ga won't be able to handle it. He wondered. On one side is the son. Is about to become disabled. One side is Ouyang's career. After a few minutes of thinking, he immediately lowered his voice. With Yopi Mu Cheon Soja was so hasty. I'm just teasing a little. Look, why are you so serious? Everyone put their guns away. It's not good to be serious like that. And then he begged Muchin. It's impossible for Yangu to bow his head and apologize. If not, where will Ouyang Ga have his face? Tell me. This condition cannot be met. Surely there are other ideas. Yopi Mu Cheon happily smiled and replied. The second condition is hope for all of them. For 3 months. Don't go near Ouyang's room. Old man, this condition is very easy, right? To hear such a condition. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied that it was really easy. The next 3 months will be monitored by Hang Wall. Take care of the elderly. We won't send anyone near. Then Yopi Mu Cheon gave him the antidote. And they also withdrew and promised not to bother you anymore. At that time Yangu wondered and asked his father. How could he meet that condition? We had a hard time before we could finish the sentence. Father turned around and hit him in the face. Scolded the son of a bastard. It's not because of you bastards. Then he hit a few more shots. Why did you say you came near him? No, ya. Why is there a stupid boy like you? At the same time Hang Wall saw Yopi Mu Cheon leave. He collapsed and sat down on the ground, sighing in relief. If I die, I almost end up in there. Hang Wall asked him. Maybe you don't cooperate with Sa Dui. Why haven't I told Jung Hassin yet? He replied, Hang Wall, I'm not a god either. How could I have expected this step? It was just a trick of their luck. Otherwise I would have to be in the hospital today. She whispered. Turns out it was all a scam. Then she hugged him. She apologized to him because she didn't know it would be so dangerous. Implicate you. He also hugged her, so I was the one who said sorry. If you weren't close to me. So why is it like that? I'm sorry. Just like that the two of them sat hugging each other. For 5 minutes. Then 10 minutes. She shyly asked him how much longer he wanted to hug. He answered in about half an hour. But his hand secretly touched her butt. Hang Wall was startled and pushed him away. Where do you want to touch? He was shy. I was just measuring her to see if she was skinny. Very stretchy, very comfortable. Hang Wall angrily said she didn't like it like that. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed and stood up to leave. Contact. Don't answer my phone calls next time. Yopi Mu Cheon stopped by to visit Wang Bomsa. The atmosphere is full of darkness. Wang Bomsa said, no, don't touch her too much. Actually, Yopi Mu Cheon was just treating her leg. He was upset and said, I said, Miss Wang, I'm just treating my feet. Can you please stop making these strange sounds? Let others misunderstand. He was afraid that if Jung Hasin heard it. I don't know what to do. Wang Bomsa said shyly. It's just that she couldn't help but be ticklish. It's also because you touched me. Yopi Mu Cheon helplessly replied, you touched my head. This is the right treatment. Don't mess carefully. From now on, you will have to rely on your hands to walk. Yopi Mu Cheon denies that. But his dark thoughts. It's impossible not to have it. But it must be said. This leg is truly mesmerizing. Can't let go. It's perfect, isn't that right? I'm not a foot expert either. It's just an objective assessment. To understand thinking. You're evil. She thought to herself. This pervert is comfortable and shows off his talent. If not, I'm afraid my legs won't be cured. This lady has now kicked you away with one kick. Yopi Mu Cheon kindly told her to change the bandage and remember. Within a week, do not touch water. Do not get out of bed and walk around. Why are you so bored talking for so long? How can I shower? Yopi Mu Cheon is playing tricks again. I can help you take a bath. Maybe she didn't know the cleaning technique was the best. Wang Bomsa didn't even think about it when she heard that. To his injured legs. Kicked Yopi Mu Cheon once. A crack sounded. She hugged her leg, it hurt so much. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke helplessly and told her not to make a mess. Do you still want to get better faster? Wang Bomsa sadly cried. But a week is too long. You are a magician. God of medicine, master of medicine, can you shorten it for a few days? Yopi Mu Cheon, it's okay to be scared, stop being so coy. I heard this and was so scared. Finally learn from whom? She immediately giggled and said whose lesson she learned from. Don't you know clearly in your heart? Yopi Mu Cheon said just now that he was just playing a game. Less than a week. Just hold on for 3 days and it will pass. She happily hugged him. She said haha. I guessed that the pervert was cheating on me. But I was finally able to stand up. These past few days I've been lying down a lot and I'm almost going crazy. The two of them were cuddling when there was a voice asking haha. What makes our Cheon Jiam so happy? So it's Wang Bomsa's dad. He entered with his secretary. He said tell dad to watch so he can have a little fun. Wang Bomsa happily shouted out loud, why did you come here? And Yopi Mu Cheon, I didn't think I could see Dong Seong Il Ga again in this place. Dad said, girls don't introduce their boyfriends to 3 stars. Wang Bomsa shyly explained, he's the doctor, help me see my legs. Don't talk nonsense like that. Her father smiled and said doctor. Doctor okay? In the future, if I have a minor illness, I will save money on going to the hospital. If it's a gynecologist, it's better not to bother. She said angrily. It's really not that kind of relationship. Then her father turned to Yopi Mu Cheon and said, my girl has had a rough temper since childhood. Very rarely embarrassed. Soja, you're so selfless. Why don't you introduce yourself? I'll happily introduce Secretary Wang. Hello, I'm Yopi Mu Cheon. Secretary Wang was surprised. Is Yopi Mu Cheon? Why Zhang Seong Wang was you who did? Yopi Mu Cheon reached out to shake hands. But Secretary Wang didn't arrest. He thought to himself, what does this person mean? Look down on me. I also refused to shake hands. Dong Seong Il Ga has such poor eyesight. Wang Bomsa on one side saw Yeop Mukion's unpleasant attitude when her father ignored him. 3 years later, his father swore at her. Adults told children not to interfere. And then he asked Yopi Mu Cheon to go eat together every day. But he replied coldly, don't need Secretary Wang. Mr. Wang has a lot of work to do. I also don't dare to disturb you. I took one step forward. He proudly turned around and left, slamming the door. Wang Bomsa immediately asked his father why he had to do that. If he didn't tease her, why would he make people uncomfortable? Her father wondered. She was caring for him. But she objected. That after all, he was the benefactor of treating your leg. Your father gently confided to Ms. Bomsa. I understand a lot about Yopi Mu Cheon. Last time I went to Hugh Gook. He made the country glorious. We also specially held him up as an example. The reason for doing so is that I also have to suffer. Yopi Mu Cheon said angrily as he walked down the hallway. Dong Seong Il Ga is just like that. But then that guy intentionally ignored me. What's the plot? Your phone rings. There's a text message from Wang Bomsa. The content of the message is that Muchin is so sorry. Just saw the message. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled softly and said, that type of situation arises. That's enough to make things difficult for a do. Looks like she's saying sorry for number ya. As soon as she finished speaking. In the next room, someone shouted his name loudly. Yopi Mu Cheon no ya wants to kill you. No ya must kill people After hearing this, he was startled. I had to open the door to see who said he wanted to kill me. Silently thinking in my head, what kind of situation am I teasing someone? In the hospital room? Jaeon Suhong sat on the bed and kept talking. Yopi Mu Cheon, you wait for me. No ya will definitely not let you go. And his mother kept stopping her son. Good boy, please don't scold me anymore. Can you sleep obediently? Saw the door open and Yopi Mu Cheon walked in. Jaeon Suhong's mother walked up to him and said, Dr. Deep, why are you here? That's right. I haven't thanked you for giving me the medicine last time. I want to invite you to a meal. He immediately walked to Jaeon Suhong's bed and said, no matter what happens to your son, there are some things that just won't let go, right? Jaeon Suhong's mother replied awkwardly, there must be some misunderstanding here. My son has changed. Is no longer like before. He became very reasonable, trust me. Please give it another chance. Yopi Mu Cheon said with a serious face. It's so amazing to have a mother who cares for you. Do you still want to continue scolding me? Jaeon Suhong doesn't seem to know. Next to me is Yopi Mu Cheon. So my mouth always says, kill you no ya wants to kill you ha ha Yopi Mu Cheon. No ya must kill you, die, die. His mother immediately came to the side and shouted loudly. I looked closely to see who was messing with Soja. Are you trying to make me angry? Listen to what mom said. He immediately looked straight at the person in front of him. And realized it was Yopi Mu Cheon. And shouted Yopi Yopi Yopi. Yopi 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 Mu Cheon. He trembled, hugged his pillow and said what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. His mother saw that and immediately said, Dr. Yopi, my son has been mentally unstable recently. You also know. Please don't compare yourself with her, okay? Yopi Mu Cheon pushed his mother's hand away and said, just now he said he wanted to kill me, right? No need to worry, I can judge for myself. Jaeon Suhong was angry when he saw him push his mother's hand away. Got angry and said he dared to mess with my mother. This place does not welcome you. Go away no ya immediately go away. He said calmly, do you still want to continue scolding me? He spoke even louder. Scold you. No ya not only wants to scold you but also wants to kill you. I hate you and I hate being able to kill you. I hate letting you die right now. His mother died without a complete corpse. And his mother immediately gave him a slap in the face. His mother burst into tears and said loudly, don't scold him. Was slapped by his mother. He said tremblingly to his mother, mother beat her child. Because of an outsider, you beat your child. I'm your son and yet you beat me. His mother hugged him and cried as she spoke. Only he can cure my child's illness. What do you want your mother to do? Jaeon Suhong doesn't listen to what her mother says. Immediately pushed his mother away. Looked over at Yopi Mu Cheon and said, Yopi Mu Cheon, no ya and you swear to each other. No ya will sooner or later chop a human body into 1,000 pieces. Let you die unkindly. This young master here has the courage to come here. I'm afraid you are the nephew. Who listened to his provocation. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said with a smirk. So what's up? I'll take a look. Can you be this nephew? And then he sprinkled some kind of powder on Jaeon Suhong. causing him to hold his head and scream loudly. It hurts so much. He had such a headache that he had to bang his head against the wall, causing blood to flow. His mother saw her son like that, immediately went to stop his son. "Son, don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, you will die. And you won't be able to stop your son." His mother cried and ran to Yopi Mu Cheon to beg. "He told me to do anything. I beg you to forgive it. I only have one such son." Begged him. Saw his mother beg so pitifully. So I gave him the antidote and wiped it on his body to relieve the pain. See her sincerity. I forgave him this time. His mother cried and said thank you. Then he turned around and went out. Don't forget the light warning. Next time let me hear it. He wants to kill me. It won't end that easily. I cannot let the hidden disaster exist, mother. He bowed to the genius physician Yopi and walked away leisurely. I will definitely teach him well. You go out and close the door, you are so gullible. He couldn't bear to let such a good mother get hurt. But he didn't forget to praise himself. On the back of my mind, someone like me is so handsome. As expected, it was still a gentle mind. That only took a few steps. Then he heard the scream of Jaeon Suhong's mother. And he immediately opened the door. And saw Jaeon Suhong's mother sitting in front of the window. In the room, Jaeon Suhong was nowhere to be found. He immediately exclaimed, "Jaeon Suhong, why did you jump from the building?" Jaeon Suhong suddenly jumped from the building. All the surrounding witnesses panicked, screaming wildly. People should quickly report to the police. Call 120 quickly, but this is a hospital. People livestream. Everyone was panicking. But Yopi Mu Cheon still spoke calmly. No need to think like that. Suddenly, Jaeon Suhong's mother screamed and ran straight to the window, intending to jump from the building after her son. She cried and said, "I can't live." Luckily, Yopi Mu Cheon stopped her in time. "Please calm down a bit, ma'am." The mother still tried to resist and wanted to follow her child. She struggled to let me go. "My child is dead. Why am I still alive? Please let me go." Yopi Mu Cheon immediately took the anesthetic powder from his bag and let her inhale the anesthetic. For about 10 minutes later, Sang So Mi and the police agency team was present at the scene, and the police were investigating the scene. And Sang So Mi is taking testimony from Yopi Mu Cheon. That's exactly what he said. I also didn't think Jaeon Suhong would jump from the building. Remaining details. She had to wait for Ra Chung-ok to wake up and ask her. But Sang So Mi was still suspicious. "Are you really that simple? You certainly won't do anything." He helplessly asked me if she was that bad in her heart. Meanwhile, Ra Chung-ok had woken up. She jumped up and pointed at Yopi Mu Cheon and shouted loudly about the culprit. "He is the murderer. That he killed my son." Yopi Mu Cheon was angry at the man. This crazy woman even had to bite him. Reply Ra Chung-ok, "What does this have to do with me? Do you know what you're saying?" She immediately ran back to Sang So Mi crying. "You guys are still standing there dumbfounded. Why should I arrest him because he will kill my son? I want him to go to jail and go to jail." Sang So Mi replied, "Don't provoke them. I will give your son justice." Then Sang So Mi ordered Yopi Mu Cheon to be handcuffed. He blamed Sang So Mi for being too cruel in her work. Even relatives did not accept it. He asked her suspiciously again if she wanted to arrest him. She remained silent, not knowing how to explain. Then she promised that if this matter he had nothing to do with it, she will definitely return him clean. "First, let me hide for a bit." Then Yopi Mu Cheon was handcuffed and taken away. He was still angry and said to Ra Chung-ok, "Body is a mother. Towards my son, I absolutely adore him." Today's tragic outcome was that she became a mother who argued back. "No matter what, you killed my son. If you kill someone, you'll have to go to jail for your life." Yopi Mu Cheon got mad and shouted back at the damn crazy lady. "Just wait for me." In the next moment, hundreds of newspapers reported Yeop Mukion's murder. The news spread very quickly. Because Jong Seongwang's reputation is so great, big media houses also went all out. Think of all the methods to dig for clues. There is some dishonest media, because of the extra flow of oil and grease, forced the case to be rewritten into a dog-blooded drama. Even his private life. During the hot fire at the police department, Jung Hasin is trying to deny this incident. He is definitely not the killer. You guys got me wrong, I found a good lawyer. Can we see him for a moment? The police officer stopped her because the case was extremely complicated. Person without duty. The person waiting temporarily cannot meet Yopi Mu Cheon. Jung Hasin wonders if it is considered a murder case. Just a normal murder case. Why won't even the lawyer let me see him? In the normal order, the lawyer can meet. Sang So Mi stood seriously and reported. I am also aware that someone is targeting Yopi Mu Cheon. Hope you can find it soon. The evidence is in his favor. The longer this case goes on, the worse the situation becomes. Director Seo nodded in agreement. He was right. Must seriously investigate leads. Half marks should not be overlooked either. No need to worry too much. What pressure do we bear? Hearing that, Sang So Mi stood up straight and obeyed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Both turned to see a police officer walking in holding a notebook. He said loudly that the captain had the report she needed. Sang So Mi picked it up and read. Halfway when suddenly she shouted in surprise that it's dangerous. She turned to talk to him. CO Director. The situation is worse than we thought. On the body, Jaeon Suhong found Yeop Mukyeon's fingerprints. CO Manhwa reached for the report book and said, "This part of the report is authentic. Can you believe it?" The other employee nodded with certainty. Absolutely trustworthy. I kept watching from the side. Director CO coldly frowned. Read Yeop Mukyeon's statement once. I don't touch Jaeon Suhong. But found his fingerprints. Maybe he's lying and the fingerprints are at Jaeon Suhong's waist. Did Yopi Mu Cheon really push him down the stairs? He sighed, put down the report and put it in front of him. This case is already a project. Yopi Mu Cheon definitely cannot escape the sanctions of the law. Somi, what are you going to do? Sang So Mi frowned and thought, then responded to further questioning. Ra Chung Ok, I will definitely find a breakthrough. At Yopi Ga right now. Yopi Bai Gyo kept crying and begging for his grandfather. Please quickly think of a way to save me. He is your nephew. I must quickly save him. But old Yopi Hu Deung, just folded his arms. Then angrily shouted back. He didn't care at all. Shut your mouth and fall for such a result. It was completely his own finding. I don't have such a grandchild. He also doesn't deserve to be Yopi Jie's person. Where did Yopi Hang Jae appear from? Pulled Big Yo's hand. He said with a fake smile. So Gyo, your grandfather is right. What he has today is completely self-seeking. Can't resent us. Today he was arrested. We can't help him either. Yopi Bai Gyo looked at him confused. Yopi Yom smiled cunningly. He raised his eyebrows and said yes. The kid doesn't know that. Our family is not unfamiliar with him. But you already know his attitude. Hearing that made Yopi Bai Gyo more panicked. She stepped back without stopping muttering. I don't listen. If I don't listen, I won't listen to you. Then she cried and looked at the old man begging for your grandfather. Before she finished speaking, a hand was placed on her shoulder to reassure her. It was Yopi Hang Dong. He looked sadly at his daughter. Bai Gyo turned around and said, Dad, can you also help me advise Grandpa? He would be ruined. But he said nothing. He looked down and sighed and she stood up to go. Then Yopi Hang Dong took his daughter's shoulder and led her away. He affectionately told them it was useless to ask for help. Let's go home. Seeing them just leave, Yopi Yom was more happy. He said ha 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 ba. It is true that God helps us. Yopi Mu Cheon is definitely dead. His threat also disappeared. Yopi Hang Jae closed his eyes and said calmly. So you're still looking down on me too much. Yopi Mu Cheon and Jong Seong Wang already. As long as he is willing to give Jong Seong Wang, someone will definitely save him. Yopi Yom was surprised when he heard that. There's no way you already know all the evidence. Unfavorable to Yopi Mu Cheon, the law will judge him. Yopi Hang Jae opened his cold and emotionless eyes. He said contemptuously, the law is nothing more than a weapon for the poor. Any law cannot be perfect. There will definitely be loopholes. But those loopholes, in the hands of the rich, there's so much that can be done. Therefore, the law can only consider it as a toy for the rich. He looked far away through the window and sighed. Oh Yang Ga. Or Nyang Ga always has someone who wants to take action. At the police station in the interrogation room, the woman is crying bitterly. Is Jeon Suhong's mother. She kept shouting, "Hu Yopi Mu Cheon. He killed my son, he is my son's murderer. My son hu." Sang So Mi sitting opposite was still calm. She held up the report and spoke into the camera. She looked very calm. As soon as I arrived, I cried bitterly. Crying anymore won't help. When she heard that, she frowned in annoyance and complained. Why are you a police officer? Why do you keep treating a mother like that? Lost my son. Hu cry, don't let cry. Sang So Mi is upset. He glanced at her coldly and said okay. Okay, she continued to cry. Jeon Suhong's exam report is out. I read it to her. It's okay for her to continue crying. When she heard that, she looked even more pitiful and cried louder. She coldly said and deduced. Based on the test report, Jeon Suhong really died from jumping off a building. But Ra Chung Ok, she always said Yopi Mu Cheon. Why are you on the body? Then she glanced at her, frowned and said coldly. Didn't find Yeop Mukyeon's fingerprints? Jeon Suhong's mother heard that and was surprised. She stopped crying and spoke loudly. You definitely didn't check carefully. Certainly with my own eyes. Saw Yopi Mu Cheon pushing my son downstairs. There must be a problem here. Sang So Mi calmly continued talking. Oh, that's it. Let's change the problem, Mrs. Ra. Why did she stop crying? She suddenly smiled cunningly. Sang So Mi still laughed and asked why she didn't say anything anymore. Jeon Suhong's mother heard that and cried even louder. She screamed again. Some people want to replace the murderer as the child's killer. Denying responsibility for my son is truly pathetic. Hu my son. My son. She frowned in annoyance and coldly said okay. Okay, let's stop asking today. You can go home now. It looked like he was planning to use crying as a deception. There's no point in questioning anymore. She obeyed, stood up and wiped her tears. Saw her walking to the door. Sang So Mi told the police officer. This woman has problems. He silently followed her. Yes. The police officer listened to the order and followed her home. The one who left Sang So Mi sighed and said to herself. Finally found a breakthrough. You scoundrel are waiting for you. I can definitely save you. So you can rest a bit. Then another police officer pushed the door open and shouted loudly. It's not done. If it doesn't work, someone will come to the bureau and cause trouble. She turned around and asked in confusion why. At that moment there was a voice from outside that was too loud. Quickly go find Yopi Mu Cheon. In another room, Yopi Mu Cheon is very angry. He gritted his teeth. Use your foot to kick hard on the door to vent your anger. But it didn't matter. He frowned and cursed because of this. Things were ruined. No Ya has been locked up for 10 hours. During those 10 hours, since the car accident picked me up, one person returned immediately to the police department. Who can stand it? Yopi Mu Cheon tiredly sat down on the bed and sighed. Do you really consider number Ya a cat or a dog? Squeeze it however you want. In the end, who killed him and what was his purpose? If you're Jong Seong Wang, why do you still have enemies? Who exactly is it? After that, he sat up and thought alone. Moreover, in these past few hours, no one has come to visit me. Even Jung Hasin didn't come. Not normal. Very unusual. Obnoxious. If I was strong enough, this kind of thing would not happen. At this time the door to his room opened. Oh Yong Hang Wall walked in. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at Oh Yong Hang Wall in surprise. Hang Wall turned to. Tell assistant Soman to go out first. Talk to him privately for a while. Yopi Mu Cheon lowered his eyes and mumbled sadly. Thank you for visiting, I still have it in my heart. What are you thinking about now? I thought the first person to come was Jung Hasin. Hang Wall sat down on the bed with him. Gently asked him if he's okay. He coldly replied quite well. Yopi Mu Cheon glanced sadly and asked. Do you believe that I killed someone? Hang Wall answered immediately without hesitation. I believe you are pure. Yopi Mu Cheon. Right after hearing this answer. Then his whole being seemed to light up. He happily jumped up and said. I'm also about to feel like crying. Hang Wall, give me a hug. Comfort this little wounded soul a little. Oh Yong Hang Wall seemed to hate her. stood up and said coldly. It took a lot of effort for me to visit him. In general, it shouldn't be like that if someone wants to deal with you. Maybe because of Zhang Seong Wang. Specifically, I don't have a father yet. Yopi Mu Qian saw her so cruel. Then looked pitiful. And then turned serious. He frowned, thinking to himself. This time at Hyeong-guk is different from this time at home. With Ouyang Hangwal's intelligence network, can't check the opponent either. Even visiting me is expensive. This is more powerful than I imagined. It's much more serious. In your detention room, Sangso Mi quickly ran in to say Yopi Mu Qian. You come with me. Seeing her panic like that, Yopi Mu Qian looked puzzled, not knowing what was going on. She quickly grabbed his wrist and pulled him away, shouting loudly. Come with me quickly. I took him for a little run. Yopi Mu Qian narrowed his eyes as he slowly answered. This place is her territory. I'm in detention and I'm not panicking. What are you panicking about? When Sangso Mi saw that he refused to leave, she got angry. Entice him to go, then go. Don't ask anything. Yopi Mu Qian clung tightly to the bed, gritted his teeth and shouted. I want to ask even more that men and women are not related. Be careful, I'll accuse you of taking advantage of my space. At that moment, Hangwal's phone rang. Someone is calling. She picks up the phone. What did you hear outside the police station? Sangso Mi was very nervous and shouted, You're handsome. Can I call you Big Marshal to come with me? Can I go? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth even more angrily. Oh my god, is this still a legal society? Yopi Mu Qian didn't hesitate to push her. Get out and go outside. Tell me otherwise. Want to take a look? Who dares to come to the police station to deal with me? Do you really think I'm so Beck? Can only rely on women to protect her. Sangso Mi is still stubborn. She stood in front of the door blocking the path and shouted loudly. I can't go out. Yopi Mu Qian is impatient now. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her coldly. Asked her if the police still took me to hide. If you work half a day, you had to lock me inside. What is going on out there? Sangso Mi hesitated awkwardly. Said I really couldn't tell you. Director Seo advised. Please listen to me just once, okay? Hearing that, Yopi Mu Qian became even more upset. He glanced over at her and told Seo Wanhwa to take charge. So interesting, I want to see who comes in the end. Could make you guys so scared. Sangso Mi was surprised to see him just passing by like that. She frowned worriedly and shouted loudly that we are not afraid. It's just that there are many of them. In short, he couldn't go out. But he used his height advantage. But ran like the wind outside. She also followed and stopped. You stop for me. Yopi Mu Qian. As soon as I got to the door, my eyes widened in surprise. Outside, there are many people in the military who carry guns. Standing around the front door. They used loudspeakers to shout the names of the people inside. Right here in 30 seconds. You guys didn't even hand over Yopi Mu Qian. We will rush in. Yopi Mu Qian looked ahead in surprise and said, Fate. What is the situation? Do you want to hit me? Sangso Mi blushed and scratched her head. It was so embarrassing. In a military vehicle, Nyang Sagi was using a loudspeaker to shout majestically. 10 seconds left and still no one to hand over. We immediately saw the person who needed to be taken away. She immediately said, Did you? Yopi Mu Qian tiptoed and asked in a low voice to Director Seo. What is this? Nyang Sagi happily waved at him. We're here to save you. Seo Wanhwa gritted his teeth and looked at her angrily. If you bring the knife to Dongsheng, take over the police station. I will lose all face with this. He stepped forward and said to her, Miss Nyang. This is not in accordance with the regulations. Nyang Sagi is still cold. Pointed straight at Yopi Mu Qian and said. He is from our war zone. We will handle this ourselves. Yopi Mu Qian was surprised. Looked at her confused. When did I become a member of the war zone? Director Seo became even angrier when he heard that. He couldn't say anything more. Helplessly, he turned around and went in and shouted. I went to the war zone to find an explanation. Nyang Sagi also didn't care much. She took his hand and pulled us away. Yopi Mu Qian had been silently watching her. Sangso Mi appeared at the door. You're angry, you hooligan, listen to me once. Will you die? If you have the nerve, don't let me see you. Yopi Mu Cheon turned around and stuck out his tongue teasingly. Hee hee. I also don't believe you can issue an arrest warrant for me. Hearing that, Sangso Mi became even angrier. She clenched her hand holding the gun and cursed the damn guy. Damn. The police officer saw this and panicked and said no, no. This is not a toy. Even though Sangso Mi was angry, she still had to put the gun back. She puffed her cheeks and sighed. Seeing her so angry, the other police officer asked, "Do I still have to follow Ra Chung-ok?" Sangso Mi became so angry. She shouted along with the fart. "I don't care about him. Oh Yong Hang Wall has been observing all this time." She stood before the wind one by one. I said at least Yopi Mu Cheon is safe for now. She frowned and thought uncomfortably. As expected, many people pay attention to Yopi Mu Cheon for testing in Warzone barracks. Therefore, he did not even hesitate to cooperate with the police department. All of these things are all made by Jong Seong Wang. Soman went up and asked her, "Miss, we still need to continue following." Hang Wall said coldly and firmly, "Continue to follow. Regardless of the outcome, it's all just attitude." Soman looked at her tiredly and replied yes. But in my heart I'm actually thinking. The main area also fell. What else is good to follow? I really don't know what you're thinking. It's already dark in Nyong-ga right now. Yopi Mu Cheon said with a happy smile. Old man Nyong did not thank him very much. But I still have to say thank you for taking me out. Elder Nyong heard that and laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Soja, when did you become so polite? How come there's nothing wrong with you inside? Yopi Mu Cheon waved his hand and forced a smile. No, just please don't worry about this, old man. It's okay to cause trouble. Old man Nyong sighed. Can a little trouble make things difficult for me? Yopi Mu Cheon is now serious again. He frowned and asked the old man to ask him something. Do you know who wants to deal with me? Gentle old man Nyong. He honestly replied that he also knew Soja. You will ask this question. Unfortunately, we don't know for now. But don't be discouraged. The opponent's tail will be revealed sooner or later. Yopi Mu Cheon smirked sinisterly, thinking, is it no match for someone who can hide deep enough? Even Nyong Bung doesn't know. But that's good too. The enemy is too easy to deal with and not interesting. Master Nyong stood up and patted his shoulder and said, there's something we need to discuss with you. Because to get you out of the police station, we can just say, you are a member of our war zone. Similar things may happen in the future. So conveniently join our war zone. The old man smiled and used words to persuade him. Men with vigor in all four directions. Becoming a soldier is a man's dream. Furthermore, there is a protected war zone. You can work boldly. Hit 2 targets with 1 stone. But Yopi Mu Cheon waved his hand and refused. He forced a smile. Old man Nyong, don't take it for granted. Coax me into a war zone that binds too many people. I love freedom again. We are not compatible. So he grinned evilly. Avoid other things. Ha ha ha, I also have to ask you about this again. When will the female tyrannosaur of Mr. Saggy's family get married? Old man Nyong looked at him confused and asked what he meant. Yopi Mu Cheon blushed and laughed stupidly. He said, ha ha, don't say such harsh things. I just want to repay her. Anyway, she kept me busy today. In Yeop Mukion's heart, at this moment, Nyong Saggy is truly a chivalrous goddess. He closed his eyes and smiled as he thought. Nyong Saggy is so handsome today. Saggy is bold, handsome and trustworthy. Try asking which man still needs protection? I really want to fall in love with that female tyrant dragon. Master Nyong smirked. You said it might not be possible to repay this reason. If I let him go, I must repay him and repay me. Yopi Mu Cheon closed his eyes and calmly said, if the old man is so frank, we won't beat around the bush either. What does her fiancé look like? Is he handsome like me? And then he said his intention. If I don't let her choose me directly. Okay, when the old man heard that, he stepped back in disbelief. He frowned thoughtfully. Does this Soja like his niece? Old man Nyong quietly listened as he continued. Old man, if there really is such a day for you to choose, how will you choose? Support her now fiancé or support me? Master Nyong heard that and calmly replied. If there really is such a day, I will take a neutral position. Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head and muttered. I don't even have a neutral opinion. He frowned upon hearing that and said to Soja, if you really like my niece, then fine. But if you dare toy with my niece's feelings, even though you are kind to Nyang-ga, I absolutely will not forgive you. Yopi Mu Cheon confidently patted his chest and said, so you don't need to worry. If you say it, you may not believe it. I am a very loyal man. Old man Nyang squinted his eyes, disdaining that he would believe that he was. A careless building security guard ran in to report. He whispered to the old man. After listening, old man Nyang frowned and shouted, tell them what's wrong, I'm responsible. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that the situation wasn't right and said, old man, it's not because I'm causing trouble. Or just stop it and I can handle it myself. Old man Nyang looked disgusted and looked at him, don't act arrogant. You are my Nyangga's benefactor. Who told you there was someone making things difficult for Nyang-ga? Hearing that, he sighed. Look at Mr. Number Do. If you consider it a favor, repay it. It was not wrong to initially save him. After a while old Nyang dressed properly. Use a cane to go out. Don't forget to say something to me so we can go out for a trip. Soja, don't be idle. Jaeon Suhong, why is there your fingerprint? This matter needs to be investigated clearly. Then his expression became sinister and gloomy. He said in a low voice, Ra Chung-ok was very suspicious. Yopi Mu Cheon frowned, thinking incorrectly. Ra Chung-ok loves her child so much. Will she kill Jaeon Suhong to deal with me? Nyang Sagi ran in and asked him worriedly. Grandpa is already this late. Do you still really want to go out? Old man Nyang put on his hat and calmly said yes. You and Muchin will talk for a bit. Except for one trip. To go a distance. Old man Nyang was really angry and yelled at those damn guys. Look how easy this old skeleton of mine is to bully. The two people behind him looked at him helplessly. Yopi Mu Cheon curiously asked her what happened. Is there any trouble or not? Nyang Sagi crossed his arms and said coldly. It's not because of you. Stop talking about this. What are you and my grandfather talking about? Seeing her ask, he winked and said, I told the old man to marry her to me. Nyang Sagi heard that and looked up in surprise. Are you telling the truth? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled brightly, saying it wasn't correct. Hearing that made her even more confused. Her face was now red from embarrassment. Is it possible that he really likes me? How to do this? This time it's a big deal, but I already have a fiancé. Done, finished. While she was absent-mindedly thinking, Yopi Mu Cheon asked, poking her shoulder. Why didn't you say anything? This action of yours startled Nyang Sagi. She screamed in panic. Nyang Sagi's head was smoking, she was so shy and embarrassed. She stammered all the words he and he. She hurriedly ran out. He told me what to do. Yopi Mu Cheon saw her panicking like that and said, hey, don't run away like that. He looked around in confusion and worried wait. Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head and shouted, neither Nyang no Du nor Sagi are here. Who brought me here? So he had to go to a security guard and say softly, Big brother drove me part of the way. You see me as a guest after all. The security guard heard this and said coldly, my responsibility is security. Please understand. Yopi Mu Cheon had to walk home by himself. He angrily muttered, damn it. Nyang no Du also has the disease. If not, why are you here? Before there was no village, then there was no shop. There isn't even a taxi. The cell phone is out of battery. I'm just being despised. Naturally go and tease Nyang Sagi. The other soldier also urged him. What effect will it have if you take me away for a bit? Suddenly something cried out, so he curiously turned his head to look at the sound of wheels stopping in front of him. A classy girl was stopping her car right there. She looked very seductive and looked at him and said, you must be Yopi Mu Cheon. Yopi Mu Cheon stared at her and blushed. Truly a mature and captivating beauty. He politely bowed to greet me. Is Yopi Mu Cheon? Uni didn't think he could be known by a beautiful woman. She looked at him cunningly. Uni, why should you call me something? He looked like he was having difficulty. Do you need me to send you off for a while? Yopi Mu Cheon did not hesitate. He happily opened the car door and smiled. Thank you for bothering me to take me to the police station. She smirked and told him the opposite. They looked like they were acquaintances. So the car sped away on the road. The two of them chatted happily. Yopi Mu Cheon said aunt. She also didn't recognize me, so why did she have to take me away? And why do you know my name? She replied. Great name Jong Seong Wong doesn't want to know, but it's difficult. Besides, I don't have to take you for free. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and said in surprise. Why do you still want car money? She glanced coldly. Of course I'm a woman. What a beautiful woman. Because you are so miserable. Can't say anything if you don't give any feedback. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed teasingly, wanting Jong Seong Wong. Why are you so beautiful? Eat Jong Seong Wong too. Then let people live. Or not. Forgive us pure teenagers. It's a bit annoying for her to hear that. The voice turned sinister. Her little mouth is very sweet, but she doesn't like gentle people. I heard that Jong Seong Wong has 3 levels. You won't give the lowest level to your aunt, will you? Yopi Mu Cheon glanced at her and forced a smile. It's fine for the highest-ranking aunt. The downside is that the price may not be cheap. Suddenly the car stopped. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at her blankly and confusedly. Why did you stop the car? She rested her chin and looked at him, determined to take advantage until the end. You must collect money from your aunt. Why is this place still a long way from the city? Very few people passed by. Hearing that, he sighed tiredly. Okay, you win. What is this? What a strange woman to plunder assets. To exchange benefits. After that, she agreed to continue driving. Yopi Mu Cheon silently observed her and pondered. This woman is not right. Why did she intentionally use this method to get close to me? After all, what is the plot to want a Jong Seong Wong pill? I didn't think it was that expensive. 100,000. It was late at night and the car finally arrived. Yopi Mu Cheon got out of the car and gave it to her to say, Auntie. This Jong Seong Wong of mine is worth 100,000. Consider the price of the car too expensive. We will meet on the way. Either way, it's considered fate. Didn't you tell me your name and phone number? She picked up the box and smiled proudly. Is this considered fate? If we ever meet again on the road, I will believe it is fate. So she drove away and said, by then it's not too late for you. Yopi Mu Cheon scratched his head in embarrassment, having lost his capital. This 100,000 won't be real. She just drove. Just called someone to say the goods have arrived. Tell someone to finish preparing. Inside the police station, Jung Hasin is worried, said something and was taken away by the Warzone people. Sang So Mi was angry, puffed his cheeks and shouted at that bastard. The police department lost all face. Even dared to appear in front of me. Absolutely will not forgive him. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. What happened to make you so angry? Jung Hasin quickly ran to hug his neck. Yopi Mu Cheon blushed. I feel guilty for making her worry again. Jung Hasin looked up and asked with concern. You are not injured. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled gently, comforting and reassuring. With my ability, who can hurt me? Sang So Mi raised her hands angrily and said yes. Can collude with women from 4 major families. How dare you make the police lose face like that? What could happen to me? He said, scratching his head shyly. I went to Nyangga to reflect on life a bit. Found out that the new police department is the best place. Good rice and water. The people are also nice and the bed is very comfortable. Haven't you returned? She crossed her arms in discomfort and coldly said yes. What's wrong? You continue to go back to the detention room. What are you doing in my office? Yopi Mu Cheon gets straight to the point. Cough cough. Actually, I came here to ask a question. Where is Ra Chung Ok? Sang So Mi was a bit wary when she heard that. She coldly looked at him and told him what he wanted to do. I warn you better not to do anything wrong. What's more, I don't even know. She thought that this person held a grudge against the person who offended him. Will not let go. Yopi Mu Cheon still avoids him. Said with a fake smile. I just wanted to find her to chat a bit. Absolutely will not do anything wrong. If you don't feel secure, you can take the gun and come with me. Looking at her face, he secretly guessed. Look at Sang So Mi's reaction like this. Ra Chung Ok is not right. She agreed and then glanced at me to warn me to take him away. This time if you dare to do something wrong, I won't be polite. At Ray Chung Ok's house, Yopi Mu Cheon knocked on the door. Knock knock, he said. Hello, do you have a post office? Chung Ok came out and said there was none. I obviously didn't place an order, but as soon as saw Yeop Mukion's face, she yelled at you in panic. She quickly closed the door. But Yeopi Mu Cheon quickly used his feet. Blocked the door. I said, don't close the door yet. I pushed the door and walked in. But I have a lot of words to say to you. Yeopi Mu Cheon snorted, then stiffened at the scene before her eyes. Even Jung Hasin and Sang So Mi were surprised. In her house are 6 pack guys. Jung Hasin and Somi shyly turned away. This. What is this? Yeopi Mu Cheon was also surprised. What is the situation? Ra Chung-ok, your son is dead and you are still alive. Are you in the mood to drink? Ra Chung-ok shouted loudly. What did you come for? You killed my son and you still dare to come find me. Also, why can you go out? Yeopi Mu Cheon said slyly, didn't you think about it? You have someone to back you up. You can find that person. Of course I can also find someone to back me up and come here. A dead son can still be happy. Her son under the golden stream knows. Isn't that why he came to find you? He said angrily. Hard to blame. Jaeon Suhong's mental state is so poor. My mother has this kind of interest. Everyone must be crazy. What are you saying to them? They are plumbers. Because he was repairing the bathroom, that's why. He turned to ask the 2 men. 6 pack asked what job 2 people do. They trembled. 7 said plumber. He gave them a card and said, inside there are 200,000. The password is 6 digits 8. Just tell me. True identity and purpose of coming here. This card is yours. The 2 men hesitantly looked at each other. They timidly took the card and confessed everything they had done. I'm a PR man here to serve Miss Ra. Yeopi Mu Cheon laughed out loud. Ra Chung-ok was very embarrassed. Yeopi Mu Cheon withdrew the invitation card. Get more information, guys. Tell me. She can deal with several people at once. Do you guys work together or do you take turns? That man also obediently confessed everything together. Yeopi Mu Cheon laughed so loudly that he couldn't see Miss Ra. The ability to endure is very strong. It must be very exciting, ha ha. Ra Chung-ok said, get lost. Get out of me, all of you, get out of here. He put his hand on her mouth and warned her. I looked at her and thought of something more exciting. At the same time, I still had a journalist friend. She really lacks interesting factual material. Ra Chung-ok said don't beg him. Then turned to beg Captain Somi. Sang he beat me. Didn't you protect me? Sang So-mi ignored it and thought to herself. I knew it wouldn't come soon enough. Someone who looks like an obnoxious person, she said. What did you say? I didn't see someone hitting you, but Jung Hasin said it. Your son's death is really not worth it. Yeopi Mu Cheon said angrily. Who instigated you to harm me? Why is there my fingerprint on Tien Hong Thu's body? Jung Hasin walked over and said, Miss Ra, wake up and tell us the truth. Otherwise she wouldn't say it. Sooner or later it will be found out. Don't be a pawn for others. Ra Chung-ok trembled and said no one encouraged me to harm anyone. I only know that you killed my son. You are the culprit. Of the sound of broken glass. A bullet, aimed at Ray Chonok's head was fired. Blood and gore covered Jung Hasin's face, causing her to panic. The sound of gunfire rang out. Took the life of the person standing in front of him. Jung Hasin. She stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Eyes opened wide and stood frozen. The other person's blood splashed all over her face. A scene. Perhaps Hasin will never be able to forget. That unfortunate person lying on the ground for the rest of his life. The blood also darkly stained an area and quickly spread out. And there were also 2 bars nearby. A young man with blue hair and red hair stood next to them. After witnessing that scene, I couldn't help it, but screamed loudly. Jung Hasin was terrified. Now I just raised a small voice. The mood was also greatly criticized. Sang So-mi looked sideways. She finally found the 2 of them. Yeopi Mu Cheon and Jung Hasin are standing nearby. She ran back and grabbed both of their hands and pulled them away. Tell me, come here. They hid together at the foot of the stairs. This is probably the safest place right now. Jung Hasin trembled endlessly. Yeopi Mu Cheon looked heartbroken. Immediately hugged her tightly. Somi had a pistol in her hand. Looked around to examine the situation. At a glance, I saw my 2 lovers. I also sighed and comforted him not to worry. This is a dead corner where the opponent cannot shoot. Then she turned towards the two guys with blue hair and red hair. Their pale faces were hugging each other and crying. Hoo, I don't know what kind of guy is so shy. She then raised her voice. Those two ducks. The location there is also very safe. Don't be messy, it'll be okay. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the person he was hugging. My heart still kept trembling. I also consoled myself that I'm not afraid, it's okay. Then he thought in his heart. Looks like a rival to me. Imagination is much more powerful. The sky is already dark. At the motel room, where Yopi Mu Cheon and Jung Hasin are staying. The light's still on. Inside is Jung Hasin, being surrounded by Yopi Mu Cheon. He said we have arrived home. Very safe at home. Don't think about those scary things anymore. Go to sleep with peace of mind. But still can't soothe her current feelings. She closed her eyes tightly. Nestled against Yeop Mukion's strong chest. Silent without speaking, Yopi Mu Cheon looked at the heartbroken beauty. I'm also heartbroken. Then I took out a pill from the cabinet. Presented before Jung Hasin's eyes. This is a sedative pill. Just eat it and you won't be afraid anymore. Can also sleep. Jung Hasin obediently nodded. Then put the pill in her mouth. Weakly hugged him for a while, then fell asleep. Gently placed her on the bed and adjusted her to a comfortable position to sleep. Yopi Mu Cheon covered her with a blanket. I also silently sighed in my head. This kind of thing. Not normal people can bear it. After waking up, he will probably be much better. Then headed towards the door, he turned off the light and walked out. Only about 3 hours later. A scream woke Yopi Mu Cheon up. He quickly threw away the blanket. Ran towards Hasin's room. He opened the door to his room in panic and asked what was wrong. In the room was Jung Hasin cowering on the bed. Messy hair, teary eyes, trembling and choking. Yopi Mu Cheon is not angry at all. On the contrary, he gently approached the bed. But hugged Hasin in his arms. He gently comforted her. Don't be afraid because I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, don't be afraid. Pat her back a bit. Jung Hasin also gradually calmed down. Closed his eyes and slept soundly. The next morning, Jung Hasin suddenly woke up. She couldn't see Yopi Mu Cheon anywhere. So she went out to look for him. Just walked out. Is a delicious scent that hits straight into the nose. Yopi Mu Cheon is cooking food in the kitchen. Saw that she was awake. You raised your voice and woke up. Don't rush to have breakfast right away, there will be food already fully prepared. 2 people sit at the dining table. Yopi Mu Cheon has been a little hungry since yesterday. Eat immediately. Even though Hasin still sat still without saying a word. He exclaimed hi. As expected of his skills. The taste is top-notch as usual. I'll eat it quickly if I can. Not being cold. Only then did Hasin speak up. She hesitated. My heart is still filled with fear. Jong Seong Wong, can we not sell anymore? When Yopi Mu Cheon heard that, he stopped eating. Looked up and asked her why. After hearing this, Jung Hasin burst into tears. The beautiful woman couldn't help but speak in a shy voice. I will find a new job to make money. Can definitely support us. Is it possible to sell Jong Seong Wong without selling it? I'm really scared. Someday you will be like Rod Chung Ok. Which suddenly disappeared. A few days ago he was hit by a car. Yopi Mu Cheon slowly put down the bread. Wiped his hands, then turned towards Hasin and patted her head. This made her pause. The feeling is somewhat more comforting. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed. The tone is also somewhat gentle. First, your heart is too greedy. I didn't think my opponent would know how to do it to this level. Now he thought carefully. I believe you will definitely be okay. Jung Hasin was dumbfounded. She widened her eyes and said, could it be that he? Yopi Mu Cheon did not respond. Always put the last piece of bread in your mouth. Swallow it all and then stand up. As I walked, I rubbed my hair and ate my breakfast slowly. I'm going to Nyanga for a trip. This is the time. Make a decision. At the blue-headed guy's villa. The mastermind of the recent terrorist attacks. Enjoying a shoulder massage by 2 women. They are very beautiful. Unfortunately, there were many beating marks on his body. Both old and new bruises are there. They can only wear underwear. I'm just like a toy. Arbitrarily determined. They inherently have no way out. Looks now. Just because of one word from him, I was startled. Just add a little more force. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you guys go to the doghouse to perform. After hearing that sentence, they turned pale. Your face trembled and begged, yes, I'm sorry. We will try to beg you not to do that. After changing the squeezing force, he also let out a breath and said yes. This is not much different. Opposite him is a beautiful woman, even though it was never said verbally. Also not interested, meddle in other people's affairs. But from her eyes to her gestures, they don't respect the name in front of them at all. In her heart, she silently scolded the animal and gently shook the glass of red wine in her hand. Fondle, look at your face reflected in the cup. He asked the girl in front of him. How are things going? She didn't rush and calmly answered while sipping her wine. Still under analysis. In Dongsheng, something unexpected happened. Surely you already know that. Is not patriarchal like a patriarch. The blue-haired guy was annoyed when he heard it. The hand immediately broke the stem of the wineglass. His face darkened and he spoke in an angry tone. Oh Yang-ga, I have taught them. I didn't expect to bring out Nyang-ga. He laughed and said, ha ha, it's really making things difficult for them. Let the two little girls approach Soja. But Soja is cunning as hell. In the end, it was hard to tell who ate who. After a while, Yopi Mu Cheon went to the bathroom. She nodded slightly and said yes. Keep in touch, then turn around and leave. I don't want to stay even for a minute. The scene before her eyes truly made her feel uncomfortable. The moon in the sky is the moon in the water. The person in front of you is the person in your heart. Look at her lithe and graceful back. The guy thought in his head and then smirked. Sooner or later you will be mine. In the Nyang-ga mansion surrounded by trees. Thick-set. The warbler was startled and flew away by the panicked scream. What do you say? The man is old and his face is wrinkled. The shiny head was asking with a surprised expression. Make us Nyang-ga. Everyone lives to be 100 years old or more. Is this real? Can you really do this? Yopi Mu Cheon said calmly, drinking tea. I originally didn't want to talk about this so early. But unfortunately someone provoked me. Surely the old man. He also knows that I haven't been very nice lately. He thought quietly. 100 years old as long as he doesn't have an accident in Nyang-ga. Everyone. Life expectancy can reach 100 years or more. This is also too crazy. Muchin continued talking. Old man, this story is all over the world. Only I can do it. He also knew what this meant. Hearing that, he immediately held the wooden chair's handle tightly. In my mind, I also had an answer for you. We live long. It means that the family can prosper and not decline. At that time, the other three great families. None can last longer than Nyang-ga Loi. Long time no talk. Even the most basic. Who doesn't think about living a few more years? This temptation is so great. Still not completely sure. He said, how can I trust you? Yopi Mu Cheon replied firmly. List all that you have achieved. With my title Yak Seong. In a short time can save people's lives. Even I can do things. But the doctor can't do it either. More importantly, I'm Yopi Mu Cheon. He lightly snorted and told me to get to the point. What if you accidentally said something? Yopi Mu Cheon quickly said. If I can't do it. Zhang Seong Wang for Nyang-ga. Half of you are also thinking in your heart. This no-do is really hard to fool. He thought in amazement Zhang Seong half of the shares. This was an extremely huge number. And he wondered why he had to choose it. Nyang-ga I follow. I know you and Ouyang-ga also really like it. Sa-du-ga also reached out to him. Yopi Mu Cheon replied there were 3 reasons. First, he's not a bad person. Second, the only person I know right now is Nyang-ga. Quite a large force. Third, his niece is very beautiful. Hearing the third reason, the old man smirked contemptuously. Third, what the hell? If we cooperate, why do you need Nyang-ga? Yopi Mu Cheon stood up. I don't like fighting. What everyone has to do is help me destroy the enemy. Old man, I can tell you that I am Yopi Mu Cheon. Sooner or later, it will surpass these families. I am strong. Absolutely not that you can imagine. The old man being silent. He is still thinking about this proposal. Yopi Mu Cheon continued talking to me. Give him 2 days to consider and speak without exaggeration at all. I also consider it okay. Many houses compete for nyanga. If you don't want to have it yourself, other families want to steal this kind of opportunity. It's not like staying there forever. Looking at Yeopmukyon's back, he firmly said he did not need 2 days. 1 day is enough. The surrounding landscape is a row of green trees, with broad foliage. Looks extremely cool and peaceful. The wind blows gently, causing leaves to fly in the air, like butterfly wings. Clear blue sky with gently drifting white clouds. A man, wearing a white shirt and black pants, leisurely cycling on a tree-lined road. Yeopmucheon immersed himself in that peace. Falling leaves glide past. There was a bit of boredom on his face. He secretly thought that he also had such good conditions. Nyang no Du still has to consider another day. Looks like a talented opponent coming to Nyanga. Must also be treated with caution. Yeopmucheon smiled meaningfully and told himself it was okay. Too simple, otherwise meaningless. Suddenly a police car came from afar. Extremely quickly stopped Yeopmukyon's car, making him panic and confused. Sangso-mi got down from the car and announced, Yeopmucheon. He was detained. If you resist, we will carry out extradition. Behind her was a police colleague. Yeopmucheon is sitting on the bicycle at this time. Looks like he hasn't recovered yet. After what suddenly happened, he shouted loudly in shock, "What did she say?" A moment later, the interrogation room is a small enclosed room. The dim light came only from a ceiling-mounted light bulb. In the middle of the room is an old wooden table. Sat on one side of Yeopmucheon. Opposite him were the 2 policemen from earlier. Yeopmucheon spoke up angrily. Sangso-mi, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. Sangso-mi glanced to the left and said, So Yi, stay away for a bit. After listening to the police officer next to him, he was extremely confused. Then he also listened and stood up to leave. Then he glanced back and thought to himself, Don't want to argue? The department also recognized that the 2 were an unjust couple. What else can you avoid? Sangso-mi, in anger, shouted loudly to explain. Why do you want me to explain? How many times have I told you to stop causing trouble? It's good now. Opened fire and killed Ra Chung-ok, the gunman who confessed. Said he was the mastermind. That you gave him money to do so. As she spoke, she slammed her hand on the table very hard. Sangso-mi continued, Do you think it will be the same as last time? This time you really have something big going on. Tell me who you offended. Yeopmucheon on the other side put his hand on his chin. With an extremely indifferent expression then asked, So what happened after that? Seeing this, Sangso-mi was angry to the core. Extremely scary face. She clenched her fist and shouted at him. Do you really know how serious this is? This is that gunman. Absolutely dangerous character. But even if I die, it's only you. I also don't dare to imagine the mastermind behind him. How terrible. Yeopmucheon said very calmly. Now is the time. Invited team leader sang to do public work. Don't mix personal matters. Sangso-mi tried to control her anger. Then speak up. This is what you said. Public work, right? So Yi continued her interrogation. At the end, she cursed silently in her heart. This person is really angry. Then the policeman called So Yi quickly returned to the original position. He raised his hand and explained the basis of the regulations. We have to detain you until you go to court. Besides, it's not just that gunman. There are also 2 employees. That male also testified that he was the mastermind. After listening, Yeopmucheon asked curiously. Those 2 ducks, what did they testify about me? Sangso-mi immediately narrated. They said, Ra Chung-ok was shot dead while arguing with him. That he let Ra Chung-ok stand still so he could easily be shot. Even intentionally kept her. Let the opponent aim. Yeopmukyon's face darkened. He asked her seriously, Do you feel like this reason is real? Sangso-mi closed her eyes and sighed. She continued, saying it was possible she was instigated by someone. But that day he not only scolded people for being ducks, also used money to humiliate people. We will put stones in the well. It was not unexpected. Then a look of shock appeared on Yeopmukyon's face, followed by a funny expression. Next he held his stomach with one hand. He raised one hand to his head and laughed loudly with joy. Then say interesting exclamations. It's especially interesting. Don't think about it. Zhang Seong Wang can leave it to those guys. For me, I can do that. Don't even think about it. Even they dare to step on my head. On Yeop Mukion's face, there was suffocating excitement. He said interestingly, then immediately laughed loudly. Then speak again. This world, it really doesn't let people feel bored. Next, he continued to laugh excitedly. Sang So Mi on the other side saw it and was extremely confused. She wondered in her heart what was wrong with the scoundrel. Before, he would have stomped his feet and scolded loudly. Why can there be this kind of reaction? Then Yopi Mu Cheon gave a friendly smile. But at the same time there is danger hidden within. He told often. Somi is showing an emotionless face. Opposite Captain sang. If they like me that much, let me see. Their faces aren't too angry. Also considered to assist investigators. Say maybe. It's true that you can ask about something. Sang So Mi shouted angrily. Can really ask. You still need to ask. Why should I gather the elders to interrogate them? You basically can't ask anything. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately showed an extremely scary face. Full of killing intent. Makes other people look at it without getting scared. He insisted. I said let me go ask. Sang So Mi was extremely shocked. Then thinking to herself that this feeling was murderous intent. She immediately thought of her own experience. With body trembling, haunted and struggling, I have come across a number of death penalty criminals. The last feeling was just getting closer to the other person. The heart will also rise with invisible cold air. This is definitely murderous. Even his murderous intent. Compared to what I saw, it was countless times worse. Sang So Mi was so scared. His face was filled with beads of sweat. She kept thinking, how could that be possible? He clearly does not have any criminal record in the documents. How could there be murderous intent? Yopi Mu Cheon seemed to have lost his composure at this time. Immediately asked, do you still have to let me repeat it a third time? Then Sang So Mi took out her phone from her body. She timidly answered something dangerous. To ensure the safety of the other party, I need to ask permission from Director Seo. For a while, not long after that, the conversation has come to an end. Phone call with the director. Sang So Mi nodded and replied yes I know. Next she spoke to Yopi Mu Cheon who was in front of her. I take you away. In the detention room, inside the bars, is a man with an unfriendly face. He was sitting on the bed looking outside. Sang So Mi outside introduced himself. He is the gunman. Name is Joe Pungo. Is a professional assassin. You should never do anything wrong. Yopi Mu Cheon replied. I know. Yopi Mu Cheon was extremely calm after that. Asked the man inside. Why do you have to hurt me? The man smiled meaningfully and said. I was just telling the truth. After hearing this, Yopi Mu Cheon spoke up. Let's go. Then he turned and left. To Sang So Mi's surprise and confusion, she ran after him and asked why Yopi Mu Cheon had said it. He answered with a friendly smile on his face. If not, then what? I am an urban citizen. Unable to force a violent confession. Sang So Mi then spoke up with a face full of concern. He used violence a few times later. Yopi Mu Cheon continued to smile and talk. Don't doubt. I just want to understand myself before I die. In the end, at whose hands will you die? Don't mean anything else. Then he continued saying let's go see the other two ducks. Somewhere later, two people with pink hair and blue hair. After seeing Yopi Mu Cheon, he was extremely panicked. Fearing that their hearts would be broken, they hesitantly asked you. Why are you here? Yopi Mu Cheon replied with a friendly smile. I just miss you guys. Two people with pink hair and blue hair are opposite. Whole body trembling non-stop. Horror-filled. S face immediately. Yopi Mu Cheon slowly walked closer to the front. The other two people spoke up in panic. You shouldn't come here. At the same time, they gradually stepped back. Then two people suddenly fell backwards. They embrace each other with timidity and no way out. Then scared and begged no. You shouldn't come near us. Yeop Mukion's face was dark and extremely scary. He was full of contempt and spoke up. As expected, it was just a small shrimp. And then Yopi Mu Cheon turned around. Put your hands in your pockets and say let's go. After watching, Sang So Mi couldn't help but leave. From one surprise to another. She secretly thought, what is this person doing? On Yeopmukyeon's face right now. Filled with terrifying excitement, an unpredictable smile appeared on his lips, but exuded coldness and obsession. Not long after, in some neat and upscale office, Sang So-mi stood at attention. Reported to the man in front of Director Seo above. That's exactly what happened. Director Seo heard it, immediately spoke up with confusion in his heart. That's not right, Soja has a cruel temper. If you say he jumped in and beat someone up. On the contrary, I feel okay. This expression of his is also too strange. Sang So-mi looked down and replied gently. That's right. I originally thought he could really ask something. The result is still no progress at all. The director crossed his hands in thought. He continued speaking to the opponent, clearly showing that he wanted to put him to death. Sang So-mi clenched her fists. She spoke up looking helpless. First is Jaeon Suhung. Next is Ra Chung-ok. Next is the other gunman. I don't have the strength to fight back at all. That damn name. What kind of monster are you teasing? The director spoke thoughtfully and speculated. We solve crimes focusing on evidence without evidence. Things should not be said indiscriminately. I don't know who released it. News of the gunman confessing caused a stir in the media. The news outside is crazy. Many newspaper pages appeared before the director's eyes and continued. Because of Jaeon Suhung, Yopi Mu Cheon and Ra Chung-ok had a huge confrontation. He secretly invited someone to kill Ra Chung-ok. Can be said plainly. Communication. Under Yeopmukyeon's guidance, he had a bad reputation. Sang So-mi was a little unhappy. She spoke up full of dissatisfaction. When called Jong Seong, he looked up things. The media is flattering. Because of some traffic. Actually, it's even faster to turn around. Ordinary people are also subjected to arbitrary rhythms. Basically won't go into further consideration. The director could only sigh and speak at this point. The world is like that. Seriously thinking about things is a waste of your mind. For them, just having something fun to watch is satisfying. So much so that the result of right or wrong is okay to hear others say. A while later, trial before 12 o'clock. A door of a certain house. There was an extremely hasty knocking sound. Wang Bomsa's face was full of fatigue. Not very alert. With two black eyes, she opened the door and asked who it was. Wana was holding the phone in her hand. She cried and then shouted loudly. Wang Bomsa is a scoundrel. He killed the captured person. Wang Bomsa gently supported Wana. Is extremely suffering. Then talk. I know, so go into the room and sit down. And then both of you go through the living room. To the stairs. In the living room, there was a middle-aged man, reading the newspaper with a very calm expression. Wana sat down on the bed. Then he kept complaining. Bomsa, you scoundrel. Although a little damaged. He's a bit cocky, but he's absolutely gentle at heart. Absolutely impossible to kill. She couldn't stop crying. Wang Bomsa on the side immediately spoke up. Comfort me, I also trust him not to cry. Nothing will happen to him. Let's go out and get you a cup of tea. Then Wang Bomsa goes outside. She closed the door quite forcefully, causing a loud sound to ring out. Wang Bomsa loudly called out to the man reading the newspaper 3. The man with expressionless face answered. Shouldn't say any more. I can't help him. Wang Bomsa was extremely panicked. Then spoke up and asked Dad again. Why are you so inconsiderate? He saved my life no matter what. Moreover, it is also meritorious to glorify the country. Dad, how about helping him a little? The man continued to put on a calm face. Then answer if Yopi Mu Cheon is not guilty. The law will give him justice. Otherwise, you will be punished by the law. But you can't do anything. Before the 10-hour trial in Myeongga, Myeongsagi's dad told him, Yeopmukyeon's conditions were truly too good. I don't want to ignore what you mean. The old man said, looking outside. I also know. If Myeongga wants to climb the ladder, it must borrow external resources. At the same time, this is also very dangerous. Once that kid fails, we're afraid we'll be destroyed too. Myeongsagi's father disagreed. On the contrary, I don't think so. We and him are just in a cooperative relationship. If he fails, Myeongga will probably be able to defend himself. He laughed. I think it's too simple, right? Does Sagi know about this? Myeongsagi's father awkwardly said he didn't know. Last night, he blushed and ran to the war zone. Inexplicable. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't talk to Dad. Saggy, what do you think? But Saggy clearly has a fiancé. Yopi Mu Cheon also has a girlfriend. But I don't seem to care too much about this. Are you saying you're not married yet? Nyansagi's father didn't understand and asked him what he meant by. The old man nodded appreciatively at the young man's talk. Follow them. As long as Yopi Mu Cheon can overcome this immediate hurdle. So why bother? He cooperated Then Nyansagi's father asked again. What if he can't pass this test? When asked here, the old man still closed his eyes and replied. So we must save him. After all, he is kind to Nyanga. But this cooperation thing is exempt. He looked at the sky and thought, hoping for Soja. This can give us a pleasant surprise. Or tell me with confidence. At least let me see. Cooperating with him was a wise choice. Another 2 hours passed before the 8 o'clock trial at Hasin's house. Jung Hasin sat straight and looked at the man in front of him. Asked the senior brother why he came here. Jung Hasin just smiled from beginning to end. He looked at Jung Hasin and asked Adu Yopi Mu Cheon to be arrested. Have you heard? When Jung Hasin heard about Yopi Mu Cheon, he felt sad. She frowned, claimed to know that he was just being harmed by someone. But Oh Yong-ho didn't think so. He denied it and was not satisfied. With my sister's misplaced trust. He harmed Adu, it's not like I didn't tell you. Know people's faces but not their hearts. Do you really know what kind of person Yopi Mu Cheon is? Jung Hasin is not happy. Asked senior brother what he wanted to say. Oh Yong-ho picked up an envelope and spoke confidently. This is me accidentally getting it, watch it for yourself. Jung Hasin wonders what's so vague. If you don't watch it then don't watch it. Unless seeing it makes her face pale. Those are Yeop Mukion's bed photos. And Oh Yong Hang Wall. On that fateful night, each photo is breaking her heart. Oh Yong-ho sympathized with her and advised her. Originally, I didn't want you to know about this. Bad things in the house cannot be spread outside. One is his sister. One person is the person he loves. Whether it was him or me, it was a heavy attack. But I believed him. See those pictures now. But Jung Hasin still persisted. Oh Yong-ho angrily stood up and scolded him for saying something. Authentic evidence. Don't you even dare to face reality? Jung Hasin was only sad but still spoke resolutely. I believe he. Her attitude makes Oh Yong-ho angry. Do I? Then snorted helplessly. He thought in his head Yopi Mu Cheon just wait. Before the 5 o'clock trial. Oh Yong Hang Wall sits in the area. Talked to prisoners. Asked Yopi Mu Cheon wanted to come in and see him. It's really not an easy thing. Yopi Mu Cheon is still very optimistic. Said Hang Wall, great treasure. What do I do? I felt like she especially liked being in the detention room. Let's go on a date with me. Oh Yong Hang Wall is also lazy to compare with prisoners. On the contrary, he has a very good mentality. Yopi Mu Cheon said there was no way. If you don't adjust your temper, you'll still be mad. Some people hid in the corner of the room, waiting for me to laugh at you again. How could I let them be proud? Oh Yong Hang Wall finally asked. Is there anything I need help with? Because she thought this person. Never been a loser before. Looks like he has a way to deal with it. Yopi Mu Cheon said with peace of mind for now. There's no need for you to wait to see a good show. After it was successful, I will give you a big gift. Oh Yong Hang Wall believes that you can smile and talk. At that time, I will arrange a big party for you. Celebrated his victory. Before the 3-hour trial in the detention room, Sa Du-wee pushed the door in. And sighed in resentment. I'm dying because seeing you like that makes me run away. The heel of his shoe was also damaged because of him, his bad brother. Yopi Mu Cheon also did not give up. Speaking of which, I also know that you elf chase people away. Of course not, but she chased me away at the right time. Deliberately chose the last moment and then. Sa Du-wee sat seductively in my lap. Yopi Mu Cheon caressed his face. She said bad things and said them very well, like she was calculating you. But he didn't look worried at all. There are countermeasures, right? Yopi Mu Cheon said that small people like me are on the bottom floor. What countermeasures could there be? Believe that the law will definitely give me justice. The time has come for the trial to begin. Sang So Mi sat on the chair and spoke anxiously to Jung Hasin. Far. I haven't found any clues either. Beneficial to him. Facing an almost fatal outcome. But on the contrary, he was very calm. I can still laugh. Jung Hasin is also worried. But she consoled him that there was definitely a way to deal with it. Bomsa also said not to worry. Surely nothing will happen. The younger sister next to her called Bomsa. And held her hand to ease her fear. Oh Yong Hang Wall thought sadly. From the time he was arrested to going to court just 2 days ago. Never been this fast. Normal people absolutely cannot do it. Who is the person behind? The judge called the court open. Ray Chanok's side started first. The lawyer there said, I am the lawyer representing Rod Chung-ok. Yopi Mu Cheon, please ask. Admitted that he was the murderer of Rod Chung-ok. No, Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't have it. The lawyer could only dejectedly reply that he was afraid. I'm not stupid. The lawyer still asked you. I need to answer yes or no. Yopi Mu Cheon affirmed that there was no. And the lawyer continued to question. So you admit that you and the dead person are Rod Chung-ok? Is there any resentment? Yopi Mu Cheon sighed and said, I also have a grudge against you now. Because I looked at him very upset. Is this what it means? If you smell your feet tomorrow, you'll rot to death. Also did I kill? These words by Yopi Mu Cheon, causing the whole auditorium to burst out laughing. The lawyer angrily said that he was the one with rotten feet. Please don't argue nonsense, just answer yes or no. Yopi Mu Cheon repeated no. The lawyer said, the first boy was to push Jaeon Suhong downstairs. Then think about how to kill Rod Chung-ok, right? Yopi Mu Cheon sighed again. Who would be so stupid as to answer yes? He said annoyed. Really doubt it. Does this lawyer have a certificate? Or ask your contacts to buy it? I asked him because he listened to me. Come back tonight and smell my stinky feet. Then let me die. Am I thinking of a way to kill you? The lawyer angrily replied that he was still like that. I have the right to denounce you. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed teasingly, wanting Jong Seong Wong. Why are you so beautiful? Eat Jong Seong Wong too. Then let people live. Or not. Forgive us pure teenagers. Yopi Mu Cheon replied. Anyway, no matter what you say. I also won't admit to murder. Because I'm clean, there's no way you can do it. The lawyer said with a smile. Even death doesn't accept it, right? Do you really think I have no way? He asked the witness what your name is. What is your profession? How many times have you done it? Do you know a woman named Rod Chung-ok? The witness replied that she was Jo Pungo. Professional assassin, worked for 10 years. Rod Chung-ok is a goal of mine. She was. The participants in the trial were all excited. It's scary. Talking about killing people is as arbitrary as talking about drinking tea. Heaven and earth turned out. There really are assassins in this world. The lawyer smiled evilly. How did you kill her? Why do you want to kill her? He thought this case was too simple. All are evidence. Later today, there is no doubt that Yopi Mu Cheon must die. Jo Pungo replied that I was opposite her house and opened fire. A gun that blew the head off. The reason why she killed her. Someone gave me 200. To let me go. The lawyer was happy. Asked who was the person who ordered him to kill Rod Chung-ok. Whether in this trial or not. He thought it could end immediately. Hurry up and end this. Jo Pungo replied that. Everyone was thinking. Started testifying. The person who committed the crime of murder himself testified. The killer behind the story has extremely high credibility. There must be a result. Everyone was silent, waiting for Jo Pungo's words. The lawyer asked him where he was and pointed him out. The person who hired me to kill Rod Chung-ok was. Jo Pungo replied slowly. Yopi Mu Cheon still said nothing. The lawyer was even more triumphant. Jo Pungo pointed him out. Pointed out that the person who paid him to kill Rod Chung-ok turned towards Yopi Mu Cheon. And suddenly a lot of blood flowed out of Jo Pungo's mouth. Jo Pungo coughed a few times. And then fell over. Land. In the middle of the trial. Everyone was panicking about the ambulance. What happened? What's the deadly situation? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and thought. Best problem-solving method is to resolve the person who raised the problem. The man said in panic. Someone dies and then on court someone dies and says no. It's just a coma. Why can I suddenly die? Another person gave mixed opinions. Others were still conscious enough to call out doctor. Why hasn't the doctor come yet? The doctor came running out of breath and said. After examining the patient, he concluded that he was dead. The specific cause of death still needs to be thoroughly examined. Sang So Mi was surprised. I secretly thought I was dead. Did Joe Pungo die like that? He is the most important witness. Just die so senselessly. What's the situation? The man in the blue vest said with a straight face. Yopi Mu Cheon considers your luck to be good. But don't be too proud. There were also 2 witnesses. The police shouted something had happened. The other 2 witnesses are also dead. So why were you scared just now? How can 3 witnesses be at the same time? How could this kind of thing happen? Sang So Mi thought to herself. Yopi Mu Cheon once asked to meet them. Could it be that? The judge now spoke up. Because 3 key witnesses died in dramatic fashion. Verdict after. The man with dark blue hair kicked over the utensils. He was so damn angry. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. They're just a bunch of trash, just hateful. The 2 maids next to them didn't dare say a word. That guy glanced at the 2 girls and immediately came up with an evil idea. Who told you to accept? Are you looking for your own death? The 2 girls who were kicked by him were so scared that the 2 maids shivered and stammered. Sorry. That guy has absolutely no intention of sparing your lives. He said, haha. I'm in a very uncomfortable mood right now. Extremely uncomfortable so. Saw him holding up a sharp, shiny knife. The 2 girls panicked and begged him not to. Him holding the knife. Come closer and whisper, let's have some fun. The witness died in a thrilling way. Opened many people's eyes. A strange scene that made some hematologists think. God bless Yopi Mu Cheon. Only one life can be avoided. Even felt that he was a heavenly messenger. Send down someone to honor Yopi Mu Cheon. Worship like ancestors. Light 3 incense sticks for him and pray. Yopi, the great fairy, has boundless magic power. Please bless our family with peace. Other than occultism, the vast majority of intelligent people think so. Yopi Mu Cheon has more than scary powers. Silently support. Confusing calculations. Wants to establish a relationship with Yopi Mu Cheon. What did the bald guy call and say? Yopi Mu Cheon. Tonight I want to have a party in Hyeon Wall to celebrate. Why isn't that Oyonga's area? Indeed, Oyong Hang Wall and Yopi Mu Cheon have a very deep relationship. Quickly book me a spot there. At Hyeon Wall Club, Yopi Mu Cheon sat at the front table and said excitedly, everyone, let's drink together. Yopi Mu Cheon drinks wine like water. So comfortable. Ha 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 ha, it's so comfortable. No need to stay in a shabby temporary cell anymore. Sang So Mi grumbled. Our detention room is very standard. Don't say shabby. Yopi Mu Cheon was drunk at this time. He laughed and said I was wrong and punished myself with a drink. There was a loud knock on the door. Outside was a group of strangers. They are extremely natural. Like everyone has known Yopi Mu Cheon for a long time. Mr. Yopi congratulated. Congratulations, Mr. Yopi. Do you remember me? In Yen Do O Yang Ga. We have met Mr. Yopi before. I originally wanted to invest in Zhang Seong Wang. Mr. Zheng once had contact. We are also considered acquaintances. Yopi Mu Cheon wondered who these people were. Oyong Hang Wall explained next to him. Probably to the end. It's okay for me to have casual sex for a bit. Yopi Mu Cheon was warmly welcomed. He stood up, lifted the bottle of wine in his hand and said, ha ha ha, I'm so happy to have come today. We're all guests, let's drink together. At the end of the party, Yopi Mu Cheon lay on the sofa babbling. Today, both high and low are determined by life and death. No one is allowed to run and drink. 5 girls looked at Yopi Mu Cheon already drinking. Exhausted and worried, answered this. Oyong Hang Wall said. Looks like he can't come back. Even though this place is my place. Just let me arrange for him. Next night will be a full moon night. Oyong Hang Wall works hard. Dragged Yopi Mu Cheon into the bedroom. Edema is really heavy, don't mess around. Yopi Mu Cheon was still muttering while drinking. I still have to drink. Hang Wall pushed him onto the bed and said, Hurry up and go to bed for me. But Yopi Mu Cheon is doing whatever he wants. Pulling someone's daughter's hand. Hangwal's whole body was pulled down onto the bed. Oh Young Hangwal was hugged by him and saw Yopi Mu Cheon gradually losing control. Hangwal shouted, "Please let me go." She thought to herself that her strength was so great that she couldn't escape. She took a deep breath, then made up her mind. Just leave it like that. So she lay in his chest, falling asleep. Nyongsagi's grandfather read the newspaper and laughed. Ha ha ha, good Soja once again killed 3 people. Heart is cruel enough. He already has the conditions to become a human. The man sat on the sofa opposite. Was his son said. I'm now with Soja. Are also increasingly curious. I don't know how he did it. Nyongsagi's grandfather folded the newspaper. Told his son. For him, curiosity isn't just about children. There were many people who wanted to study it all clearly. Further through all kinds of approaches. His son also said, Dad, do you mean Oyong Ga and Sadu Ga? He laughed and said, ha ha, it's really making things difficult for them. Let the 2 little girls approach Soja. But Soja is cunning as hell. In the end, it was hard to tell who ate who. The boy continued talking. This time it has been proven. Yopi Mu Cheon is also not just a physician. Or a simple merchant like that. His value is not only this. Those guys will definitely evaluate him again. He also agreed with his son's opinion. So we have to rob in front of other people. Tomorrow I'll tell him to come here. I want to give him a big gift. Moving the scene to the next morning. In a room, Oh Yong Hang Wal woke up and opened his eyes. To see that he was lying with Yopi Mu Cheon. He slept so soundly that his mouth was watering. Oh Yong Hang Wal sat up and rubbed his head and said yes. Can't sleep well one night. That damned bastard is so unsightly when he sleeps. She pushed his leg away from her and said, Sleep like a dead pig. No matter how much you call, you won't wake up. Looks like these few days in jail are for you. I also tortured a lot. She saw him sleeping like the dead. Immediately reached out and poked the tip of his nose. Every day is crazy and strange. When sleeping, on the contrary, he is more docile than expected. It's just that the sleeping form is a bit obnoxious. I really want to fight. Suddenly my phone rang. Yak Seong. Sir, someone is calling you. Yak Seong. Sir, someone is calling you. When you see the phone keeps ringing. Oh Yong Hang Wal immediately went into his pocket. To take his cell phone. I remember it was in my pocket. Yeop Mukion's phone kept ringing. Yak Seong. Sir, someone is calling you. I don't know how she searched. But it made Yopi Mu Cheon moan softly. And she wondered. This person left his phone too deep. How could it be so difficult to get? The more she fumbled for the phone, the more he yelled, no, no. When she found something strange, she wondered and said, wait. Isn't the phone square? Why is it round to catch it? It didn't feel right. After realizing what I had just touched. Not a phone. Oh Yong Hang Wal immediately blushed and shouted. Maybe. Heard her scream and Yopi Mu Cheon also opened his eyes and spoke. Don't do it anymore, don't. See me open my eyes. She immediately panicked and withdrew her hand. Yopi Mu Cheon sat up to cover that area. He said with a slightly confused face. Sister, you're practicing, so what if you break it? Oh Yong Hang Wal couldn't help but blush and stammered saying, me. Yopi Mu Cheon saw that and teased her. Do you want revenge? That time in Hyeonggook, she intentionally was angry when she heard that. Immediately took a pillow and hit him, even cursing at his head. After a while Yopi Mu Cheon went to the bathroom, washed his face and said don't be angry. Last time I was in Hyeonggook, I took advantage of her. This time she took the initiative. Makes us consider a tie. Oh Yong Hang Wal said again, blushing outside. In the end, you want me to explain it to you before you believe it. It's really not what you think. Say I sound like a hooligan. He walked out and told her. No need to be embarrassed like that, and it's not just him. A man shouldn't be too charming. If not, one day all purity will be lost. Oh Yong Hang Wal said angrily. I dare say one more thing about this matter. I guarantee that one day I will give you a toe. Hear her say that. He was immediately afraid. I think this woman is too dangerous. After beating her to death, you won't be able to sleep with her. He immediately made sure not to dare. I guarantee I won't mention it again. She called you here to talk about your business. I had to think of a way to find some good friends. Making the enemy's guard hide too deep. I can't find you. Must think of a way to protect themselves well. Yopi Mu Cheon said angrily. Those damn dogs only know how to harm. But if the opponent still wants to deal with me, sooner or later the truth will be revealed. Oh Yang Hang Wall continued. There is only waiting. That's right, I found out the drugs that harmed my grandfather. Is it any medicine? He also replied not yet. The past few days have been so busy. There was basically no time. She heard that and immediately said there was no need to investigate anymore. He asked why. She slowly replied, if it's okay, what should I do? No matter what. Ouyang Ga can't be chaotic either. Yopi Mu Cheon looked up and thought that's right. Look ahead. It was definitely someone from Ouyang Ga who took action. What if I can check it? Great uproar, such a great battle of self-destruction. It will only make the other families secretly laugh. Ouyang Hang Wall stood up and bowed his head. No matter what I say, I have to thank you. Grandpa is much better now. Can he really wake up? Yopi Mu Cheon stopped her from bowing her head and spoke. I didn't dare say it before, but now it's the best. Determined for sure. He thought to himself. Never studied airbending before. Treating No-Do also takes a lot of effort. Saving Ouyang No-Do now is not a big problem. Yopi Mu Cheon asked her to sit down and said, please sit down first, don't be so hasty in thanking me. Next, I had to give you a grand gift. Of 10 question marks on your head. The grand ceremony. Changes scene to Ouyang's classroom. Ouyang's temporary homeowner shouted, what did you say? Soja wants to give you 10% of the shares. Ouyang Hang Wall replied. That's right, Yopi Mu Cheon. Wants to give me 10% of Zhongsheng's shares. Just heard confirmation from Ouyang Hang Wall's mouth. The whole room suddenly became unusually noisy. This is 10% of shares. Just advise completion to the market. Then the dividend will definitely be in the unit of hundreds of millions. God help us, Ouyang Ga. Ha ha ha. Hang Wall must hook up with Yopi Mu Cheon. Really good relationship. I heard that Sa Du Ga has thought of every possible solution. Spend large amounts of money. Even if he wanted to buy 5% of Yopi Mu Cheon shares, he wouldn't let him. Now giving Hang Wall 10%. For free, the temporary homeowner is equally happy. Hang Wall did very well. Silently thinking in my head. His status in Ouyang Ga. This 10% stake can at least be partial. Is it really falling from the sky? Ouyang Hang Wall feels disgusted by the people at Ouyang Ga. She thought in her heart. At first, I fell out with Yopi Mu Cheon. These people laugh at me for being selfless. With someone who means nothing to me. Use all means to scold. I wish I could be crucified on a pole of shame. Now he has such a face. The homeowner temporarily smiled and said 10% even though it was a bit small. But it's also better than nothing. This is really what he said on his own initiative. And she replied that yes, he actively wanted to give it to me. No need for me to spend any money. Ouyang's people kept discussing. Ha ha ha, it was also Yopi Mu Cheon who took the initiative. Yopi Mu Cheon is definitely for Hang Wall. Unforgettable love journey. I still want to dig deeper together. Saying so, 10% may just be the beginning. Later on it will probably increase to 15% or even 20%, 30%. Definitely the beautiful Hang Wall. No man could be unmoved towards her. Of course. It's also possible that he wants to cling to us. Ouyang Ga. Ouyang Yang Yu turned and said. My father 3. We definitely let Yopi Mu Cheon buy a house. Let him and Hang Wall come in and stay directly. Let Hang Wall rest his head on his knees. Back and forth often. He will definitely create more shares. The father agreed with Yanggu's opinion. Also said I was thinking the same thing with Zhang Seong Wang. He wants to enter our Ouyang Ga. It's not impossible. Does Yopi Mu Cheon have anything else? And in his head he thought maliciously. As long as this thing is okay. As for Ouyang Ga. Absolutely a great achievement. Even if the immortal awakens. My position as a homeowner is fine. While everyone there is happy. Then suddenly Ouyang Hang Wall spoke. He also said. 10% of these shares are for Oh Yong Hang Wall personally. I am with Oh Yong Ga and Oh Yong Group. Don't have any relationship. When listening to Oh Yong Hang Wall finish that sentence, everyone suddenly exclaimed something in unison. And she smiled proudly and said, "Why, isn't that a funny thing?" The temporary homeowner said through gritted teeth. "What does Yopi Mu Cheon mean?" "T-U-Y Sao." She slowly said goodbye. At the start, didn't want to rely on Oyang Ga you guys. After thinking too much, he was angry. Such a large sum of money. Absolutely impossible. Can only fall into Oyang Hangwal's pocket. Immediately spoke softly. Hangwal is a member of the family. I also know that the old man is now bedridden. The other great families stared. Can't. Because the family is considering taking the name of the strange family. Oyang Hangwal aggressively replied that he was sorry. I can't do it. Who can do it? Maybe go find him yourself. Oyang Yu heard her say that. Angrily, he banged the table and shouted loudly. Oh Yang Hang Wall. She is not the same as Soja catching a leg. Sell your body for money? What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? Do you really think it's good to be next to that waste? Oh Yang Hang Wall is cold. Look straight at Oh Yang Yu and say Oh Yang Yu. So try saying these words again. Hearing that made Oh Yang Yu suddenly startled. Unable to say another word. She spoke aggressively in front of that group of people. You should not do wrong to me. I just respect you guys as family. Tell everyone together. It's not like I'm here to discuss with you guys. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left behind a, "See you later." Scene changed to Yopi Mu Cheon. He was sitting in Nyongsagi's car. Go somewhere with her. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke first and told Sagi. Nyong no Du said something surprising. What is it in the end? Can you reveal to me a little bit? Nyong Sagi still focused on driving and said coldly. When you get there you will know. Don't call me so intimately. It felt very strange. The car stopped. Two people got out of the car. He still keeps telling secrets like that. What is it in the end? Then he turned to look at. And saw a group of people wearing military uniforms standing in front of. And they were all shouting in unison. The leader greeted. Standing in front of a large group of soldiers. Yopi Mu Cheon was bewildered. Pointed at his face and asked who the boss was. Are you calling me? Nyong no Du adjusted his hat with his hand. Slowly introduced Muchin. They are my most proud subordinates. Are all good war zones. Now my heart is bleeding. That's convenient for your Soja. Stand in front of a group of subordinates who had been with him for many years. He said loudly. Do you remember what I told everyone yesterday? I have given everyone the opportunity to leave even if they don't want to. Now everyone stands here. Probably already decided. The head soldier has a muscular body. Cold face. But her eyes were filled with a few tears and she choked up. But our leader didn't finish his sentence. Sagi's grandfather was furious. Loudly scolding and crying. Whoever dares to cry is to make no yaw lose face. Making no yaw also look down upon. Ask you again. Do you remember what I said yesterday? The group of soldiers heard that. Simultaneously shouted loudly with determination. From now on, we are no longer soldiers of the war zone. Everyone followed the orders of the new leader. Nyong no Du smiled contentedly and replied. It's not surprising that people can be trained. Don't make faces either. The Soja mob will absolutely not mistreat you. Yopi Mu Cheon still seems to be shocked by this scene. I thought to myself that I was originally looking for words. No Du asked two people to be his bodyguards. Don't have to give that much. This is not just a surprise. I'm simply too happy. The other No Ya came forward and put his hand on Soja's shoulder. Immediately pulled Muchin out of his thoughts. He seriously advised. I know what you lack the most right now. Today he gave it to you. If you dare let them do anything illegal, a matter of pity and harm, I absolutely will not forgive you. Yopi Mu Cheon continued his words with determined eyes. The old man was assured that I would not mistreat them. And then the young man returned. Introduce yourself to the group of soldiers. In front of everyone. Hello, I am Yopi Mu Cheon. Surely everyone has heard of me. To be honest, being able to see everyone makes me very happy. From today onwards, everyone is Yeop Mukion's brothers and sisters. I just need Yopi Mu Chion. I have a bite to eat. Of course, I won't let everyone go hungry. And say everything, but below, no one said anything. Only cold eyes looked. He is attentive. Only the sound of cold wind blowing gently made the boy surprised by a fan, thinking in shock, what the hell? Either way, consider a leader saying the opposite. It's not like you guys have to jump up and cheer. Or at least say a few tame sentences. Tell me a little bit. Nyang Sagi saw that and sneezed. He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, smiling. Just saying that if you want to deal with them, talking is useless. Muchin still continues to think that fighting is useless? So now that he thought about it, he issued a challenge. If everyone were a good fighter, then that's it. You definitely respect the masters, right? If anyone doesn't obey me, join me in a fight. The soldiers began to whisper. Let's play together. Isn't this where you want to be beaten? You look down on others too much. Muchin hasn't stopped yet. Announced a sentence that shook heaven and earth. Of course not with everyone one-on-one. I fight with everyone. Just said. He just waved his index finger as if challenging. Nyang Sagi, with a confused face, guessed in his mind. Isn't this person the head that was kicked by a donkey? The head soldier's eyes widened in bewilderment. Pointing at himself, he asked again. He definitely wanted to fight 28 people alone. Muchin smiled a bit disdainfully. Replied arrogantly. If the number doubles, it's still a bunch of younger brothers. Everyone can move forward and win. I will get a reward. The top soldier won't come at all. Yeop Mukion's attitude just coldly replied. I'm Jin Dam and I'm the captain. I alone will be enough to deal with you. Muchin smiled contemptuously and said. Let's go up and fight quickly to win. The soldiers heard this and said angrily, this is what you said. Jin Dam was now gritting his teeth. Dozens of pairs of legs running in unison. Followed by cheers. The brothers move forward together. Beat him to the head. Crush the pig, he dares to look down on us. Yopi Mu Chion stands in the middle. Make the gesture again, wagging his index finger to provoke the soldiers. He rushed forward like crazy but he didn't even flinch. And then he closed his eyes. Hold your hand curled up with your thumb turned upside down. As if to confirm defeat. Muchin said exactly one word down. And immediately a strange thing happened. Soldiers collapsed simultaneously. Some people were still crawling on the ground. Everyone was extremely stunned by this scene. The groans continued to rise. What happened? The body doesn't listen anymore. Even a little bit of strength cannot be used. Unable to move. Muchin witnessed this scene. Smiled brightly. He even took the opportunity to wink handsomely. The arrogant voice can't even be adjusted. You so jas. Haven't finished being arrogant yet. Wanting to punch him in the face made him suspicious. Humans have no time to prepare or avoid. So that's Jin Dam. Even though he hadn't collapsed yet, his body was shaking. Maybe he put all his strength into that punch. Sweat poured like a stream. Other soldiers saw his captain successfully fight back. Then was overjoyed. Muchin over here was incredibly surprised. He rubbed the wound just now, thinking in horror. Is this the case with buffalo green beans? I quit such a large amount of medicine. Can still stand. Jin Dam has strong muscles. 2 hands clasped. The fiery spirit facing Yopi Mu Chion. Yopi Mu Chion was extremely frightened. The pupils were fully dilated. Just use your hand to wipe the wound on your face. I think I took the wrong medicine. Why is it wrong? Apparently others felt too. Or maybe this person just had a cold and his nostrils were closed. But if that's the case, the medicine would probably go in. Jin Dam just collapsed. Hands on the ground to maintain balance. He gritted his teeth and said indignantly that he was hateful. Even a little bit of strength couldn't be used. Muchin saw that and breathed a sigh of relief. There was a small wound on his handsome face. A little blood leaked from his mouth. He thought to himself, now that I've fallen, it seems like it was just an accident. His physique is much stronger than others. Sagi watched from the side. His face was red and he looked angry. I think I tested this one scene and did it for half a day. Also he used drugs. Muchin stood arrogantly in front of the dragging soldiers. Lying on the ground, he laughed heartily. Extremely pleased to say, see how strong I am. Do you still want to fight alone with me? The people who come up together are not my opponents. After saying that, he still kept laughing. Jin Dam was now sweating profusely. Orange still looked at Muchin and spoke up to expose it. You're not using force to defeat us. Yopi Mu Cheon lowered himself. Looked down at the captain who was clenching his teeth. Angry to the point of shaking. Analyze slowly. When you and your enemy fight, they will tell you what tricks they want to use. Don't make excuses because of your failure. If this were a real battle, you would be dead. Received such an answer. Jin Dam just bowed his head and said nothing more. Muchin turned and left, waving goodbye to the soldiers still lying behind. At the same time, teach a few words. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat. As long as it can catch mice, it's a good cat. There is no such thing as fairness in real combat. No matter what tricks are used, the last one to survive is the winner. The soldiers were able to slowly stand up. Everyone's face was pensive. Outside, Nyong No-do could only feel helpless. Standing and looking at the scheming guy. Thinking with a crooked smile. It's true that this Soja is not only shameless. I still want to destroy my people. Yopi Mu Cheon closed his eyes and spoke seriously. You guys have seen it too. I am not a gentleman. Not a bad person either. You can slowly learn more about me. I tell you, who knows how to subtract honor from the battlefield? I have no way for you guys. Other things. You will also be better than the war zone. This place has 10 million. Of which 5 million given to everyone is the launch ceremony. It's okay to divide equally. In addition, 500,000 is needed to rent a training ground. If you buy some tools and don't have enough, please let me know. After speaking, he generously pulled out a card and gave it to him. Captain Jin Dam seemed surprised and reached out to receive him, although he was extremely surprised by this. But also politely replied, "Yes, boss." Whispering in my heart, spending 10 million doesn't say much. At least this boss is generous. Muchin suddenly patted Jindam's shoulder and praised him. Jin Dam, the team leader with the best skills will be yours. The next day, training and grouping were all assigned to him. Also, don't call me boss. I prefer to address myself as young master. Hearing that, the group of soldiers all obeyed the order. Yes, young master. Saw dozens of people obeying him like that. Muchin guy put his hands on his hips and smiled sinisterly. His face could not hide his arrogance and excitement. Have this force. In the future, if anyone dares to touch me, I'll deal with it directly. Suddenly Jin Dam raised his hand in question and reported to the young master. Don't know later. Can we still use guns? Yopi Mu Cheon finished listening. Raised his hand to order Nyong number Du. The old man returned. Get them each a gun license. Immediately Nyong No Du angrily blamed him. One for each person is a license to use that gun. Do you consider it a diploma? At most one book. The soldiers' faces all looked worried and a little sad. Some people say this seems unhappy. Then someone else spoke up. But I haven't carried a gun in a war zone for a long time. Always feeling lacking. Muchin saw his people like that and looked to object. Immediately he raised a finger to indicate. Are all my people. Do not develop all their skills. How can I get a book worth 1 million? Nyong No Du also refused to be outdone and offered a higher price. Soja, you really dare to take money and smash anything. 5 million. Female soldiers were surprised to the point of confusion in each copy. Deep in thought, 5 million each is too expensive. How can I buy it? Looks like you can't touch the gun. Muchin frowned and thought angrily. This dead old man took the money again. Mine is quite a bit. After thinking about it, he immediately responded. But each gun must come with 1,000 bullets. Nyong No Du happily continued. Okay, my heart is as happy as opening a flag. I chuckled inside. Can give the war zone more than 100 million funds. Jin Dam is next to him. Facing this exchange was also shocking. That's more than 100 million, buy it for real. Immediately the soldiers cheered and howled with joy. They flattered Muchin to cloud 9. Thank you, young master, the most handsome young master in the world. Long live the young master. He replied with a nonchalant smile. Very fast. You guys will know how to leave the war zone with me. Absolutely will not regret. Just waiting for your old admiring comrades to move to a bedroom. Although simple, it is very neatly arranged. Morning rays of sunlight through the window illuminates the whole room. Jung Hasin is lying on the bed. With stylish pajamas. She was embarrassed. His face turned red when he saw Muchin sleeping next to him. His arms wrapped around her. Hasin was confused and thought about what kind of situation this was. Why is this person suddenly in my bed? She gently sat up. Feng looked at the obnoxious guy next to her and continued thinking. It's okay to touch it. Why was there no movement all night? A little bit is nothing. Is it because I don't have the charm to criticize myself? Or maybe I've recently gained some weight. Eat some more Zhang Seong Wang pills. But I mentioned it before. Eating too much is useless. Muchin is still sleeping soundly. Her mouth was drooling. Miss Jung angrily puffed her cheeks and thought, surely it's not me that's the problem. A few days ago, this person and those women glanced at each other and lived together with them. So I'm no longer interested in it anymore. That's definitely true. Especially Oh Yang Hang Wall. She was one step ahead of me. The thoughts in her heart made her so angry. Grabbing the blanket tightly, his hand curled into a raised fist. It seems like she hasn't calmed down yet. His face darkened and he thought furiously. You can meet me outside behind me. Damn guy has no conscience. And slept so well. I'm the only one alive. What do you see as what I am? Can't you give me a little sense of security? Yopi Mu Cheon suddenly woke up. He sat up. He rubbed his eyes as if he was still sleepy. He warmly asked Hasin, are you awake? Seemingly. He still hadn't looked closely at the increasingly gloomy face. Her fear. In just a moment, Muchin was flown down to bed. Thanks to Jung Hasan's precise kick. He shouted in shock. She was so angry that her face turned red and she continuously blamed him. What are you doing running into my bed? Why is there no movement at all at night? Yopi Mu Cheon scrambled to get up. He was still in a daze and had not yet woken up from his apologetic and complacent voice. You don't have to think. Rachonok's death leaves me alone. The ghost in my heart worries that I will be scared when I sleep alone. I feel like causing trouble is not enough. Yopi Mu Cheon still feels sorry for himself. Hugging his pillow, slightly pouting and reproachful. Really don't want to. If you come, don't be angry. Indeed, this trick is very useful. Our young lady immediately stammered. You're not, you don't mean that you. Deep down, she still hoped you would do it. But I can't lose the price, lady. I can only curse silently in my heart. This idiot can't speak either. I hope you can do something. Then I will become a woman who speaks casually. But of course I am a jerk. Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't understand. He angrily crawled out muttering. Next time, I won't be able to come in anymore and leave it behind. Beautiful woman hugging her pillow in panic on the bed. Jung Hasin panicked. His porcelain white face gradually turned red. The small mouth stammered, trying to hold on to the fact that it wasn't my sister. Who was so flustered that she couldn't speak for a while. In the end, she became angry. Your face is as red as a ripe tomato. Direct. A knee hit Yeop Mukion's shameless face straight. Shout out loud to me. It's not that I'm angry because you came. She was so embarrassed that her eyes closed. Probably didn't even notice how much Muchian's face was deformed. A moment later at the underground training ground. At this time, the entire team of the leader, which is now under Yopi Mu Cheon, fully assembled. Jung Hasin now also wears a formal suit. Her high, silky blonde hair exposed her pure white neck. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Looked at the team and wondered who they were. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled with satisfaction and pleasure. They are the Nyang no Du who gave him absolute trust. Glanced at the training base. Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but exclaim. Jin Dam still knows how to choose. With Cheon Hyun Hong Yian Group. Same building. It's just that this place isn't cheap. He has some thoughts about the source of funding. But in the end I still told myself it was at least convenient. Then turned to ask if everyone was familiar with him. Jin Dam seriously replied thank you. At the same time, report the training ground for rent for 1 year. 3 million fee. The remaining 2 million was also given to the brothers to eat. Once there wasn't much left. After hearing this, Yopi Mu Cheon was not angry at all. There was affection in his eyes. It's rare to see him whispering. These people are also treasures. There's no time to pamper me. Talk and encourage everyone. If you need anything, just say it. But don't forget to be happy and take care of everything. Big boss Yopi sent a message to the captain. Jin Dam arranges for some people to protect his scene. Cannot be denied. His huge back. It really makes people feel safe. Jin Dam obeyed. The steely voice of a true commander. Easily make others listen to orders. He delicately arranged Jang Hong Ryong and Sun Bong, two experienced female agents for ladies Haseen. Sun Bong and Jang Hong Ryong. They are all personality girls. Sharp and serious. They stood in line seriously to receive orders. Jin Dam is certainly a famous captain. Reasonable arrangement. Leaving Yopi Mu Cheon with nothing to criticize. Feel free to say that you arranged it very well. But Jung Haseen disagrees. She doesn't like being surrounded by others. Immediately denied it and said it was unnecessary. But Yopi Mu Cheon immediately denied it. He affirmed that he definitely needed Zhang Seong Wang. Put it on the market safely. Is the big problem. Not only do we need them to follow us. In the future, we still have to increase the number of employees. Sir Yeop's words are holy. Why can't Jung Haseen agree? She reluctantly agreed, but still intentionally acting like a baby. Her big round eyes blinked with the intention of being spoiled. You can let them change their ways. Don't call, miss. It feels strange to keep talking about these issues. Our Yopi family immediately lost their minds. He stupidly asked if that could be called princess. Haseen was a bit dissatisfied. Her puffed cheeks still felt strange. Yopi Mu Cheon was a little impatient. He grimaced so it was for people. I can't call you anything, auntie. His shocking way of thinking confused her. Blushing and stammering again. Miss, UP. So the first problem is solved. The more important problem is to find many skills. More for big things. 20 people is not enough. Muchian's face darkened slightly. He stopped joking and asked Jin Dam seriously. You still have many comrades discharged from the war zone. But Jin Dam honestly answered yes. How much does it take? He thought for a moment. Finally, raising 5 fingers of 50 people. I have 2 requests. 1 is to have good physical skills and 2 is to have good character. Satisfy these 2 requirements and give talented people free treatment. He was always generous. The large number couldn't help but shock Jin Dam. But his face was still serious as before. Obedience is clear. But in my heart I was even worried for my master. About this no small force. Of course this excessive spending Yopi Mu Cheon has calculated. But he was still a little worried and ambitious. Eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Money to buy raw materials is recommended for completion. Money to support so many soldiers. There are also company operating costs. Now there's not much money left in the company account. Looks like I have to sell some of my beauty. I've thought of a way. At Sadawi's house where guests are visiting. In the large house decorated with red soil. The sexy girl lazily spoke up. What caught her eye was a red rose. Followed immediately by a handsome appearance. Has many rude traits of a man. He is wearing a black suit. His straight back stunned the entire doorframe. The long hair that is haphazardly gelled increases even more. Romantic, windy scales. Yopi spoke sweetly. Hello beautiful Lady Sato. His soothing voice couldn't help but make the beautiful Sa family flutter. She also replied in a soft voice. But do we? Seems to have guessed the purpose of the visit. Wherever the wind blew, my younger brother took the initiative to find me. Let me guess your purpose. You must be short of money again, right? Exposed Yopi Mu Cheon didn't panic at all. He returned to his daily shameless appearance. A seductive smile appeared on his lips, no longer flattering. He turned the guests into a master who naturally sat in a chair and poured tea. Sato also does not accept focusing directly on the center. He found old man Nyong who needed so many soldiers. Surely the expenditure is not small. Looks like you plan to put Zhang Seong Wang on the market. He also did not deny that she saw him right. Never finished talking before. Give me 200,000. Salary to become my own doctor. Why is the money sent to Sa Dui? Has already predicted it. In the middle of the gap are 2 hot mounds. The other pulled out a piece of paper. He smiled half-jokingly. He was short of money and wanted to find his sister. She never refused. But he gave his sister Hang Wald 10% of the shares. How can you be so biased? Yopi Mu Cheon did not answer directly. His eyes are rarely serious. Suddenly revealed some deep feelings. It's rare for him to say that she and her sister are different. Each other in some respect. She is my woman. Sa Du Wei did not find it difficult to back away. She sat directly on Muqian's lap. The hot genetic pajamas pressed tightly against his body. Amorous fox eyes were confused. With a sweet voice that seemed to burn the person next to him. Every time something happens to you, she comes the fastest. Also let him take advantage. Can't compare to Hangwal's younger sister? Said, and then she touched his ungrateful lips and cooed. Obviously she is a good person. Can you please give me some shares? You spent money to buy. Sorry, I can't satisfy this. Yopi Mu Cheon closed his eyes and spoke a little impatiently. Sa Du Wei stiffened. She didn't think. Such a lucrative condition. Again, the guy flatly refused. But very quickly. She immediately regained her little fox state. Condescendingly speaking. His eyes even had a little tear in them. Are you not worthy of cooperation? It's obvious that she treats you so well. This girl's charm is truly undeniable. Beautiful eyes filled with tears make anyone feel soft-hearted. He raised his hands high and pretended to tell someone. Don't smash either. I surrender, I surrender. You can't really beat us to death, right? We can say the conditions under which. He raised his hands high and pretended to tell someone. Don't smash either. I surrender, I surrender. You can't really beat us to death, right? We can say the conditions under which. And it was a whispering sound. Tragic story of a Wana. She's really in a panic, big brother Yopi. Grandpa was beaten by someone. The lobsters were also stolen by others. Grandpa is an important person to Yopi Mu Cheon. He regained his careless expression. He even stood up a bit hastily and spoke urgently. I have urgent business here. Another day we'll continue chatting. After the door closes, Sa Du Wei also captures a flirty and seductive look. There was only coldness and cruelty left on her body. She frankly admitted, this person really doesn't show the slightest flaw. But this is not what he does. Sa Du Wei retreated. She almost immediately pulled out a second phone. Coldly ordered to carry out the next plan. In the red supercar, Miss Jung's ostentatious glare. The situation inside was extremely sad and depressing. Wana's endless crying, making Yopi Mu Cheon even more worried. I asked what happened. Wana said while crying, I don't know. Ho Ya Ga suddenly called. Said someone wanted to steal the lobster. Grandfather did not allow it. Then they beat Grandpa. Very quickly Yeop Mukion's car arrived. Grandpa was really beaten hard. There are wounds all over the body. Beaten like this, even youth can't stand it. Talking about his elderly grandfather. Looking at this scene, Wana cried even more. More tragically, there were tears everywhere. Muchin also broke out in a cold sweat. Grandpa heard the sound and tried to get up. Love looking at Yopi Mu Cheon. Eyes full of guilt. Yopi Soga apologizes. Everything was taken away. He was filled with feelings in his heart. When I went out, I met Hoja and he was also injured. It's no small feat that Hoja is an experienced subordinate. To be beaten like this, the opponent must really be very strong. Hoja confirmed. There are too many of them. I'm also extremely guilty and admit my fault. I can't protect well. Yi Ga Ga can't protect lobsters either. Yopi Mu Cheon didn't know what he was thinking. I just saw his face getting worse and worse. Peach blossom eyes drooped coldly. He spoke stiffly. I'll treat everyone first. I'll talk about it later. Under Yeop Mukion's magical hands for about a year. Hours later Yi Ga Ga finally slept. Watching his grandfather breathing hard. Wana couldn't help but worry. Asked big brother Yopi how his grandfather was doing. Is it serious? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled with relief. He assured me that there was nothing to worry about and he would wake up soon. Then he stood up and gently patted Wana's head. Big warm hands. His pressure rubbed on the small head. Made her feel secure. Yeop Mukion's instructions were extremely gentle and caring. Adu and Hoja went outside. Negotiate a bit. You had to take good care of Grandpa. He doesn't even know how many sides he has. All I know is that at this time, the gentle miracle Dr. Yopi has disappeared. Only the arrogant and cruel Yopi Mu Cheon remains. He coldly asked Hoja who did it. What is the purpose? How many people have we lost in total? A series of questions from Yopi Mu Cheon did not confuse Hoja. He was used to his master's work being quick. Wang Sun, in turn, led by 20 people. It's because of our lobsters. Yu and Yi Ga Ga prevented being beaten like that. 86 lobsters were also stolen. After listening, the air surrounding Yopi Mu Cheon was strangely cold. He smiled devilishly. His voice was so deep it was almost filled with anger. He must be controlling his anger. But still can't stop the interesting and evil swearing. It's really interesting. But that state doesn't last long. Very quickly Yopi Mu Cheon returned to normal. His face remained calm and mocking. When he returned, he gave the medicine to Hoja and told him to dissolve it in water. Then the strength will increase and the wound will heal very quickly. Just after finishing fishing, a group of off-road zip cars approached. This army green color is indeed Miss Jung's car, followed by her 2 new bodyguards, Jang Hong Ryong and Sun Bong. Jung Hasin clearly looked worried, and ran quickly towards Yopi Mu Cheon. Hurriedly asked how the situation was. Then saw Yopi Mu Cheon still looking calm. She is less worried. She quickly answered, "You came here because you were afraid I wouldn't have enough manpower to protect you. Should I report it to the police?" She didn't have time to ask. Was given a useless bucket of cold water by Hoja. The boss is a relative of Wang Sun. But that doesn't stop him at all. Back to Yeop Mukion's next move. He loudly called Jin Dam. When I heard Jin Dam say yes, his face did not hide his anger. Ordered to leave 2 brothers behind to watch. The rest of us will go with me to regain justice. He was really angry, irritated by powerful forces, robbing the precious things of the person he loved. 2 cars sped away, following the orders of the person sitting inside. Inside Hoja and Jin Dam. Still discussing Hoja although still worried. But his stiff face gradually became relaxed. He felt more secure when his master arrived. Otherwise, I won't know what to do. Jin Dam rarely loses his temper. Why are you so angry now and there are people like that? Miss Jung can't help but be famous. Sighed and bluntly criticized. People say that the king of hell is easy to see and the little devil is difficult to entangle. Poor countryside, wasteland, news circulation is difficult. Even a little power can become a great king. After listening, Jang Hong Ryong didn't say anything but just laughed loudly. Originally thought to follow the young master. Just eliminate business competitors. Dirty tricks. Can't hear the smell coming. There is also an opportunity to promote justice. Even someone as cold as Sun Bong had to laugh. That's right, women still discuss it with themselves thousands of times. Don't wear makeup. Avoid being noticed by the young master. Yopi Mu Cheon couldn't help but want to vomit blood after hearing this. He broke out in a cold sweat. The rising spirit of justice suddenly cooled. Said tremblingly, "Is my image in your hearts so poor?" He was speechless. At the Wang Village Committee in the morning, Yeop Mukion's group finally arrived. An old man was the village chief of the village named Wang Gu. Walking out with a cane, he shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Why are you blocking the door of the village committee? Do you even know what the law is?" Yopi Mu Cheon felt uncomfortable seeing that. He said coldly, "No wonder Wang's son in your village is arrogant. Turns out his father is the village chief. If you think I'm talking nonsense, you can call him to confront him." When Wang Gu saw this, he was alert. He backed away behind the door. "Okay, let's call him." Then he thought, these people drive good cars with not simple backgrounds. Suddenly a hooligan voice rang out from somewhere. "I heard someone is looking for our Sangha." Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and glanced at a blonde-haired thug, and several juniors came in droves. "How old are you guys? Why bring so many people? Why don't you look for something to do with Sangha? Let's see whose territory this is." The blonde guy smiled very excitedly. He grinned, teasing Jung Hasin interestingly. "Find someone who also brings beautiful girls. Why can you bring beautiful people to fight? What a waste." She hasn't responded yet. Then he received a strong blow to the face. But before he could react, it was the girl Jang Hong Ryong who took action. She said coldly, "Use your dog eyes. Look at our lady, she's lost a few teeth. It's not a problem." The juniors caught him. Everyone was panicked and surprised. They are so afraid of danger and encountering people who are not easy to touch that they even tremble and sweat. These girls are very brave. Then you poke someone. We should not provoke and fear anything on our land. What dare he do? Yopi Mu Cheon walked over. He used one foot to step on the blonde man's chest. Coldly asked where Wang's son was. He was scared and covered his face and trembled. Big brother, don't be like that. I'm afraid of Sunga. He entered the city. Said he wanted to go make some money right now. Probably won't be able to return. At this moment Wang Gu came out and echoed. I called Wang's son and he said to come immediately. Yopi Mu Cheon smirked. You said the village chief is here. Quickly see these. Is the younger brother of his good son. Truly a reasonable son. He became angry when he heard that. Shouted at the Soja group. You guys are so quick to make me lose face. Normal Wang's son same. You guys seem to be playing well now. As expected, when people are being bullied. He squinted his eyes in disgust and thought. What trick is this Wang Gu planning to play? Why are you rolling your eyes and talking softly? He is also just a small village official. Aren't you afraid of my background? The blonde man hesitantly begged you. I also don't want to be bullied. But this big brother doesn't allow it. I beg you to save us quickly. When Wang Gu heard that, he immediately became angry. He shouted with a black face. Now it is a developed society with our village chief here. What are you afraid of? They caused trouble before bullying you. I will definitely preside over justice for you. When the juniors saw that, they glanced at each other. Smiled with sinister meaning. They immediately took out sharp knives and said, ha ha ha, it turns out that's the idea. We must also start acting lean. And especially those who are injured or disabled. At that time, I think I'll have to forgive. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed. Then snap your fingers and it's really effective. Love and water destroy people. Jin Dam 10 minutes to solve. Jin Dam listens to orders with Sun Bong and Jang Hong Ryong took his place. Ready Jin Dam disdain. Said 3 minutes was enough. Sun Bong used his foot to kick this guy in the stomach. Jang Hong Ryong kicked the other guy in the face. Jin Dam dealt with the other guy quickly. Those 3 guys fell to the ground. They groaned, Big brother, spare their lives. Sir, please forgive me. It's so painful. Wrong, don't fight. Sa Du-wee said, smiling proudly. No, he clearly wanted to look back and didn't dare look. Make you interested? If not, try to guess what color it is. She immediately accepted his thanks. Sang So Mi spoke again. I guessed right. Then next step. We'll definitely incite a bunch of journalists to interview him. The latest prediction is tomorrow. Your reputation must be ruined again. Suddenly a series of loud running noises came towards them, along with the sounds of soldiers, knives, shovels, and swords. The villagers gathered together and shouted. What happened? I heard someone beat my grandchild. Who dares to beat my son and capture him? See if I beat him to death. The thugs saw people coming to help. Then immediately changed his face and cried pitifully. Uncle, if you didn't come, I would have been beaten to death. Ha ha ha, auntie. Looking at your face, people have beaten you up. The 2 parents almost lost their hair before the gray-haired one sent them away. The green-headed one. The people showed their sympathy. They frowned and asked who hit the child. No Yod twisted his head down. Here is Wang village decision. Do not allow any unruly evil person to be good. Don't be afraid, we will preside over justice for you. Jung Hasim frowned and observed this scene. She said coldly, that Wang Gu didn't just call Wang's son, but to inform these people. He intentionally incited those guys to attack, just to let them get beaten, angering these villagers. Jin Dam turned to ask Yopi Mu Cheon, what should the young master do? You can't beat these villagers all at once. Moreover, there are too many of them. The young lady may be accidentally injured. Yeop Mukion's face turned black with anger. He calmly said that I underestimated this Wang Gu. Don't think of him because he protects his son, but brought so many villagers into this matter. He clearly saw that we had a background. Intentionally had to make a big deal out of it. If we attack, we will have to accept defeat. The blonde guy took advantage of the situation and added fuel and fire. He shouted it was them. It was people from other places who came to beat us. The villagers in droves. As they approached, they gritted their teeth, appearing scary and threatening him. Who are you? Why beat our children? Evil bullies people in our Wong village. They are normally so docile and honest. How can people stand it? Yopi Mu Cheon doesn't get angry. On the contrary, he calmly explained the reason to them. I'm Yopi Mu Cheon. Wong's son robbed me of more than 82 lobsters. I beat my partner so he couldn't get out of bed. They showed themselves to Wong's son to attack us. Is it a problem if I punish them? When those thugs heard that, they cried. Showed weakness in rebuttal. This is something they fabricated. No Sangha is that honest. How can I rob them of their things? They are also adults. How dare we beat them? Thanks to those words. But the villagers trusted them even more. A big challenge is truly worth dying for. My son knows such things. How dare you hit no ya people? Tell you why the red fireworks hit them. At just the right moment. Where did the sound of a car engine come from? Shrill noise. Blue-headed Wong's son is riding on his bike. Very happily encouraged your father to do a big business. Selling dozens of lobsters earns about tens of thousands. We have a delicious meal tonight. Wong Gu gritted his teeth in guilt. He silently cursed this soja. Why did you choose this moment to come back? Wong's son walked up to everyone. When he saw everyone silently staring at him, he was confused and asked what everyone was doing. Who are these people? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled triumphantly. He shrugged and said, this time the truth is clear. Do you still want to cause trouble? The villagers glanced at him angrily and asked, Sunja, you guys go steal lobsters, right? Is this real? When he heard that, he got a bit angry. And before he could say anything, Wong Gu signaled him. He said, Sunja, the one selling the lobsters is the one from the town above who bought them. Right? Absolutely not stealing from others, right? He looked at his father in confusion, and then suddenly realized this intention. Wong's son scratched his head and laughed. Right. I found a fisherman in town to buy me. How could he rob other people's things? Those villagers didn't suspect him at all. Just keep yelling at Yopi Mu Cheon like that. You guys are definitely here to cause trouble. I want to bully people in our village. Don't think you can come back healthy today. Jung Hasin worriedly pulled his sleeve and said, how is this a big deal? Yopi Mu Cheon glanced over and gently comforted her not to be afraid. Don't you have to bring help? Fortunately, Jin Dam and the others are also here. If not, it's really not easy. He thought he couldn't bring all the medicine with him. For a few dozen people. So he pretended to be conciliatory and smiled. Everyone just calm down a bit. I'm not here to cause trouble. A guy following Wong's son suddenly walked over. He was very excited and teased Jung Hasin. Iso is truly such a beautiful and attractive woman. Definitely someone from the city. Do you want to go home and chat with you guys for a bit? She coldly and unpleasantly looked at him without saying anything. But Yopi Mu Cheon was very angry. He put his thumb down and said nonsense with a gloomy face. No yaw is here to cause trouble. Jin Dam brought all these thugs. Cut off a leg. Jin Dam immediately obeyed his orders. He gave a fatal kick. Hit Wong's son, causing his leg to break and crack. Wong's son screamed in fear and pain. Wong Gu was surprised to see his son being beaten. He panicked and called Sunja. Sun Bong also ran over. She scolded each child for not studying well. Still work as a thug. Let them know what a cruel society is. Jang Hong Ryong boldly said to dry these bastards. Finished speaking, Sun Bong kicked this guy in the face. Jang Hong Ryong punched the other guy in the face. They slashed their swords together. The villagers saw this and became angry. They screamed and even dared to hit the people in front of us. Beat them to death. A gunshot rang out. Jin Dam held the gun and coldly threatened. We don't want to hurt others. Hope you can keep your sanity. In the distance, the villagers became afraid. They sweat and talk guns. They have real guns. Yopi Mu Cheon curled his lips and smiled smugly. He walked over and said, now we can be quiet. Let's talk about conditions. Seeing that the villagers had nodded in agreement, he silently exclaimed, buying a gun license is indeed valuable, but... Suddenly that guy Wong's son was lying on the ground. He turned around in pain and screamed miserably. My legs, my legs. Quickly take me to the hospital. Begged everyone to take me to the hospital. Wang Gu was so angry because he felt sorry for his child. What if you have a gun? Wouldn't it be nice to have a gun? Hurt our people. If you want it like that, it's done. Tell everyone if you have the guts to open fire. The villagers immediately responded. They took shovels and hose and rushed up. I also don't believe you guys actually dared to shoot. You guys opened fire and killed our entire village. Everyone went up to smash their car. Jin Dam nervously turned to ask the young master what was going on. Is this really what you want to fight to the end? Yopi Mu Cheon answered coldly. There is no need to forcefully do not take action. These villagers are just being taken advantage of. Hearing that, Jin Dam sighed. He really thought about it. Let yourself open fire on innocent people. I can't kill it either. It seems that this boss is not bad in nature. Considered following the right person. Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and patted his shoulder and went up. Next me. Tell you a little about something more useful than guns. He raised his hands high and pretended to tell someone. Don't smash either. I surrender, I surrender. You can't really beat us to death, right? We can say the conditions under which Wang Gu stands before them. Stopped and said the words like a good person. Everyone, please don't attack us first. If you beat them to death, the children's legs won't be good either. What we lack the most right now is money for medicine. The villagers immediately believed him. They were angry and yelled at me to pay for the medicine. The children's feet must be treated. Otherwise, today, don't think about leaving Wang village. Wang Gu set a condition with Yopi Mu Cheon. You cut off the children's legs. The cost of medicine for one leg is 500,000. More than our mental losses. One person must compensate 800,000. Yopi Mu Cheon laughed disdainfully. I didn't think of this. Came to the door demanding justice to return. Do I still have to compensate you guys? He held out a card and said. The money is all on this card. You can go to the bank in town. See if a little money inside is enough. Wang Gu happily took the card and said it was the same. He looked at the card and saw something. Then press it up. What is the white thing on this card? Suddenly some gurgling sounds came from somewhere. He covered his nose to block out the stench. His face looked uncomfortable as he glanced around. What's that smell? Who dropped the bomb? How can it be so rotten? The villagers frowned and pointed at him. Village chief, please pull your underwear, it stinks. The village chief is not yet 50 years old. Why can't I control my bowel movements? When Wang Gu heard that, he panicked and covered his pants. He said embarrassedly, what happened in the end? What happened? What is this situation? Yopi Mu Cheon proudly laughed at him and teased him. Village Chief Wang is indeed a good official. Get the medicine money. Immediately he was so excited that he couldn't hold back. He panicked and ran towards me shouting, "You! What have you done to me?" But as soon as I got close, he pushed my leg and fell down. Don't use your dirty hands to touch me and pull my pants. The village chief, a bodyguard following him, burst out laughing, ha ha ha. This is the village chief. Wang village people have involuntary bowel movements. Pull your pants in, ha ha ha, I see you later still. Who has the face to hold this position of chief? When Wang Gu heard that, he gritted his teeth in anger and trembled. He rushed forward and shouted loudly, what have you done to me? Quickly bring me back to my original state. Yopi Mu Cheon used his foot to kick his face. Then said coldly, after saying that, don't touch me. Is there something rotten in your stomach? He fell down but couldn't stand up. Extreme helplessness and the body can't move. What happened in the end? What happened? Could it be that I encountered a ghost? Yopi Mu Cheon bent down and picked up the card. Smiled and went to Wang Sun. When he saw that, he was startled and scared. He held up the card and said, your father's condition now. Looks like there's no way to get the money. No property. Of course, the son must inherit Wang Sun. Take this compensation money. Wang Sun turned pale and waved his hand to refuse. No need to beg. You don't want my money to sell. Lobster also pays you, but a total of 40,000 years of begging you to forgive me. The more Yopi Mu Cheon listened, the angrier he became. He said disdainfully, my lobster is worth 1 million. You only sell for 40,000 years. You really have talent for business. He continued coldly, seeing that you know how to do business like that. This compensation must be paid to you. Wang Sun looked at the card. Then fearfully retreated back to hide. And finally he had to scream, "Ah! Boom boom no." The villagers looked at him in fear. Then he covered his nose and vomited. "Wong Sun now. Stick your butt up in the air," accompanied by a thick stench. Even the insects and flies flocked to him. The villagers in droves. As they approached, they gritted their teeth, appearing scary and threatening him. "Who are you? Why beat our children?" Evil bullies people in our Wong village. They are normally so docile and honest. How can people stand it? Hearing that, Jin Dam sighed. He really thought about it. Let yourself open fire on innocent people. I can't kill it either. It seems that this boss is not bad in nature. Considered following the right person. And the people standing nearby were panicking, mixed with a bit of forced shyness. Speechless for the case of the father and son of the village chief. Yopi Mu Cheon had one hand in his pocket. The other hand held out a bank card. "Coldly say you are not. Just now screaming for compensation. Why will I give you the money in this card now? Everyone come and take it," he said. The people were still in trouble. "At this time, I'm afraid to step back. To compensate you guys. You don't want that. I can't do anything other than put the money back. Remember, if you don't take it, it doesn't mean I won't give it." Yopi Mu Cheon said with a slight smile. "Put the bank card back in your pocket." And the sound was deafening. The pain of the approaching police car. Sangso Mi boldly stepped out of the police car. In uniform. Together with a colleague. The people looked as happy as if they had caught gold. Shouting is the police. The police finally arrived, ha ha ha. "We are saved. Quickly arrest them. Our children's legs were cut off by them. What is the situation?" Sangso Mi worriedly turned to the side and asked. In front of her was an image of angry people holding weapons. The father and son of the village chief are in an embarrassing position. Miss Jung is worried, standing with hands behind Yopi Mu Cheon. "Those who stole my lobster and injured my disciple. I and Wana's grandfather came to demand justice. As mentioned before, this village is definitely not under your management. Why did you come?" Yopi Mu Cheon smiled and crossed his arms and asked Sangso Mi. "I heard someone report the crime. There was a man named Yopi Mu Cheon in the city. Go to the village to cause trouble. Just come and take a look. I didn't think it was actually you." Sangso Mi angrily said. It was very difficult for him to get out of the office. "Why did you start causing trouble? If you don't give this ant any more work, you'll die. Do you know your situation or not? Is there someone in the dark watching you?" She couldn't control her impulses. Shouted loudly at Yopi Mu Cheon. Okay, I know." Yopi Mu Cheon crossed his arms and sulkily replied with a sigh. "I'll play anyway." She went to call an ambulance for these things. Hey so Wong Pal Dang. Leave them the next half of their lives. Being crippled is also considered a good punishment. Yopi Mu Cheon said calmly, pointing. "The father and son of the village chief. Still need you to tell me I'm calling. Then you next. Please tell me honestly what happened." Sangso Mi said annoyed. "My hand pressed the phone to call an ambulance. 10 minutes later I understood what had happened. Considered so. You should also call the police and wait for me to handle it." "Why can violence be used?" Sangso Mi asked sternly, holding a notebook and pen to take notes. Saw that those farming tools were not waiting for the girls to arrive. "I'm afraid that even a few networks are not enough." Yopi Mu Cheon replied. Point. Some agricultural tools of the people from earlier. We set up next to the fence next to Sangso Mi. To find the victim and ask about the situation. See what they say. Sangso Mi told her colleague to follow and help. Yes, he replied. Ren, the phone ringing. Rang out behind Sangso Mi's back. What the heck? She shouted in surprise as soon as she picked up the phone. Why are you staring at me? I'm just a victim. Yopi Mu Cheon asked uncomfortably, leaning on his hands. When I saw Sangso Mi looking, stared at him speechless. After receiving the call, he has now truly become a victim. Sangso Mi said. How it ended? Yopi Mu Cheon seriously asked again about the situation. The ambulance had an accident and 10 people died. 7 people were seriously injured in a car accident. Found evidence related to him. Sangso Mi said with a serious face. Yopi Mu Cheon and Miss Jung. This side is extremely surprised by this new incident. This is a very clear case of intentional assassination. If you plant evidence to harm your opponent, you will be pinned. Most likely the same person as the previous case. Sang So Mi looked worried and analyzed the situation. Jin Dam has seen, let's go to the scene quickly. Yopi Mu Cheon rushed over. A few military vehicles spoke excitedly. The vehicles hurriedly left. The enemy clearly showed that they were coming towards them. Moreover, his whereabouts are as clear as the back of his hand. Looks like a fishing village story. I'm just afraid that the other person will do his best to cause it. Yopi Mu Cheon looked worried and thought to himself in the car. If I guessed correctly, the opponent used his tricks and personality. Very thorough investigation. They are absolutely trying. He intended to inform Wang Sun about these thugs. Wang Sun knows. There are only 2 people looking after the lobsters. One of them is also number 2. There will definitely be evil thoughts. Grandpa was beaten. Yi Wan A will call me in horror. They are the wishes of those behind them. Letting me return to the village led to a series of events. That Wang Gu is also extremely clever. Perhaps he is the mastermind's chess piece. Arrange as much as possible. Yopi Mu Cheon, trying to piece together the recent events. This young master is afraid that someone else arranged it. Should I find my boss to help me? Nyongsagi's father asked while he was driving. Yopi Mu Cheon replied that there was no need for now. The car stopped and braked. At the scene everything was extremely chaotic. The ambulance overturned. The glass windows shattered. Bodies were lying everywhere. Emergency workers rushed to work. The scene was extremely desolate and noisy. The sound of people screaming for help echoed everywhere. And Yeop Mukion's people turned pale. Pity and panic. Worried when seeing the scene. All were innocent people. Yopi Mu Cheon rushed to the scene. Yopi Mu Cheon. Irritably, he immediately ordered. We must quickly find all the survivors. We absolutely cannot let them die. Nyongsagi's father and Yopi Bai Gyo also hurriedly followed. Yopi Mu Cheon approached. Jung Hasin spoke up looking very urgent. Everyone who brought Zhang Seong Wang took it all out. Soak in a cup of water. Waiting for Zhang Seong Wang to melt away. The water becomes thick and then anoints the wound. No matter the cost, we must prioritize saving people first. Miss Jung understood the situation. His worried face pursed his lips and he quickly nodded. Behind is a woman with purple hair tied up in a high ponytail. She wears a purple turtleneck. Looks unapproachable from behind. Just coldly turned her head to look at Yopi Mu Cheon. Miss Jung agreed. Then hurriedly moved with the purple-haired woman. Then Yopi Mu Cheon just ran away. Just turned around and said to the worried Sang So Mi. Behind her, she announced the news thousands of times. Don't call an ambulance anymore. It's very possible that a lot of things will happen. Furthermore, their injuries were extremely serious. Waiting for the ambulance to arrive is already too late. Sang So Mi agreed that if you need anything, just call me for help. Yopi Mu Cheon ran closer. The car was overturned. Above one person, below one person. They were all seriously injured. There was a person on the overturned car passing by. His back was full of broken pieces of bottle. Ulcerated wounds. Blood soaked his pure white shirt. There are only people below. The situation seems to be looking more positive. But the head and back were also bleeding profusely. Dying, calling for help. Yopi Mu Cheon. Whole body was sweaty. Knelt down next to the man in critical condition. Whole body is convulsing. His hand loosened the tie he was wearing. Spoke up to reassure him not to speak anymore. Don't move, I can definitely save you. Yopi Mu Cheon clenched his white teeth. His face darkened and showed pain. These people are all for me. Because of me, innocent people were injured. Sang So Mi seriously ordered. All scenes must be photographed clearly. Any clue cannot be ignored. The police officer behind quickly listened to the order. Sang So Mi was a bit worried. Looking towards Yopi Mu Cheon. I don't know how he feels right now. In the end, who has such deep hatred for him? Must use cruel means, thus tormenting him. This is the 3rd time he has been harmed by. Speculations. Keeps appearing in my mind. Somi can determine the mastermind's abilities. Extremely terrible. His tricks. Wanting to kill Yopi Mu Cheon is as easy as turning a hand. Why do we have to harm him so many times? Maybe the other side has a reason. Cannot kill Yopi Mu Cheon. Or the other person is perverted in his heart. Torments Yopi Mu Cheon for fun. She pursed her lips nervously. His face became noticeably worse. Due to my own speculations. 3 hours later, Yeop Mukyeon's whole body was dirty. The shirt you're wearing, with hands covered in blood. He sat down tiredly, breathing heavily. Sang So Mi sat down next to him. In hand is a bottle of water. Speak up. With Yopi Mu Cheon sitting next to him, exhausted from fatigue. You always say you're not the doctor. Only know a few stories. Doesn't have the doctor's kind of conscience. Those are your expressions today. But that's not the case at all. I have to look at it with different eyes. Yopi Mu Cheon took the water bottle, smiled softly and spoke up. The first fairy had a good nature. Sang So Mi was silent and thoughtful without saying a word. Yopi Mu Cheon brought the water bottle to her lips. Drink each sip hastily, to the point that a few drops of water accidentally flowed down the chin. Empty water bottles were thrown away mercilessly. Hit the ground once and then flew away. Along with the voice rang out. If you are just starting out, you don't have the heart to reincarnate. Who would want to be doctor? Yopi Mu Cheon smiled self-deprecatingly. Then spoke again. It's just that a few things happened after that. I don't want to admit this doctor status. Sang So Mi still sat silently next to him. In her hand was a medical bottle. She squeezed a little into her hand. Yopi Mu Cheon saw it and was confused. Raised his voice and asked So Mi what that was. Sang So Mi gently held his hand. To Yeop Mukyeon's surprise, she lightly rubbed what she had just taken out of the bottle and then spoke. Hand sanitizer? I often solve crimes. It's easy to get your hands dirty, so carry it with you. Saw his hands covered in blood. It will definitely be very uncomfortable. Yopi Mu Cheon still couldn't help but suddenly asked. Sang So Mi, a violent woman like you, does she care about me? Question full of surprise came from Yopi Mu Cheon. Make the face. Sang So Mi suddenly turned red as if about to burst into flames. Shame on English. Did you finally wash it? Yopi Mu Cheon heard So Mi suddenly raise her voice. He had to raise his hand in surrender to wash and hand it over to her. Sang So Mi snorted, but still washed carefully. His blood-stained hands contrasted with Sang So Mi and Yeop Mukyeon's embarrassment. Having fun with the sweet scene of two people washing each other's hands. Behind them was Jung Hasin sadly looking at them. Her hands hugged the water bottle tightly, not daring to move forward. Her beautiful eyebrows suddenly frowned, unable to help but feel sad. Think. He is also too easily liked by others. Looking at them, they look even more like a pair of water flowing down from a bottle. Wash his blood-stained hands. Yopi Mu Cheon wiped his hands and asked, Didn't you say there was evidence in the car that pointed to me? What is it in the end? Sang So Mi calmly answered. A bank transfer record. Recorded him transferring 5 million to a man. Name is R.A. Hong Seong. So Mi's face was a bit frowning. The person who caused this accident was R.A. Hong Seong. Who hurt Yeop Mukyeon's face? Who was happy but suddenly became dark? Sang So Mi spoke again. I guessed right. Then next step. We'll definitely incite a bunch of journalists to interview him. The latest prediction is tomorrow. Your reputation must be ruined again. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately burst out laughing after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, very interesting. It's really interesting to play with me continuously. Watch me make mud and knead it. Especially squeezing it 3 times is too interesting. Ha ha ha. Sang So Mi saw his current appearance. Worriedly advised him not to provoke anger. Will only make the other person laugh. Yopi Mu Cheon showed another face. Spoke extremely sinisterly. So let him laugh. Immediately he won't be able to laugh anymore. Just like Sang So Mi predicted. Struggling for a day without even waiting. Yopi Mu Cheon woke up. Reports flooded in. Also cleaned up the major news lines. Jung Hasin was frantic. One hand holding the phone. Worry about cruel announcements. What to do next? All the media are also madly scolding him. Said he didn't just bully the villagers. She even killed those doctors with one hand, continuously typing. News update button. Some people even recorded Jindam's video. They beat people. Spread online. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly sat on the chair, opposite Jung Hasin, raising his voice worriedly. The opponent spent such a large amount of money. The intention is not Jong Seong Wang. What's wrong? I know very well that he is thinking that he has already eaten. If the opponent wants to be a puppet gentleman, I'll let him know a little about what is called Yeop Mukion's current face. Flashed a sinister smile. It's hard to know what he's planning. I'll go make some arrangements. Tomorrow, Ho Chi Minh City will begin to hit the market. Broadcast news at the same time. Because output is limited, orders will be randomly drawn. To be purchased with any remaining orders, need 50% deposit in advance. Jung Hasin put his hand to his mouth and muttered, I don't understand why it's randomly drawn to choose. 50% deposit. Suddenly understood something. The hand that was hanging over the pretty mouth. Now he raised it up to show he understood. So that's it. That so-called random thing is this order. Give it to whoever you want. If that person sees someone who is upset, don't let him. The main reason is that there is no random draw. From then on, he took the initiative and held it in his hands. Jung Hasin looked towards the proud Yopi Mu Cheon. Cross your legs on the chair. Speak out her speculations. This is like telling the other person. Never think to pay attention to Jong Seong Wang. Yopi Mu Cheon closed his eyes calmly. In response to Hasin's speculations, he wanted to tell the other person that there was still a lot going on. Then the opponent will do the same. The next day Cheon Hyun Hong Yean Group immediately sent Jong Seong Wang the news out. Huge reaction. Especially the order condition must be drawn randomly, causing many traders who intended to speculate for profit. Eating is frustrating and losing. The plan was nipped in the bud. They were so angry that their faces turned dark. All the unpleasant words poured out. Yopi Mu Cheon, this bastard. Only eat meat yourself. Don't even leave a sip of water. After one person finished speaking, the other person withdrew. How much effort did you put into preparing your house? Completely useless. Somewhere else. On the long, wide green sofa, there is a man with a solid body, holding a glass of wine and speaking comfortably. The ingredients have not been analyzed yet. Behind him are two girls in hot clothes. The body only covers the places that need to be covered. Opposite him is a woman with sharp beauty. Her hair has two alternating colors. He picked up the glass of wine and raised it to his lips, calmly replying that it wasn't possible. When he heard it, he angrily knocked over the glass of wine in his hand. She yelled at me for giving her so much time. Why can't it be analyzed? His anger, causing the two girls behind to also become frightened. Didn't know what to do but put his hand over his mouth. The sound of the glass shattering after landing on the ground let out a loud scream. He darkened his face and approached her, warned in a low voice. How long are you going to make me wait? My patience is limited. Face the other man's anger. She remained calm as if nothing had happened. Her voice was annoyed, interspersed with a few reminders from her. I'm not your subordinate. Don't forget we're just a partnership. She was wearing a purple short shirt, revealing her slim waist. Her hair is a little past her shoulders, but there are two alternating colors. Makes this woman more attractive and sharp. Two girls behind him. She spoke calmly. Besides, I just received the news. Dongsheng Area Police investigate the shadow of someone transferring money at the bank. Through processing techniques and using body proportions to check, proved Yopi Mu Cheon innocent. This time he wasn't even hurt. After hearing what she said, the other person had difficulty understanding what she meant. Her face became cunning. I already told you about it. Don't use tricks that you think are clever. Isn't it good to be a little direct? Now Jong Seong Wang sells out ahead of schedule. It's because of Yopi Mu Cheon. See through your thoughts. Started to counterattack. He heard what she said. Not only is the facial appearance no better, but also tends to get worse. You dare to make fun of me. But responded with his anger. Again the humble tone, ha ha ha. Don't dare, how dare I make fun of you? I'm afraid there aren't many people in this world who have this courage. She suddenly put the phone in her pocket. Now it rings loudly again. Ringing. Receiving the call and bringing it to my ear. Her face slightly raised up. Hello, that's really interesting. The conversation was only a few sentences. Then her screen returned to its original pitch black color. She called out to remind the person whose arms were crossed. Look at me. Look at your phone. Yeop Mukion's second counterattack has arrived. Moreover, this counterattack was more direct than imagined. He turned back to give orders to one of the two girls. Take my phone here. The short-haired girl quickly obeyed and said yes. The phone was placed in her hands, huddled together with crisscrossed wounds. On the girl's wrist, he reached out his hand to receive the phone. On the phone screen are countless videos with similar titles. Like After a Car Accident, Founding Father. The first time Yopi Mu Cheon spoke up, he used a video. There are also provocative titles such as Crazy Thing, posted in half a day with more than 10 million views. Yopi Mu Cheon composed and filmed the video himself. Click play to view. Or the type of title that is short and concise. Who is the person who was scolded to the extreme by his biological father? Series of different titles, but they all talk about the same video. Appear above in turn. His phone screen. Click the play button. A video appears. Yopi Mu Cheon appears sitting in the middle of the video. Arrogant appearance with a disdainful tone. Encourage you to speak up. That name. That guy who tried to kill me 3 or 4 times is so stupid. Day and night like a turtle snuggling its head. I just know there's something interesting about playing music behind your back. Don't dare go out to meet people. Or should I say your appearance is extremely ugly. That's why I only dare to wait in the turtle shell. Like Yopi Mu Cheon, arrogance constantly appears. Along with that are extremely harsh words. Just like cursing. No intention at all. Leave room for those who dare to confront you. Living is just wasting air. If you die, it's a waste of burial land. According to the way this turtle nephew works. According to medical theory, I have never seen you before. I can also guess that you are a vulgar and perverted person. Scum name. Someone like you or a small boy. Or maybe when I was a kid. Being abused by countless disgusting aunts. Otherwise the world could not produce metamorphosis. Like you. The words in the video have not stopped at all. And there is a suggestive face. With a not-so-friendly middle finger raised. You use every method of calculation. Don't you want Jong Seong Wong? Now Jong Seong Wong is sold out. No ya can tell you. I don't have a penny for the turtle's grandson. I don't like you coming to bite number ya. No ya Yopi Mu Cheon is here waiting for you. The video ends. Along with that was the scream of the other man. Shouted a series of obscenities learned in life. He pulled them out one by one. Which is human waste. Then comes population growth. The green beans were destined to be scolded by him. Finally, he remembered his mother and cursed. The phone was crushed by him. He could only hold his head, causing his entire face to turn purple. Damn, I want to kill him. Must kill him. A girl's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's so interesting. This Yopi Mu Cheon is such an interesting man. The man's face changed upon hearing that. Said in a low voice. She definitely still wanted to laugh. She stopped laughing and replied smugly. Media company releases video. We know it's Sa Du Ga if not. This kind of news. It's impossible to spread it publicly. When he heard that, he was immediately angry and Sa Du Ga was inconsolably angry, but kicked the table near him. And even punched the glass door. Causing the glass door to break quickly. You seek your own death. This action of his also makes other girls scared. But he still hasn't calmed down. Each glass panel breaks and falls silently. Are you looking for your own death? At the company of Oh Yong Group. Oh Yang Hangwal's office. Oh Yong Hangwal quietly sat on the chair. One hand still presses the keyboard. She is watching some program. Ha ha ha, this person is too cruel. Walked back and started cursing. At this time from outside the door. A staff member immediately came in and said, "Ma'am. According to documents from the brain, this media company is Sa Du Ga Production." She listened attentively, but she didn't answer. Her eyes drooped, thinking hard. Sa Du Ga turned out to be him looking for Sa Du Wee to assist. Yopi Mu Cheon entered the room, looking around as if looking for something. Sa Du Wee now spoke up to attract attention. Hey, she's wearing a sexy pajamas. Sitting on the sofa is also really attractive. In these actions, it was like inviting. Yopi Mu Cheon blushed when he saw that. What the hell is this goblin paying attention to? Dressing also really makes people uncomfortable, he said uneasily. Sado elf. She suddenly looked for me. What's wrong? Sa Dui pointed with her finger below her feet, as if signaling something. Little brother, do you want to see what color the clothes are inside? When Yopi Mu Cheon heard that, he sweated lightly. Her cheeks turned slightly red. He hesitated to answer that. If not, we should tell the truth. I feel like I have to thank you a little, Sa Dui said, smiling proudly. No, he clearly wanted to look back and didn't dare look. Make you interested? If not, try to guess what color it is. She immediately accepted his thanks. Yopi Mu Cheon quickly sat down on the chair, right next to her diaper. His face is quite unsightly. Is it true that I'm joking? I'm afraid of you, he said. Cough cough. You let me guess. But so bright. I guess it's very difficult to guess. If not, let me lift it up myself and take a look. Sa Dui heard that and agreed to start teasing her. You can try it a bit. One of her legs was placed on Yeop Mukyeon's thigh. It made his mind extremely chaotic. Looking at these white thighs, Yopi Mu Cheon was sweating profusely. Breathing also gradually becomes more irregular. Calm. What the hell is this goblin planning to do? Specially called me here to let me take advantage of it. But as I said, it's true that her legs are beautiful. If it had black fishnet stockings it would be even more beautiful. Yopi Mu Cheon hesitated, while his hand, slowly lifting Sadawi's skirt. So if possible, I really want to see something I shouldn't see. It's also my sister who let me reveal it. Sa Dui puffed his face and replied. You also saw it directly, so how can you guess? I just let you guess and then test it a bit. The official has to guess what color it is. Yopi Mu Cheon gulped softly. With difficulty, Yopi Mu Cheon immediately said that this is what you said. I guess white lace. Sadawi's wisdom is not correct. This sister rarely wears white. Yopi Mu Cheon immediately guessed black lace. Sa Dui also shook his head, which was incorrect. Yopi Mu Cheon guessed purple lace. Sa Dui was helpless but still couldn't answer correctly. Why do you have to wear lace anyway? This is your bias. Yopi Mu Cheon sighed softly. So disappointed that we can't pick it up. Or say it yourself. Sa Dui proactively stood up and pressed herself close to his hand, causing Yopi Mu Cheon to panic non-stop. Her voice whispered that the answer was no. Hearing that made Yeop Mukyeon's nose bleed directly. Unexpected shock. While Sa Dui smiled sinisterly, Yopi Mu Cheon stood up and pointed at her. This damn body started bleeding from the nose again. Said in panic. Sado elf, I have a limit to my patience. Are you not afraid that I will do something to you immediately? Tell you the truth, I only have the nickname Nyat Da that Thap Tu Lang. I definitely can't stand it. Sa Dui wasn't scared and even laughed hi. So you had to defeat me too. You have also seen my body. I'm not joking with you anymore. Let's talk about politics for a bit. Does the matter of sister making you satisfied? Yopi Mu Cheon replied very happily. I can also imagine it. The look of the guy behind him was so angry. I will definitely repay this favor. Sa Dui sighed. I think you still have some conscience about this matter. Our media company was retaliated against by the enemy. It might have to close now. Hearing that, Yopi Mu Cheon was horrified and asked what happened in the end. Yopi Mu Cheon looked at Sa Dui and thought. Just posting a video. Again causing Sa Dui to lose a company. Such hard pressure on the enemy Sa Du Ga. After all, what background does he have? Sa Dui said. Actually, it's not considered a big deal. It's just a matter of throwing some face. Rest assured, it's all over. Yopi Mu Cheon spoke up. In the end, who is the one to act? Tell me who is behind it. Did not answer Yeop Mukyeon's question. Sa Dui stepped forward and made a suggestive pose. Yopi Mu Cheon, you said you were angry on my behalf. Stupid Soja, don't think too much. With your current abilities, it's not enough to deal with him. Try to develop yourself. Yopi Mu Cheon grabbed the hand Sa Dui was massaging. I had an unhappy look on my face. I don't like to lack anyone's favor. You helped me so much. How do you want me to repay you? Sa Dui smiled seductively and said. I choose Jong Seong Wong stock. But you can't tell her to stop. Yopi Mu Cheon said. I can do it for anyone in Sa Du Ga. Live 100 years. Sa Du Wee was surprised and covered her mouth with her hand as she asked again. What do you say? You're not joking. Yopi Mu Cheon affirmed even more. As long as there are no unexpected accidents, I can do it. Sa Du Wee finds this unbelievable. Oh my god, is this something a human can do? That's really cool. Thinking so, she quickly left. Leave Yopi Mu Cheon a goodbye. It's important that I have to go home. Let's talk here today. See you another day. Yopi Mu Cheon put his hands in his pockets and spoke leisurely. I heard that Sa Du Ga is very far from Dongsheng. Want me to help you book plane tickets? 04. Du Wee refused to book tickets. What we have is a private plane. If you want to order, you can't order. The flight to Dongsheng was soon full. Yopi Mu Cheon asked in confusion what was the situation. Sa Du Wee said Zhang Seong Wang had great influence. Much more than he imagined. At Nyunga's villa, old man Nyong sat on the sofa. Opposite is Yopi Mu Cheon. He said, Little angel, aren't you in a hurry to become Zhang Seong Wang? What are you doing coming to my place? Yopi Mu Cheon replied to the old man. How's the investigation going? The guy who threw a stone 5 times and hid his hand from a turtle. Who exactly is it? Old man Nyong heard that and was silent. He said, So Cheon, I advise this matter honestly. Don't pay any attention to it. Develop your own strength. Patience is more important. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. Not just Sa Du Wee. Nyong No Du also said the same. Who is the opponent? With my current ability, I can't even deal with it. Old Master Nyong said further. Compared to paying attention to competitors, you should pay a little attention to Zhang Seong Wang first. Keeping an eye on Zhang Seong Wang isn't just domestic either. There have also been many foreign forces taking action. Caught Wo Gook Scallop Snake. It's already reached 2 digits. Yopi Mu Cheon was very surprised when he heard this. Are you asking again for a spy? Old man Nyong added. So I advise you again. Patience on the surface. Governments of countries have all started to put pressure on Waha, hoping to bring Zhang Seong Wang abroad. In the dark, they also sent a large number of spies. Although I don't know what the purpose is. But definitely towards Zhang Seong Wang. But you didn't discover it. Recently, it's not a dynamic city. There are a lot of foreigners coming here. There were even so many Wo Gook people that caught a number of spies. Most of them are people who pay for the tank. But this person once intended to cause chaos in Waha. Indeed very hateful. Yopi Mu Cheon added. People charge tanks stars. Is that a strange country? Damn it, people in ancient times were called lacking in prestige. They're in this era. Always makes Waha hate him. Old man Nyong has a hard time understanding what he means by this era. Yopi Mu Cheon realized he had said the wrong thing and coughed. It's wrong to say that this year, small details don't need to be paid attention to. After saying that, Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. In the future, a nation takes alliance as its form of existence. Although it belongs to Asia. But always consider Waha as an obstacle. They think Westerners are superior. Thinking to himself, he took off his Asian and Western clothes. And gave Muchin a stack of documents. Elder Nyong spoke. Inside are photos of some dangerous spies. Guess you might need it. In short, you need to be careful. Especially be careful of Wo Gook people. Pay attention to your safety. Yopi Mu Cheon obeyed like a child and said I know. Yopi Mu Cheon held up a transparent plastic bag. He said let's chat a little. At first I didn't say it either. Guaranteed to let him live to 100 years old. Why will we rely on this? Master Nyong pointed at it and asked. Is it okay to eat a pill? Yopi Mu Cheon affirmed that of course he couldn't. When I return, I will teach you a set of training methods. There will be no problem. Yopi Mu Cheon gave the old man the pill. Tell him to find the right time to eat this pill. Before eating, you must find a wooden barrel of hot water. Sit in and wait for the cold water. Then change the water, preferably inside for an hour. Keep the water warm at 40%. Holding the pill in the old man's hand said Soja. You also intend to take this pill. Like Zhang Seong Wang. Should I sell it? Yopi Mu Cheon shook his head and replied no. Old man Myung wondered. Why? Good things like this can completely bring blessings to many people. Yopi Mu Cheon explained. Actually, what I did was against God's will. Each human life has its own trajectory. I don't need to force myself to get involved. Killing too much will lead to disaster. Life expectancy changes are the same. Somewhere in the suburbs, police with guns surround a house. Sang So Mi gives the order to rush in. Her foot kicks on the door. Sang So Mi screams Ra Hong Seong has been arrested. Don't resist in vain. Hong Seong is being arrested. Calmly sitting on the bed eating cucumbers. Saw the police coming. He still calmly said haha. Earlier than I imagined. But it's okay. Rest assured I won't resist arrest if you want to arrest him. The police immediately put handcuffs number 8 on him. Successfully arrested the prisoner. Sang So Mi said Ra Hong Seong. The driver crashed into an ambulance, leading to many doctors dying. I still think I put all the blame on Yopi Mu Cheon. Who instigated all of this? Ra Hong Seong said with a laugh. Of course Yopi Mu Cheon instigated it like that. Only he can kill so easily. I knew I was a dead man. But it's worth dying to be able to exchange so many lives. The more he talked, the more his mind lost control. He said he was going to take me to the station. Isn't that a peanut ball? No Yaw eats when he eats. Anyway, No Yaw is not at a loss haha. Sang So Mi is affected by his appearance. She tried to stay calm and told everyone to go out. Next, no matter what sound comes from inside. You guys couldn't hear either. The remaining 2 police officers obediently said yes. The 2 people went out and the door was closed. Inside a fight broke out. The proactive person is Sang So Mi. Ra Hong Seong is a man but is in a passive position. Sang So Mi said. They are all doctors who have saved countless lives. Are all innocent people. Are all still alive. Each and every one of them. They must have a complete family. Including a child less than a year old. Some people still have elderly parents. How do you let their family live? This beast. After beating him until he was bruised, Somi happily said. Ha 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 comfortable. Use a bit of force. In the archery interrogation room. The criminal has a body full of injuries. Sitting there in the room with only him and Sang So Mi. Somi went out to talk to people. The police will conduct questioning. Yisang. This person is involved in an extremely important case. Absolutely no negligence. Furthermore, he has a tendency to enjoy being mistreated. You must watch carefully. We absolutely cannot let him commit suicide. Yisang replied yes. As he walked Sang So Mi thought. Confirmed by analysis. Initially, the person goes to the bank to open an account. Nor Yopi Mu Cheon. If it can be assessed. Rahung Shung's mental state. The problem is that Muchin can basically clear away suspicions. Middle-aged police officer said Somi has had a hard time. Sang So Mi spoke but presented unexpectedly. It doesn't count as suffering from the old man, is there anything wrong? Director Seo said. Next there might be a guard mission. Must give it to you. The escort was also an acquaintance of mine. On a street full of police cars. People saw this scene with their mouths agape in fate. What's in that car? And received so many escort cars. I don't know who is in the car. Wow, the governor didn't come to present things like this. Quickly took a photo and posted it on Facebook with his head resting on the driver's seat. One person speculated who else it could be. Definitely Jong Seong Yopi Mu Cheon. The news is too slow. Today is the day Jong Seong Wong opened for sale in the cart. All guesses are Jong Seong Wong. Heard that. Everyone was immediately excited to buy the Jong Seong Wong cart. This place must be more than 100 million. Go to the sales hall to take a look at. The silver car escorted by the police. Rushing down the road. Sang So Mi said in the car. Ra Hong Seong I caught. If all goes well, your doubts will soon be erased. Yopi Mu Cheon heard that and his face immediately became as happy as a blooming flower. So quickly, the perpetrator was caught for protecting him. The little baby is definitely very busy. Please give me a kiss. Muchin Chu kissed and kissed but was despised by Somi. Talk a little more attentively. Still working. Yopi Mu Cheon is still working while being coy. Body is the object of protection. Now my mouth is slightly injured. I had to kiss her to close it. You are my protector. Treatment of protected subjects. Consider it reasonable, right? Sang So Mi said yes. Wait a moment. Certain Jung has seen consumption hall. There he was in reverse right in front of her. Tell me this request. I will definitely treat you. Yopi Mu Cheon stiffly stammered on this, then. Somi showed an evil expression. I want to call me little treasure in front of her. Don't call me Captain Sang again. Who are we? Yopi Mu Cheon said wordlessly that this. In front of her is not impossible to return. I negotiated with her a bit. On the contrary, it is possible to convince her. Let me make it small. Hearing that, Somi lost patience. Punched Muchin, causing him to lean miserably against the car window. She said go away. Cheon Hyun Hong Yian Group Sales Hall. Jong Seong Wang, MC on stage said. Hello everyone from all over the country. Friends from all over the world. With friends watching live. Today is an extremely joyful day. I represent Cheon Hyun Hong Yian Group. Welcome everyone to come. Below countless reporters headed towards the stage taking pictures continuously. A reporter thought damn it. Even the head of the television station presided. This match is definitely worthy of the heat of Jong Seong Wang. Yopi Mu Cheon. Heaven observed the fate of this stadium from afar. At least 7 to 80,000 people can sit here. Is all of this something you planned? Jung Hasin replied with a smile. Of course. I went through several press conferences before and he was toyed with me. This type of situation is as expected. Otherwise I wouldn't choose the biggest stadium. Dongsheng to be. The MC on stage actively warmed up the atmosphere. Everyone can see the chests in the background. I don't have Jong Seong Wang inside. Published consumption rules will be based on the number of seats. Same form of lottery conducted. In the immediate future, I announce that 10,000 lots of Jong Seong Wang will start selling. Next was the jubilant display of confetti cannons. Everyone below cheered non-stop. Yopi Mu Cheon thought to himself. For making 10 batches of this Jong Seong Wang, I was almost out of breath. Today I can see such a scene is also considered worthwhile. Sun Bong also ran over. She scolded each child for not studying well. Still work as a thug. Let them know what a cruel society is. Jang Hong Ryong boldly said to dry these bastards. Muchin replied, leaning close to Somi's face. As long as you like, I invite you. I can go out and eat for the rest of my life. Somi blushed and huffed. Who believes this myth? Today must be a crazy day. 10,000 people crowded the hall. Just to buy a small Jong Seong Wang. Maintain order. Jindam's group was also too busy to separate. Even needed a large number of police to help. Only then can the situation in the extremely bustling hall be stabilized. There are also countless pairs of eyes outside looking at these things. They are probably from Dongsheng. Sometimes they come from other provinces or even other countries. Wang Bomsa lay in bed and dialed his phone to watch. For only 2 hours, 10,000 lots of Jong Seong Wang sold. Not one pill left. For taking a step forward in expanding Jong Seong Wang, Jung Hasin took out 50 Jong Seong Wang pills. Used the form of lucky draw. Giving away for free pushed to a new climax. The audience below was noisy. The little girl said, Dad, look there. My Jong Seong Wang too. It's true that supply is not enough to meet demand. Robbers can't win either. The father replied that yes, Soja is really powerful, but only old man Yopi is unhappy. At first, if we didn't kick him out of Yopi Ga. How good is that? Miss one step of sincerely hating ancient times. How can I face the paralyzed ancestor? He lowered his face and gnawed on the railing. Cursing myself for being so naive. Oh Yong Hang Wall is also happy. From now on, no one dares to despise him anymore. At the stadium, Jung Hasin saw the scene before him and smiled with satisfaction. She said she didn't think the scene would be so fiery. Basically, I don't need to try anything. Jong Seong Wang will also be bought out. Compared to before, I risked my life to drink alcohol for orders. I feel guilty now, like I'm living in a dream. Yopi Mu Cheon said. I told you I want to give you a terrifying empire. This is still just the first step and there will be other surprises later. That's right, I didn't tell you. Give Oh Yong Hang Wall. 10% of the shares are taken out for her. Sign it. Jung Hasin walked away and replied. Anyway, I agree with you. Taking too long is also not good. I'll go now. Yopi Mu Cheon just let Jung Hasin go. Immediately turned to invite Somi. It's still early, so we should. While talking, she was interrupted by the phone ringing. Sang So-mi turned on the phone and said hello. Then she screamed, "What is Ra Hong Seong dead? Did someone specifically want to meet Yopi Mu Cheon?" At sunset at the police station. At the detention room, So-mi rushed to scold. Why could that be? Yisang, didn't I tell you to look after him? Why did he die? Committed suicide or was he killed? Maybe someone sneaked into the police station? Kill him, Yisang said in a calm voice. Reported the captain that he was killed. Yopi Mu Cheon stepped forward and asked. He said on the phone someone wanted to meet me. Who is that? Yisang replied that the killer wanted to meet him. That perpetrator is me. Said that Yisang put the gun to his head and wanted to commit suicide. Before that sentence, Somi and Muchin were momentarily silent. Somi warned them to put the gun down. If you have something to say, don't do stupid things. You are still young and have a lot to do. Think of your family. Yisang shed tears. He said, the captain is really sorry for letting you down. Somi lost patience and spoke loudly. Yisang, you really disappoint me. But I told you to put the gun down and explain. I don't understand why you're in my squad for. Up until now, I have not disobeyed my orders once. Why don't you put the gun down? Yisang replied, that's why I'm still standing here. It's because someone forced me to tell you. Yopi Mu Cheon asked what to say. Yisang made a cruel face. Good drama has only just begun. Yopi Mu Cheon calmly replied, very well. Words I received. Can you tell me who the other person is? Current situation seems, regardless of whether you say it or not, will also die. If you tell us everything, you'll be happy. Yisang couldn't help but say no, I'll die alone. If you speak out, many people will die. I have no other choice. Somi yelled, but you are the police. Maybe you still don't believe it? We can protect it. Why don't you put the gun down? Put it down. Yisang shed tears. Captain in the next life. Indeed, if I had, I would still continue to be willing to follow you. Let's solve crimes and live a happy life together. Boom, gunshots rang out. Yisang ended his life in front of Somi. Made her stiffen her whole body. Blood splattered all over the floor. Somi felt dumbfounded. She said absent-mindedly, 4 years. Yisang followed me for 4 years together. Solved many big crimes. He is my comrade in arms. 4 years later, he died like that. The more she spoke, the more her voice trembled. Somi cried in pain. Muchin hugged her. Somi silently promised that I would definitely avenge him. Definitely. Somi cried. In the office, Jung Hasin sat opposite Oh-young Hang Wall. She gave the contract to Hang Wall and said, Miss Oh-young, this time I helped Yopi Mu Cheon fulfill the contract. Please sign this contract. Jung Hasin in the code room thought to himself. Damn flirting, I have to help you handle it. Anyway, you have to think for me a bit. Give the contract back to Hasin. Hang Wall said. One trip in particular. It's really troublesome for Miss Jung. That's right. I was also there at the Jong Seong Wong consumption scene. Very explosive scene, congratulations. Hasin replied with a smile. Miss Oh-young, be polite, today you are also a major shareholder. Let's have fun together. Hang Wall is joking, right? Let's have fun together. Hasin said yes again. Yes, then both fell silent. At this point Hang Wall spoke up. Miss Jung, Can I ask you a very personal matter? Hasin replied. Hang Wall immediately got straight to the point. Initial. Yopi Mu Cheon proactively broke off the engagement with her. Why do you want to be so persistent? It's obvious that he initially made a mistake with her. Jung Hasin replied. Not satisfied. He appeared when I was most desperate. But when I felt the most secure, I wanted to leave. Did not clarify the cause. How can I be willing to volunteer like that? Did he abandon you? Hang Wall asked again. Are you happy now? Jung Hasin forced a smile and replied. Happiness, he is very good to me. Hang Wall gives sincere advice. This is what you should be. Just took the elevator the next day. Muchin just said to himself. After yesterday, phone orders are about to be destroyed. Being the boss, I also had to go to the company to take a look. Talk about the office. One-layer guesswork is no longer enough. I had to consider building a building and then. The elevator has just arrived. Yopi Mu Cheon was overwhelmed by the scene before his eyes. He thought to himself that this is. Seeing many people gathered in his office. I can't help but wonder what the situation is. Where did you get so many beautiful women? Yopi Mu Cheon immediately had an inappropriate thought. Yes. Is that really the case? I joined my company. Perhaps they were still prevented from outside. Where is Thien Li? Where is humanity? Where is justice? Jung Hasin replied. Not satisfied. He appeared when I was most desperate. But when I felt the most secure, I wanted to leave. Did not clarify the cause. How can I be willing to volunteer like that? Did he abandon you? Heaven and earth, is this a paradise? Yopi Mu Cheon jostled into that crowded line of people. Your face is as fresh as a flower blooming in spring. But on the surface he pretends to be noble. Given a little, given a little.